Chapter 5903, Besieging the enemy's stronghold in order to attack their reinforcements. Sensing this powerful yet familiar aura, Mo Na Yi was first overjoyed, but was immediately taken aback. What made him happy was that Yang Kai had finally appeared. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time and hadn't done anything at all, so contrary to what might seem reasonable, his absence put a great deal of pressure on the Black Ink clan. If he made a move, the Black Ink clan could respond appropriately, so when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, Mo Na Yi was finally relieved. What surprised him was that the target Yang Kai had chosen this time was actually Mou, a veteran royal lord. Yang Kai had made several moves throughout several battles, but each time he did so, his target had always been the pseudo-royal lords. Due to his unpredictable means and the eerie Grand Dao River, the pseudo-royal lords he targeted rarely escaped, unless Dia Luo managed to come to their rescue in time. It could be said that half the pseudo-royal lords who had fallen on the battlefield over the past 10 years had died directly or indirectly because of Yang Kai. He had almost single-handedly killed so many pseudo-royal lords to the point they were unable to lift their heads. Yet in all that time, Yang Kai had never taken the initiative to attack a true royal lord before, least of all Mou as the most experienced royal lord in the Black Ink clan. The corners of Mo Na Yi's brow immediately twitched as he felt that Yang Kai had gone crazy to make such a crazy move. He thus immediately shouted, "Dia Luo." There was no verbal response, but the moment Yang Kai appeared, Dia Luo led a dozen pseudo-royal lords towards him at astonishing speed. Dia Luo had already become quite familiar with rushing to the rescue. In every battle he would lead a dozen pseudo-royal lords to pin down Yang Kai, so there was no need for Mo Na Yi to give him any detailed instructions. On the other side, Mou was obviously taken aback by the sudden ambush. Just now he had been fighting Luo Tinghe alone. This was the third Ninth Order master he had fought in the past 10 years. Unlike Xiang Shan's relentless onslaught or Wei Junyang's boldness, Yinyang Cave Heaven's Luo Tinghe's attacking style was more calculated and meticulous. She would execute exquisite secret techniques in a seemingly endlessly chain, making her like a never-ending storm, leaving Mou extremely frustrated. Even though his foundation was better than Luo Tinghe's, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. From the beginning of their fight until now they were evenly matched. A royal lord's senses were extremely sharp, so even if Yang Kai had used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, it was difficult for the latter to completely hide his traces. Pseudo-royal lords might not be able to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack, but Mou could. In fact, Mou already had a vague premonition before Yang Kai even launched his attack. Therefore he was only shocked for a moment when Yang Kai appeared and instantly reacted appropriately. He promptly collected the copious amount of Black Ink strength around him and created a shield to defend himself. Right then Luo Tinghe's attack struck the barrier, but it only caused his body to violently sway and was unable to cause any damage. Yang Kai's space-time river swept in just at that moment, gushing straight from above and engulfing him. Mou used the tried-and-tested strategy of fighting back with everything he had, bombarding Yang Kai's Dao Strength River with everything he had in an attempt to force him back. The raging waves crashed against Mou's barrage again and again, while the Dao strengths fluctuated non-stop. At the same time Luo Tinghe unleashed her strength. The combined assault of two Ninth Order masters proved too much however, and quickly caused Mou to sink into the space-time river. The undercurrents inside the river instantly started surging. Surprisingly, it was Mou who was using his own strength to stir up trouble and bombard Yang Kai's Dao strengths. The best way to deal with this situation was naturally for Yang Kai to enter the space-time river and use the environment to his advantage to engage in a fierce battle with Mou. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the trapped Mou. But he didn't do this. If he wanted to kill a royal lord, he would have already done so 10 years ago, but killing a royal lord would not have done any good to the overall situation. The key masters in the Black Ink clan right now were still the pseudo-royal lords. They're here. Yang Kai completely ignored the turmoil of his Dao strengths and lightly shouted, "Leave them to me." Luo Tinghe replied as she gently pointed her finger towards the void. The next moment Yin-Yang Dao strength rapidly filled the surroundings before an enormous Yin-Yang fish manifested, enveloping Dia Luo and the dozen pseudo-royal lords who were rushing over to help Mou. The Yin-Yang fish slowly started rotating, like it had a life of its own. Immediately, an inexplicable pull appeared in the void, causing the group of Black Ink clan powerhouses to lose their footing. Dia Luo and the other Black Ink clan powerhouses immediately launched numerous secret techniques together, trying to break free from this inexplicable force. But before they could escape, Yang Kai was already upon them. No one saw how he moved, but when he appeared behind a pseudo-royal lord with his azure dragon spear, the latter didn't even notice. Thrusting the spear with one hand and executing a palm strike with the other, Yang Kai mercilessly attacked the pseudo-royal lord. Immediately, an inexplicable burst of energy appeared in the void, as if something had been cut off. This pseudo-royal lord's expression immediately changed, because the moment Yang Kai threw out his palm, his aura connection with the other two pseudo-royal lords in his battle formation was severed. With the aura connection severed, the Three Fortunes formation instantly collapsed. Be careful. When Dia Luo roared at him, the pseudo-royal lord finally realized that a great disaster had befallen him. He promptly turned around and threw a punch, but all that filled his vision was a rapidly enlarging spear tip. Regardless of his dire situation, he was still a pseudo-royal lord. Facing such a crisis, he didn't panic and instead changed his punch to a palm, smacking it towards the oncoming azure dragon spear. At the same time, he tilted his head to avoid this fatal blow. However, that was where things ended for him. Caught inside the yin-yang fish, his movements were significantly restricted, and to top it off, he was being targeted by Yang Kai. How could things possibly end well for him? The last thing this pseudo-royal lord saw was the long spear he dodged transform into multiple spear shadows that rained down on him. By the time the blood splashed out, the pseudo-royal lord's aura had vanished. Then a second, then a third. The other two pseudo-royal lords who had formed the battle formation with the first followed in his footsteps almost immediately after. Only then did the secret techniques from all directions rain down on the spot where Yang Kai was standing. Unfortunately, all that was left there was his afterimage, and by the time it faded away, Yang Kai had already arrived on the opposite side. He had teleported to another three pseudo-royal lords in battle formation and was about to launch a similar attack. In your dreams. Dia Luo furiously roared again as he used all his strength to try and rescue the three pseudo-royal lords. However, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. A jade-white palm flew out at him, carrying an earth-shattering power with it. Dia Luo's expression became grave and without hesitation, he immediately met this palm with an attack of his own. Luo Tinghe's foundation was lacking compared to a veteran royal lord like Mou, but she was still stronger than Dia Luo, who had only become a royal lord a few years ago. As such, it was relatively easier to fight him. With her restraining Dia Luo, Yang Kai was able to act unhindered. Immediately, space principles surged as the surrounding space froze and a large number of small stone ray soldiers appeared out of nowhere, surrounding this area. In a flash, a look of horror appeared on the faces of all the Black Ink clansmen, including Dia Luo. The next instant, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Kai's hand glowed brightly before yellow and blue lights began flowing out of the small stone ray soldiers, rapidly fusing into a dazzling sun which exploded soon after. When the dazzling white light faded a few breaths later, a few pseudo-royal lords had disappeared from the battlefield, leaving clouds of blood mist in their place. As for the surviving pseudo-royal lords, they had clearly become much weaker after suffering this blow. Yang Kai promptly charged at them with his spear in hand. Immediately, an aura of death enveloped these pseudo-royal lords. On the other side, Luo Tinghe looked surprised, staring at a fleeing figure with a frown. He is quite fast. The moment Dia Luo saw Yang Kai summon the small stone race army, he decisively used his secret technique to escape. Luo Tinghe didn't even have time to stop him. However, executing this secret technique obviously cost Dia Luo a great deal of strength, so his figure looked quite miserable afterwards. Luo Tinghe no longer paid any attention to the fleeing Dia Luo, promptly turning around and joined forces with Yang Kai to kill the remaining pseudo-royal lords who had been injured by the burst of purifying light. How could the pseudo-royal lords be their opponents under these circumstances? Their auras vanished one after another, though the counterattacks of these pseudo-royal lords before their deaths could not be scoffed at. Knowing that they were doomed to die, each pseudo-royal lord displayed suicidal determination in their final moments, causing both Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe to suffer some injuries. In particular, Yang Kai's Dao strengths were fluctuating in a wild manner, not because he was using his own Dao strengths to kill his enemies, but because the space-time river was under attack. After dealing with all the pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai shouted, "I'll leave him to you." A moment after he shouted, a figure rushed out from the space-time river. It was none other than Mou, who had been swallowed by the space-time river earlier. Although he had been trapped inside, Mou had not suffered any physical injuries. His aura, on the other hand, was a little weaker than before, though this did not affect his combat strength much. When Mou saw the tragic sight before him, a cold and frigid look took over his face, but before he could do anything, Luo Tinghe rushed him and the two resumed their original battle. Yang Kai on the other hand didn't even spare Moya a glance. He raised his hand towards the spacetime river, grabbing it like it was a whip, then used instantaneous movement, disappearing into the void. He didn't attack Moyu with Luo Tinghe. Unless Yang Kai exposed his true strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill a veteran royal lord. Furthermore, it was more convenient to sneak attack the pseudo-royal lords than to kill a tough nut like Moyu. At the no-return pass, Naye's face turned ashen. He had never expected that his strategy against Yang Kai would be broken so easily. Yang Kai sneak attacked Moyu, but clearly he never had any intention of fighting him. His true goal was the pseudo-royal lords led by Dia Luo. These were the stumbling blocks that had been pestering Yang Kai all this time, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. With a simple move of besieging the enemy's stronghold in order to attack their reinforcements, everyone in Dia Luo's team, apart from Dia Luo himself who had managed to escape, had been slaughtered by Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe. The situation has changed. Naye could keenly sense this. Yang Kai had never done something like this before. The team of pseudo-royal lords led by Dia Luo had successfully managed to restrain Yang Kai in the previous battles, hindering him from displaying his full strength, but by the looks of it, Yang Kai had always had the ability to break free of Dia Luo and the pseudo-royal lord's restraint. It was just that he did not want it, that was all. What the hell made him reveal his fangs today? Sir. Dia Luo, who had fled back to the no-return pass, arrived in front of Naye, his face filled with shame. He didn't dare to face Yang Kai alone, so he didn't know what to do now. Chapter 5904 Exchanging Pieces? Even now, Naye had not associated the turn of events in the situation to the fact that Yang Kai's strength had experienced a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering increase to another level. That was because he knew just how difficult it was for a human race master to cultivate. The stronger the cultivator, the more time they had to spend accumulating heritage to grow their power. Since ancient times, there had never existed anyone like Yang Kai who was able to grow to such an extent in less than 1,000 years after advancing to the Ninth Order. Ever since the humans attacked the no-return pass, Yang Kai had been concealing his ability by feigning weakness. In each battle, he only ever revealed strength as should be expected from a newly advanced Ninth Order master like himself while trying to avoid head-to-head battles with any of the royal lords. From Naye's perspective, Yang Kai may be stronger than when he just advanced back then in the universe furnace world, but such growth was still acceptable. Moreover, it was well known that Yang Kai's abilities were greater than other cultivators in the same realm to begin with, so it was difficult to understand Yang Kai's bottom line without a proper fight with him. Even if someone told Naye about Yang Kai's true strength now, he probably wouldn't believe it. Such a thing was simply nonsensical. The situation had changed subtly since Yang Kai showed up on the battlefield. Though the attack of the humans was still as tepid as before, the various armies had already completed their secret deployments, getting all their forces into position. Yang Kai soon reappeared, this time next to Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan's opponents were three pseudo-royal lords who had formed a battle formation, which should make them strong enough to take on this newly promoted Ninth Order master. In the first two battles, Xiang Shan fought two bloody battles with Moyu, which resulted in losses on both sides. Moyu had a unique method of healing, so he could recover quickly through the sacrifice of a pseudo-royal lord, but Xiang Shan could not recover as easily. Even with the use of healing pills, it would still take him some time, so his injuries have not been restored completely even until now, causing him to fall into a disadvantage against the three pseudo-royal lords from time to time as they fought. This was especially noticeable during the days when Yang Kai had disappeared, as Xiang Shan was almost one-sidedly suppressed by these three pseudo-royal lords without having any ability to fight back. But since Yang Kai's emergence, the situation had turned around. These three pseudo-royal lords now had to hold back 30% of their strength in preparation to deal with the event of a surprise attack launched by Yang Kai, which gave Xiang Shan some room to breathe. When Yang Kai's figure entered their circle of battle, Xiang Shan, who had received a heads-up prior, burst out with the power he had been accumulating and wielded a fierce blade towards the three pseudo-royal lords. His murderous intent spread almost palpably, and even the space around the three pseudo-royal lords seemed to freeze, horrifying them all. They had constantly been on guard against Yang Kai, but they never thought that this killing star would target them on such a vast battlefield. Their luck was simply the worst. When the killing star attacked, Xiang Shan suddenly burst out once more, instantly disrupting the rhythm of the three Black Ink clan masters. In merely a moment of their panic and loss, life or death had been decided. The long spear was like a dragon, whereas the blade light was biting cold. Yang Kai and Xiang Shan's figures passed by each other like the blades of a pair of shears, instantly cutting through the aura of the three pseudo-royal lords. When the powerful auras extinguished, Xiang Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and looked much weaker than before. Yang Kai's body also incurred a few wounds, obviously from the pseudo-royal lord's final struggle before death. At around the same time on the other side of the battlefield, an amazing aura burst out, accompanied by the annihilation of several powerful auras. It was not the fall of Black Ink clan masters but 8th Order humans. Yang Kai's head snapped over, only to see a turbulent black ink cloud moving about. More than a dozen figures had gathered in a large black tide that slaughtered everything in its way. Even in their battle formations, the 8th Order masters could hardly put up a fight. The reason for that was that there were traces of Mo Na Yi and Dia Luo's involvement in this tide, whereas the rest were all pseudo-royals. Almost at the same time as when Yang Kai looked over, Mo Na Yi turned his head over as well. Their gazes suddenly met, and they could both see the coldness in each other's eyes. Yang Kai instantly understood Mo Na Yi's intention and praised him inwardly. What a cruel and determined heart this guy has. Moments ago, when Dia Luo fled back to the no-return pass and returned crestfallen to Mo Na Yi's side, Mo Na Yi made a snap decision at that moment. An extremely radical one at that. On his command, a dozen pseudo-royal lords who were standing by to defend the black ink nests flew out in a group under Dia Luo's lead, heading straight towards the battlefield. Mo Na Yi gave up the idea of tracking Yang Kai since he knew that he would only end up being pulled around by the nose by him that way. This fellow was a master in the Tao of space who could appear and disappear like a ghost. Trying to pin down his tracks would only waste time. The only way to change their passive position to an active one was to give up on defending and attacking instead. If you want to kill our pseudo-royal lords, then I'll go and kill your 8th Order masters. Let's see who will give in first and go to stop the other. This was Mo Na Yi's decision. Nobody could stop Yang Kai if he wanted to sneak up on them and stir trouble. Mo Na Yi deeply recognized that he lacked that ability now. Dia Luo had already failed, so in that case he would just ignore Yang Kai for now and eliminate opponents he could kill. He would slaughter until the humans ached and despaired, then even if they were to lose some pseudo-royal lords in battle, their deaths would have been worth it. At the very least, it was better than losing them to Yang Kai's sneak attacks while gaining nothing in return. The result was remarkable. With 2 royal lords personally leading the charge and a team of a dozen pseudo-royal lords behind them, they could easily break up the battle which had reached a stalemate, and within just a few breaths at least 28th Order masters on the human race's side fell. This was not enough to make up for the loss of 3 pseudo-royal lords, but it was enough to make the humans real. What will you choose? Mo Na Yi looked at Yang Kai from a distance, waiting quietly to see his response, but his hands did not stay idle. He continued leading his men towards the next battlefield, moving with momentum like splitting bamboo wherever they went. Very soon Yang Kai's answer was revealed to them. That was because Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from his vision, and Xiang Shan, who had been standing together with Yang Kai before, also came flying in their direction. All of them were alerted at this change, and their powerful divine senses were swiftly extended in all directions to guard against a possible sneak attack that could come at any moment. However, rather than Yang Kai whom they had expected to come, they were met with another person instead. As the supreme commander of the army, it's not a prideful thing to attend a battle personally. Following the emergence of that voice, a figure stopped in the middle of the void. With a light raise of his feather fan, a fierce wind suddenly rose up, turning into a sharp blade that could even cut through space. Mi Jingluan. Almost at the same time that Mo Na Yi moved, Mi Jingluan moved as well, but he had arrived late since Pure Yang Pass was outside of the battlefield. Even after so many years of war, Mi Jingluan had barely stepped onto the battlefield. Compared to his abilities as a 9th Order master, he was needed more by the human race to coordinate the overall situation. However, after seeing through Mo Na Yi's intentions to exchange lives with lives, Mi Jingluan had no choice but to join the fray. That was because every single 9th Order master had their own opponents to deal with on the battlefield and could not easily extricate themselves, so he was the only one who could subdue these masters for now. However, in the face of Mi Jingluan's provocations and attack, Mo Na Yi chose to ignore them and simply deflected the attack with the other masters from the Black Ink clan without getting caught up with him at all, immediately flying towards the next battlefield after that. Mi Jingluan paled slightly. Mo Na Yi's single-mindedness was something he had not anticipated. Just as it was difficult for the Black Ink clan to restrain Yang Kai, Mi Jingluan alone could not stop such a group of masters either. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had also rushed over to join him so they could at least harass their opponents. The slaughter continued. Everywhere these masters went, large numbers of 8th Order masters would fall. Most of these masters were already in battle formations formed alongside people that they were familiar with and were in the midst of fighting other enemies. When a large number of powerful enemy reinforcements rushed over, the original balance was broken, resulting in a disaster. While this endless killing was taking place, Immortality was keeping a close eye on Yang Kai's movements. Xiang Shan had already rushed over, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. This caused his heart to sink. Despite culling so many 8th Order masters, he found it difficult to feel happy about this situation. Instead, he was starting to feel worse and worse. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai should have come out to stop them, but now he seemed happy to continue showing off his strength even if it meant continuing this exchange of lives, which was undoubtedly a worrying issue. As expected, Yang Kai's aura appeared on another side of the battlefield, followed by 3 pseudo-royal lords' auras extinguishing. Has it come to this? Immortality's heart ran cold. He was even beginning to wonder whether the humans had sensed something. But if not, how could Yang Kai have made this choice? How could they have possibly noticed? This makes no sense at all. In the void, Yang Kai pursed his lips, his body constantly flickering, cutting through one battlefield after another. When his spacetime river came out, one by one the pseudo-royal lords fell, freeing up one 9th Order master after another, without daring to delay for even a heartbeat. In such a situation, various 8th Order masters would fall for every breath that passed. The only way to stop Immortality was to free up more 9th Order masters so that they could go forth and contain the group of enemy masters led by Immortality. Of course, Yang Kai could have taken on the task himself, but without revealing his true strength, using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to launch sneak attacks from the shadows was simply more efficient. Yang Kai could clearly feel the fall of the 8th Order masters. Each one of them was a rare talent of the human race, and each of them had gone through at least thousands of years of cultivation to reach such heights. But on this cruel battlefield, their fall would become nothing more than a cold statistic in the records of history. Has Immortality noticed something? Otherwise, why would he have joined the battlefield himself? Before the battle, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan had expected great losses on their side, but seeing it happen with their own eyes still left their hearts bleeding. Yang Kai tried his best to suppress the urge to stop Immortality and turned all his resentment and pent-up displeasure into powerful attacks, unleashing them from the spear in his hand. Kill. I need to kill more. Kill them all. Chapter 5905 Decisive Battle. The originally uneventful battle suddenly heated up into a tragic scene following the sudden appearance of Yang Kai and the movements of Immortality, Dialuo, and the pseudo-royal lords. At this point, even lower-level officers on both sides had noticed that the situation had changed. The top masters on both sides seemed to be competing on who could kill faster and who could kill more. All over the battlefield, the fall of pseudo-royal lords and 8th Order masters could be felt. In terms of killing efficacy, the Black Ink clan was undoubtedly better. A killing squad led by 2 royal lords with a dozen pseudo-royal lords in tow was extremely powerful. The battle formations that the 8th Order masters had were simply incapable of defending against such a lineup. As soon as their battle formations were broken, the 8th Order masters would quickly be killed. And, no matter how fast Yang Kai was, the most he could deal with was 3 pseudo-royal lords at a time. In a short cup of tea's time, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had been eliminated. Yang Kai's body was covered in black blood from his killing spree, and the fierce murderous intent surrounding him made him seem like a god of death returning from purgatory, leaving all the pseudo-royal lords in the entire battlefield in fear. However, the humans had also paid an extremely heavy price on their side. As many as 100 8th Order masters had been reduced to nothing more than cold dead bodies. It wasn't until the 9th Order masters had their hands freed one by one to join the encirclement against the Black Ink clan's group of masters that the situation finally eased up. Yang Kai wasn't just cutting down pseudo-royal lords aimlessly, he was specifically targeting the opponents of the 9th Order masters. His space techniques brought him to each side of the battlefield, where he worked together with the 9th Order masters to deal with their enemies. Once the last 9th Order master swept over, the top masters on the human race's side formed an encirclement around the mighty Black Ink clan killing squad. It was only now that Mi Jingluan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the void, Mi Jingluan, Xiang Shan, Ouyang Lai, Wei Junyang, Xiao Xiao, Wuqing, Shi Dezhuang, and Tang Tao all stood. 8 9th Order masters were sealing the Black Ink clan team from all directions. It could be said that all Ninth Order Masters excluding Yang Kai who was roaming around and picking off enemies, Luo Tinghe who was facing off against Mou alone, as well as Yang Shui and Wu Kuang, who were all the way over at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, had all come together. This was the heritage accumulated by the human race over thousands of years. It was not very strong and very much lacking when compared to them at their peak, but this was a sign of hope for the rise of the human race. The fierce battle stopped at some point. The 8 Ninth Order Masters circulated their auras to suppress and seal this zone to ensure that regardless of where their opponents tried to escape from, they would be met with a fierce flurry of attacks. However, they were in no hurry to attack. The humans may occupy the absolute upper hand on the surface, but the slightest mistake in a fight of this level could bring about dire consequences. Both sides were constantly probing each other, looking for a breakthrough point. "You're not running away?" Mi Jingluan gave Mo Naiyi a strange look. Before the Ninth Order Masters gathered in turn to surround them, this group had taken every opportunity to escape, but clearly, Mo Naiyi showed no such initiative and allowed the humans to encircle them, which puzzled Mi Jingluan. "Run away? Where?" Mo Naiyi answered his question with another question as he looked askance at him. Even though he knew that he was on the weaker side right now, his attitude remained firm. Mi Jingluan did not answer. Mo Naiyi went on, "There's something that I can't understand, so I will appreciate it if Supreme Commander Mi can explain it to me." On the battlefield, Yang Kai's aura was constantly appearing and disappearing, and every time that happened, a number of pseudo-royal lords would face unfortunate ends. Mo Naiyi's team was restrained, yet Yang Kai could freely go on a slaughter spree. From the human's perspective, stalling for some time seemed to be a good idea. That way Yang Kai could better weaken the Black Ink clan side. Thus Mi Jingluan obliged, "So there exists something that puzzles you in this world?" These words were not just meant to ridicule. As the supreme commanders of their respective sides, the fight between Mi Jingluan and Mo Naiyi was not just something that played out over the past year or two. Both of them had a thorough understanding of each other. Putting aside where they stand and seeing him merely as an opponent, Mi Jingluan thought highly of Mo Naiyi in that regard. Mo Naiyi did not answer his question. Instead he asked what he had on his mind. "How did you find out?" "Find what out?" Mi Jingluan answered casually while putting on a confused look at the right moment. Mo Naiyi kept a firm gaze on him. "Even though you are able to conceal it well, Supreme Commander Mi, Brother Ouyang here is not as good at pretending, so why ask me that question when you already know the answer?" Next to them, Ouyang Lai bristled. "What did I do? If you want to talk, just talk, why drag me into it?" Ouyang Lai was displeased. Mo Naiyi turned to look at him. "Your expression changed when I was asking my question earlier. That proves you know what I'm talking about. Am I not allowed to be nervous during such a critical moment?" Ouyang Lai roared. Mo Naiyi could not be bothered to answer, so he turned back to Mi Jingluan. "Over the years, the human race's attacks on the no-return pass have maintained the same frequency, but this time, your attack happened far before the expected time. Moreover, Brother Yang has ignored us so openly. He could have saved those 8th Order Masters, yet he continued culling our pseudo-royal lords instead. Even though you can clearly achieve the same goal with minimal cost if you had spent a dozen years more, you chose the risky method instead. As if you're all in a hurry to reclaim the no-return pass." Meanwhile, everything that was said was just flying over the heads of Dia Luo and the many pseudo-royal lords. None of them had any idea what Mo Naiyi was talking about. All they knew was that things were likely to be disastrous this time. The Black Ink clan had 2 royal lords and a dozen pseudo-royal lords in this group, but the humans had 8 Ninth Order Masters. In terms of true strength, the Black Ink clan was at a complete disadvantage. They were curious to know the answer to Mi Jingluan's earlier question. Why didn't they run away when they could have? As a result, they were now surrounded in this place. Each one of them was feeling uneasy about this situation, and it was inevitable that a sense of dissatisfaction arose against Mo Naiyi. "Why is that?" Mo Naiyi spoke, but he did not mean it as a question. He answered, "There's only one possibility, and it is that you humans have found out about it. That's why you're in a hurry to end the battle at the no-return pass, and you'd rather pay a heavy price now to make that happen. Am I right, Supreme Commander Mi?" Mi Jingluan shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mo Naiyi sighed. "So be it. If Supreme Commander Mi does not wish to answer, then I will refrain from asking. This should be the deciding battle, right? I admit this came as quite a surprise and our side is not prepared yet, but it seems you are not either. Who would have thought that this battle would end up this way? But Supreme Commander Mi, even though my Black Ink clan is in decline right now, claiming the no-return pass won't be that easy. I hope that the losses incurred on your side are within your comfort zone at the end of this battle. Ouyang Lai was impatient. What are you blabbering on for? Your funeral is already here, Mo Na Yi. Mo Na Yi turned to him with an icy look in his eyes. The casual look from before was gone, and he spoke in a stern voice. Are you really so sure that you've defeated me? Almost at the same time as those words were spoken, dozens of powerful auras that shook the void rose up within the no-return pass and swept out. It was the pseudo-royal lords who had remained in the no-return pass all this while, guarding the high-rank black ink nests. These pseudo-royal lords had been stationed in the no-return pass since the humans began attacking it, but there was no helping it. It was mainly because they had to guard against the annoying Yang Kai. This fiend was constantly appearing out of nowhere, always coming out of the barren territory every battle. Without these pseudo-royal lords to protect the black ink nests, Yang Kai would long have destroyed them all, and without them the Black Ink clan will have no way to replenish their forces or heal from their injuries. And during Yang Kai's repeated fights with the pseudo-royal lord team led by Dia Luo, it was they who fended against the fallout from their battle to keep the high-rank black ink nests safe. These pseudo-royal lords had never left the no-return pass since the humans began their attack. However, all of them had left at this moment without a single one remaining behind. Without their protection, the no-return pass was practically defenseless at this moment. Even though there were still two black ink giant spirit gods standing on either side of the no-return pass, if Yang Kai had wanted to, he could easily take advantage of this opportunity to charge in and destroy all the black ink nests. If the two black ink giant spirit gods were to attack him at that point, it would only speed up the destruction of the black ink nests. Noticing the unusual movement from the no-return pass, the Ninth Order masters all looked astonished. Mo Na Yi grinned at Mi Jingluan. Since it's the final battle, I won't be standing on ceremony. The humans were willing to pay a huge price if it meant taking the no-return pass, so how could the Black Ink clan hold back? If this battle was lost, would there still be any Black Ink nests left? In such a situation, there was no longer any need to guard the no-return pass. In a fight with their lives on the line, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the villain. Kill? Mo Na Yi suddenly shouted as he led his team towards Wei Junyang, which caught the latter off guard. Even with the other Ninth Order masters responding promptly, he was still immediately forced back. Like Xiang Shan, Wei Junyang was also wounded and was obviously seen as a breakthrough point by Mo Na Yi, which made him very angry. But fortunately, the Ninth Order masters were all top masters and soon stabilized the situation. As Mi Jingluan's divine sense surged, 3 of the 8 Ninth Order masters left to confront the pseudo-royal lords who had come charging out of the no-return pass, while the remaining 5 teamed up to fight Mo Na Yi and his team in an evenly matched situation. However, how could 3 Ninth Order masters stop the charge of several dozen pseudo-royal lords? The pseudo-royal lords have formed their own battle formations, and a single 3 Fortunes formation was enough to hold back a single Ninth Order master. In an instant, the advantage gained from Yang Kai killing off a large number of pseudo-royal lords was leveled, and the damage which the humans were able to stem began to snowball. At that moment, a huge Great Pass entered the battlefield. Pure Yang Pass, which had always remained outside of the conflict zone, finally joined the fight. The huge Great Pass slowly rotated, and the many large artifacts set up on it were constantly releasing rays of light that were as dazzling as a thunder dragon, striking the enemy lines and clearing out large areas of the void with each attack. The Black Ink clan's defense line, which was targeted by Pure Yang Pass, instantly fell into a shaky situation. Chapter 5906 Great Sun Explosion. Pure Yang Pass was the only great pass of the human race left. It was currently the command center of their grand army. Its symbolic and strategic significance was greater than its role as a weapon. Other than the first battle for the no-return pass, where the majestic, impregnable Great Pass battled the Black Ink clan army, it had always stayed outside of the battlefield during the fights happening over the years. It wasn't until now that the Great Pass rushed over and the lights coming from its various artifacts were released, bombarding indiscriminately into the Black Ink clan's defense line. Its fierce and unceasing attack quickly tore a gap into the defense line, and the Azure Sun army nearby immediately took advantage of the situation to charge in. The masters from the Black Ink clan quickly noticed the situation, and immediately, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords rushed over. At the same time, over 100 figures flew out from Pure Yang Pass to meet them. These were the 8th Order masters who were responsible for standing by on Pure Yang Pass and maintaining it all this while. 108th Order masters definitely would not be able to stop this number of pseudo-royal lords alone, but they had pure Yang Pass behind them to act as reliable support. Holding back and delaying their enemies was still something they could manage. The exchange between both sides soon began, and the light of both the secret techniques and artifacts blossomed incessantly. On one side of the huge battlefield, the front the Burning Moon army was in charge of, both sides were constantly exchanging blows. However, the Burning Moon army were unable to break through the tight defense line of their opponent from beginning to end, so it did not matter how intense the fight became. Only by ripping a gap in that tight line of defense could the humans gain some ground and charge in and slaughter more of their enemy. In the fierce exchange, the Black Ink clan managed to repel the attacking humans time and time again, and both sides were suffering great casualties. At a certain point, the Black Ink clan on this front suddenly noticed that the human race's attack had inexplicably become much weaker, and while they were confused, they saw the dense forces of the human race army suddenly split up, moving to the left and right while a dozen warships that were clearly different from the usual ones came forward. Moreover, there was a giant warship following right behind them. A purifying Black Ink battleship. The masters from the Black Ink clan on this front instantly recognized the warship as one of the purifying Black Ink battleships created by the humans. Their eyes showed puzzlement at this move, as they had never seen a purifying Black Ink battleship on the front lines of a battlefield in all the times they battled each other. After all, this warship itself was not meant for charging into battles, it was a support craft used as a fallback point. What was the purpose of the humans bringing in this purifying Black Ink battleship? The next moment, those from the Black Ink clan seemed to have thought of something, and a look of great horror emerged on their faces. Divine sense surging as someone roared, "Don't let them get close. Sink them." A heavy barrage of attacks that covered the sky rained down on the warships, and even though the defensive arrays of the dozen warships in front of the purifying Black Ink battleship were activated to their limits, they were still destroyed in a very short time, with the warships being blasted to pieces as well, alongside the members of their squads. Even more attacks came towards the purifying Black Ink battleship. The defensive arrays glowed brightly, but it quickly dimmed down and was shattered. In the next moment, the massive purifying Black Ink battleship was also completely destroyed. However, there was no hint of joy in the face of those from the Black Ink clan, especially from the one who was commanding the battle. Instead, he appeared greatly shocked and hurried to pull back almost as soon as the purifying Black Ink battleship exploded. Like a great sun shining in all directions, the purifying Black Ink battleship exploded, its dazzling light illuminating the void like daylight. The light gradually dissipated, and a large circular area in the battlefield, which was originally filled with Black Ink strength, was now presented clearly in everyone's vision. All of the Black Ink strength there had been purified, and the Black Ink clansmen struck by the light were all howling in pain. Some of the weaker ones had even died on the spot. Even those who quickly retreated earlier still failed to escape being struck by the purifying light in the end, and now the rich Black Ink strength their bodies was leaking out uncontrollably as if they had been tossed into a wok of hot oil. The pain was so intense that their expressions became distorted. Even more to their horror was the fact that their strength was dropping sharply as their Black Ink strength leaked out. When the Black Ink clan commander turned his head and looked back, he saw the human race's army charging in, and his heart went cold. He knew that this defense line was as good as gone. The same scene of a great sun exploding was playing out in every corner of the battlefield. The continuous bursts of light were the greatest nightmare of all Black Ink clansmen. This was the final battle to conquer the no-return pass. Even Immortality dared to go all in on this fight, so as the attackers, how could the humans not rise to meet the occasion? As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order to attack the no-return pass, a secret directive was sent out to every army. Use the purifying light sealed in the purifying Black Ink battleships to force open the Black Ink clan's defense line. The humans had many purifying Black Ink battleships in their arsenal, with each division having at least one of its own. The total number of such warships they had with purifying light sealed in them had already exceeded 1,000. The Black Ink clan's defense was indeed solid. Even if the humans could break through it with a forceful attack, they would still have to pay a heavy price. But with the purifying Black Ink battleships leading the way, the casualties incurred by the humans could be greatly reduced. The soldiers were gone if they died, but they could produce more purifying Black Ink battleships if they were destroyed. There was no way Mi Jingluan couldn't recognize such a simple thing. This was a tactic that he had thought of long ago, but he would not use it simply before his hand was forced. Building 1,000 purifying Black Ink battleships was not exactly an easy task. However, if they wanted to launch an attack on the no-return pass when they had not made full preparations, this was the only method they could employ. Over 1,000 purifying Black Ink battleships exploded in less than a half cup of tea's time, each one purifying a vast area. No matter how strong the Black Ink clan's defenses were, they were helpless against this power that perfectly restrained them. The once tight defense line was now filled with wide gaps, and the various armies of the humans, who had long been preparing for this moment, rushed forward at the opportune moment. They fortified their positions, increased their troops, expanded their advantage and slaughtered their enemies. In less than half an hour, the Black Ink clan was in clear decline. It was practically a miracle that they were able to achieve such immense results in such a vast battlefield, and within only a short time, but time was running out for the humans now. The explosion of such a large number of purifying Black Ink battleships meant that the humans can no longer rely on the purifying light sealed within those battleships to disperse Black Ink strength that invaded their bodies. Now, the soldiers could only rely on the purifying Black Ink pills they brought in advance to protect their small universes. But the purifying Black Ink pills had limited medicinal efficacies, so this battle had to be fought and won quickly. Many factors could affect the outcome in war, including the determination of the soldiers on both sides and the strength of their forces. However, the most significant determining factor was still the top masters of both sides, the giant spirit gods and Black Ink giant spirit gods. Even if the humans could wipe out the Black Ink clan army entirely, it would be useless if they could not take down the Black Ink giant spirit gods. A creation of Mo was a threat to the humans that the pseudo-royal lords could not compare with. Yang Kai continued his endless slaughter on the battlefield, his figure swift and elusive. Everywhere he passed, the auras of pseudo-royal lords vanished. Since the start of the battle, as many as 30 pseudo-royal lords had already died at his hands. This was the battle where he killed the most pseudo-royal lords. The high-intensity battle left his body covered in blood and his aura unstable. The final struggle made by the pseudo-royal lords before their deaths was not something that could be ignored. However, his efforts were able to reduce the casualties for his people by a great margin. Mo Na Yi burned all bridges when he realized that this was going to be the final, decisive fight, commanding all the pseudo-royal lords standing by at the no-return pass to come out as well, completely giving up on defending the no-return pass. Despite how many 8th Order masters the humans had, they were still somewhat powerless when faced with these groups of pseudo-royal lords in battle formations. Many 8th Order masters suffered miserable fates under their hands. However, as Yang Kai continued to slaughter the pseudo-royal lords, the situation finally took a turn for the better. At this moment, the 8th Order masters also gradually stabilized their positions, got into their own battle formations, divided their opponents and clashed with the pseudo-royal lords. And with Yang Kai continuing his hunt, the humans could slowly gain an advantage when it came to top combat power. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied because the two Black Ink giant spirit gods had not made a single move from beginning to end. They were still just guarding the no-return pass. If the Black Ink giant spirit gods did not make a move, Yang Kai did not dare to reveal his true strength either. If they continued fighting like this, their casualties would continue to increase, and even if they captured the no-return pass in the end, it would be difficult to make the cost of the fallen masters worth it. Fortunately, after the total collapse of the Black Ink clan's defense line and further expansion of casualties, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods who had been standing by finally could not sit still any longer. A deep sigh seemed to come from the void, causing every living being on the battlefield to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the two enormous creatures guarding the left and right sides of the no-return pass moved. They each arrived at the forefront of the battlefield with just a single step, and with a casual wave of their hands, both humans and Black Ink clansmen were silently reduced to paste. It was not that they didn't want to avoid Black Ink clan members, but their bodies were simply too large. Once they launched their attacks, the area it passed through was too wide to achieve precise control. In an instant, both the human race and Black Ink clan armies scattered wherever the two Black Ink giant spirit gods went. At the same time, in the barren territory, Ada and Aer, who had been paying attention to the situation here, became excited. Ada pointed to the territory gate. "Do we go now?" Aer stood up and quickly nodded, "N." Before leaving, their little friend had told them that if those two big guys dared to move, they should rush in. Previously, those two big guys had been remaining motionless, so Ada and Aer could only stare at them. Now it was undoubtedly time for them to descend the mountain. Beat them up. Ada's face was full of killing intent. After his declaration, he took a deep breath and suddenly shrunk his towering and massive body, transforming into a small giant. Next to him, Aer did the same. Within 10 breaths of the two Black Ink giant spirit gods taking action, the two giant spirit gods stepped out of the territory gate connecting the barren territory and the Black Ink battlefield. Chapter 5907, Chance. After the giant spirit gods, shrunken to the size of small giants, stepped out of the territory gate, their body expanded rapidly back to their original size. Then they charged and crashed thunderously into the no-return pass. The massive remnant great passes shook and the aftershocks swept out in all directions. The Black Ink nests, which the Black Ink clan had been carefully tending to all these years, instantly shattered into dust. If this scene had occurred a few days ago, it would have undoubtedly been a great heartache to the Black Ink clan, but at this moment, none of them had the heart to care about such things anymore. The Black Ink clan had brought out all their strength and the entire no-return pass had become an empty shell. This battle was the one to decide the life or death of the Black Ink clan in the no-return pass. If they won, they could continue to survive, but if they lost, everything would end for them, so who would still care about the Black Ink nests? The two giant spirit gods raised their feet and started running through the no-return pass. However, it only took 2 or 3 steps before they reached the battlefield, where they flew straight towards the two Black Ink giant spirit gods. The Black Ink clan army that tried to stop them suffered catastrophic losses, and the defense line that they were able to maintain through grueling effort was smashed apart by Ada and Aer, creating 2 unimpeded passageways right to the heart of their lines. Countless casualties occurred in an instant. The Black Ink giant spirit gods, who were in the midst of mercilessly slaughtering the humans, naturally noticed the situation. They immediately assumed defensive positions, but in the next moment, they were each hit squarely by Ada and Aer and tumbled over with them. Ada tackled his opponent's waist and swung his fist fiercely. His opponent was also unwilling to appear weak and smashed down with his elbow, fiercely hammering Ada's back. He even grabbed Ada's neck with his other arm and squeezed tight as if he were trying to twist Ada's head off. The battle between the two giant spirit gods was extremely simple and crude, making it look almost like 2 children fighting, but every one of their strikes caused space to shake and become unstable. Terrifying shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye rippled out in all directions. All living beings nearby, regardless of whether they were human or Black Ink clan, ran and cleared a space large enough for these behemoths to fight. Even though Aer's side was not as explosive, it was still extremely rough. He and his opponent exchanged punches, each first reaching the other's body, causing both sides to stumble. These two were old rivals who had fought for thousands of years in the barren territory, but neither had ever defeated the other. This battle was simply a continuation of their previous struggle. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, it was unlikely that there would be a clear winner in the fights between the giant spirit gods. The masters from either side could not interfere with a fight of this level. More than that, simply being caught in between these 4 would have dire consequences. Only Yang Kai waited in the shadows as he watched on from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to strike. The Black Ink giant spirit gods were finally moving, something which he had been eagerly anticipating. Ada and Aer also arrived promptly to restrain them, so there was no need to worry about them posing a threat to the human race army. Now, all Yang Kai had to do was look for a suitable opportunity to strike. However, when this opportunity would rear its head, or if it would even arise to begin with, was uncertain. Even though Yang Kai had carefully instructed Ada and Aer beforehand, giant spirit gods were simple-minded, so there was no guarantee they would do as they were asked. Rather than getting between the giant spirit gods' fight, Yang Kai continued to roam the battlefield while keeping an eye on them. With Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the pseudo-royal lords could hardly even sense his presence before he launched an attack on them. By the time they did notice, danger was already upon their heads. After reaching this point in the battle, Yang Kai was not content to just kill pseudo-royal lords. If the opportunity presented itself, territory lords were not spared either. Several dozen pseudo-royal lords had died at his hand, and there were likely more than 1,000 territory lords dead even as a conservative estimate, and that was because they were killed merely out of convenience. Yang Kai hadn't deliberately targeted them. Thanks to the gap in the defenses created by Ada and Aer's charge, the Wolf Fang army and Twin Instrument army had already breached the Black Ink clan's main forces. The two human armies cooperated smoothly as they constantly expanded the gap in the defense line. Although the Black Ink clan tried their best to retreat and regroup, they were unable to do so. Victory seemed to be within grasping range for the human race. In this chaotic and brutal battlefield, despite the constant reaping of lives, the soldiers did not stop throwing themselves in. To Yang Kai's surprise, the opportunity he was waiting for came quickly. From the battlefield, a roar suddenly erupted. It was Ada's shout mixed with a hint of excitement. "Little friend, come quick, I've got him." Almost at the same time he shouted these words, Yang Kai, who had been keeping an eye on their movements, had already arrived at Ada's side. At this moment, Ada had managed to pin his opponent in the void. Ada's arms had constricted one of his opponent's arms, stopping it from moving. His legs were also like ropes, wrapped around one of his opponent's thighs. In this posture, two of the opponent's limbs were completely immobilized and unable to break free. However, this situation was extremely unfavorable for Ada because in order to tightly restrain his opponent, all four of his limbs were tied up, whereas his opponent still had one arm and one leg free for his use. When Yang Kai arrived, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was punching and kicking Ada viciously. The force of each attack sent shockwaves through Ada's body, and rubble-like pieces were constantly smashed from his body, each piece the size of an ordinary city. Since he had been keeping a close eye on the four giant spirit gods, Yang Kai witnessed everything clearly. After Ada rushed out of the barren territory, he directly grappled his opponent and went all out to restrain him. After some wrestling, they finally reached the current situation. This was something he had repeatedly instructed Ada and Aer on before the battle. No matter what, they had to find a way to restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. Yang Kai originally thought that Aer would do a better job at this since Aer had clearly shown more intelligence than Ada throughout the many years of Yang Kai knowing them. Therefore, when Yang Kai instructed them on this matter, he focused more on Aer and also placed his hopes on him. But in fact, it was Ada who achieved it first. This was something Yang Kai did not expect, but it still made some sense when he thought about it. Due to his lower intelligence, his thoughts were simpler, so he just did everything within his power to do what he was told. It was not the first time that a giant spirit god and Black Ink Giant Spirit God had wrestled like this before. Previously, when Aer was fighting his opponent in the barren territory, a similar scene had appeared. Yang Kai had seen them entangled like this many times when he passed by the barren territory. In the end, this struggle had developed into a stalemate, so the Black Ink Giant Spirit God did not feel the need to act defensive against Ada's actions. After being restrained, it instead rained attacks down on Ada as it pleased. Unlike the Giant Spirit God, which lacked sentience, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was Mo's soul clone with a clear cleverness to it. Ada's actions were seen as foolish in its heart. Even though it was caught off guard for a moment, the one at a loss here was not itself. That was why it had no fear. That was until Yang Kai suddenly showed up. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God who was punching and kicking Ada instantly realized something and stared fiercely at the ant-like figure in front of it. "Well done." Yang Kai shouted and instantly opened the portal of his small universe while surging his space principles to the fullest at the same time. Countless residual images appeared at once as if countless Yang Kais had appeared in that instant. In just a short 3 breaths, the residual images dissipated and Yang Kai returned to his original position. However, where the residual images were located, stone giants with powerful auras appeared. They were the small stone race, and from the powerful aura that was flowing out of them, each one was comparable to an 8th order master. The Black Ink Giant God who was being firmly restrained by Ada finally paled at this sight. It had previously eaten a similar loss before when it was restrained by Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing in the barren territory. So, when these small stone race's masters appeared, it knew that something terrible was about to happen. But what puzzled it was where Yang Kai had amassed so many powerful small stone race masters from. Not only had Yang Kai taken in a massive army of hundreds of millions of them from the chaotic dead territory, a large number of them were even in the 8th order. Even though he gave some 8th-order small stone race masters to the other humans, their numbers were not many. He had kept most of them for himself. In all these years of war, Yang Kai had never used these 8th-order ones, and that was because they were the trump card he was saving to use against the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. He could not easily reveal them. Now, at this moment, that trump card was finally going to be played. As many as 2,000 8th-order small stone race masters suddenly appeared on the battlefield, which shocked all those who were fighting here. All eyes were instantly fixed on this side, and when they realized that the source of the surging aura was from this small stone race army, the human race masters breathed a sigh of relief while those from the Black Ink clan began panicking. Especially Mo Na Yi, who instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. His pupils shrank in shock. A sharp aura suddenly struck him and left a bone-deep injury on his body. Mi Jingluan lightly waved the feather fan in his hand as Dao strength surged, instantly engulfing his opponent in his attack. You still have the heart to be distracted at such a critical moment? That's not a good habit to have. Mo Na Yi gritted his teeth while defending against Mi Jingluan's attack. Has he been hiding his trump card just for this very moment? Who knows? Mi Jingluan gave a casual reply, but his attacks grew more and more aggressive. Normally, Mo Na Yi wouldn't suffer much against such attacks, but his mind was distracted at the moment, so his body became covered in wounds in just a short while. Yi thought at first that even if they lost this fight and subsequently the no-return pass, they would still be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. After all, the Supreme One Soul clones were so powerful that no one could oppose them. Worst comes to worst, they would disappear into the depths of the void and meet up with the reinforcements that were rushing this way, then they would still be able to stop the human race army. Chapter 5908, Sacrifice the Tail to Survive. However, when a large number of 8th Order small stone race masters appeared, Yi was shaken. He had no idea whether or not the Supreme One Soul clone would still be able to protect itself in the face of such a tactic. Unfortunately, he could not afford to think more about the situation at this moment as he had already fallen completely into a disadvantage in his fight against Mi Jingluan. It would be disastrous if he were to allow himself to get distracted any further, so he had no choice but to push down his worries and focus on the battle at hand. On the other side, more than 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters pounced on the Black Ink Giant Spirit God on Yang Kai's command. Though they had large, stalwart bodies, all of them were still as tiny as ants compared to the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. This scene was just like a colony of ants attacking an elephant. Each scrambled up onto every part of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's body and clung on tight with their hands and legs. Yang Kai stretched out both hands and the great sun and moon marks glowed with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. As he clenched his fists, he roared, "Explode!" Under the influence of the great sun and moon marks, all of them small stone race masters exploded into yellow and blue lights, which seemed to gush out from within their bodies, leaving behind an extraordinarily rich and pure yin and yang element power. Each point of light was like a droplet of water collecting into a giant pool, turning into a halo that melted into and connected with each other to envelope a vast space. In just 3 short breaths, the yellow and blue lights melted away, replaced by a pure white light. The white light was not too dazzling at first, but after contracting for an instant, it spread out violently. The entire battlefield was covered by the light in an instant. Both armies on the battlefield, regardless of their cultivation realm, even the royal lords and 9th Order masters, had their vision filled with white. Everything disappeared and nothing could be seen. The noisy and horrific battlefield went eerily silent for a moment, as if time had stopped flowing. The light that was of utmost purity exploded, penetrating the barriers of the void and shining far into the depths of the black ink battlefield. Even the detonation of the purifying black ink battleships was like a firefly next to the bright moon when compared to this scene. Never once had an explosion of purifying light of this magnitude been seen since the humans began using it to restrain black ink strength. Even Yang Kai had not predicted the terrifying power that was brought about by the sacrifice of 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters. Around the origin of the explosion of purifying light, there had been a large number of black ink clansmen holding the defense line, but after the eruption, the vast majority of those auras evaporated. Those who were lucky enough to survive still suffered a large drop in their strength. The explosion of purifying light brought about by the sacrifice of 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters had completely collapsed an entire segment of the Black Ink clan's defenses with just its after effects. Almost every Black Ink clansman in and around the no-return pass was affected by the purifying light to some degree, compromising their strength to a certain extent. After more than a dozen breaths, the dazzling light finally dissipated, and the eerie tranquility was disturbed by the noise of death and slaughter. As countless numbers of Black Ink clansmen howled in pain, Black Ink strength was constantly escaping uncontrollably from their bodies, as if they had accidentally fallen into a wok of hot oil. Seeing this situation, the human race army attacked with all their might. They would never miss such a good opportunity. The purifying light was a great danger to the Black Ink clan, but it had no effect on the humans. Originally, the Black Ink clan army were fighting hard to resist the humans, so it was difficult to break through their defenses. But every front was given a good opportunity now to strike. In a matter of breaths, they easily broke through each defense line and routed the Black Ink clan's forces. Yang Kai himself did not expect that his trump card against the Black Ink giant spirit god would fundamentally alter the tide of war and save countless numbers of human race soldiers. At this moment, he did not pay attention to the battlefield of the armies and instead turned his head towards a certain place in the void. Standing there was a huge creature, one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods. This Black Ink giant spirit god had originally come out from the divine spirit ancestral land, the same one who was restrained by the combined efforts of Xiao Xiao and Wu Qin for thousands of years. Yang Kai had dealt with it several times in the past. It had never properly looked at Yang Kai since from its standpoint, Yang Kai was nothing more than an ant, no matter how powerful he was. Whether it was a strong ant or a weak ant, there was no difference to it. But now, it finally had to face this ant that it had been ignoring, and it was because this ant actually had the power to wound it, even if it was through borrowing an external force. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the black ink giant spirit god's figure, especially the two stumps where its arm and leg had been torn off from. Thick, viscous black blood spurted out of the huge wounds like two black fountains. It was a spectacular sight to behold. The arm that he lost was in Ada's arms while the missing leg was wrapped between Ada's two legs. The moment when the purifying light erupted, the black ink giant spirit god had decided to act like a lizard and sacrifice its tail to save its body. Yang Kai's brows knitted into a frown. From the wounds on the black ink giant spirit god's arm and leg, it was evident that they were severed voluntarily. Unable to break free from Ada's grip, it had no other choice but to regain its freedom through such a decisive method. Yang Kai was glad that he made the small stone race masters cling to the giant spirit god's body when he summoned them. Otherwise, it might have actually been able to evade a direct hit from the purifying light. Even though Yang Kai wasn't able to fully unleash the purifying light's might against his foe, the black ink giant spirit god still lost an arm and a leg. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly sense that its aura had weakened significantly. It managed to break free from Ada's grip by sacrificing an arm and leg, but the purifying light still played a significant role, which could be seen from the black ink strength leaking endlessly from its body. This black ink giant spirit god was no longer the same master that inspired fear and despair in people's hearts from before. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. Dao strength shook and the spacetime river manifested. The long river coiled around the spear, giving the azure dragon spear an indescribable sense of spirituality. "Ada, let's go," Yang Kai shouted. Lifting his spear, his aura rose steadily. After feigning weakness for so many years, he could finally unleash his full power without any restraint. Yang Kai was cheering in joy inwardly. It felt like he had finally broken free of the shackles that bound him and regained his freedom. "Yeah," Ada responded with a resounding voice. Immediately, Ada grabbed the arm and leg that his opponent discarded and began using them as weapons, swinging and smashing them fiercely, creating violent shockwaves and displaying his imposing power. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Ada getting further and further away, causing his battle aura, which had risen to a peak, to nearly collapse. "Where is it? I can't see it." Ada's thunderous voice shook the void, his vision still completely white. Though being enveloped by the purifying light at such a close range did not cause any real damage to Ada, it temporarily blinded him, so how could he still see where his opponent was? Before Yang Kai could call out to him, he was already engulfed in a sense of great crisis. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw that the black ink giant spirit god had already raised its remaining hand and swung it down in the direction where he was located. The hand that covered the void appeared slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The moment when this giant hand was about to smash him, Yang Kai could even feel space solidifying around him. The power of this attack was absolutely terrifying and Yang Kai could clearly see the void shattering wherever it passed. With no way to escape, Yang Kai let out a roar and thrust his spear out. Around his spear, the spacetime river shook and myriad Dao strengths burst forth, breaking through the confines of space. Yang Kai became one with his spear, transforming into a stream of light and rushing straight towards the approaching hand. Before he even truly collided with the palm, Yang Kai was met with an overwhelming force. Yang Kai felt like he had run into an invisible blockade that was as sturdy as any metal. His body shook violently as he blocked the thunderous attack, coughing up golden blood in the process. In the next instant, the large hand that covered his whole vision suddenly closed, seemingly trying to squash him to death. The palm closed into a fist, but a stream of light emerged from between the cracks of its fingers. It was Yang Kai who was able to escape in time before disaster struck. World force surged and Dao strength shook. Yang Kai turned into a thunderbolt, sweeping upwards along his opponent's extended arm like a thunder dragon. Yang Kai had not exerted his full power since cultivating with the help of the Star Boundary and Myriad Monster World. He had been hiding his true power all this while so as to keep Immortality from catching any clues about him. Thus, even he himself had no idea just what would happen if he were to use his full power. Today the world would bear witness. Facing off against a black ink giant spirit god alone, Yang Kai no longer held any reservations. From his small universe, a majestic power began pouring out endlessly. The rise in cultivation seemed to make it even easier for him to manipulate his Dao strengths, and he had never felt such a powerful force before. This power even gave him the illusion that if Mo was standing in front of him, he would still be able to punch its body full of holes. Yang Kai was fast, so fast that it was hard to say just how fast it was. In an instant, Yang Kai had already reached the black ink giant spirit god's neck by flying up its arm. After a moment of hesitation between deciding on transforming into his dragon form or remaining in his current state, Yang Kai chose the latter. Thrusting out the spear in his hand, a towering spear shadow came down on the black ink giant spirit god's neck. An angry howl erupted and the pain in the black ink giant spirit god's eyes grew even more intense. It was already in great agony from being wounded by the purifying light and sacrificing its arm and leg. To receive Yang Kai's frenzied attack now made it even more unbearable. When the spear shadow dispersed, the black ink giant spirit god's neck was covered in countless wounds. Black blood was flowing out of each wound and its flesh was completely flayed. Dao strengths even lingered in its wounds, making it a miserable sight to watch. However, Yang Kai could not help but click his tongue. His attack was in no way weak. Any royal lord would likely have been killed on the spot if they were to receive such a blow, but for a behemoth like the black ink giant spirit god, it was simply not enough. Chapter 5909 The end has come. There were pros and cons to having a large body. First of all, there was the difficulty in moving around in a fight and the lack of dexterity, but a large size also allowed one to take much more damage without being critically wounded. Fatal attacks could often become just mere scratches from the size difference alone. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of that fact as he had experienced it himself many times in the past through fighting using his dragon transformation secret art. In terms of size, the black ink giant spirit god surpassed even his divine dragon form, and thus the advantages that came with his massive size would also be amplified to the extreme. The flayed wounds on its neck that were spouting black blood may look horrific, but in truth, it was nothing much for a black ink giant spirit god. Despite its strength being greatly weakened by the purifying light, the black ink giant spirit god was still undoubtedly worthy of being the so-called Supreme One Soul clone. The flesh at the wound writhed and rich black ink strength poured out, then the injury was quickly stabilized. Only Yang Kai's Dao strengths were not that easy to disperse and remained stuck to its wound, constantly changing and evolving, continuing to cause damage. Seeing this, Yang Kai made an instant decision to retrieve his spear and escape. Before the black ink giant spirit god could swing its palm over again, Yang Kai stuck to its shoulder and rushed in the opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai reached the stump of its severed arm, which was still oozing thick black blood, but in just a short moment, the terrifying wound was greatly relieved. It would likely take no more than a couple dozen more breaths for the severed arm to scab over just like its neck, leaving only a closed wound behind without black blood oozing out anymore. Its regenerative abilities were truly shocking. Yang Kai raised his spear and as world force surged, his body moved with his weapon, turning into a spiral that drilled into the wound at his arm. The black ink giant spirit god was instantly overtaken by an immense pain that caused it to hiss in shock and anger. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai did not answer. He had brought out his full strength and merged with his spear, turning into an unstoppable blade that broke through the thick blockade of black ink strength, trying to penetrate into the black ink giant spirit god's body from its wound. Don't even dream of it. The black ink giant spirit god knew what was coming. No matter how strong it was, it still could not anticipate what would happen to it if it allowed Yang Kai to succeed. Its huge eyes were filled with fear and panic. It never thought that it would fall into such a situation in such a short amount of time since the fight began. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its hand and slapped it down at Yang Kai, as if swatting at a mosquito that was biting it. If that palm connected, then Yang Kai would die even if he were to transform into his divine dragon form. At the same time, it also exerted all of its power to form a viscous yet sturdy defense around the wound to stop Yang Kai's invasion. As long as it could swat its opponent to death before he had a chance to invade its body, then the crisis would be easily resolved. Yang Kai felt an unprecedented crisis fall upon him, and as the black ink giant spirit god's palm descended, he could keenly feel death enveloping his body and mind, causing him to feel suffocated. Not a single part of him, both inside and outside, was not trembling in fear. Even though he had encountered many life-or-death crises throughout his cultivation journey, he had never encountered one as strong as this one. Death was so certain that it almost gave him the illusion that he had already died. The defense that was formed out of black ink strength at the wound was extremely sturdy. Even though Yang Kai attacked with full force, he was not able to break through it instantly. Moreover, his opponent did not just lay out a single defense. Instead, it was constantly repairing and strengthening it. Naturally, the best option here would be to just give up and escape in order to ensure his safety, then search for another opening to exploit. However, after such an experience, it would not be so easy to get another opportunity like this, as the Black Ink Giant Spirit God would definitely be on its guard. In this life or death moment, Yang Kai's lips curved into a fierce smirk, and his already terrifying aura climbed to even greater heights, causing the surrounding space to tremble in unrest. You court death. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God roared furiously and swung its palm down even more fiercely. Everywhere its palm passed, space crumbled like a shattered mirror. The huge palm suddenly stopped when it was only a dozen or so kilometers away from Yang Kai, as if it had encountered a huge resistance. It was a severed arm extended across the void that suddenly blocked its fierce attack, an arm no different from its intact arm in terms of length and shape. Ada had finally returned. He had blocked the fatal blow for Yang Kai at this most critical moment. Yang Kai had also seen Ada rushing over from the corner of his eye, which was what made him put his all into this decisive move. Holding a severed arm in one hand and a severed leg in the other, Ada was furious, almost face to face with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, and shouted fiercely, "What do you think you're doing to my little friend?" In this era of endless Black Ink strength, as members of the Giant Spirit God clan, it was difficult to even find food to eat. Their little friend was now his and Aer's only source of food. If their little friend were killed, wouldn't they have to starve in the future? The simple-minded Ada had long realized that only his little friend could provide them with delicious food, so no matter what happened, he would not allow his little friend to be harmed in any way. Anyone who dared to hurt his little friend must die. Faced with Ada's fury, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God could only respond with a pained howl. Because the moment when its attack was blocked by Ada, a violent shockwave hit Yang Kai's back like an invisible wall. In that instant, the bones in Yang Kai's body could be heard cracking, but it was also that force that allowed him to break through the blockade of Black Ink strength. Body and spear united as one as he plunged into the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's severed arm. All light disappeared and boundless darkness engulfed him. Yang Kai felt like he had fallen into a pitch-black ocean, but he moved forward without hesitation, breaking through layers of physical barriers and diving straight into the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's body. As his spear traveled through the body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, it encountered significant resistance at first, but in a few breaths the resistance suddenly weakened. Ada, who had launched a fierce flurry of attacks on the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, forcibly diverted its attention to protecting itself, which naturally meant that it could not fully focus on Yang Kai, who had invaded its body. In the vast void, the battle between the two giant spirit gods was extremely brutal, but Ada clearly had the upper hand. Wielding the severed limbs of his opponent as weapons, every blow caused the injured Black Ink Giant Spirit God to stagger and stumble in a pitiful state. When the other Black Ink Giant Spirit God saw what was happening, it tried to come over and support its ally, but how could Aer allow him to do so? With everything he had, he kept it firmly tied down. On a different battlefield, Missouri Naye's eyes trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. In fact, when Yang Kai unleashed his full strength, Mo Nayi had already sensed that something was amiss, and an unlikely scenario sprang in his heart. His intelligence made him doubt this thought, but now it seemed that his unbelievable suspicions were confirmed. He has been hiding his strength all this time? Mo Nayi asked while defending against Mi Jingluan's furious attacks. What do you think? Mi Jingluan replied casually while searching for his opponent's weakness. Naturally, he would not be kind enough to answer his enemy's question. However, this response only made Mo Nayi more certain of his own judgment. Why? He muttered in disbelief. Yang Kai had been concealing a massive army of 8th Order small stone race masters. He must have possessed them for many years, yet hid them all so he could use them against the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, which was understandable since they could not be exposed easily as it would alert the Black Ink clan. Then it would be difficult for them to play their part as a hidden weapon. But why would Yang Kai also conceal his true strength? Judging from the aura erupting from Yang Kai earlier, his true strength was absolutely terrifying. If he had such strength, then why had he been hiding it for so long? If he revealed his true strength during the previous 10-year war, how many pseudo-royal lords would have suffered? Even he, a royal lord, might not have survived. Why do you think? Mi Jingluan gave an equally generic answer, his fan sweeping out fiercely, sending a violent wind blade that cut a deep wound into Mo Naye's abdomen. He had finally found an opening. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai's performance distracted Mo Nayi, but the royal lord had truly lost his bearings at this moment. Mo Nayi reeled back as black blood spurted out, but Mi Jingluan's unending attacks followed him closely. Suddenly Mo Nayi gave a weary scoff. I understand now. It was the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. Yang Kai concealed his strength and hid his 8th Order small stone race army all so he could use it against the Black Ink giant spirit gods. Because whether it be the 2 giant spirit gods of the human race or the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods of the Black Ink clan, they were the key to determining the outcome of the war. Only by finding a way to deal with the opponent's strongest masters could they truly bring this war to an end. Yi had seen through that fact even before this war even began, so how could Yang Kai not be aware of it? Moreover, his attempt to conceal his ability by feigning weakness was indeed effective. The Black Ink giant spirit gods had not paid any attention to Yang Kai, only considering the true giant spirit gods as opponents. As old rivals who had fought each other for thousands of years, they knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, but they never would have expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands. Defeat was now inevitable, and Ye's heart was filled with sadness. He could not figure out just how Yang Kai gained such power in such a short amount of time. Only about 700 years had passed since he ascended to the 9th Order in the Universe Furnace world, a paltry number that hardly amounted to anything in the eyes of 9th Order masters. 700 years was barely enough time for a new 9th Order master to consolidate their cultivation and make a little bit of progress. But the momentum that Yang Kai displayed at this moment was basically no different from the strongest 9th Order masters that Yi had witnessed all those years ago. If he considered that the abilities that Yang Kai showed had always been far superior to his peers to begin with, perhaps even the most senior and experienced veteran 9th Order masters from back then would be inferior to him in terms of combat effectiveness. When the human race was at its peak, the 9th Order masters struggled to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit gods even though there were 100 of them. There was only a single time where they managed to kill a Black Ink giant spirit god, but that was only with Aer's help and at great cost. But now, with only Yang Kai and a single giant spirit god, the humans were able to force a soul clone of the Supreme One into a desperate situation. Chapter 59:10 Universe covered in black ink. Fierce battles were taking place everywhere on the vast battlefield, but the most intense and shocking one was undoubtedly the fight between the giant spirit gods and the Black Ink giant spirit gods. Aer and his opponent were fully entangled, their powerful clashes causing space itself to shatter. Void cracks appeared one after another and clung onto their large bodies like spider webs, and from those cracks, an extremely strong aura of chaos and nihility was spilling out. Only 2 fates awaited ordinary creatures in such an environment. One was to fall in and become lost in the void. If they were very lucky they might find a way out, but if not, they would be forever trapped. The second outcome was to simply be sliced to pieces and die. Each void crack was a tear in space, so it naturally possessed immense power. Nothing good could come to those who came into contact with these torn and displaced cracks. However, the 2 massive beings confronting each other in this dangerous environment at this very moment were not ordinary by any definition. The void cracks, which would normally be a death sentence, merely left slight scratches on their skin, barely able to cut them at all. Looking from afar, these 2 supreme masters were surrounded by endless cracks, making it look as if they were fighting in another spacetime. On the other hand, Ada's battle with the second Black Ink giant spirit god was a completely different situation. Thanks to Yang Kai's sudden attack and the sacrifice of 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters, this Black Ink giant spirit god had only battled Ada for a short time before losing an arm and a leg, which could be said to have greatly damaged its foundation. Now, with Yang Kai wreaking havoc inside its body, the Black Ink giant spirit god had to divert some of his attention to defend against him, so it had completely fallen into a disadvantage in the face of Ada's furious beating. With each strike that landed, the Black Ink giant spirit god staggered and was sent flying back, whereas Ada only became stronger as the fight went on. Though the severed limbs of the opponent didn't possess any kind of divine power, they were incredibly tough and displayed tremendous power in Ada's hands. In no more than a few dozen breaths, the Black Ink giant spirit god was in a miserable state covered in black blood. The panic in its eyes gradually deepened. At this moment, it was facing not only Ada's flurry of attacks, but also what Yang Kai was doing inside its body, which was the true source of its fear. It could keenly feel that as Yang Kai moved within its enormous body, the auras of countless life forms were being left behind. Even though it had no time to examine what was happening, it knew very clearly just what those living creatures were. Realizing that its death was inevitable if it did not act, the Black Ink giant spirit god roared and forcibly blocked Ada's ferocious attacks before suddenly, its body shook and it snarled, "The universe shall be covered in black ink." As soon as those words were spoken, the black ink strength lingering outside its body, which was like a dense fog, solidified for a moment before being drawn into its body by an invisible force. The price it paid for this was being struck fiercely on the forehead by Ada's attack, causing a part of its skull to cave in. At that moment, Yang Kai, wielding the Azure Dragon Spear, was still drilling his way through the thick black ink strength blockade as he shuttled around inside of the black ink giant spirit god's body. The portal to his small universe had been opened, and as he swam about, a massive number of small stone race soldiers poured out of his small universe and took up positions inside of the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai had brought some 400 million small stone race soldiers from the chaotic dead territory and handed quite a large percentage of them to the Ninth Order Masters to distribute to the human army in order to enhance its forces. However, he still left some behind as reserves. Besides the numerous Eighth Order small stone race masters that were sacrificed earlier, Yang Kai still had a large army of at least 30 million below the Eighth Order. These small stone race soldiers were constantly charging out of his small universe and invading the black ink giant spirit god's body. When the black ink giant spirit god finished speaking though, Yang Kai clearly felt the boundless darkness in this place become even darker. It was a very strange feeling as there was supposedly no way a darkness where an ordinary person could not even see their fingers in front of them could get even darker, but that kind of feeling did arise in Yang Kai. In the next instant, he realized that his small universe was shaking violently, and the open portal also closed involuntarily. Shocked, Yang Kai quickly examined himself and was aghast to find the World Tree clone swaying violently while propping up the invisible boundary wall around his small universe. Outside of the boundary wall was black ink strength of a purity he had never seen before, and it was trying to break into his small universe. With the World Tree clone to isolate and protect his small universe, it remained flawless and undamaged for thousands of years, invulnerable to external forces. It had a similar effect to the four universe pillars but even stronger. Since obtaining the World Tree clone, Yang Kai had never been worried that his small universe would be stained by black ink strength. That was because black ink strength could not break his small universe's boundary wall nor corrupt his small universe with the World Tree clone shielding it. Currently, the black ink strength's attack and the World Tree clone's protection were like a spear and a shield. If the protective shield was strong enough, it could ignore the attack of the sharp spear. In the past, the protective shield of the World Tree clone could easily block the corruption of black ink strength regardless of its source. Yang Kai had never felt affected by it before, and he could even recklessly enter environments full of black ink strength. It was an act other open heaven realm masters were fearful of, yet he could do so without worrying about being corrupted by black ink strength. But this time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the protective shield of the World Tree clone was under pressure. This was undoubtedly an indication that the black ink giant spirit god was using a powerful technique against him. Yang Kai couldn't help but think of the Royal Lord's secret technique. The humans had never been able to figure out how the Royal Lords cast their secret technique. Yang Kai had also endured this secret technique head-on more than once, but with the World Tree clone and the soul-warming lotus protection, it had never affected him. The humans had very limited information on the Royal Lord's secret technique, but what they did know was that this technique could only be performed by a true Royal Lord, and that it can be activated silently. Those targeted by the Royal Lord's secret technique could not resist unless they were in the Ninth Order. Even the most experienced veteran Eighth Order masters would be corrupted instantly by black ink strength when this move was unleashed. Back when the human race army first clashed with the Black Ink clan in the Barren territory, it was through a use of the Royal Lord's secret technique that 3 Eighth Order masters were corrupted, allowing them to infiltrate the divine spirit ancestral land in the depths of shattered heaven and awaken the black ink giant spirit god there. As a result, the human race was routed and had no choice but to give up the barren territory. But despite how powerful the Royal Lord's secret technique was, it was rarely used as once it was activated, the user's foundation would be greatly damaged, causing a significant decline in strength. Therefore, Royal Lords generally did not use this technique unless they were in absolute control of the situation. The first Royal Lord that Yang Kai killed was the one he fought just after advancing to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. That Royal Lord had wanted to get rid of Yang Kai for good by using the secret technique. This was due to him being angry out of shame from being unable to catch him after chasing him for several dozen years. It severely damaged his foundation as a result, providing an opportunity that Yang Kai took advantage of. If Royal Lords could use such a bizarre secret technique, how could the Black Ink giant spirit gods, who were soul clones of Mo, not be capable of something similar? Therefore, when Yang Kai sensed that something was amiss, he knew that the Black Ink giant spirit god had to have used a technique similar to the Royal Lord's secret technique, and that was why even the World Tree clone's protective shield was feeling pressured. Yang Kai couldn't help but think back to Tsang's words. Despite knowing he had a World Tree clone to isolate and protect his small universe, Song had specifically warned him to be wary of Mo. In other words, even with the World Tree clone, he could still fail to resist Mo's black ink strength. Inside his small universe, the swaying of the World Tree clone became more and more violent. Yang Kai could clearly feel the pressure on his last line of defense, which finally made him realize that what Song warned him about back then was not an exaggeration. The black ink giant spirit god was already pressuring the World Tree clone, so what if he were to face Mo itself? The World Tree clone really might not be able to protect him then. Moreover, trouble never arrived alone. As his small universe was bearing enormous pressure, Yang Kai can clearly feel his knowledge sea being invaded as well. Boundless black ink strength gushed over, staining his originally colorful knowledge sea completely black. The corruption of black ink strength on cultivators had always been both a physical and spiritual affair. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, on the small seven-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus, two figures sat idly across each other playing chess. One of them had a humanoid form while the other had a beast form. These two figures were naturally Yang Kai's two other selves. Since his three selves united, Yang Kai advanced into the ninth order, but Thunder Shadow's and Fang Tianxi's consciousnesses were preserved and had been staying in the soul-warming lotus all these years. This was the best place for them to remain, as without the soul-warming lotus nurturing, they might have perished with the loss of their physical bodies over time. When the boundless black ink strength surged in, Fang Tianxi immediately noticed that something was amiss. When he looked over, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Thunder Shadow also stood up in a panic, knocking over the chessboard in the process and exclaiming, "Black ink strength? What is Big Brother doing? How could black ink strength reach this place? Big Brother isn't going to be corrupted, is he? Oh no. What do we do?" He made a scene, looking extremely worried. Fang Tianxi, however, looked at him speechlessly. Reaching out, he restored the knocked-over chess pieces back to their original positions. "Don't try to shift focus. You're about to lose." Thunder Shadow turned its head to look at him, shouting, "Who has the heart to play chess with you at such a critical moment? If Big Brother is stained by black ink, we're done for. When that happens, Big Brother will definitely pull us out and eat us one by one." Fang Tianxi's brow couldn't help but twitch. Firstly, if the true body is corrupted by black ink strength, we will also be corrupted by it. Secondly, this is the soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the universe that can shield and nurture the soul better than any other item in existence. With the soul-warming lotus, even if black ink strength were to invade the true body, Big Brother would still be able to hold on to a trace of clarity and will not be completely corrupted by black ink strength. Is that so? Thunder Shadow sat down with a clueless expression on its face. Fang Tianxi couldn't endure it any longer. "Drop the pretentious act. You're not a sore loser, are you?" Thunder Shadow scoffed. "Chess isn't fun. Let's play something else." "So, you finally admit that you're not my opponent?" Fang Tianxi looked at it scornfully with his nose in the air. Thunder Shadow bellowed, "Who's not your opponent? Don't think that I have to endure your provocations just because you're the second brother. You better watch your mouth." "Then let's continue. It's your turn." Fang Tianxi gestured to the board. Thunder Shadow hesitated for a moment before gritting its teeth. "Just watch as I destroy you until you don't even have a single piece of armor left." As black ink strength surged in, the only pure land in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a chess game where one man and one leopard unceasingly exchanged moves. Chapter 59:11 Killing the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Inside the body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, an army of millions of small stone race soldiers were scattered about. If they had been ordinary small stone race members, they might not be able to withstand the corruption of the thick black ink strength, but these small stone race masters had grown by consuming the extremely pure yin or yang energy of the burning light and serene glimmer, so they had a natural resistance to it. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive towards black ink strength and viewed it as their absolute enemy. As soon as they were released, they began attacking the black ink giant spirit god from inside its body, causing it to experience what the pain of being devoured by countless ants was like. No matter how indestructible the black ink giant spirit god was outside, its internal defenses were naturally much weaker. Yang Kai's original plan was to summon all of the small stone race soldiers from his small universe, which amounted to around 30 million, but he had no choice but to stop because of the black ink giant spirit god's secret technique. The longer such an intense battle dragged on, the greater the variables became. As soon as he sensed the black ink giant spirit god's unusual move, Yang Kai decisively activated the great sun and moon marks. The next moment, the tens of millions of small stone race each shone brightly. Yellow and blue lights began to flow and blend in the extremely dark environment, turning it pure white, creating a mystical scene. In the void, Ada once again swung down his opponent's severed arm, smashing it fiercely towards the black ink giant spirit god and hitting it squarely in the neck until its head was slightly bent out of shape. At the same time, the black ink giant spirit god's face distorted in extreme pain, as if it was being subjected to unbearable torture. Then, a bright white light overflowed from its mouth and nose. It howled in pain, and its roar echoed throughout the universe, frightening all Black Ink clansmen who heard it. The bright white light was not only overflowing from its mouth and nose now, but also from the stumps of its severed limbs and even from the wounds all over its body, creating columns of light like 10,000 swords piercing through its flesh. As the columns of light emerged, so did a figure covered in black blood, rushing out with his spear. It was none other than Jianghu. He turned his head to look at the pitiful appearance of the black ink giant spirit god and could clearly sense that its aura had weakened greatly. This eruption of purifying light had an even more profound effect than the sacrifice of 2,000 Eighth Order small stone race masters from before. It made sense. After all, the previous blast of purifying light only enveloped the black ink giant spirit god from the outside, making it a purely external attack. But now, the purifying light was created by the fusion of an army of tens of millions exploding inside its body, meaning almost all of the impact was absorbed by it without any escaping. So, despite the fact that the quality was somewhat lacking, the quantity made up for it, and the damage to the black ink giant spirit god was even greater than before. Ada charged forward once again. Even though his intelligence was lacking, he was still a member of the giant spirit god clan whose battle instincts were incredibly strong. Seeing his enemy in such a miserable state, there was no way he would miss this perfect opportunity. In just a few steps, he reached the black ink giant spirit god and, wielding its severed arm and leg, unleashed a flurry of attacks that left a bloody spectacle wherever they struck. Following the weakening of its aura and the damage to its foundation, the black ink giant spirit god's defense also became weaker. The black ink giant spirit god roared and struggled to resist, but it was simply no match for Ada at this moment. Faced with this barrage of attacks, it could only defend while being forced back step by step. A dragon roar sounded abruptly and a golden light burst forth as a 100,000 meters divine dragon appeared. The dragon shot forward, taking advantage of when the black ink giant spirit god was already overwhelmed, and wrapped around its neck, looping itself around it. Then, the divine dragon lifted his large head and looked the black ink giant spirit god in the eye right in front of him. Despite his large form, the dragon still appeared small compared to the massive black ink giant spirit god. From a distance, it was like a small snake wrapped around a person's neck. The black ink giant spirit god loathed Jianghu deeply. Knowing that this situation was likely to be disastrous, it directly abandoned its defense against Ada and reached out its one remaining hand to grab the divine dragon. Jianghu had taken on his dragon form, which allowed him to control his time Dao strength much better than when he was in his human form. After all, the Dao of time was the innate grand Dao of the dragon clan. As such, the hand that was trying to grasp him was instantly surrounded by a profound field which made it become extremely sluggish. Opening his dragon maw, a dragon breath spewed forth and smashed into one of the black ink giant spirit god's eyes. In the next instant, the giant eye burst apart. Repeating the same thing on the other side, Jianghu quickly destroyed the black ink giant spirit god's other eye as well. With both eyes gone, the black ink giant spirit god let out another miserable cry before unleashing all its power, breaking through the time principle blockade, allowing its stalled hand to regain its freedom. However, its attack was interrupted by a fierce blow from Ada before it could reach Jianghu. Jianghu took advantage of this opportunity to unleash one Dragon Clan secret technique after another, bombarding the black ink giant spirit god's face at close range. Every secret technique was as powerful as an all-out attack of a peak Ninth Order master, and in just a short amount of time, the face of the black ink giant spirit god had been turned into a bloody mess. Despite that, the black ink giant spirit god still refused to die, displaying a tenacious vitality that Jianghu couldn't help but marvel at. Since the war between humans and Black Ink clan began, the humans had only managed to kill a single Black Ink giant spirit god, which happened during the battle in the Barren territory several thousand years ago. However, they also paid a huge price for that success, with more than a dozen Ninth Order masters dying in battle. Furthermore, Air was there to provide assistance, and that Black Ink giant spirit god was already injured and had been prepared to be sacrificed. It could be said that the reason why the Black Ink giant spirit god was killed in that battle was partly because the Black Ink clan was willing to pay any price to breach the Barren territory and invade the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the humans had also paid a high price to slowly wear down their opponent and kill it. As to what they were supposed to do in order to quickly kill a black ink giant spirit god now, the humans still lacked experience and ideas. The black ink giant spirit god in front of them had almost no ability to resist as it was attacked by Yang Kai in his divine dragon form and Ada, but its extraordinary vitality still basically made it immortal and indestructible. Seeing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to act ruthlessly. When his dragon jaws opened, a golden round bead emerged. It was his dragon bead. The moment the dragon bead appeared, the black ink giant spirit god was able to sense that something was amiss despite losing both its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared, trying to wriggle its neck free from Yang Kai's hold. However, the force applied to it rendered it completely immobile. The golden dragon bead shook faintly before turning into a golden light and blasting into the hole where the black ink giant spirit god's left eye used to be, then bursting out through the back of his head. As the residual energy swept into the depths of the void, a golden beam of light spanning 100 million kilometers was created. Such a fierce blow caused the black ink giant spirit god's neck and head to be flung back as it lost all strength in the hand it was waving around. Thus, the aura of a powerful being powerful enough to shake the universe, crumbled and dissipated. However, Yang Kai still could not be rest assured. A loud dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, and the dragon coiled around the black ink giant spirit god's neck tightened its grip once again before soaring up into the void. The immense pulling force ripped into the neck of the black ink giant spirit god, directly separating its huge head from its body. At the wound, black blood erupted like a volcano, instantly dyeing a vast expanse of the void completely black. Another endless flurry of attacks from Ada landed immediately after, smashing the black ink giant spirit god until its body broke into pieces. It wasn't until this moment that the aura belonging to the black ink giant spirit god was completely extinguished. The black ink giant spirit god had fallen. From the moment Ada restrained this black ink giant spirit god, to when Yang Kai ripped its head off, only a short dozen breaths had passed. In such a short period of time, a powerful black ink giant spirit god was killed by the joint efforts of Yang Kai and Ada regardless of how tenacious its vitality was, regardless of how profound Mo's creations were, there was no way it could have any vitality left after its body was literally smashed into paste. Thousands of years ago, this black ink giant spirit god emerged from the divine spirit ancestral land and laid the foundation for the Black Ink clan's victory in the war in the barren territory. Its strength had been looming over the hearts of all the humans all that time, almost like a towering mountain pressing down on their heads. After all, it was an indomitable and powerful existence. Today, when its aura finally dissipated, and its body shattered into pieces, that shadow was at last dispelled. The human race army, which already had the momentum advantage against the Black Ink clan, erupted into cheers at this moment and their attacks became even fiercer. The Black Ink clan army, which was already at a disadvantage, deflated even further at this sight. This was especially so for the masters from the Black Ink clan. No matter what, they couldn't believe that a soul clone of the Supreme One would be killed in such a short time. When the aura of the Black Ink giant spirit god dissipated, their minds all fell into disarray. The human race masters fighting against them took advantage of this opportunity to expand their advantages even further, while those who were in disadvantageous positions quickly stabilized their situations. It could be said that the death of one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods was not just a loss of one of the Black Ink clan's top masters, but it also had a clear and direct effect on the situation of the entire battlefield. All the Black Ink clansmen realized that all hope had just died and there was no way they would survive the battle for the no-return pass no matter what they did. All of them would be slaughtered ruthlessly here. This was a matter concerning the life or death of both races, a blood feud spanning so many years that no one could even say how long it was. It was impossible for them to show any mercy. This decisive battle that had broken out hastily would eventually end in victory for the human race. On the battlefield, Ada threw back his head and roared to the heavens, his voice filled with joy and victory. After he was done, he looked around the battlefield with sharp eyes like an eagle or wolf filled with bloodlust. Yang Kai saw this and shouted, "Go and help Aer." After receiving the message, Ada rushed over to the other side of the battlefield with the severed arm and leg still in hand. Aer was fighting on equal grounds with his opponent there, but when his enemy naturally saw its peer being killed and immediately tried to escape. There was not much Aer could do against a Black Ink giant spirit god intent on escaping. Nevertheless, he did his best to keep it pinned as long as possible. Fortunately, Ada arrived quickly, and with the united strength of two giant spirit gods, they instantly trapped their opponent, making it all but impossible for it to flee. Chapter 59:12, Dead End. To have killed a black ink giant spirit god while hardly sustaining any injuries was a feat that nobody could achieve, not just for the people of today but even their ancestors of the past eras. It had to be known that when a single black ink giant spirit god invaded the divine spirit's ancestral land in the early ancient era, countless powerful divine spirits had inhabited those lands. But even then, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time still had to use the 16 sacred treasures of the strongest clans and sacrifice themselves to lay a grand array just to suppress and seal it. It was only after hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years of erosion from the ancestral land's ancestral strength that the black ink giant spirit god's vitality was finally ground down. Such a huge price was paid, yet they were only able to trap their foe, not directly kill them. In comparison to that, today's fight was an astonishing feat unequaled before in history. Of course, it was mainly thanks to the 2 explosions of purifying light that greatly damaged the black ink giant spirit god's foundation. Even though the ancestral strength in the divine spirit ancestral land provided some suppressive power against black ink strength, it was far less potent than purifying light. Even though he did not sustain much damage, Yang Kai expended a lot of his strength, especially when he summoned his dragon bead at the end, so he was basically a dry oil lamp right now. The dragon bead was the culmination of a dragon's cultivation. Just like a monster beast's monster core, one would never summon it unless it was absolutely necessary, for once it was brought out either one's enemy died or the owner perished. It was a desperate final move. Since he became a grand dragon and obtained his own dragon bead, Yang Kai had summoned this final weapon a few times in the past, and it was exhausting each time he did. This time was no different. It was hard for Yang Kai to even maintain his dragon form after using his dragon bead to attack, so he quickly transformed back into his human form. Not only was his face extremely pale, he looked completely deflated. That was especially true for his dragon vein. Usually he could circulate the might in his dragon vein without issue even in his human form. But now, the power in his dragon vein was almost still. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai could see that even his dragon bead was dim and gray, not bright and golden as before. It seemed like he would need to recuperate for a long time before his dragon vein and bead could be restored. Before then, it would be difficult to even use any techniques related to the dragon clan. After directing Ada to help Air, Yang Kai stuffed some recovery pills into his mouth and swallowed them before turning back and rushing over to the no-return pass. The defense line of the Black Ink clan had long been riddled with holes, and humans had the advantage in most of the positions across the battlefield. As they were enveloped by the dazzling lights of both secret techniques and artifacts, the Black Ink clansmen were being wiped out in great numbers every breath. The human race's victory here was set, all that was lacking to resolve this war now was time. In an instant, Yang Kai had passed over the defense line where the human race and the Black Ink clan armies were fighting and went straight into the no-return pass. As space principles surged, his figure swiftly passed through each area of the no-return pass. Everywhere he went, large numbers of Black Ink nests were destroyed. When Ada and Air were first rushing over from the barren territory, they had already caused significant damage to the Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, but due to how many Black Ink nests there were to begin with, many still remained. With Yang Kai to clean up the rest, all the surviving Black Ink nests would soon be destroyed. If the pseudo-royal lords were still guarding this place, they might have been able to hinder him somewhat, but all of them had left of the inner region of the no-return pass to fight under Mo-Na-Ye's order, so how could there be any masters left to stop Yang Kai? Within an incense stick of time, the no-return pass became a chaotic mess. All of the Black Ink nests, whether they were high rank, mid-rank, or low rank, were all destroyed without exception. Even the Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the pass for shelter suffered heavy casualties. Without pause, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash. Somewhere in the battlefield, Missouri Na Yi and Mi Jingluan's fight was still going on, with the situation being extremely disadvantageous for the former. It was reasonable to say that since Mo Na Yi had become a royal lord a few hundred years earlier than Mi Jingluan had advanced to the Ninth Order, he should have a stronger heritage, yet in reality he was completely suppressed by Mi Jingluan. Naturally, such a situation arose because of the various changes that happened on the battlefield, causing Mo Na Yi's thoughts to be disrupted. This was especially so with Yang Kai's sudden surge in strength and the death of a Black Ink giant spirit god, which had an immense impact on him. The shrewd and cunning Mi Jingluan naturally seized this opportunity to expand his advantage bit by bit until they reached the current state of affairs. Of course, with Mi Jingluan's current cultivation, killing Mo Na Yi would be difficult even with such an advantage, as he had to be extremely cautious against a final counterattack. In a fight between masters like them, the slightest carelessness could drastically change the outcome. That was why Mi Jingluan did not dare to be careless in the slightest and kept a steady hand from the beginning, never taking risks in a rush for success. But at a certain point his attacks grew more violent. At the same time, Mo Na Yi keenly caught onto an opening in his defense and after a moment of hesitation, his originally retreating figure suddenly rushed forward, taking advantage of the gap in Mi Jingluan's secret techniques to throw a punch out. Mi Jingluan's face immediately showed an expression of panic, and he instinctively tried to block it, but it was too late. As Mo Na Yi's fist was about to hit Mi Jingluan's head though, Mo Na Yi's body suddenly shook as if he had been hit by a binding technique, freezing in place. His fist was less than a forearm's length away from Mi Jingluan, and the violent force from it caused the opponent's clothes to flutter. In the face of imminent death, the panic in Mi Jingluan's eyes disappeared and was instead replaced by an indifferent gaze. As expected. Mo Na Yi laughed bitterly at Mi Jingluan, but those words weren't meant for him. Behind Mo Na Yi, Yang Kai's figure had appeared at some point, and the azure dragon spear pierced through Mo Na Yi's chest. Dao strengths lingered on Yang Kai's spear as space principles surged, solidifying the surrounding space. Even someone as strong as Mo Na Yi was unable to break free for a time. The three masters were arranged in a straight line in the void with Yang Kai at the back, Mo Na Yi in the center, and Mi Jingluan in the front. For a while nobody spoke. The silence went on for a time before Mi Jingluan finally said, "You realize that I was baiting you." It was not a question, he was just stating a fact. When Yang Kai rushed over from the no-return pass, he sent a message to Mi Jingluan, which was why he suddenly revealed an opening. It was to lure Mo Na Yi into attacking him and creating a favorable opportunity for Yang Kai's ambush. Everything went smoothly and Yang Kai's ambush was extremely successful. So what if I saw through it? A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Mo Na Yi's lips. Mi Jingluan's eyes flickered and he nodded lightly, "And you had no choice but to take it." Even if he did see through the plan to lure the enemy out, Mo Na Yi could only make his move, hoping to severely injure or even kill Mi Jingluan before being hit by Yang Kai. That way it wouldn't be a loss even if he died. Of course he could also choose to evade Yang Kai's ambush, but all that would follow would be a joint attack from both Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan together, which would still be difficult for him to resist. So he didn't have a choice at all from the start. Yang Kai tilted his head, his gaze passing Mo Na Yi by to look at Mi Jingluan as he commented, "Senior brother, that was too dangerous." He had communicated with Mi Jingluan to coordinate their actions, but he never expected the latter to use such a dangerous method. Even Yang Kai's heart was racing with fear for a moment. If he had moved just a bit slower, Mi Jingluan would have undoubtedly suffered serious injuries. Mi Jingluan responded indifferently, "Fortune favors the bold." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing what to say in reply. He had no doubt that Mi Jingluan trusted him, but he had no idea that Yang Kai had already exhausted too much of his strength in the previous battle. Even though he recovered some of it while destroying the black ink nests, the time was too short and he couldn't recover much of his strength. For example, Yang Kai could only use the same set of secret techniques he just used twice more before all his energy ran out again. If Mo Na Yi really managed to avoid his surprise attack, things would have become difficult. "Brother Yang, I have a question to ask before I die." Mo Na Yi spoke to Yang Kai behind him as he stood still, showing no intention to resist. Yang Kai raised a brow, "You may ask but I may not necessarily answer." Mo Na Yi laughed bitterly, "You humans? How did you discover reinforcements were coming?" Mo Na Yi had speculated the reason the humans were so eager to take down the no-return pass, even at the cost of greater sacrifices, was because they must have discovered reinforcements were rushing over from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Unfortunately, he still couldn't figure out how they managed to learn about them. It had to be known that the reinforcements were still more than 10 years away at best, a distance so great that it would have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to even contact them without the help of the Black Ink giant spirit god's divine ability and the Black Ink nests. Mo Na Yi had thought that the reinforcements would be the no-return pass Black Ink clan's ticket to survival, allowing them to pincer the humans from the front and back, catching them off guard. Who would have thought that it would become a death decree in the end? Reinforcements? What do you mean reinforcements? Yang Kai asked in a surprised tone. Mo Na Yi turned his head with difficulty so he could see his expression, but as he moved, the azure dragon spear shook slightly, forcing him to keep still. Yang Kai continued, "Where can your Black Ink clan get reinforce? The primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, is it? What happened over there?" Mo Na Yi's brow furrowed. Unable to see Yang Kai's face, he could only stare at Mi Jingluan, who had a look of sudden realization. The thing you mentioned earlier was about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements? There was a moment of confusion for Mo Na Yi. Before the war started, he tried to probe Mi Jingluan for clues but failed to get any answers. He had been confident that the humans must have known about their reinforcements, which was why they launched such a decisive attack. But now, judging from Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai's reactions, it seemed that they actually knew nothing about it. Do the humans really have no idea? Speak. Are Black Ink clan reinforcements from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction on the way here now? How is that possible? Yang Kai's shout sounded from behind while at the same time, the spear that penetrated his chest pulsed with Dao strengths, causing Mo Na Yi to groan in pain. Even in such a critical situation, he was still closely observing Mi Jingluan's expression, and he could see that those eyes were full of worry and anxiety. Ha, ha 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 ha. Mo Na Yi could not help but break out in fervent laughter. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai shouted and shook his spear, interrupting Mo Na Yi's laughter. Chapter 59:13 Capturing the No-Return Pass. The immense pain distorted Mo Na Yi's features, but he gritted his teeth. I laugh at you humans for being so ignorant in the face of the Supreme One's power. No matter how hard you struggle, it is all meaningless, all your efforts will ultimately be in vain. He spoke as if he were stating a fact or laying a malicious curse, but it also seemed like a prediction of the future. Yang Kai coldly snorted, you have a big mouth for someone with little skill. Mo Na Yi frowned, Brother Yang? Yang Kai shook the spear in his hand, interrupting his words as a strongly disgusted look emerged on his face. Who is your brother Yang? Do you even have the qualifications to call me your brother? Mo Na Yi looked surprised and stammered, I thought. Yang Kai interrupted him again, we have been fighting each other for many years and we each have our own victories. So, you think that as opponents we should be sympathetic to each other? Shouldn't we? Mo Na Yi tossed the question back. The disgust on Yang Kai's face deepened. It's you who knows nothing. I, Yang Kai, have been cultivating for thousands of years and encountered many powerful opponents. Indeed, there are some worth sympathizing with, because it was the pressure they gave me that enabled me to forge ahead step by step until this day, but that does not include you or any other Black Ink clansman. We are mortal enemies. Only by killing you can we humans find peace. Mo Na Yi was silent for a moment before suddenly realizing, only opponents are sympathetic to each other, not enemies. It seems you understand now. So answer me, where did the Black Ink clan's reinforcements come from? Did something happen at the primordial heaven source grand restriction? You only have one chance to tell me the truth. Yang Kai's icy words were biting like the cold chills of winter. Smirking, Mo Na Yi looked at Mi Jingluan across from him. Black Ink eternal. A violent force suddenly erupted from Mo Na Yi's chest. Yang Kai's 10,000 Dao strength surged. This royal lord, who had been commanding the situation in the Black Ink clan for thousands of years, was blasted into pieces with blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. Mo Na Yi had fallen. Yang Kai gave him only one chance to speak, but he had no intention of revealing any valuable information. Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy, and regardless of what answer Mo Na Yi gave, he still would not escape death today. Yang Kai would never give him another chance to escape. 700 years ago, he failed to kill Mo Na Yi when the universe furnace appeared, which had been a source of regret for him. Later, when the universe furnace closed, he thought he would have another chance to kill Mo Na Yi, but unexpectedly he was brought to the edge of the universe by the universe furnace, allowing this guy to escape by some stroke of luck. Mo Na Yi knew it well, and Yang Kai had also expected this. All along, Mo Na Yi's biggest threat to the human race was not his strength, but his superior intellect that far surpassed all his other clansmen. If he hadn't been the commander of the Black Ink clan's war effort, this battle at the No-Return Pass would not have been as hard fought. Almost 30% of the human race's casualties in the war could be attributed to Mo Na Yi alone. Now, this royal lord had finally reached the end of his fate. Mi Jingluan reached out and grabbed a severed arm, the limb left behind by Mo Na Yi after his death. He pried open the large, tightly clenched fist and took out an unhatched Black Ink nest from his palm. Glancing over at Yang Kai, he asked, So this is the reason you tricked him? With the help of the Void Guard's investigation, the humans learned of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements, which was why they launched this battle so decisively. Mo Na Yi had suspected this, but he couldn't be completely sure. That was why he wanted to get confirmation before his death. Logically, it wouldn't matter even if Mo Na Yi knew the answer since he was going to die regardless. There was nothing a dying man could do about it, but when he asked the question and Yang Kai acted like he didn't know, Mi Jingluan quickly played along, pretending to know nothing. In the end, even when Mo Nayi was killed, he couldn't figure out whether the humans knew about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements in advance or not. Yang Kai nodded, it was just in case. Though admitting it wouldn't make much of a difference, nobody could know what kind of changes it would bring to the situation if they did. Therefore, Yang Kai always upheld a principle of not telling the enemy anything if at all possible. However, judging from the fact that Mo Nayi was still holding onto the miniature Black Ink nest before he died, what happened here must have spread to the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. The reinforcements must have found out that their presence had been exposed and that a Black Ink giant spirit god had died in battle. Yang Kai was somewhat helpless about this. After he and Ada had teamed up to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god, he immediately rushed into the no-return pass and destroyed all the Black Ink nests to prevent the news from leaking, but the fact of the matter was he couldn't completely prevent it. Black Ink nests were just too convenient in terms of transmitting information. The only fortunate thing now was that the Black Ink clan's reinforcements did not know about the existence of the Void Guard or the space arrays, nor would they have any idea what was going to happen next on the battlefield. The reinforcements traveling through the void had two options now. One was to speed up their march and rush to the no-return pass, hoping that the battle would not be over before their arrival. Then they could assist their fellow clansmen on this side and maybe turn the tide. The second option was naturally to hold their position, get into formation and lay in ambush. They could then slowly start to build up their strength and prepare for the human race army to approach. Under the assumption that the humans knew nothing, it would only be natural for them to lay some sort of gigantic trap. But no matter which option they chose, they could not stop the fate of the Black Ink clan's destruction at the no-return pass. With the fall of a Black Ink giant spirit god, the outcome of the battle at the no-return pass has already been determined. Clenching his fist, Mi Jingluan crushed the Black Ink nest before gently waving his feather fan. Junior brother, you should rest for now. I'm afraid we may need your help to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god as well. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about them. You've already done enough. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded lightly, N. After slaying the Black Ink giant spirit god and Mo Nayi one after another, Yang Kai had exhausted too much energy and needed time to properly recover. Even though the outcome of the battle had already been determined, it was necessary to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god to end things completely. That thing was not easy to deal with. If the first Black Ink giant spirit god had not been too careless, it would not have fallen in such a short time. After Mi Jingluan left, Yang Kai focused on his recovery. Without setting up any defenses, he sat cross-legged in the void without any fear of being attacked by the Black Ink clan. When Mo Nayi, a royal lord, was killed, the already fragmented Black Ink clan defense line worsened even further. Especially for those masters from the Black Ink clan who were fighting against human race masters. Witnessing the fall of the Black Ink giant spirit god had already shaken their minds. Now, with Mo Nayi's death, the hearts of every territory lord, and even the pseudo-royal lords were filled with great fear and loss. Before the start of this war, everything had been under control, but once the fighting broke out, everything began to develop in a direction that the Black Ink clan did not hope to see, pushing them step by step towards the abyss. The fall of the Black Ink giant spirit god and Mo Nayi has also caused a series of unpredictable chain reactions. On every battlefield, the auras of Black Ink clan masters constantly disappeared. And with the fall of so many Black Ink clansmen, more humans were now free and were able to head over and support the tougher battlefields, quickly outnumbering and overpowering their enemies. The advantages of the humans on the battlefield quickly accumulated like a snowball. Seeing that the situation was going from bad to worse, many from the Black Ink clan couldn't help but think of escaping, but how could they possibly run away under these circumstances? Half a day later, as Dialuo's aura swelled up before dissipating, the Black Ink clan collapsed completely. An aura of despair enveloped every last Black Ink clansman, and in such a hopeless situation, many were forced into adopting the determination to make one last stand before their deaths. However, as things had fallen to this point, even if they had this determination, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Somewhere on the battlefield, Missouri Yu fought alone against Luo Tinghe, Wei Junyang and Xiang Shan. Even though he was individually stronger than any one of these three, he was still struggling to take them all on at once. Originally, Luo Tinghe was his only opponent, but as the battle progressed, Wei Junyang and Xiang Shan gradually dealt with their own opponents and came to support her. Not only that, but Mo clearly felt that other Ninth Order masters had also directed a wisp of divine sense over to keep an eye on their battle. Under this situation, Even if Mou could defeat the 3 Ninth Order Masters, he was likely to be surrounded by even more Ninth Order Masters soon after. What was more, he didn't have such ability. Knowing that death was inevitable, Mou let go of all his restraints and fought with the mindset that if even one was killed, it would make his death worth it. Thus, he ignored his own injuries and bombarding Xiang Shan with attacks, giving him a hard time. Fortunately, neither Luo Tinghe nor Wei Junyang were inexperienced weaklings. Together, the three of them prevented Mou from trying to take Xiang Shan down with him. This fierce battle lasted for almost half a day, and in the end, Xiang Shan endured a hit from his opponent but managed to counterattack and decapitate Mou. Endless Sword Qi then tore Mou's corpse into pieces. With that, all three of the royal lords had perished. From a couple hundred at their peak, now only a few dozen pseudo-royal lords remained, all of them struggling to survive and at risk of dying at any moment. As for the massive Black Ink clan army whose troops used to number in the hundreds of millions, most of them had been cut down, and their corpses could be seen littering the vast battlefield. Even at the heart of the no-return pass, humans were shuttling back and forth, killing off the remaining Black Ink clan soldiers. Xiang Shan was seriously injured, so he withdrew to heal while Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang rushed to other battlefields without stopping. With the royal lords all wiped out, how could the remaining pseudo-royal lords withstand the slaughter of the human race's top masters? One by one, the auras of the pseudo-royal lords began to disappear. When the last one had his body burst apart with black blood splattering everywhere, the fiery-haired Ouyang Lai took a deep breath and clenched his fist. A peaceful silence washed over the vast battlefield. The chaotic war had long since stopped and the soldiers were looking around at each other, smiling. In the next moment, thunderous cheers erupted, the sound shaking the vast void itself. The humans had won. Sullivan, finally. Man, Mo Na Yi is so far the longest focal enemy of Yang Kai. I actually kinda like him as a character. Not sure about you guys. He was like a roach. But not horrendously written. Wished we got to know him more than just fights and schemes. Chapter 59-14 Human Race Great Victory. Around 4,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan army swept through and captured the no-return pass. Then the fight moved to the Barren Territory, which they used as a springboard to invade the 3,000 worlds. This was the prelude to the fall. Since then, the original inhabitants of the 3,000 worlds, the human race, had been trapped in a corner. Enveloped in despair and darkness, the only human race's dogged determination allowed them to survive and develop over the past several thousand years. Countless had fallen in the unceasing battles until today when they finally reclaimed the no-return pass. In this battle, practically all the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass were ruthlessly killed. This battle also signified that the human race had regained the ability to fight back against the Black Ink clan. It was a battle worthy of being recorded in history to be admired by all future generations. The humiliation and oppression of many years had been fermenting in the hearts of every member of the human race, so when the final Black Ink clansman fell, the warriors could no longer suppress the joy in their hearts, tearing the void apart with the sounds of their cheers. However, the fight was not completely over yet. One last Black Ink giant spirit god was still stubbornly resisting. But anyone could see that it was on its last legs. With Ada and Aer of the giant spirit god clan to restrain it, this Black Ink giant spirit god couldn't escape. After this, the humans need only cooperate with the giant spirit gods to take down the Black Ink giant spirit god. The human race army, despite having just achieved a great victory, did not delay for long. They did not even have time to tally their losses before their soldiers marched on with their weary bodies under orders from the Supreme Headquarters. The 12 armies of the human race were like 12 unstoppable torrents, blockading the void in all directions around the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods and the Black Ink giant spirit god. The remaining warships of each army were woven into one large fleet, and the power of the various arrays and artifacts on them began silently accumulating power. Their target was the Black Ink giant spirit god. Under this situation, even a being as strong as the Black Ink giant spirit god would not be able to help itself from feeling depressed as if it had come to the end of its life. It knew that nothing it could do would help it survive today. In fact, it had already felt the urge to run away immediately after Yang Kai and Ada killed the first Black Ink giant spirit god together. However, Aer kept on getting in its way and it couldn't get away in time. In the short window Aer bought, Ada rushed over to provide support, sealing its fate. Currently, the human race army has formed a siege with tens of millions of soldiers. This was the entire military strength that they could mobilize at present. If this was still not enough to deal with a single cornered Black Ink giant spirit god, then what was the point of even talking about a grander crusade? On Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan and the other Ninth Order masters were waiting silently. Ripples suddenly emerged in the void, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned over and nodded lightly at him, and not one person was looking at him without eyes filled with admiration. When it came to both age and experience, Yang Kai may not be able to compare with many of his peers here. Other than Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao, who had only recently broken through to the Ninth Order, all the others had lived thousands, if not tens of thousands of years longer than he had. However, in terms of ability, he undoubtedly stood as the strongest among them all. If Mi Jingluan was to be called the wisest strategist of the human race army, then Yang Kai was undoubtedly its sharpest blade. Yang Kai's merits accounted for at least 70% of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's death, while the remaining 30% was made up by Ada. Are we ready? Yang Kai asked. Mi Jingluan nodded. We were just waiting for you. Yang Kai gazed deeply at the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Then let's begin. Mi Jingluan immediately made a gesture, and when the messenger behind him, covered in blood, saw the sign, he immediately conveyed the order in all directions. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and he transmitted a few words over. On the battlefield sealed by the human race army, 3 giant beings were fighting unceasingly, world-shattering shockwaves spreading out with each of their clashes. Ada and Aer held the advantage, fighting 2 against 1, leaving the Black Ink Giant Spirit God into a sorry state, covered in wounds all over its body. One of its legs even looked twisted, most likely from a broken bone. The Giant Spirit Gods and Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods hardly differed in strength, so in a one-on-one fight, it was basically impossible for either side to gain an advantage over the other. This was evident from all the clashes these Supreme Masters had fought in the past. Aer and his opponent had literally fought non-stop for thousands of years in the barren territory, but let alone deciding a victor, even who had the upper hand was never determined. However, in such an even conflict, if another master of the same level was to join in, it would form an absolute advantage for the side with greater numbers. Even so, wanting to kill their opponent wouldn't be easy. Even Ada and Aer had to be cautious when facing the final struggle of such a powerful opponent. Fortunately, they had reinforcements from the human race to help them. Ada was slightly taken aback for a moment when Yang Kai's voice was transmitted over, but Aer reacted immediately and shouted at his brother, "Go!" Saying so, he kicked the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the chest. That kick sent the Black Ink Giant Spirit God tumbling, and Aer used the momentum of the kick to back away. Even though Ada was a bit slower to react, he had 2 good things going for him. Firstly, he listened to his brother. Secondly, he listened to Yang Kai. At this moment, he naturally followed suit and quickly retreated while the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was staggering. After the 2 giant spirit gods had created enough distance between them, the void suddenly trembled and countless powerful auras rose up. In the next instant, tens of millions of streams of light swept over from all directions, covering the massive body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God like a storm, their multicolored lights interweaving to form a blinding tapestry. At this moment, the power of the arrays and artifacts on the warships was activated, and the secret techniques and divine abilities of the masters were also being fully unleashed. They continuously bombarded the Black Ink Giant Spirit God without end. At the center where their attacks were focused, the angry roar of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God rang out. For a powerful being like a Black Ink Giant Spirit God, ordinary attacks had little to no effect on it. Even the divine abilities of the Ninth Order Masters wouldn't deal much damage to it. However, when the number of these attacks reached a certain threshold and all struck at the same time, the accumulated power was something that no living being could ignore. With numbers, even ants could kill an elephant, let alone the elite soldiers of the human race who have survived countless life and death battles. The burst of light lasted for a long time, and before it even faded, a second volley arrived. The roars of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God stopped abruptly, and at the same time, everyone felt a strong aura suddenly flare up in the center of the interwoven lights before it faded away. On Pure Yang Pass, all the Ninth Order Masters had looks of astonishment on their faces. Even Yang Kai was surprised. After being taken aback for a moment, Mi Jingluan raised his hand. With the signal given, the attacks of the human race army quickly subsided. Even though the attacks stopped, the dazzling lights persisted for several dozen breaths before gradually dissipating. All eyes were locked on the space in front of them, and what they saw was not the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's figure, but only large and dense black ink clouds and remnants of a broken corpse. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. This second one died just like that? Just 2 rounds of concentrated attacks from the army were enough to kill it? After a moment of silence, Mi Jingluan said, It seems we overestimated its strength. The plan was originally to weaken the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's power first before slowly grinding it down. After all, the 12 armies had already tightly sealed the entire region of the Void while the 2 Giant Spirit Gods and the Ninth Order Masters were also standing by. There was no escaping for the Black Ink Giant Spirit God here. Death was the only fate awaiting it. Who would have thought that before all their follow-up arrangements could come into play, the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God would be smashed to pieces? It made it seem as if they had made a big fuss over nothing. The pale-faced Xiang Shan commented from the side, "There's nothing wrong with being careful." It was not that the human race had overestimated the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's strength, just that such a good opportunity to set up and concentrate their attacks on it had never existed before. This was an attack powered by every master below the Ninth Order in the entire human race. The fact that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God could withstand the first volley without dying alone was enough to show its astonishing strength. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once again. This sudden change left everyone feeling incredulous. Until Mi Jingluan's voice rang through the entire battlefield, "Today, we have won a great victory for the human race." After a few breaths of silence, cheers that were even louder than before spread out like waves. Slaughtering the Black Ink clan and taking back the no-return pass essentially secured their victory, but there was still the last Black Ink Giant Spirit God to be dealt with, so the battle hadn't ended at that point. It wasn't until this moment when the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God was defeated that victory truly belonged to the human race. From this moment on, the humans had fully regained control of the no-return pass and once again secured the 3,000 worlds. No longer would they have to worry about the Black Ink clan invading. Feelings of joy and exhilaration were transmitted among all the soldiers. Many of the survivors wept, not because they were happy to survive, but because they had to mourn those who died in battle and could not see the glory of the human race's victory. The soldiers expressed their emotions freely. "Oh?" Yang Kai suddenly turned in a certain direction with joy in his eyes. In that direction, among the soldiers cheering in excitement, one person's aura was fluctuating violently. As his aura shook, his momentum soared rapidly. That person clearly realized what was about to happen and looked up towards Pyongyang Pass. Beside him, all the soldiers noticed the situation and many showed envy in their eyes. Ouyang Lai laughed heartily, "That's Zheng Wuyu of my profound nether army. I'll go and give him some pointers." Saying so, he flew over to that side with a big smile on his face without any care for his tired and battered body. This couldn't be helped. The person named Zheng Wuyu was showing signs of breaking through his peak 8th Order bottleneck, which meant that he was about to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. It was exciting news for everyone. Since about 30 years ago, when Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao successively broke through into the 9th Order, there had been no new 9th Order masters among their people. But everyone knew that Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs were just the beginning. After them, more 9th Order masters were sure to be born, and it was bound to be an endless process because the World Tree clone's feedback in the Open Heaven realm cradles was just about to demonstrate its greatest effect. There had been a continuous stream of promising seedlings that had advanced directly to the 7th Order over the past few thousand years. Thus, it was only a matter of time before these seedlings reached their final destination, the 9th Order. Chapter 59:15 Heavens bless the human race. As the first rising star to advance to the 9th Order, Shi Dezhuang's advancement could be seen as a sign that the humans had finally passed through the difficult times of stagnation where new masters were lacking to replace the old. Now, more 9th Order masters would undoubtedly be born in the future. However, after Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao broke through into the 9th Order, no new breakthroughs existed. Until this moment, when the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God fell and the humans recaptured the no-return pass, becoming the final victors of this war, Zheng Wuyu, an 8th Order master, finally showed signs of a breakthrough. They can finally vent the feelings of oppression that have long been brewing within them. As their moods surged for the better and their aura stirred, coupled with sufficient accumulation of heritage, breaking through their bottlenecks is a matter of course as the conditions are ripe. Mi Jingluan spoke softly as he looked in that direction. Yang Kai was thoughtful. If that's the case, more than one person may break through this time. In terms of time, many rising stars were qualified to break through to the 9th Order and had already reached their current limits in the 8th Order. However, breaking through was not that easy. Oftentimes, it depended on opportunities which could be an epiphany or a sudden event, or maybe even a journey that comes by chance. Among these opportunities, any one of them would trigger one's heart to be moved and then stir up their aura into a state of making a breakthrough. It was thanks to the great victory they gained in this battle that Zheng Wuyu could touch upon this opportunity. If he could do it, then the other good seedlings with sufficient heritage accumulated could do it as well. That was what Yang Kai thought. As if to confirm his guess, similar aura fluctuations came from another direction just as soon as he finished speaking. A second 8th Order master who sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough appeared. Luo Ting. He looked over in that direction and said happily, "It's from the Red Flame Army. Please excuse me." Breaking through from the 8th Order to the 9th Order was a hurdle that once crossed, would give one the qualification to stand at the peak of their martial Dao and overlook all others. However, crossing that hurdle wasn't easy. At this time the guidance of elders was very important. Therefore when Jianghu Yu's aura surged, Ouyang Lai rushed over in a hurry. As the profound Nether Army's commander, this was his responsibility. Meanwhile, the Red Flame Army never had a 9th Order master among their members, so Luo Ting he took the initiative to take on this responsibility. But that was not the end yet. During the next incense stick of time, various movements continued to appear among the 12 armies, all of them indicating that 8th Order masters were about to break through. This final battle with the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass was like a miraculous medicine for them, bringing opportunities for breakthroughs to those rising stars with the victory that they had won. Yang Kai and 9 other 9th Order masters shuttled back and forth, each of them taking responsibility for several 8th Order masters, imparting their experiences of breaking through and pointing out the things they had to pay attention to. All of their charges naturally took note of what they said. This moment could be said to be the most important moment in their lives, and nobody dared to be careless. Even though all of them had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle, it was fortunate that all of them had made sufficient preparations for this moment, so as long as they recovered slightly, they could give their all in breaking through. After a while, on Pure Yang Pass, the 9th Order masters gathered once again, looking towards various directions in the void with solemn expressions. In every direction was an 8th Order master who was about to make a breakthrough at their own designated position to ensure they wouldn't disturb others or be disturbed themselves. Everything was ready, so whether they could successfully advance to 9th Order or not was up to them now. Breaking through to the 9th Order was no easy task, and many of their ancestors had stopped at this juncture throughout history. The fact that there were only over 100 9th Order masters at the peak of the human race was proof of that. In these past 100,000 years or so, there couldn't have only been that many humans who had the qualifications to break through. However, not everyone qualified to advance to the 9th Order could break through successfully. But compared to their ancestors, these rising stars had advantages that their predecessors never had, such as the feedback from the World Tree clones, the profound powers of which greatly improved their aptitude and strengthened their small universes. Thus, the risks of breaking through also became smaller for them. In recent years, there had been no instance of an 8th Order master failing to break through to the 9th Order. Without mentioning Xiang Shan and Ouyang Lai, who had broken through with the help of supreme-grade open heaven pills, Wei Junyang and Luo Ting he had both broken through by themselves, while Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs also happened smoothly. 23. Mi Jingluan's face was glowing despite his exhaustion, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The heavens have truly blessed the human race. Originally, recapturing the No Return Pass, slaughtering the Black Ink clan, and killing 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods was already the best consolation for all the soldiers who died in battle over the past few thousand years, but no one could have expected that as many as 23 8th Order masters would sense an opportunity to break through to the 9th Order at the end of this battle. This would in turn raise the overall strength of the human race significantly, which would be of great help to them in the upcoming crusade. Overall, the human race was not weak by any definition, but the number of 9th Order masters they had was relatively small. However, now it seemed that this disadvantage could also be compensated for. 4 of the 12 armies of the human race had always been without a 9th Order masters to lead them, so even though they had more divine spirits to make up for this, the absence of a 9th Order master had always been a disadvantage for them. Now, once these 8th Order masters broke through to the 9th Order, each army would have at least 3 9th Order masters assuming command. The strength of each army would then usher in a burst of explosive growth. Mi Jingluan was even considering whether to split the 12 armies up. After all, the number of soldiers in each army was indeed quite large and a little bloated. If they were split, then they could better utilize the strength of the soldiers. Of course, that was just an idea that sprang up. It would require the 9th Order masters to discuss and decide if they wanted to put such a plan into action before changes could be made. During the war, Mi Jingluan was able to command the entire army with a single word, but he would not act alone on important matters that might affect the future of the human race when they were not actively in combat. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Ouyang Lai, who was standing nearby, muttered. For so many Ninth Order Masters to break through at once was something that had never happened even in the late ancient era, when the humans first grasped the essence of the open heaven realm method. There would inevitably be failures today, and the only possible outcome of failure here was death. Therefore, while everyone is celebrating, Ouyang Lai was somewhat worried. Every one of these 23 people was an elite among elites, so it would be heartbreaking to lose any of them. While the 23 masters were accumulating strength and attempting a breakthrough, the rest of the army was either resting, cleaning up the battlefield, or counting the spoils of war. Over the years of fighting, the humans had basically used up every resource they gathered, spending every material as soon as it was collected. Yang Kai's huge demand for his cultivation was especially astonishing, almost equaling the amount invested in an entire army. So, even with 3 million cultivators scattered throughout the Black Ink battlefield mining resources, they did not have much surplus on hand. It was fortunate that they captured the no-return pass where the Black Ink clan must have some reserves. For thousands of years, the Black Ink clan had occupied most of the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield, where they had been constantly mining resources and breeding more clansmen. Despite the immense expenditures, they should still have a large amount of resources in reserve. Soon news was coming in from each direction. Mi Jingluan investigated the extent of the damages first. Even though he had a rough idea about it already, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the results. The army's losses were much lower than he expected. Originally, when Yang Kai returned from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield and they decided to launch the final battle, they had mentally prepared themselves to face severe damage to the human race army's foundation. This was unavoidable though. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements were on their way, and if the humans did not capture the no-return pass quickly, they would have to face the fate of being caught in a pincer attack, which could very well destroy their entire army. But when the fight was actually done and over with, the extent of the damage was still within an acceptable range, and their losses were not as severe as had been expected. The greatest reason for that was because the battle had not dragged on too long. The critical moment was the fall of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. Together, Yang Kai and Ada were able to kill him in just a few dozen breaths, which greatly shook the morale of the Black Ink clan. Following that, Emonaye's fall dropped the morale of the Black Ink clan even further, while also greatly disrupting their ability to coordinate and organize themselves. As they acted decisively and were able to settle the fight quickly, the losses to the human race army were naturally kept to a minimum. Of course, the purifying light that erupted from the sacrifice of the 2008th Order's small stone race masters was also indispensable. At that time, the purifying light not only severely damaged the Black Ink giant spirit god, but almost instantly wiped out a large swath of Black Ink clansmen, while all the Black Ink clansmen over the entire battlefield were affected by it somewhat, lowering their strength to a certain extent. All these unexpected events laid the foundations for their grand victory. After looking through the battle report, Mi Jingluan handed it over to Yang Kai, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he swept his divine sense over it. The losses were not small but weren't too large either. They still had the strength necessary to continue their crusade. If the casualties of this battle had exceeded 30%, they may have lost that ability. It should be noted that there were still the Black Ink clan reinforcements waiting for them, which was another difficult hurdle they had to jump through. All they had to do now was wait for the 23 8th Order Masters to break through and stabilize their cultivation. After the armies were reorganized, they could finally embark on the final crusade. Yang Kai looked out into the depths of the void with deep worry creasing his brows. Even now, he had no idea what had happened at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, nor what the situation was with the suppressing Black Ink army. His family and disciples were all over there, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried about them. If he could, he would have rushed to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction as soon as he found out about the movements of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. But he couldn't go earlier or even now. As the strongest Ninth Order Master, the battle at the no-return pass would not have ended so easily if he wasn't here. Between family and the survival of the entire human race, a choice had to be made. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of now was that even if something did happen at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, it was still in progress. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to not be a single true royal lord in the reinforcements. Though it was partly wishful thinking, this conclusion was the only comfort Yang Kai had in his heart. As time passed, the auras of the 23 people in the void continued to fluctuate, and each of them had an illusory phantom of their own small universe appear behind them. As their auras continued to fluctuate and their momentums rose continuously, their bottlenecks were gradually broken, and the boundary walls of their small universes that had reached their limit began expanding again. Chapter 59:16 Tao Lord, please save me. In the midst of the grueling wait, an aura belonging uniquely to masters in the Ninth Order rippled out, and as their small universe burst out in expansion, everyone knew that the first successful Ninth Order master had appeared. It was not Jianghu, but instead another rising star from the Burning Moon Army. Everyone who was watching the situation closely couldn't help but reveal joyful expressions. The birth of the first Ninth Order master seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Within the coming half-day, a second and a third success appeared. After the day was over, the number had grown to as many as 7. By the next day there were 11. By the third day, 14. The fourth day, 17. The success rates of the rising stars who have received feedback from the World Tree clones and possessed unparalleled talent were incredibly high. Until now, none of them had shown too many problems with advancing. However, there were still 6 who were struggling to break through, which Yang Kai and the others couldn't help but worry about. Breaking through as a result of sudden enlightenment had to be done in one fell swoop. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would become. 4 days have already passed. Those who were able to break through successfully had already broken through. The remaining 6 would likely experience some setbacks, which made the others worry and also feel helpless at the same time. Nobody could help another person break through, everything depended on their own hard work and accumulations. If their accumulation was enough and their luck was not bad, then they would naturally be able to succeed just like the 17 before them, but fate was a tricky thing that nobody could perfectly predict. Yang Kai suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction. There, a person was pushing their aura hard. The illusory phantom of their small universe was constantly expanding and contracting behind them as if it were a living being that was breathing. If everything went smoothly, then once the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded to its limit, it would break through and expand greatly. However, Yang Kai clearly sensed that this cultivator was somewhat lacking in strength, and he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that it would be difficult for them to succeed with their current heritage. This was inevitable. Throughout history, the path from the 8th Order to the 9th Order had always been full of obstacles. If there existed those who succeeded, then it was only natural for some to fail as well. At a certain moment, when the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded again, there was an obvious sound of something breaking. This caused the expressions of all the Ninth Order masters who were paying attention to this person to change, and the cultivator who was trying to break through also had a panicked look on his face. He then opened his eyes with a bitter expression. The cracking sounds grew more and more intense, and the illusory phantom of his small universe was becoming difficult to maintain. His small universe seemed to be on the brink of rupturing. The person turned their head to Yang Kai, and after a moment of anxiety, his expression calmed down. He smiled, ready to accept his final fate. The next moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and Yang Kai, who had been observing from a distance, appeared in front of him and raised his hand to touch the top of his head. A river flowed and waves roared. The spacetime river enveloped everything, and spacetime strength suppressed and sealed the local space. Everything seemed to turn still, including the rupturing of the small universe. The man looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Tao Lord?" Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him and smiled, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" The man felt a little ashamed and lowered his head, unable to meet Yang Kai's gaze directly. "I did my best, but I still failed to live up to Tao Lord's expectations." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he spoke in a commanding voice, "Look at me, Wang Chang." The man raised his head abruptly, feeling extremely surprised. "Tao Lord remembers me?" Even though he was born in the Void Tao Temple, he never interacted much with Yang Kai after being brought out of the Void Tao Temple and meeting him for the first time. He was proficient in neither the Tao of time nor the Tao of space, but cultivated the Spear Tao instead. He was also not qualified to be selected to be a Void Guard, and over the years he had never received any more attention or care from Yang Kai. He thought that someone as great as the Tao Lord, the one who shouldered the fate of his people, would only be concerned about the survival of the human race. Even though he came from the Void Tao Temple, the only connection they had was in name. The Tao Lord had also never given special treatment to any of the disciples who came from the Void Tao Temple. He never thought that he would be called out by the Tao Lord by name today. "I remember every one of you," Yang Kai began. "The survival of the 3,000 worlds was not really your concern to begin with, yet I brought you out of the Void Tao Temple and threw you into this cruel and bloody battlefield to sacrifice yourselves for the survival of a group of humans you have never met before. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me." Wang Chang was anxious to respond, "It is the honor of us disciples to serve you, Tao Lord." "Even so," Yang Kai nodded gently, "you are all excellent and have never let me down." Wang Chang's expression turned grim, This disciple cannot break through to the ninth order, and my small universe is about to rupture. So what if you reach the ninth order? So what if you're in the eighth order? You slaughtered many of our enemies from the Black Ink clan. It is the same when you were in the eighth order. You still killed our enemies and pushed them back. You also protected your allies behind you. Your eldest senior brother Miao's aptitude is limited. Unless he can obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill, he will never be able to reach the ninth order, but isn't he still living a fulfilling life? You didn't fail to break through because you have not worked hard enough. Destiny simply didn't favor you today, that is all, Yang Kai reassured him. Turning the conversation around, Yang Kai raised his voice. I only ask you one thing. Even if you cannot reach the ninth order in this lifetime, can you still hold on to your original convictions and sacrifice yourself for the human race? Will you fight and slay our enemies to eradicate this evil? Wang Chang answered meekly, naturally I am willing, but Tao Lord, my small universe is about to rupture, can I still survive? The small universe was the foundation of every open heaven realm master. If the small universe ruptures, the cultivator would perish. Yang Kai grinned, are you dead now? Not yet. Wang Chang shook his head. Even he himself thought his answer was ridiculous after saying it. If you are willing to live, then you can live. If you are not willing, no one can save you. Wang Chang seemed to understand something and his dark eyes lit up again. Tao Lord, please save me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking up at the small universe behind Wang Chang, he contemplated for a moment before extending a finger. At the same time, the space-time river that suppressed and sealed this space began to surge wildly. In the far-off void, Mi Jing Luan and others were watching the situation attentively. Everyone was heartbroken. After 17 out of the 23 cultivators eligible to break through to the ninth order successfully advanced, a failure still appeared in the end. At such a critical moment, failure was equivalent to death. However, just as everyone was silently waiting for fate to carry out its judgment, the space-time river suddenly appeared, surrounded by the fluctuation of the space principles. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Yang Kai had rushed over. No one knew why Yang Kai had gone over at this time, but before anyone could see what was happening, the space-time river suddenly disappeared. Following that, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never left. Only his face was slightly paler than before. Junior brother, you, Mi Jing Luan was shocked. Huh? What just happened? Yang Lai suddenly exclaimed, scaring Mi Jing Luan so much that he choked on his words. Following his gaze, all the ninth order masters were shocked by what they saw. The rupturing of Wang Chang's small universe had mysteriously been reversed, leaving the illusory phantom behind him completely intact. The only differences were there was no longer any sign of a breakthrough going on and Wang Chang's aura had become weaker, as if his foundation had been damaged. Many thoughts flashed through Mi Jing Luan's mind as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. Junior brother, what did you do? Regardless of what Yang Kai did, they could tell from the results in front of them that Wang Chang, who was doomed to die, had been saved while his breakthrough had failed. Compared to dying and fading away, this was undoubtedly a good result. At the very least, Wang Chang had survived and could still contribute to the war. Yang Kai said, I crippled hundreds of years of his foundation. Is that also possible? Yang Lai couldn't stop his eyes from widening in surprise. This was an incredible event that was simply unheard of, but bizarre things seemed to happen around Yang Kai often. Xiang Shan furrowed his brow. Even if you have crippled hundreds of years of his foundation, how did you save his life when his small universe was about to rupture? Many things can be done in a frozen spacetime. I just gave it a try and it somehow worked. Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Everyone finally understood. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai rushing to Wang Chang's side for an instant before returning. In reality, the time Yang Kai spent in that frozen spacetime was not just a moment. He must have made a lot of preparations and used many means to suppress Wang Chang's breakthrough to save his life. What he did was nothing short of a miracle. But manipulating spacetime on any level was not an easy task. Whether it be the Tao of space or the Tao of time, both were extremely profound and esoteric. Yang Kai was perhaps the only person capable of such means in this universe. What are the drawbacks? Mi Jing Luan asked excitedly. He was originally worried that they would have to see their people fading away among those who were breaking through to a higher realm, but seeing that Yang Kai had such a technique, he could save their lives. These warriors have served the human race for thousands of years, so even if they had to die, it should be on the battlefield. It was the honor they deserved. They should not be dying on the path of breaking through. The only thing to worry about now was whether there were any drawbacks to this method of saving people. He will never be able to break through this bottleneck again in his lifetime. If he's lucky, he may return to the peak of the Eighth Order, but if he's unlucky, he will only be able to maintain his current cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Crippling several hundred years of Wang Chang's cultivation had brought him down directly from the peak of the Eighth Order, and this kind of destruction caused by external forces had undoubtedly damaged Wang Chang's foundation. That was also the reason why Yang Kai had spoken so much with Wang Chang earlier. For a favored son of heaven who had the potential to stand at the pinnacle of martial Dao, lingering on and barely surviving might not be considered a blessing. The greatest pain and torment for a cultivator was to have one's martial Dao being cut off. If Wang Chang was unable to accept such a fate, he would still perish. Only by letting go of his obsession could Yang Kai's rescue become meaningful. Chapter 59:17, Prepare to set off again. The cost was undoubtedly high, but for those who wished to remain among the living it was nothing. After Wang Chang, 2 more people failed to advance, and Yang Kai stepped in to save their lives one after another. Fortunately, while the other 3 encountered some obstacles in their breakthrough, they all safely advanced in the end. At this point, a total of 20 out of the initial 23 had successfully broken through to the Ninth Order, which meant that the human race had seen the birth of 20 new Ninth Order Masters in one go. Including Yang Kai and the others, there were now 30 Ninth Order Masters among their ranks. This number was still not comparable to the human race at their peak, but it was a good start. The Grand Army was now resting as almost everyone had injuries to recover from. Conquering the no-return pass was only the beginning. In their original plans, the next step would be a crusade against the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. The human race had suffered a crushing defeat outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction before, resulting in countless deaths and the eventual invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Nobody wanted to experience that failure again. Even after that defeat, the humans had the strength to fight on. But now the human race had gathered all their strength. If they were to lose this time, they were likely to be doomed to extinction. However, even the best-laid plans could never keep up with reality. The appearance of the Black Ink Clan's reinforcements disrupted the original strategy. Before they could embark on their crusade to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, an elite Black Ink Clan army of 10 million had to be disposed of. Without breaking through this obstacle, there was no point in thinking about a crusade to the Grand Restriction. The only good news was that the reinforcements had emerged from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, and a lifetime of isolation left them with very limited knowledge of the current situation of the human race. They did not know about the existence of the Void Guard, nor were they aware that their movements were being monitored by the humans, something which could be exploited. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan held several discussions and finally came up with a feasible plan. While the Grand Army was recuperating, some confidential items were rapidly being developed, consuming a massive amount of resources. Half a year after the humans conquered the no-return pass, Pure Yang Pass, inside the main conference hall, the Ninth Order Masters were gathered. In front of the 29th Order Masters who had only just broken through after the last war, people like Yang Kai were already considered veterans. Everyone couldn't help but lament how the newcomers were replacing the old members, and the back waves of the river were pushing the front waves on. A total of 30 people were gathered here. It had been thousands of years since the humans had seen such a luxurious lineup. After half a year, the new Ninth Order Masters had just barely stabilized their cultivation. Though they have yet to fully consolidate their newfound strength, there was simply no time to let them slowly adjust their conditions. After the last battle, they had taken a full half year to recover, which was a luxury for the current human race. Mi Jingluan raised his hand, and jade slips flew out to everyone one by one. As they examined these slips, Mi Jingluan spoke. After that major battle half a year ago, the Void Guard scouting ahead reported that the reinforcements from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction have stopped and are now waiting to ambush us when we set out. They are currently located around the junction of the Black Ink battlefield and the Late Ancient Era battlefield, though much closer to the latter. Listening to his briefing, the Ninth Order Masters checked the jade slips and found this basic information was listed inside. Mi Jingluan continued, "From the intelligence we have now, the Black Ink Clan reinforcements have found out about the war here at the No-Return Pass as well as the outcome of the battle. That's why they are lying in wait for our army to fall into their trap ourselves. This is good news. Since they have no idea that their actions have already been exposed, we can use their plan against them. Since they have chosen to ambush us, we can take advantage of their inaction to surround them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. If we are to go against the Black Ink Clan at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, these reinforcements must be eliminated first." While you were all recovering from your injuries, Junior brother Yang and I have formulated a plan. Please look it over. If there are any issues, please speak up as soon as possible so that we can discuss and solve them together. The group silently looked through the jade slips. The newly advanced Ninth Order Masters remained silent, not because they felt that they lacked the qualifications to express their opinions, but because they felt that the plan was indeed feasible and there was nothing that had to be changed. They knew that while they were recovering and stabilizing their cultivation in retreat, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan were still working hard. Xiang Shan on the other hand asked, other than the fact that they have no true royal lords among their ranks, the number of masters they have is not inferior to the no-return pass when it was at its peak. Can we confirm there are no true royal lords among them? Mi Jingluan looked at Yang Kai. Junior brother Yang personally went to investigate and can confirm this. Of course, we will survey the area again to ensure that our intelligence is correct before we begin our operation. Xiang Shan nodded lightly, then there's no problem. Even though the forces of this reinforcement army were not much different in terms of strength from the forces the Black Ink clan had during their peak at the no-return pass, the situation they were facing now was quite different. At the very least, these reinforcements did not have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods among them. Meanwhile, the humans had not only gained 20 more Ninth Order Masters, but they also had the support of Ada and Aer. The advantages brought by the two giant spirit gods alone were immeasurable. Furthermore, there was a big difference between trying to siege a fortified position and conducting a field battle. Even if they had to face an army of millions of elites, the humans were confident that they could defeat the Black Ink clan with minimal losses as long as careful preparations were made. Since there are no issues, let's proceed according to plan. We have been preparing for this battle for the past 6 months, so all armies should be ready to depart in 3 days. All the Ninth Order Masters stood up to answer before dispersing. After capturing the no-return pass half a year ago, the new Ninth Order Masters were divided among the various armies. Ultimately, it was decided to keep the configuration of the 12 armies, so each army now had 2 or 3 Ninth Order Masters assuming command, avoiding the awkward situation of anyone lacking a Ninth Order Master. Once everyone left, Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother, how are your injuries?" Yang Kai replied, "Nothing to be concerned about, but I won't be able to use my dragon vein powers for a short period." The drawbacks of using his dragon bead could not be restored quickly. It would have to take at least a decade of uninterrupted rest for him to properly recover, something the humans could not afford right now. Mi Jingluan nodded, "We still need junior brother to work hard in the coming battles." "I know, it is my duty," Yang Kai nodded and stood up. "If senior brother has no other orders, I will go and cultivate now." Mi Jingluan laughed, "Go ahead." As soon as Yang Kai left the main hall, a face appeared in the void that blocked out the sky, revealing an ingratiating smile. Yang Kai was speechless and threw a world bead to Ada as he told him, "Eat less and don't fall asleep. We're going into battle soon." While chewing loudly on the world bead, Ada answered him casually. Not long after, the space-time river appeared outside of the no-return pass. Plunging inside, Yang Kai began refining resources and cultivating. Time waited for no one, and Yang Kai was now using every moment he could to improve his heritage, trying to reach the peak of the Ninth Order as soon as possible. After teaming up with Ada to slay a Black Ink giant spirit god last time, Yang Kai realized that he was still too weak. The Black Ink giant spirit god was only one of Mo's creations, a mere soul clone. If he had to face Mo someday, what would he do? Open Heaven Realm Masters were undoubtedly no match for Mo. According to Tsang, Mo had already reached the legendary creation realm. However, with Yang Kai's increasing progress and enlightenment in his Grand Daos in recent years, he faintly felt that something was off about the belief that Mo was in the creation realm. Of course, he had no idea what exactly the creation realm was, but he knew that he needed to cultivate hard to bring his own cultivation to its peak before he could gain the qualifications to explore the mysteries of the next realm. He was still lacking in many ways. Every moment of free time was extremely precious for Yang Kai in the current situation. 3 days passed in a flash. Outside Pure Yang Pass, the Grand Army were fully armed and ready to go. The mood was solemn and killing intent filled the air. After preparing for half a year, the soldiers had still not lost their momentum or fighting spirit. All of them knew that taking the no-return pass was only the beginning, and winning a single battle did not mean the end of the war. Only when the human race conquered the primordial heaven source grand restriction and vanquished Mo could they truly call themselves victorious. In this situation, letting their guard down in any way would mean death. 12 universe fragments had already been prepared and lay across the outside of the no-return pass. These universe fragments were recently moved back from the depths of the void by the humans, and each one corresponded to an army. At a certain moment, following the commands of the army commanders, the soldiers gathered on these universe fragments. "Junior brother, it's up to you now." Inside the no-return pass, Mijing Luan turned his head and said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and took a step forward, arriving at the closest universe fragment. Summoning his space-time river, Yang Kai quickly turned it into a torrent which wrapped around the universe fragment in front of him. Looking from afar, the surging river was just like a giant snake, coiling and enveloping the universe fragment. Dao strength surged, and with the shaking of the space-time river, a section of the void was stripped away and compressed while the universe fragment within shrank rapidly. In less than an hour, Yang Kai retrieved the river and reached out, grabbing a newly formed world bead. After a quick investigation, he tossed it to Xiang Shan, who was standing next to him. Even Xiang Shan, who was used to seeing the strong winds and waves, caught it in a panic as he cradled the world bead in his palms. There was no helping this as the entire Blood Flame army was currently inside this world bead. Heavens know what damage it would cause to the army if the bead was to shatter. At this moment, Xiang Shan could only sigh and marvel at the profundity of space secret techniques. He had never imagined that Yang Kai could do such a thing, refining an entire universe fragment where an army of millions of human masters were located into a single bead. If you had such a technique, why didn't you use it during the previous crusade? Xiang Shan couldn't help but ask. When the humans set out from Black Territory, they had to trek through a long and arduous journey. At that time, they used the method of taking low and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to reduce the cost and risk of transmission. Even though it was still considered convenient, it was far inferior to the current method Yang Kai was displaying. Chapter 59:18 Turtle Hiding in its Shell? In response to Xiang Shan's question, Yang Kai explained, "This technique requires a suitable vessel, so it wasn't possible for me to do so at the time." A universe fragment or universe world that had been refined into a world bead was one such suitable vessel. The Black Ink clan had destroyed essentially all suitable bodies in the 3,000 worlds during their many millennia of occupation, so they were unsuitable for him to use in such a situation. He did have a few world beads from the Myriad Monsters territory, but those were meant as rations for Ada and Aer. Xiang Shan nodded in understanding as he carefully put away the world bead that contained the entire Blood Flame army. Yang Kai was already refining the second one and soon turned the various universe fragments, each with one of the 12 armies on it, into world beads and gave them to the appropriate Ninth Order Masters for safekeeping. Finally, Pure Yang Pass was the only object remaining outside the no-return pass. The Supreme Headquarters staff gathered in the central square with the two giant spirit gods who shrank themselves down. Once Yang Kai used his spacetime river to envelope and refine Pure Yang Pass into a type of world bead, all that was left of the Grand Army was a group of Ninth Order Masters. Mijing Luan turned around and gazed in the direction of the no-return pass as he called out, "Those of you who remain in the no-return pass must do your best to safeguard the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. If the army returns one day, it will be in glorious triumph. If, however," he paused, "if you receive unfavorable news from the front lines, seal the territory gate, return to the 3,000 worlds and make the necessary preparations." Though the majority of the army was setting out, there were still some who remained at the no-return pass to stand guard. After all, this was the primary territory gate that led to the 3,000 worlds. They could not leave it undefended. Nevertheless, the ones who stayed back were the ones who had been severely injured during the previous battle. Every single one of them sported grave injuries, from severed limbs to damaged small universes. There were only a few tens of thousands of them. When Mijing Luan gave the order for them to remain at the no-return pass, their protests made it all the way to the Supreme Headquarters. Despite their injuries, they were still fueled by their desire to slaughter the enemy, and even though they were not as strong as they once were, they were willing to fight to the bitter end. Mijing Luan had to spend a lot of time persuading them with both reason and emotion until they finally agreed to watch over the territory gate. It was always wise to plan for all possibilities. Although they were able to kill off seemingly all of the Black Ink clan army when they besieged the no-return pass, there were bound to be some who managed to slip past them due to the vastness of the battlefield. While these remnants of the Black Ink clan army might not be all that powerful, they could still wreak havoc on the humans who remained behind in the 3,000 worlds if they were given free rein. Furthermore, the ones who stayed behind were not all powerful masters. It was for this very reason that Yang Kai left behind a sealing secret technique. If the humans fell in the coming battle, The ones who remained at the no-return pass were to retreat and use the sealing secret technique he left to permanently close the territory gate. Once that was done, the 3,000 worlds would no longer be connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a very large number of pseudo-royal lords or royal lords would be able to break the sealing secret technique Yang Kai left behind. If that many powerful masters from the Black Ink clan did return to the no-return pass, it meant that the human army had lost, which would also mean the end of the human race. Once Mi Jingluan finished giving his instructions, those who were to remain behind cupped their fists and chorused, "Yes, sir." The Ninth Order masters took one last look at the no-return pass. Their eyes flitted over the territory gate that led back to the 3,000 worlds before they hardened their hearts and abandoned all wistfulness as they headed deeper into the void. No one knew how many of them would make it back alive. Behind them, a loud voice bellowed out from the no-return pass, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." The other voices rang out in unison, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." With the help of the universe temples and space arrays that the Void Guard had set up beforehand, the 39th Order Masters took only a few days to traverse across the vast void and arrive at the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield. They had made their calculations beforehand and gathered at the last of the universe temples where they convened with the Void Guard who were standing guard here. They wanted to hear the reports regarding the situation further ahead. Soon the Void Guard finished reporting everything they knew. After taking it all in, Yang Kai said, "That means the Black Ink clan's reinforcements plan on ambushing us on the late Ancient Era battlefield." The Void Guard who spoke nodded and added, "That seems to be their plan." During the final battle at the no-return pass half a year ago, the reinforcement army that had been rushing over suddenly stopped. We didn't know what happened at the time, but later on, we figured that they must have received word from the no-return pass. Mi Jingluan nodded. Before Mo Naiyi died, he was still busy sending out dispatches. He must have been the one who arranged this. After Yang Kai killed Mo Naiyi with his spear, Mi Jingluan retrieved a small black ink nest from Mo Naiyi's hand. It was clear that the latter had been using the power of the black ink nest to send messages to the reinforcements. It's all clear now. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements realized that their existence had been exposed and that the no-return pass had been seized, so in compliance with Mo Naiyi's arrangements, they found a suitable battlefield to lay in wait to attack us, but they would not have expected us to arrive this quickly. Considering the pace of a regular army, it would take the humans about a decade to cross such a distance, even if they left as soon as they emerged victorious at the no-return pass. By then, no matter how strong the human race Grand Army was, they would still be exhausted from traveling and caught off guard by the Black Ink clan's well-prepared ambush. However, the human race only spent half a year recuperating after taking back the no-return pass before reaching this place a couple of days later. It had indeed been a wise decision to form the Void Guard as they managed to help the humans avoid a catastrophic situation. This was their chance to make use of the intel they had while their opponents remained in the dark. After mulling it over in silence, Yang Kai raised his head and said, "Senior brother, all of you can rest here for now. I'll go on ahead and scout the situation." Mi Jingluan nodded. "We will have to trouble you with that, junior brother." A Void Guard swiftly stepped forward with a space beacon which Yang Kai took and channeled his power into. Once the space beacon flashed, Yang Kai disappeared. The next instant he appeared somewhere in the void. There was a figure beside him. It was Li Wuyi, who was in charge of tracking the movements of the Black Ink clan reinforcements. This was the same way Yang Kai dropped in on Li Wuyi the last time. Li Wuyi let out a small exhale of relief when he spotted Yang Kai. He did feel rather pressured by his task of keeping an eye on things alone, but thanks to Yang Kai's presence, he now felt as if some weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Did we retake the no-return pass?" Li Wuyi asked. Even though Li Wuyi received the news about the results of the battle at the no-return pass, he could not resist checking anyway. "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good to hear." Li Wuyi smiled at the confirmation, but soon his expression turned grim as he asked quietly, "The casualties?" "Not as bad as it could have been. It is still bearable for us." Li Wuyi nodded without asking any further. All he would get was a cold, emotionless number, but every single number represented the sacrifice of a person. The price of war was far too heavy. "How are things over there?" Yang Kai looked out in front of him, but to his puzzlement he did not see any sign of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. "I knew you were coming, so I retreated a little to avoid letting them sense anything. You can't see them from here," Li Wuyi explained. "They stopped moving half a year ago. Since then they've been preparing themselves and building defensive structures." "Defensive structures?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Li Wuyi nodded. They dragged over many of the lifeless universe worlds and fragments to act as barriers. It seems to me that they intend to build up a base. It sounds as if they plan on having a full-on confrontation with us instead of ambushing us, Yang Kai thoughtfully mused. That's very much within their means. Li Wuyi's expression was grim. There were several hundred pseudo-royal lords and over 10 million high-rank or higher Black Ink clansmen. Even though they don't have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods with them, they are still a force to be reckoned with. It's undoubtedly Mo Na Ye's doing, Yang Kai remarked in realization. Their goal was never to stop our crusade, they simply hoped to weaken us. As long as we've been weakened enough, continuing with the crusade will become meaningless. Thus, instead of trying to set up an ambush, they are better off fighting an all-out battle. They probably want us to discover their tracks. Li Wuyi gave it some thought before nodding in agreement. That seems to be the case. How vigilant are they? Yang Kai checked. Only somewhat, I'd say, Li Wuyi replied. They don't seem to expect us to arrive anytime soon, so they haven't sent out scouts or set up any strict patrols. Furthermore, the scouts they have deployed are only monitoring a small area. Still, it's enough to stop me from getting too close. 6 months ago, Li Wuyi had been able to observe the Black Ink clan army from up close, but ever since they began setting up their base, he had to stay further back to avoid detection. I'll go and take a look, Yang Kai said. After confirming the direction, he shot off into the void. Though he did not discover any true royal lords the last time he checked, there was no harm in being cautious. It was best to do a thorough check once more, as inaccurate information could very well lead to unnecessary casualties in battle. After traveling for a while, Yang Kai caught sight of the Black Ink clan army. He used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to mask his figure and aura as he continued making his approach. It was just as Li Wuyi had said. The Black Ink clan army was building a base here. They dragged many universe worlds and fragments from all over the void to create barriers and barricades in an otherwise empty territory. This area was still a part of the late Ancient Era battlefield. During the late Ancient Era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought fiercely on this vast expanse. Countless great experts died in battle, leaving behind numerous traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions. There were even divine abilities and secret techniques that had yet to be used up. These were all things that the Black Ink clan could use to their advantage. Yang Kai scrutinized the surroundings as he made his way closer to the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army. Soon, he arrived at the nearest spot he could reach and began studying the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army closely. Once he was certain that they did not have any true royal lords amongst them, his worries eased. Though they were a sizable force and powerful as well, their lack of military intelligence when compared to what the humans knew made them little more than turtles hiding in their shells. Chapter 59-19 Without warning. Around half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Universe Temple and the Ninth Order Masters gathered around him to get an update. Once Yang Kai filled them in on everything he witnessed, Mi Jingluan nodded. It's fairly similar to what we expected. In that case, should we proceed according to plan? Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai. What do you think, junior brother? It won't be a problem, Yang Kai answered. Mi Jingluan's expression was serious as he declared, let's stick to the plan then. Soon, everyone left the Universe Temple, save for 2 void guards who remained behind to stand guard there. After a day's worth of traveling, they arrived in a part of the void that was neither too far nor too near the base of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. Yang Kai held his hand out to Xiang Shan, who brought out the world bead he had been keeping with him the whole time. Space principles surged as Yang Kai's hands moved swiftly. He gently patted the world bead before tossing it into the void. Once the tiny world bead left Yang Kai's grasp, it started expanding at great speed. It looked as if a stone had been tossed into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. In just a few moments, the world bead had been restored to its original form, and on the lifeless universe fragment, the Blood Flame army was busy preparing themselves. Senior brother Xiang, I'll leave things here to you and junior brother Sun, Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan nodded in response, as did Sun Ku, one of the new Ninth Order Masters. You all will remain here as well and cooperate with me later when we strike. Yang Kai spoke to a few members of the Void Guard accompanying them. Yes, sir. They quickly replied. Let's go to the next spot, Yang Kai called out as he led the rest of the Ninth Order Masters and Void Guard onwards. Yang Kai kept releasing world beads at specific spots and leaving each of the human race armies there. This carried on for a couple of days until everything was in place. They were done with all their preparations. The last army to be released was the Profound Nether Army, which presently had 3 ninth-order masters among their ranks. One was Ouyang Lai, a more seasoned ninth-order master, while the other 2 were newly promoted with a lot of room for growth. The atmosphere was tense as the army stood ready for battle. Ouyang Lai was in the lead, his eyes closed. Approximately a quarter hour later, the time that had been agreed upon earlier arrived. Ouyang Lai whipped his eyes open, raised his hand and shot off. The profound Nether army that had been waiting eagerly for this moment heard him roar, "Charge!" This scene played out in 12 different areas of the void as the 12 armies marched on the enemy from 12 different directions at the same time, heading straight towards the Black Ink Clan reinforcements base. No sound was made, but their steely resolve and murderous intent permeated the void, causing space itself to shudder in their presence. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hovering above the base with his eyes closed as he quietly counted down. The base was made up of over 100 universe fragments and worlds that had been gathered together. The Black Ink Clan had gone through painstaking efforts to drag all of these over from the neighboring areas of the void to use as a defense line. Some of the pseudo-royal lords were gathered in a corner of the base, communicating via divine sense, their expressions grim as they were worried about the future. This could not be helped. 6 months ago, they suddenly received word from the no-return pass that the humans had launched a frenzied, all-out attack. Not only did they lose one of the Supreme One Soul clones in the battle, but the entire Black Ink Clan army there had been routed and was at risk of being annihilated. They had no way of knowing the outcome of the battle as they stopped receiving updates from the no-return pass after the royal lord named Mo Na Yi transmitted some final information to them. Nevertheless, they could hazard a guess that the Black Ink Clan at the no-return pass must have met their doom and all the Black Ink nests were destroyed. If that was not the case, it was impossible for them to not get any further news. Initially, they stormed out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to help the Black Ink Clan army at the no-return pass, but now that the humans had captured it, was there any point in heading over as reinforcements? In the end, they chose to follow Mo Na Yi's directions. They remained in place to await the arrival of the human race army with the intent to block their path. The human race army was so powerful that they could even slaughter a soul clone of the Supreme One. Thus, the reinforcements knew they would surely lose any war they fought against them, but they had no choice. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away from the no-return pass and thus had sufficient time to prepare for the confrontation. Just as the pseudo-royal lords were in the middle of their discussion though, a feudal lord flew over and stood by the side as he greeted them. "What is it?" A pseudo-royal lord that looked like a giant spider turned to him and asked. It was an extremely peculiar sight as the spider-like pseudo-royal lord had a human face. However, the Black Ink Clan came in all manner of strange and peculiar forms, so he was not unique by any means. "I have something to report, sirs," the feudal lord respectfully said. "Go on." It was a pseudo-royal lord who looked like a small giant with 4 arms who spoke this time. The feudal lord swiftly reported his findings. It did not count as anything serious. A few of the teams who had been sent out to collect resources should have returned as early as 2 weeks ago, but had failed to show up, and now even the scouts sent out to check on them could not be contacted anymore. After hearing the reports, the spider-like pseudo-royal lord frowned and snapped, "You don't need to interrupt us with such inconsequential matters. Just send out a few more scouts to investigate." They were on the late ancient era battlefield where there were a myriad of powerful traps in the form of barriers, seals and restrictions left in the void. Many of their mining teams and scouts had already gone missing as well prior to this news, so the pseudo-royal lords did not pay much attention to these things. Therefore they ignored the feudal lord's concerns. The feudal lord had more to say, but in the end, he feared the pseudo-royal lords too much to continue, so he respectfully took his leave. He could only do as the pseudo-royal lord had commanded, so once he got back, he sent out a few more scouts and instructed them to investigate the places where the previous teams had gone missing, though he still felt uneasy. Even though there had been instances where their scouts or teams in charge of collecting resources went missing in the past, it happened far less frequently than it did recently. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hidden above the base, slowly opened his eyes. "It's time?" Yang Kai looked down at the base and the universe fragments filled with the resting Black Ink Clan army. Then he opened his palm. The space-time river was circling atop his palm like a snake biting its tail, and in the middle of it was a piece of the void that had been cut out. A tiny great pass was sealed up inside that piece of the void, and 2 figures sat cross-legged inside of it. They looked quite adorable in their miniature state. As Yang Kai looked at them, the 2 figures noticed his gaze and looked up at him before rising to their feet. Yang Kai nodded lightly at them before flicking his hand, causing the space-time river to fly out. In a similar fashion to what had happened when Yang Kai released the world beads, the spacetime river began rapidly expanding the moment it left Yang Kai's grip. The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of all from the Black Ink clansmen. The pseudo-royal lords, territory lords and feudal lords, all sensed that something was happening and quickly looked up. The sight they saw shocked them to no end. A large river appeared out of nowhere and rapidly expanded until a massive great pass appeared before their eyes. A pseudo-royal lord saw the characters etched into the great pass and had to rub his eyes before taking another look to ensure he was not hallucinating. Pure Yang Pass. They had never seen Pure Yang Pass before, but the intelligence Mo Na Yi sent them before he died mentioned the existence of such a great pass. It was the only great pass the humans had right now and had greatly contributed to their invasion of the no-return pass. Why would Pure Yang Pass be here? And why does that strange river that cuts across the void look so familiar? After giving it some thought, isn't that great river the exclusive divine ability of Yang Kai, the killing star from the human race? They were gobsmacked by the sudden turn of events and had not figured out what was happening, but there were always going to be smarter ones in their midst. As such, a voice soon roared so loudly that it echoed in the void. The humans have come. We're under attack. That was enough to shock all from the Black Ink clan into action. Although they did not know how the humans managed to arrive so soon, now was not the time for them to dwell on this conundrum. However, before they could do anything, the massive Pure Yang Pass came crashing down on the universe fragments in the center of their base. Technically, Pure Yang Pass was many times smaller than even a single universe fragment, but when the two met, it was the universe fragments that exploded into pieces. It looked as if someone used a hammer on a watermelon. The sudden, forceful attack turned the first universe fragment into shattered pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen atop it were thrown into chaos. The unlucky ones were killed upon impact, but most of them were stumbling around and coughing up blood as they had been heavily injured in the collision. Only those who were at least a feudal lord could survive the fallout of such a collision. At least 100,000 high-rank Black Ink clan soldiers died from just this attack alone, and it was only the beginning. Without the humans to wield the strength of Pure Yang Pass to its maximum, it was simply an inanimate object that could not do much. However, just as Pure Yang Pass smashed the universe fragment to pieces, two figures shot up and swiftly expanded. They instantly turned into giant silhouettes that flanked the great pass on either side. The immense pressure that emanated from the enormous figures made the Black Ink clan feel as if their souls were shaking and chills ran down their spines. Giant spirit gods. Terror-stricken screams rang out from all directions. None of them expected to see a giant spirit god suddenly appear amidst their ranks, let alone two. Pure Yang Pass, which was supposed to be back at the no-return pass, had shown up here and two giant spirit gods came with it. The pseudo-royal lords could not fathom how the humans managed to cross such a vast distance in such a short amount of time, or how they managed to ensure that the Black Ink clan was completely blindsided by this sudden, fearsome attack. Chapter 59:20 In full force. Secret techniques shot out at the two giant spirit gods from all directions as the Black Ink clan reacted instinctively while in panic. Thus, Ada and Aer had only just resumed their original forms, but they were already under fierce attack. Ada roared as fury colored his simple, honest face. Ada didn't do anything. Ada just showed up here, but everyone is attacking Ada. Ada knew the Black Ink clan was bad. His roar seemed to form an invisible wall that blocked all the secret techniques from the Black Ink clan, and in the very next moment he stepped towards them. Though his massive size made his movement seem rather clumsy, one step was all it took for him to reach the nearest universe fragment where he threw out his fist. Ada was much bigger than Pure Yang Pass, almost the same size as the universe fragment in front of him, so when his fist struck, the Black Ink clansmen who were hit directly instantly vaporized, regardless of how powerful they were. There had even been a pseudo-royal lord present, yet he did not manage to escape this fate. Pseudo-royal lords were undeniably strong, but they were still ants compared to a giant spirit god's fist. Countless others died as well. Ada's blow created a huge crater initially, and as the force of his punch reverberated out, the entire universe fragment soon exploded into dust. The Black Ink clansmen cried out as they tried to escape, but they were still affected by the shockwave of Ada's punch and were now either heavily injured or at least dazed, making their struggles almost futile. An Eighth-Order master could destroy a universe fragment with a single punch, but there was still an enormous difference in destructive force when compared to a giant spirit god. This was the strength of a giant spirit god. Right now, apart from Mo, whose power remained enigmatic to all, the giant spirit god clan were the most powerful beings fighting in this war. Although they were not proficient in the use of secret techniques or divine abilities, and seemed to be of lower sentience in some ways, they had immense strength. While Ada was busy destroying the universe fragment, Aer did not stand around idle either. He charged at the defensive barrier the Black Ink clan had worked so hard to create, and with each kick or punch he landed, lands were destroyed and countless Black Ink clan soldiers died. In just a few breaths of time, the void was littered with broken universe fragments and Black Ink strength that had leaked out of the dead Black Ink clan soldiers. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords managed to recover themselves and take action, ordering their armies to try and stop the two giant spirit gods. Soon their attack started taking effect. Although giant spirit gods were terrifyingly powerful, there were only two of them and their enormous size made them easy targets. The Black Ink clan reinforcements numbered over 10 million, and as long as they properly coordinated, their combined strength could not be underestimated. The attacks poured in from all directions. Ada and Aer's silhouettes began to look a little unsteady and they could not move as freely either, but that only served to infuriate them even more. When the human race army attacked the no-return pass, they were able to kill the second Black Ink giant spirit god by gathering all their strength together. The Black Ink clan would probably be able to accomplish the same feat if they could group up and arrange themselves the way the humans had. Though it had to be said that the Black Ink giant spirit god the humans killed had already been through an intense battle with Ada and Aer, and thus was already seriously injured. Furthermore, its movement had been restricted as well and it could not dodge the combined assault from the human race army. Even a Black Ink giant spirit god could not withstand that level of bombardment. Ada and Aer's situation was a lot better than that Black Ink giant spirit god's. Though the Black Ink clan kept attacking from all directions, the two giant spirit gods would not be in any mortal danger if the Black Ink clan failed to unleash a combined assault that was strong enough to overpower them in one blow. However, considering the heritage of the Black Ink clan reinforcements, it was within their means to force Ada and Aer to retreat if they were willing to make some sacrifices. That would only be possible if nothing unexpected happened, however, and alas, it soon did. All of a sudden, those on the battlefield detected the fall of a pseudo-royal lord. An intense fight had broken out on the battlefield and the death of a pseudo-royal lord was not something surprising. The unluckiest of them all had died from the giant spirit god's first strike. However, what caught the Black Ink clan's attention was the fact that the pseudo-royal lord who just died did so a great distance away from the giant spirit gods at a place that did not seem to be under attack. Furthermore, even if the fallout from the giant spirit god's blows had managed to travel that far, how was it possible for a pseudo-royal lord to not be able to block that level of attack? Before the Black Ink clan managed to figure out what had just happened, the aura of yet another pseudo-royal lord vanished. A third and a fourth soon followed. At last, the pseudo-royal lords realized the situation they had on their hands. Apart from the two giant spirit gods, there was also a third master they did not know about who was lurking on the battlefield and assassinating the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords were alarmed. "It's Yang Kai. He's here." One of the smarter pseudo-royal lords roared. A strange river had cut through the void when Pure Yang passed and the two giant spirit gods abruptly appeared, and several of the pseudo-royal lords recognized what it was. According to the information Mo Na Yi provided before his death, the river was made out of Dao strengths and belonged to Yang Kai, the Killing Star. He was the most powerful Ninth Order master and the one that Mo Na Yi warned them to guard against, for he was an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. When the pseudo-royal lords and the reinforcement army heard this report, they found it hard to believe that a lone human, no matter how strong, would pose an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. Nevertheless, Mo Na Yi was a true royal lord and they had to pay serious attention to the last warning he gave them just before he died. It was only now that the pseudo-royal lords realized Mo Na Yi could have been right. Though the giant spirit gods were powerful, they were extremely overt in the way they did things. It was much easier to guard against a spear in the light than an arrow in the dark. As soon as that pseudo-royal lord's roar rang out, it was followed by an agonizing shriek. The Black Ink clan were drawn by his cries and quickly looked over, only to find a silhouette fading away behind the pseudo-royal lord who was now sporting a large hole in his chest. Dao strength surged from his wound and ate away at his vitality. "Don't let him escape." A pseudo-royal lord yelled as he unleashed his aura and smashed it towards that part of the void. Many pseudo-royal lords jumped into action and followed suit. Space rippled and a silhouette which was about to completely fade away reappeared once more. It was a human who had a long spear in his hand. He looked perfectly at ease despite being surrounded by his enemies. "You've got pretty quick reflexes," the human coolly remarked, but the pseudo-royal lords did not hear any semblance of a complimentary tone in his voice. "Quick. Keep him occupied." The pseudo-royal lord who shouted earlier was smarter than the others and knew that this was a rare opportunity for them. If they allowed Yang Kai to hide once more, even more of their masters would meet their doom. Their best option now was to pin him down and stop him from finding a chance to sneak up on any other pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords nearest to Yang Kai swiftly lunged at him from their respective directions, trying to gang up on him. They attacked as speedily as they could in an impressive display of cooperation for the frantic state they were in. If it had been any other Ninth Order master, they would have been caught in a difficult battle. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he made a grabbing motion and Dao strengths rippled in the air as the sound of water echoed. He summoned his space-time river, and it snaked around him like a whip. The pseudo-royal lords who were charging at him were taken by surprise and ended up plunging into the river, just like children who drowned by a sudden surge of water. They struggled on the surface of the river for a few moments before sinking in and disappearing. The river grew fierce as Dao strength surged. A few figures could vaguely be seen inside the river, clearly fighting for their lives. Soon the commotion died down. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and a few figures flew out of the river. When the Black Ink clan saw this, their hearts sank and their expressions hardened. The figures that fell out were the pseudo-royal lords who had been swept up just now, but they were all now covered in mortal wounds and their auras had vanished. All it took was a few moments and all those pseudo-royal lords had been killed. It was an unbelievable display of power. The pseudo-royal lords who were still charging towards Yang Kai immediately halted, thanking the Supreme One for being further away as they had not been dragged into the strange river. Otherwise, they would have numbered among the dead pseudo-royal lords as well. All of the pseudo-royal lords began to hesitate. Although all the information from Immortality about Yang Kai had warned them not to underestimate him, none of them had imagined he would be this terrifying. Good. The pseudo-royal lords were terrified and uncertain, but Yang Kai felt spirited. He had been hiding his true strength all these years, which meant he could not unleash his full power whenever he joined the attacks on the no-return pass, and he hated every moment of it. Even though he no longer tried to conceal his ability during the last battle, he had been facing off against a Black Ink giant spirit god and he did not manage to have a true face-off with it, so he did not get to experience the rush of displaying his full strength. He killed Immortality by concealing himself with the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, and ever since then he had been patiently waiting. Until today. The death of these pseudo-royal lords enabled him to see just how much stronger he had become. In the past, whenever he used the space-time river, Yang Kai was able to capture multiple pseudo-royal lords at once but he could not kill them off so easily. He had to enter the river personally to finish off his prey. But he no longer had to do so. He now had complete control over the life and death of pseudo-royal lords who entered the space-time river. This was the change that happened when one's heritage grew stronger. It was an intoxicating feeling. Kill him. The pseudo-royal lord who gave the command was retreating as he roared. An endless stream of secret techniques shot out at Yang Kai, but they all hit nothing as his figure simply faded away. The pseudo-royal lords pushed their divine senses wildly, but they could not detect any trace of Yang Kai. The chaotic battlefield was filled with all kinds of fluctuating forces and energies, so the pseudo-royal lords completely lost track of Predator among them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon reappeared behind the pseudo-royal lord who had given the command, his long spear casually piercing through the latter's head. Chapter 59:21, Broaden Your Horizons. When the two giant spirits gods appeared, an intense battle broke out at the Black Ink clan base. Though initially flustered and caught off guard, the Black Ink clan reinforcement army slowly regained composure and began working together to suppress the giant spirit gods. It was immensely difficult, but at least they did not become victims of an outright massacre. The giant spirit gods were beginning to show signs of injury as well. Large boulder-like objects fell from their bodies as the Black Ink clan army kept up a continuous bombardment of attacks. The fact that the reinforcement army was able to come up with a response in such a short amount of time made it clear they were indeed elites of the Black Ink clan. Alas, the two giant spirit gods were not what the Black Ink clan felt most challenged by. No matter how powerful the giant spirits gods were, they were out in the open and they could deal with them accordingly. The biggest threat, however, was the human killing star, who was hiding in the dark and could strike out with extreme lethality at any given moment. Yang Kai, the killing star, was able to move around essentially undetectable. Even the pseudo-royal lords could not track him down, and each time he appeared at least one pseudo-royal lord would die. It was their first time clashing against an opponent like Yang Kai, but despite only a short time passing, he was already akin to a looming shadow of death that hung over all their heads. He did not attack anyone other than the pseudo-royal lords, but in just a short span 20 such masters had died, with the surviving ones helpless to deal with him. Had it been possible, the pseudo-royal lord's best option would have been to hide among the rest of the army, but due to the drawbacks of the Source fusion technique, they couldn't restrain their auras. They were like bright lights in a dark tunnel, their presence glaringly obvious to anyone despite being in a sea of over 10 million other Black Ink clansmen. They could neither defeat Yang Kai nor find him. It felt as if they had no way of overcoming this crisis. I want to know what the situation is at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. I will spare the life of the one who tells me what I wish to know. All of a sudden, the human's voice rang out on the battlefield for all the Black Ink clan army to hear. One of the pseudo-royal lords had an abrupt change of expression as his eyes glinted and he threw his fist towards a certain part of the void. "He's here." He punched with all his strength and the void shattered like a mirror, but there was nothing there. Then the pseudo-royal lord heard Yang Kai's voice sounding tauntingly next to his ear. Wrong answer. There was a flash of light as the local space solidified. The pseudo-royal lord was still in the same pose, his clenched fist extended out, but his head had been separated from his body and black blood was now gushing out of his neck, dyeing the void black. "Does anyone else wish to speak?" Yang Kai's voice rang out again. Two pseudo-royal lords confidently unleashed attacks towards the spot where the voice came from, but as soon as they did so, Yang Kai appeared behind them and thrust his spear through their backs. Before the rest of the pseudo-royal lords could rush over, Yang Kai's silhouette disappeared once more. Maybe my previous question was a little too broad, so I'll be more specific. Has Amo woken up yet? What's the situation like with the human race army based outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction? A hot-tempered pseudo-royal lord immediately hollered, "You want to know what happened to the army over there? They're all dead and you're next." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai appeared in front of him. The pseudo-royal lord had been secretly searching for Yang Kai's location all along, but he did not expect the human to be arrogant enough to show up in this manner, so he was caught off guard. By the time he was able to react, Yang Kai's hand had flashed out and tightly gripped his forehead. The pseudo-royal lord was entirely shocked by what happened next. All at once, he felt as if his entire body was mysteriously suppressed and sealed by a strange force. Despite merely being held by the forehead, he could not fight back at all and Yang Kai ended up whisking him off just like that. All the masters from the Black Ink clan nearby gasped in shock and fury as they sent forth a torrent of secret techniques aimed at Yang Kai. Nevertheless, their attacks hit nothing as Yang Kai's silhouette flickered across the battlefield without ever truly solidifying in one spot. Yang Kai flitted around to avoid the Black Ink clan's attacks, all the while holding onto the pseudo-royal lord by the latter's forehead. He eyed the pseudo-royal lord and stated matter-of-factly, "The humans have a saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You'll have to pay the price for not watching your tongue." Alas, the pseudo-royal lord was a rebellious fellow, so despite being subjugated, he had no intention of compromising. He sneered and screeched, "What price would you make me pay, huh? It's just death. So what if you kill me? You'll never be able to stand against the Supreme One. Black Ink is eternal." "Who said I'm going to kill you?" Yang Kai eyed him coolly. The pseudo-royal lord abruptly felt a thick malice engulf him, one so intense that even though he was fully prepared to die, he could not help shuddering in response. "You just came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, so I'm assuming you've never experienced purifying light before. Well, I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll help you broaden your horizons." Having said that, the two marks on Yang Kai's hand became visible, and in the very next moment, yellow and blue light flowed out and wrapped around the pseudo-royal lord. The pseudo-royal lord immediately had a look of horror on his face. It was true that the reinforcement army had only just recently left the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and had never encountered purifying light before, but they had heard of it and how it could be used to counter Black Ink strength. Black Ink strength was able to corrupt anything and everything it touched, but the heavens were fair in all things, so no matter how strong a particular energy was, there was always something that countered it. Primordial light and darkness were both born at the dawn of the universe. Neither could exist without the other, but both also perfectly suppressed one another. The yellow and blue lights swirled together and quickly condensed into a pure white light. A sizzling sound was heard and all at once, the pseudo-royal lord felt as if he had been tossed into a boiling pot of oil as Black Ink strength gushed out of his body and evaporated as it came into contact with the purifying light. Throughout this process, the pseudo-royal lord underwent such overwhelming pain that he could not stop screaming in agony. His tormented cries echoed across the battlefield and struck fear into the hearts of all the Black Ink clansmen. The attacks on Yang Kai did not cease as the Black Ink clan continued their attempts to track him down, unleashing all their most powerful attacks wherever they suspected he might be. However, it made no difference. While Yang Kai could not hide himself while torturing the pseudo-royal lord, his masterful use of space principles allowed him to freely weave around the Black Ink clan's attacks. In fact, thanks to Yang Kai's sneak maneuvering, a sizable number of masters from the Black Ink clan ended up getting caught in friendly fire instead. As for the pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai captured, he had nearly screamed himself hoarse as his aura continuously weakened. In the end, he could not take it anymore and growled hoarsely, "Kill me! Kill me!" He finally realized that there were fates worse than death. Yang Kai carefully adjusted the strength of purifying light and brought the pseudo-royal lord before him. "Killing you is no problem at all," he quietly said. "Just tell me what's happening at the primordial heaven source grand restriction and you won't have to suffer this torment any longer." The pseudo-royal lord's lips quivered as he howled through his pain. "The human race army has been wiped out and the Supreme One has woken up." Yang Kai's gaze turned cold. "Kill me. I told you what you wanted to know," the pseudo-royal lord roared hoarsely. "But what you told me differs from what I know. I'm telling you the truth. It's all true." Yang Kai did not answer. Regardless of whether or not the suppressing Black Ink army was still alive, there was no doubt that Mo had not awakened yet. If Mo was fully awake, the primordial heaven source grand restriction would have been shattered and the reinforcements sent out would have been many times larger and had true royal lords leading them. Even at a time like this pseudo-royal lord still wants to try and trick me, huh? Either he doesn't know what's happening over there, or he doesn't wish to tell me. Yang Kai sighed. He knew there was no hope of him extracting any useful information about the situation over there out of the Black Ink clan now. The reinforcements had chosen to remain in this place to put up a fight against the human race army after hearing about the situation at the no-return pass. Thus, it was most likely that they were already prepared to die, so it was unrealistic to think he could dig out any information from them. That pseudo-royal lord was still bathing in purifying light and his aura had now dropped precipitously. Even the aura of a high-rank Black Ink clan was stronger than his now, so Yang Kai tossed him at the group of pseudo-royal lords who were swarming over as a barrage of attacks shot out at him. As the attacks exploded, the pseudo-royal lord turned into dust. Once Yang Kai's hand was free, he immediately turned around and summoned the space-time river which came crashing down on those who were chasing after him. The long river was like a beast that devoured everything in its path as it swallowed up a group of pseudo-royal lords. Dao strengths then surged and wiped out their vitality. Meanwhile, a group of pseudo-royal lords were standing on a certain universe fragment. They did not join the hunt against Yang Kai and instead gathered in the distance to observe the situation. After seeing the way a single human and two giant spirit gods sent their entire army into upheaval, the pseudo-royal lord in command let out a long sigh before saying, "We can't lose all our forces here. Our mission is to cripple the human race army. There's no point trying to put up a fight against these three." Based on the current strength of the Black Ink clan army, it was impossible for them to kill the two giant spirit gods. Certainly they could injure these two giant spirit gods, but once the latter felt threatened, they would simply run away and the Black Ink clan had absolutely no way to stop them. The same applied to Yang Kai the Killing Star. Since the Black Ink clan had no way of stopping their three opponents from escaping, and no way of killing them, this was an entirely futile fight that would only result in casualties on their side. The other pseudo-royal lords nodded in agreement. "Give the order for some to stay behind and keep these three occupied, as for the others, evacuate at once." The pseudo-royal lord quickly came to a decision. "Where should we go?" a pseudo-royal lord asked. The one who first spoke stayed silent for a moment before looking in the direction of the no-return pass. "We'll go out and meet the human race army ourselves." At first, the rest were confused, but they soon came to a realization. This was probably their only option now. They had to clash with the human race army as soon as possible. That way, even if they all died, they would still manage to fulfill their mission. Chapter 59:22 The Purple Feather Army Charges? The order to withdraw went out at once, and despite the chaos of the situation, the Black Ink clan army was able to maintain some semblance of order as they prepared to retreat. According to their estimates, they had to leave at least 30% of their forces behind to keep the two giant spirit gods and the Killing Star occupied. That was the only way they could carve out enough room for the rest of the army to leave safely and carry out their mission. This decision pained the majority of them, but they had no choice. The pseudo-royal lord who served as the commander was standing atop a universe fragment and surveying the bloody battlefield with an icy glare. Though he knew he would never get to seek vengeance himself, He still wanted to sear the killing star's image into the recesses of his mind. Sir. Suddenly, a feudal lord flew over and landed in front of the pseudo-royal lords to frantically report. Sirs, we have found signs of a human race army. The pseudo-royal lords were startled. Which direction? The commanding pseudo-royal lord quickly asked. That direction, the feudal lord pointed it out. The pseudo-royal lords all turned to look, and sure enough, they spotted hazy figures far off in the depths of the void. It was a great distance away, so they could not see clearly, but it was undoubtedly a human race army, a very large one. Excellent. The pseudo-royal lord cheered thunderously. He did not seem panicked by the sudden report. Instead, he looked pleased. Regardless of how the human race army managed to arrive in such a short amount of time when it should have taken them over a decade to reach this place, it was precisely what the Black Ink clan hoped to see. When they left the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, their initial mission was to aid the Black Ink clan army at the No-Return Pass by attacking the humans from the rear. They wanted to sneak up on the enemy, catch the humans off guard, and slaughter them all. However, when the No-Return Pass was lost, their mission changed. All they needed to do now was to fight the humans who were heading for Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, and to stop at nothing whilst doing so. Neither the outcome nor their survival mattered. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai and the two giant spirit gods threw their initial plans into disarray, and they were forced to split their troops in two. They had to leave some behind to keep the three menaces occupied while the others headed for the No-Return Pass to confront the human race army as soon as possible. No one expected the human race army would be here already. The enemy was delivering themselves up, so after being startled for a moment, the Black Ink clansmen were filled up with a thirst for battle. The humans used the strength of their killing star and the two giant spirit gods to disrupt their position and deployments before sending in their army to launch a surprise attack. It looked as if the humans had planned all this from the start. It was perilous to face such an enemy on their terms. Still, what was there for them to fear? The Black Ink clan existed solely to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Supreme One. Sir. Yet another voice called out from the distance, and a second feudal lord joined them as he quickly reported, Sirs, we have sighted a human race army. The pseudo-royal lord commander nodded, I know. The feudal lord who just came was completely taken aback. He rushed over as soon as he received the news, so how did the pseudo-royal lords find out about it beforehand? Nevertheless, he dared not make any comments. He stood aside and glanced at the first feudal lord, but when their gazes met, they seemed to realize something. Sir. Once again, a feudal lord rushed over from a different direction. At last, the pseudo-royal lords also realized that the situation was not as simple as they thought it was. The human race army was not coming from just one direction. Armies were rushing towards their base from all directions. They were completely surrounded. It was hard to imagine how the humans managed to achieve this. The Black Ink clan army numbered over 10 million elites, so it should have been impossible to box them in without someone noticing something earlier on. Finally, some of the pseudo-royal lords recalled the reports they had dismissed the past few days, ones about scouts and resource-gathering teams failing to return on time. From the looks of it now, the missing Black Ink clansmen must have been discovered by the humans and eliminated. They never thought that the humans could arrive here so soon, so they had been preparing for a battle to break out a decade later. That was why they were not more vigilant and failed to realize the humans were closing in on them. Those deplorable humans. The pseudo-royal lord commander exploded in rage. Even though he wanted to take on the human race armies as soon as possible, he did not welcome being plotted against this way. After thinking in silence for a moment though, he shouted, Pass down the order, we launch a full-scale attack in that direction. He pointed in the direction of the No-Return Pass, which was also the direction the first feudal lord pointed out in his report. Although the Black Ink clan was being besieged from all directions, the one silver lining of the situation was that the human race's strength was scattered as they had split themselves up into over 10 different forces. Even though this allowed them to surround the Black Ink clan, it also meant that the Black Ink clan could target these smaller armies individually. As long as they moved quickly enough, they had enough heritage to wipe out a few of the human race's armies. That would be enough to deal a crushing blow to the humans and force them to cut their crusade short. The Black Ink clan were already making preparations to withdraw, so after receiving the latest order from the commanding pseudo-royal lord, they instantly split into two. 30% stayed behind to keep Yang Kai and the giant spirit orders occupied while the rest charged at the human race army that was approaching from the direction of the No-Return Pass. The human race army coming from that direction was the Purple Feather Army. Wuxia was originally the only Ninth Order master in the Purple Feather Army, but ever since the battle at the No-Return Pass, the humans had 20 new Ninth Order Masters, 2 of whom were added to the Purple Feather Army. They were a man and a woman, an actual senior brother and junior sister pair. Even if one searched the entirety of the human race's history, it was exceedingly rare to find a precedent of 2 such people growing so powerful together. It was hard enough to become a Ninth Order Master, as few ever had the possibility of doing so. If it had not been for the benefits gained from the World Tree clone, it would usually take several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years for someone with the aptitude to become a Ninth Order Master to appear in a great force. Thus, the years and generations that separated the Ninth Order Masters made it near impossible for 2 to have a senior brother and junior sister relationship. That all changed with the appearance of the Star Boundary. After several millennia of fighting together, this pair could basically read each other's thoughts. Even when they were still 7th Order and 8th Order Masters, they had already carved out a name for themselves on the battlefield, as numerous feudal and territory lords had died at their hands. They had even caught Emo Na-Ye's attention, as he had set up traps that were targeted specifically at them. The many years of war between the human race and the Black Ink clan gave birth to a plethora of both celebratory and sorrowful stories, but it also led to the birth of many remarkable people, and these 2 were ranked among them. Right now they were standing atop a purifying Black Ink battleship together with Wuxia, their senior, as all 3 were observing the battlefield. When Wuxia saw that the Black Ink clan army had chosen to charge in their direction, his eyes flashed with displeasure. Whether it was on purpose or not, the Purple Feather Army had been singled out by the enemy as the weak point that they could easily run over. "Prepare for battle," Wuxia loudly commanded. The Purple Feather Army that had been traveling at great speed instantly repositioned themselves. They did not take up a defensive formation, but rather an offensive one. Despite facing off against their opponents whose numbers were several times greater than their own, the Purple Feather Army showed no fear. Every single one of them was able to stay composed as they waited for the moment to strike. After going through numerous battles, both large and small, throughout the past few millennia, they had built up their spirits through their continued victories and could move as one body. The Black Ink clan army was not about to face the weak army they believed it to be, but a giant beast who could swallow everything in its path. Murderous intent flared as the distance between the 2 armies rapidly shrank. All at once, multicolored flashes of light shot out from the Purple Feather Army and rained down on the approaching Black Ink clan. At the same time, streaks of black secret techniques shot out from the Black Ink clan army towards the Purple Feather Army. The fight had officially begun. Scores of auras from the Black Ink clan were extinguished by the bursts of light, and even the pseudo-royal lords could not let their guard down. They were completely focused on dodging the secret techniques. In a situation like this, even a minor slip-up could spell their doom. As for the Purple Feather Army, though they suffered some losses as well, it was nothing compared to what the Black Ink clan suffered. It was not surprising, as the human race had the protection of warships and spirit arrays, while the Black Ink clan did not. In a head-on battle between 2 armies where secret techniques and artifacts were exchanged at long range, the side with stronger defenses had far more of an advantage. It was akin to a mortal battle where both armies had archers but only one had shields. Naturally, the one with shields suffered far fewer casualties. In this case, the humans were the ones with the shields. Evidently, the Black Ink clan picked up on this as well. They had to withstand the constant decrease in their numbers as they tried to hasten their attacks. Since they lost out in terms of defense, they were forced to expend some of their energy to defend themselves in order to counter the humans' advantage. After a few rounds of secret techniques were exchanged, the fearsome armies finally clashed in the void. By numbers alone, the humans were certainly at a disadvantage, but they were still able to halt the Black Ink clan army's charge by force. The Purple Feather Army seemed to turn into a massive boulder which could not be moved. No one knew how they did it, but they did. Black Ink clan bastards, suffer death. Wuxia's bellow rang out. He was still standing atop the purifying Black Ink battleship when he first started speaking, but by the time he finished, he had already charged into the Black Ink clan army. His weapon flashed as he cut down a pseudo-royal lord before the latter could even register what was happening. Black blood splattered everywhere as a powerful aura flared up before disappearing. Countless masters from the Black Ink clan shuddered in fear. Though the pseudo-royal lords were resolute in their determination to sacrifice everything for the Supreme One, they still felt chills down their spine when they saw how terrifying Wuxia was. At last, they realized that the human race did not only have Yang Kai as their solitary killing star. The Ninth Order Master in front of them now was also immensely powerful. Wuxia was a veteran Ninth Order Master, and out of all the current Ninth Order Masters, Xiao Xiao was the only one who had more experience than him. However, Xiao Xiao was proficient in the Yin-Yang Grand Dao and specialized in crowd control rather than single combat. The same could not be said for Wu Qing. Thus, among all the Ninth Order Masters, Wu Qing was second only to Yang Kai in terms of individual combat strength. Chapter 59-23 Surrounded. Wu Qing made a show of strength by channeling everything he had into the attack. A pseudo-royal lord who was caught off guard would never have been able to defend himself against it. Off to a good start. However, in the very next breath, Wu Qing was surrounded by numerous masters from the Black Ink clan. After being momentarily stunned, they swiftly rushed over to gang up on him. Wu Qing showed no fear as he slashed out around him. As Dao strength rippled through the void, his formidable power burst out and turned his enemies into rivers of blood. The other human race masters followed in Wu Qing's footsteps as they rushed into the enemy lines, including the two new Ninth Order masters. Their figures lunged forth as two flashes of light as they headed straight for the pseudo-royal lords. The junior sister's expression was grim as her hands swiftly moved to unleash a mysterious strength that filled the void, causing the pseudo-royal lords to instantly feel as though their souls were becoming unstable. They saw stars circling their heads as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer. The senior brother seized this chance to close in with his sword. Sword light shrouded his body as he cut through the pseudo-royal lords. Black blood splattered as one of the pseudo-royal lords was relieved of his head, while the others were heavily injured. This was all accomplished with a single strike. By the time the pseudo-royal lords who were lucky enough to survive could finally react, the senior brother's sword light was slashing down on them. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield. Of this senior brother and junior sister pair, one excelled in the Soul Dao while the other excelled in the Sword Dao. Furthermore, they were able to act as one as they fought on the battlefield, which meant they could kill their enemies even more efficiently than Wu Qing, the veteran Ninth Order Master. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Masters quickly got into their battle formations and challenged the remaining pseudo-royal lords, causing intense fights to break out in all directions. The battle was joined in an instant as the two armies fought with dogged fervor. In this battle, the human race were both advantaged and disadvantaged at the same time. One of the things working in their favor was that these pseudo-royal lords had a critical difference from the pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass. While they were all similarly powerful, they differed when it came to experience. The pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass had fought against the human race for hundreds of years at least, and with the help of the information they gleaned from Black Ink disciples, they were able to mimic the humans and even learn to form battle formations. Although they could only form a simple Three Fortunes formation, it would still require 20 to 30 Eighth Order Masters in 5 elements or 6 paths formations to contain them. That was the reason why the humans had such a hard time during the battles at the No Return Pass. Even a simple Three Fortunes formation had given the pseudo-royal lords a huge boost in combat efficiency and allowed them to occupy many more human masters. However, that was not the case for the pseudo-royal lords who just came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. They did not know how to form battle formations and their combat experience was quite lacking, so even though they worked together in certain situations, each of them basically acted independently, oftentimes getting in each other's way rather than providing support to one another. As soon as the clashing started, the Eighth Order Masters keenly picked up on this and were thrilled. If the Eighth Order Masters formed a 5 elements formation, they were just barely able to put up a fight against the pseudo-royal lord. A 6 paths formation would mean that they would stand on equal footing, while a 7 stars formation made them even more powerful than their opponent. As of now, the humans had quite several Eighth Order Masters. This was thanks to their steady accumulation all these years, as well as the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. Each army had at least 2,000 Eighth Order Masters, some even had 3,000. With so many Eighth Order Masters, it was easy enough to form battle formations and contain the pseudo-royal lords. Nevertheless, when it came to sheer numbers, the Purple Feather Army paled in comparison to the Black Ink Clan Army as the latter had nearly 10 times as many masters. Therefore, even though the Purple Feather Army was able to put up a fight for now, they could not keep it up for long. Fortunately, they did not need to. The other human armies were closing in from all directions, so all they had to do was hold out for a little longer, and their reinforcements would be able to surround the Black Ink Clan completely. When the time came, the Black Ink Clan would be trapped. The difference in numbers meant that the Purple Feather Army suffered increasing injuries and casualties, but in comparison to them, the Black Ink Clan suffered the same in far greater numbers. The 3 Ninth Order Masters weaved through the enemy as they killed pseudo-royal lords again and again. Wu Qing was covered in wounds and the senior brother and junior sister duo had also turned pale from overexertion. The wreckage of the broken warships floated everywhere as blood and torn limbs scattered all over. Nevertheless, the Purple Feather Army did not retreat. They maintained their lines and held fast to keep the enemy rooted in place. The other human armies were rushing over to provide aid from all directions with the Ninth Order Masters in the lead and would soon arrive. The Black Ink Clan army was slowly weakening. Initially, the pseudo-royal lords figured that their numerical advantage would be enough for them to triumph over the Purple Feather Army, with a high chance of them being able to wipe this human army out entirely. As long as they did so, they would be able to create a gap in the encirclement and gain a better position to battle against the other human race armies. Alas, they did not expect the Purple Feather Army to be able to keep the battlefield fixed in this area despite being outnumbered nearly 10 times. Are humans really so resilient? The pseudo-royal lords were somewhat dazed. No wonder the ones who first left the primordial heaven source grand restriction couldn't exterminate the humans and were soundly defeated after years of battle. As the stalemate continued, the Black Ink Clan army soon began to despair. The other human race armies had arrived, swarming over from all directions and surrounding the Black Ink Clan army. An even more intense battle broke out then as both parties numbered over 10 million now as they fought viciously. The Black Ink Clan army was already weakened by the previous battle, but the humans remained spirited, so the outcome was clear. Furthermore, the humans had 29 Ninth Order Masters while the Black Ink Clan did not even have a single true royal lord. Their pseudo-royal lords did not know how to form battle formations either. Thus, the clash soon became a one-sided massacre for the Black Ink Clan. Meanwhile, back at the Black Ink Clan's base where the fight first broke out, Ada and Aer were stomping about, slaughtering the Black Ink Clan army in droves. Though a large number of masters from the Black Ink Clan remained here to keep them occupied, they were only 30% of the whole reinforcement army and it was hard for them to put up a fight against two giant spirit gods. Moreover, Yang Kai was still weaving about undetected among them as he snuck up on their masters and assassinated them. Soon Yang Kai killed off the last of the pseudo-royal lords who had stayed behind, and without them the Black Ink Clan's attacks became little more than tickles and scratches to Ada and Aer. Since the battle had been decided, Yang Kai returned to Pure Yang Pass. The Great Pass had been floating along on the battlefield without anyone paying any attention to it after Yang Kai first let it out and sent it crashing into a universe fragment. Until now. Instantly, somewhere on the Pure Yang Pass, Yang Kai's divine sense surged like gushing water, and soon he took in the situation across the void. It's the perfect time. A torrent of world force was unleashed and a huge array lit up on the spot where Yang Kai stood. A mysterious energy burst forth in all directions. 12 universe fragments were scattered across the void outside the battlefield. These 12 universe fragments were the ones that Yang Kai brought from the no-return pass after turning them into world beads. He restored them to their original size once they arrived in this area. The 12 universe fragments were not simply tools to transport the armies, they were also a crucial part of the plan to surround the enemy. The human race army had planned all of this before they left the no-return pass. Just as Yang Kai activated the Grand Array on Pure Yang Pass, the Void Guard that remained on the 12 universe fragments did the same to the arrays that had been set up there too. All at once, the 12 universe fragments lit up brightly as they connected with Pure Yang Pass. It was incredibly difficult to harness the strength of such a huge array. Just creating it had cost an enormous amount of resources, while powering it was also not cheap, but it was all worth it for the sake of eliminating the enemy once and for all. The connection between the universe fragments and Pure Yang Pass kept growing stronger, and once Yang Kai felt it reach a certain critical limit, he surged his space principles. The Void Guard picked up on this signal and instantly followed suit. All at once, there was a visible ripple that started from Pure Yang Pass and rapidly spread out over several millions of kilometers, sweeping past the two clashing armies as it filled every corner of the void. This ripple was not deadly in any way, nor did it disrupt the two armies either. However, after it spread out, something seemed to change on the battlefield. The 12 universe fragments scattered across the void had been linked together with Pure Yang Pass to seal the entire battlefield. A massive section of the void had become a cage, and as long as the array held strong, nothing could escape. This was a massive battle involving millions of soldiers on each side. No matter who had the upper hand, it was still going to be hard to completely annihilate the other side. There were bound to be those who managed to escape. To prevent that from happening, the humans came up with a plan beforehand. If some of the Black Ink clansmen did manage to flee, they would surely be a threat to the ones left behind at the no-return pass as only a few tens of thousands of masters had stayed back. What's more, those masters were all heavily wounded and not as powerful as they once were. The humans were determined to slaughter every single Black Ink clansman here in one battle. Thus, Yang Kai was personally standing guard at the array core, and as long as he did not die, there was no way of lifting the ceiling array. Furthermore, even as he stood guard in the middle of Pyongyang Pass, he was still able to take part in the battle. Thanks to the power of the array, Yang Kai could monitor the entire situation out on the battlefield. It was a mysterious feeling for him, as it felt as though he was observing the battle from a different dimension. Since he could see what was happening, it meant that he could partake in the battle as well. Thus, out on the battlefield there were frequent attacks that seemed to come from out of nowhere. These attacks would smash the masters from the Black Ink clan into pieces, and many of the humans who had been caught in a perilous situation were saved, to the confusion of everyone. Chapter 59-24, Go on ahead first? There was no suspense in this battle. The human race spent over a decade retaking the no-return pass, but the outcome of this fight against the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had been determined right from the start. The portion of the Black Ink clan army that stayed back to keep the two giant spirit gods occupied was the first to crumble. After all of the pseudo-royal lords had been killed, there was no point in continuing a hopeless fight. Many of the surviving masters wanted to flee. Alas, the surrounding space had been sealed up and they could not escape. They were doomed to meet their end here. On the main battlefield, the 12 armies successfully surrounded the Black Ink clan and were now slowly but steadily eliminating them. It was ironic that the Black Ink clan army's plan was being carried out by the humans instead. Once the equilibrium between the two sides was broken, death was the only fate awaiting the Black Ink clan. One by one, the pseudo-royal lords died, and once they were all gone, the territory lords were next. Then the feudal lords. The battle lasted for a dozen days before it finally came to a close. Now that it was over, the humans began focusing on their recuperation as they counted the casualties. The Purple Feather Army had suffered catastrophic losses. This was the biggest loss for the human race in this battle. Most of the casualties occurred when the Purple Feather Army was holding down the Black Ink clan army before the other armies arrived. A heavy price had to be paid for an army to hold out against an enemy 10 times its size. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Due to the various setups and arrangements made prior to the battle, the humans were able to kill every single one of the reinforcement army that came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. They had completely wiped out the threat that this reinforcement army could have posed. Once the battle ended, Yang Kai released the Grand Array that suppressed and sealed the local space, and at the same time the 12 universe fragments that had been turned into array nodes shattered into dust as well. It was the backlash from the strength of the Spirit Array, and even Yang Kai could not stop that from happening. The Ninth Order Masters gathered back at Pyongyang Pass. Many of them were injured, especially the 3 from Purple Feather Army. Mi Jingluan, who was seated at the helm, had a worried expression. "You wish to go on ahead first, junior brother?" Yang Kai had just announced to the group that he intended to leave first and head for the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. He nodded and said, "Something must have happened at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, so I want to go and take a look. Furthermore, we don't know what's happening with the suppressing Black Ink army either." The humans had too little intel on their hands. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had not been broken yet, as true royal lords would have appeared as well if it did. However, he was worried about the suppressing Black Ink army's predicament. They were a team of elite masters who were in charge of dealing with the Black Ink clan who escaped from the Grand Restriction to ease the pressure on Wuquang. The army of over 10 million that had escaped was too much for the suppressing Black Ink army alone to have stopped, so it was inevitable that some terrible fate had befallen them. Mi Jingluan and the others knew that many of Yang Kai's family and disciples were part of the suppressing Black Ink army, so they understood what he was feeling right now. As it was, Yang Kai had already shown a great deal of righteousness when he chose to remain here and fight with the rest of the human race army, despite knowing that the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had escaped from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Mi Jingluan thus spoke up. Since their reinforcement army escaped from the Grand Restriction, things would not be peaceful there. I'm sure there would be enemy forces outside the Grand Restriction as well. How can you go up against them alone, junior brother? Why don't you wait a few days and head out with the rest of the army? Won't be long. Just 10 days will do. Yang Kai shook his head. Everyone has just been through an arduous battle, and though it was not the most intense we've experienced, everyone is exhausted. 10 days won't be enough to recover. They'll need to rest and recuperate for longer than that. Also, if I head over alone, I can hide my tracks and act according to the situation. Seeing as how Mi Jingluan wanted to continue talking him out of it, Yang Kai added, I'll take some of the Void Guard with me and finish setting up the space arrays along the way. We're only a few years' distance away from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, so once the space arrays have finished being arranged, everyone should more or less have recovered as well, and it would be just in time for them to proceed. This is the best arrangement, senior brother. Mi Jingluan had more to say, but in the end he nodded in agreement. You're right, but it will be hard on you, junior brother. I'm just doing what I must. Yang Kai got to his feet. I'll go and make the preparations. In reality, there was not much he needed to prepare. He simply got Li Wuyi to select a group of void guards who would be leaving with him before sealing up Pure Yang Pass and the two giant spirit gods. Both Pure Yang Pass and the giant spirit gods were massive and could not be sent through the space arrays in their original forms. Yang Kai had to seal them inside a world bead to accomplish that. The 12 universe fragments he used earlier had turned to dust, but thankfully, there was no lack of universe fragments in the void. As such, Yang Kai randomly moved one over and placed Pure Yang Pass as well as the two giant spirit gods on it. Then, with the use of space principles, he refined it into a world bead and passed it to Mi Jingluan for safekeeping. Once everything was settled, Yang Kai took 20 void guard into his small universe before stepping out into the void. He kept moving onward without stopping at all. The emotions that Yang Kai had been suppressing for the past 6 months finally welled up again. He desperately wanted to hurry on over to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction as soon as possible and see what was happening for himself. Several days later, he stopped and opened the portal to his small universe, bringing 2 void guards out. I'll leave things here to you, Yang Kai said before carrying on with his journey. The 2 void guards sent him off with a bow, and once he was gone, they began setting up the space array. A few days later, Yang Kai let out 2 more void guards. This scene repeated itself all along the way as the void guard arranged the space arrays that would lead to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. In just over a month, Yang Kai traversed across the late ancient era battlefield and arrived at the spiritless land. It was an empty void with no trace of life. Even the strength of the void, which could literally be found anywhere in the universe, was incredibly weak here. Yang Kai was extremely close to the primordial heaven source grand restriction now. All he had to do was travel a little further and he would arrive at the grand restriction, which had been in existence for millions of years. His small universe opened up and Li Wuyi and another void guard stepped out. They were the last 2. Set up the space array here, but don't travel any further ahead. Remember to stay hidden and not let the Black Ink clan discover you, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wuyi and the other void guard nodded. I'm heading off, Yang Kai said before disappearing into the distance. Pushing his space principles to their maximum potential, Yang Kai arrived outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction in just 3 days, and the sight he saw made his expression grim. It was just as Mi Jingluan had predicted. A large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were gathered outside the opening in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, with many pseudo-royal lords among them. There seemed to be even more of them here than there had been with the reinforcement army that had just been wiped out. Right now, they were ceaselessly attacking the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the outside. There was no telling how long they had been doing this. The endless waves of attacks caused ripples in the grand restriction, and though it was not in any danger of breaking yet, it would clearly not hold out for long. What's more, there was no sign of the suppressing Black Ink army. Yang Kai's heart sank. As he moved forward, he kept searching for signs of the suppressing Black Ink army, but he had yet to discover anything. It was an extremely worrying situation. The suppressing Black Ink army was made up of thousands of the most elite masters of the human race. Not only did it include Yang Shui, a new 9th Order master, but also Fu Guang, who was a divine dragon. Furthermore, they had the help of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, so even if they could not defeat the Black Ink clan, they should have been able to escape. However, Yang Kai saw no trace of them as he made his way over, and when he arrived he did not see any sign of them either. He did not find any human bodies or the wreckage of the suppressing Black Ink fortress in the void. It was as if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had simply up and vanished. Yang Kai did not know what happened to the suppressing Black Ink army, and the only source of information available to him was Wu Kuang, who was standing guard at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. I hope he's still alive. Yang Kai silently prayed as he used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability before approaching the primordial heaven source grand restriction. He avoided the Black Ink clan army and arrived at a different part outside the grand restriction before using his divine sense. Time seemed to stretch on as he nervously waited, but at last the familiar voice rang out in his mind. You finally came. Wu Kuang sounded weak and exhausted. Didn't you say you'd come over now and then to check up on things? It's been so long since your last visit that I thought you'd died. Something unexpected happened and I couldn't use my special method to reach this place, Yang Kai helplessly explained. The old tree had fallen into a coma after bringing Yang Kai back to the grand ancient ruins boundary from an extraordinary distance away, so Yang Kai could not use the power of the old tree to shuttle through the void. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this day to come over. What happened? Where's the suppressing black ink army? Yang Kai frantically asked. It's a bit complicated, Wu Kuang did not know how to explain. Take a look for yourself. He then transmitted a bunch of information over, and after looking through everything, Yang Kai's expression grew strange too. No wonder Wu Kuang said it's complicated. It's not at all what I expected. The only thing he was glad about was that the suppressing black ink army was safe for now. This was unexpected good news. Yang Kai figured that at best the suppressing black ink army had been defeated by the Black Ink clan and had to flee, but the worst-case scenario was that they had all been killed, and that was not an outcome he could accept. However, based on what Wu Kuang shared with him now, the suppressing black ink army situation was far better than he had initially thought. Furthermore, the information Yang Kai just received was something that neither he nor any of the other humans would have thought of. I only discovered these things when the black ink strength exploded this time. I didn't detect any of them before. Mu was indeed the strongest of the 10 from the late ancient era, Wu Kuang declared with a tone of admiration. The fact that someone like Wu Kuang expressed such thoughts proved just how remarkable Mu's plans and methods had been. Yang Kai was just as stunned by the information he received from Wu Kuang. Chapter 59-25, Inside the Grand Restriction. Song and the other 9 martial ancestors from the late ancient era chose to set up the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction in this place because it was where the primordial light and darkness were born. Could be considered the place where Mo came from. All the humans knew that Mo was suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. However, no one knew what it was like inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Even Song and the others knew very little. Out of the 10 martial ancestors from the late ancient era, Mu was the only one who personally entered the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to see what it was like inside. Nevertheless, when she returned, she chose to sacrifice herself by merging with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. She did not speak of what she saw or encountered inside. The human race masters came up with their own theories about what was inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, and Yang Kai had done the same as well. All along, he assumed that the Grand Restriction was simply Mo's cage. It suppressed and sealed Mo as well as its creations. After all, Mo was an existence that embodied chaos and evil, the source of all misfortunes that befell all of existence. Even if Mo had no wish to be so, its existence was sadly the antithesis of other living beings. However, from the looks of it now, the situation was a lot more complex than Yang Kai had thought. Despite everything else Yang Kai had gone through before, he could not help but be dazed by this new information. Still, there's no point in getting to know these things now. Wu Kuang's feeble voice rang out in Yang Kai's head once more. The primordial heaven source Grand Restriction has been in place for too long. For the past 6 months, the Black Ink clan has consistently attacked it, so I'm afraid it won't hold out much longer. After a pause he said, Yang Kai, if you wish to save the suppressing Black Ink army, I can send you in. You can find a chance to bring them out again, though if I'm being honest, I don't think there's much hope of that. If you don't, then leave now. Once the Grand Restriction breaks open, Mo will fully awaken and there will no longer be a place free from it anymore. It hasn't come to that yet, Yang Kai quietly replied. Plus, it's just as you said, if Mo does wake up, it will be impossible to find an uncorrupted place, so where would I run to? As he spoke, he recalled his previous plan. If the humans could not defeat the Black Ink clan, their only option was to gather their strength and flee deep into the void to find a new home. The universe furnace was constantly splitting heaven and earth apart, so there had to be more than one livable environment in the vast universe. No matter how strong Black Ink's strength was, it would not be able to cover the entirety of existence. However, if it did come to that, not only would it mean that only a few could escape, but even those who did would have to wander aimlessly for the rest of their lives. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. Don't despair. The human race army will be arriving soon enough, and when the time comes, they'll be able to get rid of the Black Ink clan forces outside the Grand Restriction, Yang Kai consoled. Wu Kuang was startled. The humans are on their second crusade already? Yang Kai nodded. More than 20 years ago we reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, and half a year ago we took back the no-return pass. A month ago we dealt with the Black Ink clan's reinforcements that emerged from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Our army is currently reorganizing itself and will be here soon. Wu Kuang was a little dazed. Has the human race's heritage grown that strong? When he saw Yang Kai appear here alone, he assumed that it was only Yang Kai who would be coming, so he did not expect to resolve the crisis he had on his hands right now. After all, the Black Ink clan army attacking him numbered over 10 million. Though they did not have a single royal lord among them, Yang Kai could not take them on all by himself. Our heritage is stronger now than it has ever been, Yang Kai seriously declared. Even though they only had around 39th Order Masters now, in the future, they would have at least 10 times what they had at their peak, if not 100 times. What fortuitous news, Wu Kuang remarked with a joyful voice. There was more he wanted to say, but all of a sudden he exclaimed, "Damn it! The suppressing Black Ink army is in trouble. Let me deal with it first." As soon as Wu Kuang finished speaking, Yang Kai could no longer sense the former's aura as he had gone to deal with the situation the suppressing Black Ink army was in. Yang Kai stood in place with his aura and figure hidden as he watched the Black Ink clan army. They were standing at the gap and persistently attacking the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai had a hard time stopping himself from jumping into action. He was all alone, so even if he attacked the Black Ink clan army, he could not deal with so many of them, and he would also end up putting the Black Ink clan on high alert because he exposed his presence. All that could be done now was to have Wu Kuang hold out a little while longer. The human race army would soon be here, and once they would be able to deal with this army. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and engraved all of the information he had into it. Then he took out a space beacon and used it to deliver the jade slip over to Li Wuyi. Thus, by having Li Wuyi pass the message along, the others would soon receive the reports about the situation over here, and Mi Jingluan would be able to make appropriate arrangements. Around a quarter hour later, Yang Kai felt Wu Kuang's aura again and he quickly asked, "How are things?" "They're safe for now, but it won't stay that way for long," Wu Kuang replied. "It's all thanks to the fact that a large number of the Black Ink clansmen left the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and the rest are focused on the opening right now. Otherwise, the suppressing Black Ink army would surely be facing an even bigger crisis." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll have to leave the suppressing Black Ink army in your care then." "When can the human race army arrive?" Wu Kuang asked. "They would have set off by now, so it should take less than a month for them to arrive." "That's good to hear." Wu Kuang exhaled at last. Before Yang Kai came over, Wu Kuang had to fight a dire battle all on his own here. Not only did he have to protect the entire suppressing Black Ink army, but he also had to focus on maintaining the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. He was beginning to despair at the situation. At last, Yang Kai had come and the human race army would be here in a month as well. They would be able to deal with the Black Ink clan army outside the Grand Restriction and he would have a much easier time once they did. "What do you plan on doing now?" Wu Kuang asked. After thinking in silence for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "Send me to the suppressing Black Ink army. It's been so many years, so they must have used up all of their resources by now." Although Yang Kai did leave a lot of resources with the suppressing Black Ink army when he first sent them to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, it had been thousands of years since then and they had no way of replenishing their supplies. They had to have used it all up by now after all these years of clashing with the Black Ink clan. "Good," Wu Kuang said, "follow my lead." Yang Kai nodded and followed the signals that Wu Kuang gave, which led him deeper into the void. Soon, once he arrived at a different location outside the Grand Restriction, Wu Kuang's voice rang out again. "This is where the Grand Restriction is at its weakest. The innate territory lords escaped from here back then." Yang Kai recalled this point clearly. Before the universe furnace emerged, a large number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai inadvertently found out about this and rushed over to kill them off. Rivers of blood marked his path, and in the end he came over and informed Wu Kuang about this, which was how the latter managed to repair the breach. Since this breach could be repaired, it could also be opened up again. "You'll only have one breath of time to enter the Grand Restriction. Don't miss it," Wu Kuang instructed. Despite being in control of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, he did not want to let any breach stay open for too long. It was safest to do so for only a breath, as something unforeseen could happen if it were open any longer. "Got it?" Yang Kai answered. The very next instant he saw a crack in the Grand Restriction. Black ink strength poured out of the crack that was filled with an evil and chaotic aura. The crack opened up for just a brief moment before it sealed back up again. Yang Kai, who was initially outside the Grand Restriction, was nowhere to be seen now. Never-ending black ink strength surrounded Yang Kai as everything was plunged into utter darkness. Yang Kai stood amidst it all with his aura and figure hidden as he looked around. He could not see anything with his eyes, so he had to rely on his divine sense to scout his surroundings. All cultivators, including Ninth Order Masters, would lose their sight and sense of hearing in a place like this, and if they used their divine sense, they were opening themselves to the possibility of being corrupted by black ink strength. Thankfully, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so he did not have to worry about anything when using his divine sense. He instantly detected a mysterious energy protecting him, one that was like a thin layer of mist that enveloped him completely. Although it was his first time coming into contact with this energy, he was able to instantly deduce what it was. This was the power of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Wu Kuang was in control over the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and his cultivation had steadily grown over the years. Even though he was not as strong as Tsang, who used to stand guard here, yet he was not that much weaker. Thus, he could use the primordial heaven source grand restriction to protect Yang Kai and ensure that the latter would not be detected by the Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, he would still run the risk of exposing himself, as he was inside an environment filled with black ink strength. If something that was in the middle of a sea of black ink strength moved, the movement would cause ripples in it the same way it would in water. Based on what Wu Kuang told Yang Kai, the former had relied on the power of the grand restriction to keep the suppressing black ink army safe all this while. If it had not been for that, the suppressing black ink army would not have survived till this day after being swallowed up into the grand restriction. They would have been ripped into pieces the moment they ended up inside. Wu Kuang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's mind, "Don't move. The Black Ink clan is approaching." At the same time, Yang Kai sensed a group of powerful auras coming over. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and stayed hidden in silence. Moments later, the group of powerful auras arrived. It was a group of innate territory lords led by a royal lord. They came over after sensing that something unusual occurred earlier. The royal lord immediately went over to the spot where Yang Kai snuck into the grand restriction and studied it with his divine sense before looking around. A territory lord also came over to inspect the spot, and soon he reported, "Sir, there are signs that the breach had weakened earlier." "Oh." The royal lord's expression was stern as he made a more thorough check. Once he confirmed that it was true, his expression turned to one of glee. "This breach once opened up nearly 1,000 years ago. Since it has weakened, it won't be long before it opens up again." After a pause, he sneered, "That scoundrel must be stretched thin right now." He immediately barked out an order, "Get the word out. We must find that human army as soon as possible and occupy that bastard's attention." "Yes, sir." The innate territory lords responded at once. Then the royal lord selected 2 innate territory lords. "You 2 will stay here and keep an eye on the breach. If anything strange happens, report back to me right away." "Yes, sir." Chapter 59-26, Suppressing Black Ink Army? 2 innate territory lords stayed back to keep an eye on things while the other masters from the Black Ink clan left as quickly as they came. Yang Kai, who was still in hiding, cocked his brow and transmitted to Wu Kuang, "What a unique nickname you have there." "I interacted with the royal lords here a couple of times when I was bored," Wu Kuang quipped. "I made a strong impression on them." Yang Kai had nothing to say to that. Standing guard over the primordial heaven source grand restriction for thousands of years was indeed a lonely, monotonous task. Making contact with the royal lords would not only relieve some stress but would also be a chance to glean useful information. "I'll take you over to the suppressing Black Ink army." "Don't resist," Wu Kuang's voice rang out. Yang Kai hummed in acknowledgement. At the very next breath, he felt a strange energy enveloping him and whisking him through the endless black ink strength. Yang Kai was moved silently and unnoticeably. Occasionally he could sense strong auras flitting past him. These belonged to the royal lords, but somehow, with the help of the primordial heaven source grand restriction's power, he could move past them without being detected. At last, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken through a layer of some sort and entered a different space. The darkness disappeared at once. This space was not filled with black ink strength. It was a fairly small area where speckles of light could be seen. Yang Kai followed the light and saw the suppressing black ink fortress. Glowing pearls hung atop the suppressing black ink fortress and gave off the soft light that Yang Kai saw. A group of people was waiting expectantly on the suppressing black ink fortress. They had heard the news from Wu Kuang in advance and knew Yang Kai was coming. Yang Kai moved over to the suppressing black ink fortress and soon, he landed in front of the group. He let out a small exhale of relief as his eyes took in the crowd. Then he bowed in greeting to the silver-haired man in front. "Senior." Wu Kuang borrowed the strength of the grand restriction to create this space. It was largely protected from the Black Ink clan's eyes, and that was why the suppressing Black Ink army was able to remain inside for so long without being annihilated. As it was a small space, Fu Guang did not use his dragon form but remained in his human form instead. Fu Guang raised his hand and said, "We can skip the formalities. It is unfortunate that you had to see us in this awkward predicament." Yang Kai shook his head. "It is I who failed to plan properly. All of you have suffered greatly for the past few years, senior. We all share the responsibility of vanquishing the Black Ink clan." Fu Guang waved his hand before asking, "How are things out there?" Wu Kuang had informed them that Yang Kai was coming, but he did not give them an update about the situation beyond the Grand Restriction, so Fu Guang could not help but feel a bit concerned. The suppressing Black Ink army was in charge of standing guard over the opening in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. They had been sucked into the Grand Restriction during an earlier commotion, and without them, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan had escaped from the breach. That would surely be a blow to the humans in the 3,000 worlds. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds," Yang Kai declared. "All of the Black Ink clansmen there have been wiped out. The human race army is currently making its way over and will arrive at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction in about a month." "Oh." Fu Guang's spirit soared at once. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds?" Everyone else was thrilled by the news. They had been positioned outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction for years now and never got a chance to make contact with the others back home, so they were completely unaware of what was happening. The lack of information was torturous for the suppressing Black Ink army. They did not know how much longer they had to stand watch here. Now that they heard the 3,000 worlds had been reclaimed, they felt a heavy burden lifted off their shoulders. A large number of masters escaped from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, so we realized that something must have happened at the Grand Restriction, which is why I came over first to see what the situation was, Yang Kai added. Fu Guang nodded. A few years ago the Grand Restriction had a sudden burst of instability. The suppressing Black Ink army failed to withdraw in time, so we were sucked inside. We're only able to survive this long thanks to Wu Kuang's protection. Nevertheless, even though Wu Kuang used the power of the Grand Restriction to hide the suppressing Black Ink army's tracks to keep them out of sight from the Black Ink clan, they were still doomed if they could not think of a way to escape this predicament. Wu Kuang could keep them safe for now, but he could not do so forever. This was Mo's domain, and it was filled with its energy and creations. Now and then, the suppressing Black Ink army would inadvertently let out a trace of their existence and the Black Ink clan would mount a siege. In fact, it had happened just a while ago and Wu Kuang had to rush over to rescue them. All of a sudden Wu Kuang's voice rang out, "Once the human race army comes along to keep the Black Ink clan occupied, I'll find a chance to deliver all of you out of here." He could not make an attempt now. For one, there were over 10 million Black Ink clansmen outside the Grand Restriction, so the suppressing Black Ink army would be slaughtered the moment they showed up. Furthermore, within the Grand Restriction, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were lying in wait near the opening as well. The Black Ink clan knew that there was a human race army inside the Grand Restriction, and there was also only one opening that allowed passage out of the Grand Restriction. By guarding that spot, they made it impossible for the humans to escape. If the suppressing Black Ink army wanted to leave safely, they had to wait until the human race army arrived. Once the battle broke out, they would get their chance to leave. Before that, they would have to remain under Wu Kuang's watchful protection. After getting more information about the outside world from Yang Kai, Fu Guang began to feel more assured. "All right. I brought some resources, senior." Yang Kai took out a small pile of space rings from his small universe. After seizing the no-return pass, the humans managed to restock their supplies. The Black Ink clan had gathered a great number of resources during their occupation and failed to destroy them in the hasty battle, so the resources naturally fell into the humans' hands. Yang Kai had stored a lot of resources in his small universe for his own ease of use, so he could now pass them over to the suppressing Black Ink army. Fu Guang accepted the space rings and nodded lightly. "Resources are indeed in short supply, so I'll take these." Yang Kai felt ashamed. "I should have dealt with this issue sooner, but something unexpected happened a while back and I could no longer come over any time I wanted." Fu Guang nodded once more. He then glanced at Ru Meng at the others who were standing to the side and thoughtfully announced, "I'll go and hand out the resources to the others first." "Many thanks, senior." Soon the only ones remaining were Yang Kai and his family. He looked at the women and saw Ru Meng, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Zhu Qin, Shuiyu Jiyao, Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan. Everyone was here apart from Xia Ning Chang, who had to remain in the star boundary as a great grandmaster alchemist. "You all must have had a hard time," Yang Kai said, ashamed. When the suppressing Black Ink army had been formed, Mi Jing Luan wanted these women to join it. At the time, intense fights were happening across the Great Territory battlefields and the situation out there was incredibly dangerous. On the other hand, the suppressing Black Ink army was only in charge of standing guard over the Grand Restriction, so the risks were much lower. Mi Jingluan had done so as a favor to Yang Kai. Alas, even Mi Jingluan could not predict the changes that would happen many years later. He did not expect the suppressing Black Ink army would end up in such a crisis. He never would have thought that they would be sucked into the Grand Restriction and run the risk of being exterminated if they did not have Wu Kuang's protection. Mi Jingluan had been under a lot of pressure when he heard that the situation at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had changed and the suppressing Black Ink army could be in a disastrous situation. He did not know how he was going to face Yang Kai if the suppressing Black Ink army had been annihilated. Everyone is having a hard time right now, not just us. Ru Meng took Yang Kai's hand and gently held it. Her voice was soft as she soothed, "You don't need to worry about us. We're all together and we can look out for one another. You just need to focus on what you have to do." Su Yin spoke up next. "That's right. We are a part of the army and doing our part to eradicate the Black Ink clan. We're not weak flowers that need constant protection. You don't need to worry too much about us." Shanqing Luo smiled, "As long as you don't think that we're a burden, husband." Yang Kai chuckled, "Why would I think you're a burden? You're all my most precious treasures." Ji Yao and the more reserved women immediately blushed at how frank Yang Kai was, but their gazes softened with affection. Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were gathered nearby as well. Sui was looking at Yang Kai with a look of admiration as he exclaimed, "That's our honored master, all right. He's indeed amazing. Looks like I'll have to work hard to follow in his footsteps." A sharp hiss suddenly rang out. Sui hastily turned around. "What's the matter, eldest senior brother?" Zhao Yibai had been the one who gasped. Zhao Yibai was rubbing his waist as he stared innocently at Zhao Ya. "Why did you pinch me, Xiao Ya?" "No reason. I just felt like pinching you." Zhao Ya huffed. "Oh." Sui eyed Zhao Yibai pitifully, but in the end he could not resist giving a reminder. "Eldest senior brother, as honored master's first disciple, you should learn from him and live up to his expectations." Zhao Yibai gave it some serious thought and nodded. "You're right. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation of the Tao of Space. This is a rare opportunity. I must ask honored master for some guidance later." Sui gaped and realized his eldest senior brother was a hopeless case as he muttered, "The Grand Tao isn't the only thing you can learn from honored master, eldest senior brother. Why did you pinch me again, Xiaoya? It makes me happy." And there were endless thoughts and feelings of longing to express now that the long-awaited reunion had finally occurred. Still, it was not the time or place to dwell on such things. The women were wise and sensible enough, so once they all had a brief chat with Yang Kai, Ru Meng led them away. Yang Kai fell into a reverie as he watched them leave. "Big brother," Yang Shue's voice called out next. She and others like Zhao Yibai had been waiting to the side the whole time and only came over once Ru Meng and the other wives left. "A adoptive father." Yang Shao called out as well. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at Yang Shui. He stroked her head as he said, "Your big brother has spent all this time running around everywhere and rarely had a moment to stop to take a break. I've always considered it a pity that I couldn't spend time with you when you were young. Please don't hold it against me." Yang Shui grinned and said, "I wouldn't, of course. Ever since I was a child, I knew that you were destined for great things, big brother. Mother and father praised you all the time, and when I was young, I dreamed about becoming someone like you. Based on cultivation alone, I think I've done well enough." Then she lifted her chin slightly and added, "You need to work harder, big brother. Don't let your little sister surpass you." Chapter 59-27, Guidance? Yang Kai chuckled, "I do need to work harder from now on." After the light-hearted chat, both Yang Kai and Yang Shui felt warm with familial love. Yang Kai finally turned to Yang Shao, who had been standing on the side all along. "Adoptive father." Yang Shao stood rigidly with sweat beading across his forehead. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Are you feeling extremely nervous?" "Of course not. Never." Yang Shao denied it at once. "My heart is leaping with joy at the fact that I get to see you when we're in such a challenging situation, adoptive father." Yang Kai scoffed. Yang Shao jumped a little. "Spend more time on your cultivation so that you become a divine dragon as soon as possible," Yang Kai instructed after eyeing Yang Shao for a while. "Yes. I won't let you down," Yang Shao firmly declared. "Go on," Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Shui began leading away a stiff Yang Shao, but all of a sudden she turned back around and reminded, "Make sure you be careful, big brother." Perhaps the connection they shared due to their bloodline allowed her to sense that Yang Kai was about to do something dangerous, so she had a look of worry on her face. Yang Kai nodded, "You both take good care of yourselves too." After watching Yang Shui and Yang Xiao leave, Yang Kai turned back to his 3 disciples. "Greetings, honored master." All 3 of them kneeled and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai accepted the bow before lifting his hand. "You may rise." Zhao Yi Bai and the other 2 stood up. Yang Kai had a faint smile as his eyes flitted over the 3. All of the disciples from the Void Dao Temple could be said to have inherited his mantle and were proficient in the cultivation of various grand Daos. Thus, all of the cultivators from Void Dao Temple could be considered his disciples. However, only these 3 in front of him truly inherited his legacy. It was not that Yang Kai held back when he taught others his Daos, but Zhao Yi Bai and the other 2 were the only ones who formally underwent the ritual to become his disciples. They each inherited one of the grand Daos that Yang Kai was most focused on, and all along he had high hopes for them. Based on their achievement over the years, they did not let him down, nor did they waste their talents. "Are you about to break through to the next order?" Yang Kai suddenly realized there was something amiss about their aura. All 3 of them seemed to be suppressed by some kind of energy, and they were also doing their best to rein themselves in. Zhao Yi Bai replied, "Reporting to honored master, we will be breaking through soon, but Senior Wu Kuang said that as the suppressing Black Ink army is currently in hiding, we shouldn't make too much of a commotion, so he had Senior Fu Guang put some seals on us to delay our breakthrough." Yang Kai nodded lightly. That was wise. The suppressing Black Ink army was in a difficult spot right now, and just covering their tracks alone took up a sizable amount of Wu Kuang's attention. If Zhao Yi Bai and the others had their breakthroughs now, there was a high chance that the humans would be exposed and they would be caught. However, from the looks of it, their breakthrough was happening just as Yang Kai had predicted. They would have undoubtedly become 9th Order Masters by now if they had not been sucked into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Both they and the suppressing Black Ink army would have received a great boost in power. Come. I do have some knowledge to share regarding the breakthrough to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. Now's my chance to share it with you. Yang Kai took out a few futons from his small universe and tossed them onto the ground for him and his disciples to sit on. Zhao Yi Bai and the others quickly sat down to listen carefully to Yang Kai's advice. Although Yang Shui had shared some of her knowledge with them, every master who ascended to the 9th Order would encounter slightly different situations, so it was still beneficial for them to listen to their honored master's teachings. After sharing some pointers and things to look out for when becoming a 9th Order master, Yang Kai used his divine sense to confer with Wu Kuang. He was in a good mood as he asked, "It's rare for us to have some spare time on our hands. Do any of you have any difficulties in your cultivation that you need assistance with?" All 3 of them became spirited at once, but Zhao Yi Bai was the first to speak. "Honored master, this disciple seems to have hit a bottleneck in the Tao of space and wants to seek guidance from you." Yang Kai nodded. "Use some of your space principles. Let me take a look." Zhao Yi Bai immediately did as he was told. When Yang Kai sensed the movement of space principles, he raised his brow in pleasant surprise. When it came to cultivation aptitude, Zhao Yi Bai was the weakest of Yang Kai's 3 disciples. In fact, he was weaker than most of the disciples from the Void Dao Temple. There was only one reason why he was able to get this far in his martial Dao, and that was because he had overwhelming compatibility with space principles, as if he had been born to cultivate the Dao of space. Yang Kai had taken Zhao Yi Bai as his disciple because when the former had been wandering around in his small universe, he sensed that Zhao Yi Bai, who was still in his mother's womb at the time, had formed a connection with Yang Kai's space Dao essence. At the time, Zhao Yi Bai had not even been born yet. A cultivator who had an innate connection with a grand Dao would surely be able to cultivate that grand Dao a lot more easily than others. The compatibility between this cultivator and the grand Dao would be far above everyone else's. Zhao Yi Bai's compatibility with the Dao of space was able to make up for what he lacked in general cultivation aptitude. Based on Yang Kai's categorization of grand Dao mastery, Zhao Yi Bai was currently at the peak of the 7th level, just one step away from the 8th level. This was incredibly rare. Usually only fully grown phoenixes would be at this level, but those of the Phoenix clan were born with a natural advantage as the Dao of space was their bloodline talent, making it far easier for them to cultivate it. Li Wuyi was probably the only other human to reach this level as well, but Li Wuyi had been cultivating for much longer than Zhao Yi Bai. Yang Kai even felt that if he cultivated normally, he would not be as proficient as Zhao Yi Bai was. His own elevated mastery of the Grand Daos was mainly due to the benefits he received from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and the Infinite River. He had refined a lot of pure Dao strengths from these two mysterious places, and that had enabled his proficiency over the various Grand Daos to soar greatly. When it came to higher levels of individual Grand Daos, words conveyed very little, so after a moment of silent thought, Yang Kai manipulated space principles to elucidate some mysteries to Zhao Yi Bai. Zhao Yi Bai watched attentively. After a long silence he declared, "You're incredible, honored master. This disciple is in awe." Yang Kai's display was akin to breaking the Tao of space down into minute details and showing Zhao Yi Bai the deepest, innermost mysteries. Due to Zhao Yi Bai's compatibility with the Tao of space, he was able to learn a lot from this alone. The new knowledge and understanding flooded Zhao Yi Bai's mind, and he was confident that a brief retreat of focused cultivation would be enough for him to break through his bottleneck and allow his mastery of this grand Tao to ascend to a new level. Though he was eager to do so immediately, he could not under these circumstances, so he had to quell his desire. Now that Yang Kai was done with his eldest disciple, he turned to his second disciple, Zhao Ya. She got to her feet at once and waved her hand in the air to produce a long spear. "Please instruct me, honored master." The spear Tao could not be taught the same way the Tao of space had been. It could only be transmitted through battle. Yang Kai smiled, "Attack me." Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi's expressions changed as they quickly scrambled out of their seats in front of Yang Kai and hurried to the side. Yang Kai was startled by their reaction, but soon his gaze hardened. All at once, an alarming murderous intent loomed over him, and in the very next instant, the tip of a spear drew near. He raised his hand and lightly flicked away Zhao Ya's spear. Nevertheless, Zhao Ya did not stop there. She kept attacking with her spear time and time again with quick, relentless strikes. Zhao Ya seemed like an entirely different person when she had her spear in hand. Her presence became incredibly dominating. Her spear technique showed traces of the supreme limitless spear, but most of it was a product of her many years of accumulation and practice. In fact, Yang Kai could sense that she could very well surpass him when it came to the spear Tao, which left him feeling rather helpless. Only an impossibly dangerous environment could produce such an alarming spear technique, which was not something to be pleased about. Zhao Ya was afraid to cause too much of a commotion, so she did not use her world force or her Tao strength, she simply relied on pure technique. Her murderous intent did not decrease though. It was as if she were going up against a hated enemy she could never be reconciled with instead of Yang Kai, her honored master. Yang Kai finally realized why Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi had reacted the way they did earlier. They must have experienced the imposing aura of Zhao Ya's spear themselves and knew to stay clear. "Zhao Ya, you do indeed have great mastery over the spear and its techniques, but your murderous intent is too strong." Zhao Ya continued to lunge and withdraw her spear as she flitted around Yang Kai. Her spear loomed over the small area as she asked, "The spear Tao is focused on domination and slaughter. How am I supposed to kill the enemy if my murderous intent isn't strong?" "You do need strong murderous intent, but too much of it isn't a good thing. It's good to strike fear in the enemy even before the battle. It makes it even easier to kill them off. If you run into an enemy who's either weaker or of similar strength to you, you can indeed use your murderous intent to intimidate them, but what will you do if you run into an enemy stronger than you?" "I won't give up until I kill them." Yang Kai shook his head. "Zhao Ya, it's true that spear Tao is used offensively, but you need to get one thing clear. Are you using your spear to kill or to protect?" Zhao Ya did not understand. "Please enlighten me, honored master." "One spear can be used to kill the enemy, but it can also be used to protect lives." Yang Kai blocked Zhao Ya's attack with his hand before reaching into the air. His voice continued, "The persistent focus on killing will only lead one's heart astray. Everyone has something they wish to protect and that gives them strength to persist." Zhao Ya was confused. "How can I protect anyone if I don't kill the enemy? Killing off all my enemies is the only way to protect what I am determined to protect." "And what do you want to protect?" Yang Kai asked as he brought out his azure dragon spear. "I want to protect." Zhao Ya's dazed eyes grew bright again as her gaze swept over the spot where Zhao Yi Bai was standing intently. She then shot a quick glance at Su Yi as well. Su Yi keenly sensed this and grumbled, "Hey eldest senior brother, why do I feel like I'm just included as an afterthought?" "Huh? What?" Zhao Yi Bai turned to ask. As he spoke though, he felt a sudden chill grip his heart as the aura of death swept over him. Before he could react, he heard Zhao Ya's heart-wrenching shriek, "No!" Zhao Yi Bai turned around and saw his honored master, enveloped by black ink strength, a genuine black ink disciple, flying over at him with his spear ready to strike. Chapter 59-28 The Mysterious Unknown Land. Zhao Yi Bai was frozen stiff in a corner of the suppressing black ink fortress, his sweat-drenched clothes clinging to his skin. For a brief moment, he felt the aura of death deep within his bones and thought he had already tread upon the gates of hell. He was even more horrified by the fact that he could not move. He could not do anything to stop or block his honored master's sudden attack. In other words, if his honored master wanted to kill him, a single attack from his spear would suffice. It was an awe-inspiring strength. Zhao Yibai was at the peak of the 8th order, and once Yang Shui became a 9th order master, Zhao Yibai sought her out for a friendly exchange. Even though neither one of them used their full strength in the battle, and Zhao Yibai had not been Yang Shui's equal by any means, he had still been able to put up a fight for a few dozen blows. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, so if he wanted to escape, Yang Shui would not be able to stop him. Out of all the current 8th order masters, he was one of the strongest. Even so, his strength seemed inconsequential when he was up against his honored master. At the last moment, someone blocked the spear from striking Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yi stood in front of Zhao Yibai with her spear held horizontally in front of her to block the Azure Dragon spear. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering dominance disappeared once the spears made contact. Zhao Yi was still in the throes of lingering fear and shock, though she felt a little dazed as well. She did not know how she managed to unleash such formidable strength to protect her eldest senior brother from her honored master's attack. The black ink strength surrounding Yang Kai vanished as he returned to normal. He eyed Zhao Ye, who looked terrified, and asked, "Do you understand now?" Zhao Ye pursed her lips and hoarsely replied, "Disciple understands." Yang Kai nodded. Out of his 3 disciples, Zhao Yibai's aptitude was the poorest while Zhao Ye's was the highest. In fact, her aptitude was stronger than anyone else Yang Kai had ever met. Throughout the last few millennia, there were many fine young talents from the Star Boundary Void World and Myriad Monsters World. Many were able to ascend directly to 7th order, but when it came to their natural aptitude for cultivating, no one surpassed Zhao Ye. She had strong comprehension, and though she had taken a few wrong turns in her cultivation of the Spear Tao, Yang Kai was certain this experience would be enough for her to have a decisive breakthrough in her mastery of this grand Tao. As Yang Kai withdrew the Azure Dragon Spear, Zhao Ye felt as if she had used up every bit of strength she had in her and crumpled weakly into Zhao Yibai's arms. Yang Kai turned to Sui. Sui gulped and stepped forward. "Please teach me, honored master." After seeing what his second senior sister went through, he did not know what kind of guidance he would be receiving from his honored master. Thankfully, Yang Kai simply raised his hand and condensed time principles above it. The time principles solidified as Yang Kai demonstrated the mysteries of the Tao of Time the same way he did when he taught Zhao Yibai earlier. Sui was fully attentive and was able to learn a lot. A half cup of tea's time later, Sui respectfully bowed and said, "Honored master, this disciple has been enlightened." Yang Kai nodded. He looked at his 3 disciples and a thought occurred to him. "I once comprehended a divine ability that requires a combination of both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time to work, and it is incredibly strong. Yibai, Sui, when you're free you can try to comprehend it as well. Perhaps you will gain something from it." Yang Kai lifted his hand once more. As space principles burst forth, a great sun rose and the full moon hung in the air. The sun and moon shone together. He then made another flick with his hand and time principles began flowing. The 2 principles swirled and combined. Mysterious changes began occurring as the 2 vastly different principles intertwined, causing the sun and moon to begin spinning about, forming a kind of spiral that severely warped both space and time. Zhao Yibai and Sui were engrossed in what they saw. This is the sun and moon divine wheel. If you wish to produce it, you 2 will need to join forces and work together to have even a shred of possibility of creating this effect. The sun and moon divine seal was the enhanced version of this divine ability, but Zhao Yibai and Sui could not produce it at their current strength. In fact, Yang Kai was not even certain whether they could produce the sun and moon divine wheel. Yang Kai was proficient in both Grand Daos, so it was easy enough for him to wield this divine ability. He did not know whether it was possible to achieve it if 2 masters were to work together instead. Nevertheless, there was no harm in trying. If Zhao Yibai and Sui were able to produce the sun and moon divine wheel together, they would have an additional trump card whenever they joined forces. After all, they were stuck in this place and could not cultivate or work towards their breakthroughs, so it was better for them to spend their time cultivating their Grand Daos. At least they could still make some progress. Zhao Yibai and Sui both nodded. "We have taken your teachings to heart, honored master. We won't let you down." "And I still have other matters to attend to," Yang Kai declared. "Once the human race army arrives, Wu Kuang will find the chance to send all of you out of here." As he spoke, his divine sense flashed. Fu Guang appeared the next moment. I must go, senior, so I'll leave the suppressing black ink army in your care. You're heading over there? Evidently, Fu Guang had picked up on something. Yang Kai nodded. It could be an opportunity for us. Either way, I must take a look and see for myself. Fu Guang was concerned. You have to be careful. I'm not sure what the exact situation is like, but Wu Kuang told me some things and I know it's probably not safe there. Don't bite off more than you can chew and have the situation end up backfiring on you instead. I'll play it by ear and act accordingly, Yang Kai assured. He then turned towards the void and called out, Let's start, Wu Kuang. Are you sure you want to go there? Wu Kuang asked to confirm. At a time like this I can't back away. I can take you there but I don't have the power to do anything more. You'll have to rely on yourself. Of course. Good. Although Wu Kuang knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, he still felt the need to check once more. Alas, it was as Yang Kai said, they could not back down now. A cloud of fog began enveloping Yang Kai's figure. It was Wu Kuang who was harnessing the power of the Grand Restriction. All at once, Yang Kai felt the suppressing black ink fortress swiftly moving away from him. The earlier scene of Wu Kuang transporting him around repeated itself as he weaved through the sea of black ink strength and headed towards a mysterious unknown land. Wu Kuang told Yang Kai a few things about the unknown land, but he did not give many details as it was hard for him to unearth the mysteries of that place too. As it was, if it had not been for the sudden explosion of black ink strength a few years ago, Wu Kuang would not have known that such an unusual place existed inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. It was a hidden hand that Mu left behind. Millennia ago, during the humans' first crusade, they suffered a devastating defeat and the crusade force endured catastrophic losses. Mo acted out and Song was unable to stop it. When it looked as if the Grand Restriction was about to break open and Mo was about to escape, Mu's silhouette appeared out of the blue. She used some strange method to make Mo fall into a deep slumber and save the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, which had been on the verge of collapse. In doing so, she saved the human race army from the danger of being wiped out and the humans were able to spend thousands of years building themselves back up. Everyone thought that Mu's hidden hand had been completely used up. Even Tsang thought so as well before he died, which was why he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and integrate with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. Before Tsang passed on, he told Yang Kai about Shi and had him look for Shi's reincarnation to let the latter stand guard over the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. That led to Yang Kai bringing Wu Kuang over to this place. Although he was not the same as Shi himself, he could still wield some of the strength of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Sure enough, Wu Kuang had done a pretty good job over the past few thousand years. However, it now seemed that during the late ancient era, Mu had left another hidden hand behind. Forcing Mo into a deep sleep was not the end of it. There was more which was hidden inside that unknown land. Wu Kuang could not figure out what it was precisely, but he had a vague feeling that a crucial piece to the puzzle was hidden there. He thought about getting Fu Guang to make the trip, but the suppressing black ink army was deep within enemy territory and Fu Guang could not leave them. Thankfully, Yang Kai came along and he was undoubtedly the best candidate to make this exploration. When Wu Kuang filled Yang Kai in on the information regarding the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, they both knew that this trip had to be made. No matter what Mu's hidden hand was, someone needed to investigate. Otherwise, once Mo truly woke up, the human race's present heritage would not be enough to defeat it, and the entire human race would be exterminated. Yang Kai kept traversing through the sea of black ink strength. He had the protection of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction's power. Thus, masters from the black ink clan scattered along the way could not detect him. Nearly there, at some point Wu Kuang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai tensed up in alertness at once. Soon he felt his body hitting an invisible layer and sticking to it. It happened too quickly so Yang Kai felt sore all over. Wu Kuang, what's going on? Yang Kai took a step back and asked. Wu Kuang innocently replied, I don't know. It seems to be preventing all living beings from entering. How am I supposed to go in then? Yang Kai frowned. Hang on. Let me take a look. While waiting, Yang Kai stretched his hand out and touched the barrier that was holding him back. It felt like a seal or restriction of some sort but not quite either. Yang Kai got a very strange feeling from it. He was about to take a closer look when he felt his palm warming up slightly. A strange kind of energy seemed to come off that invisible layer and washed over him. Following that, Yang Kai's palm went through the barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and puzzled. He took a step forward and half his body went through. Huh? How did you do that? Wu Kuang exclaimed. Some sort of power seemed to check my identity before allowing me to enter, Yang Kai explained as he recalled what he experienced earlier. It checked your identity, Wu Kuang repeated thoughtfully. It's probably Mu's doing. This place is hidden inside the Grand Restriction, so she must have guarded it against the Black Ink clan and made sure that only humans can enter. Though they had no way of ascertaining whether this was indeed the case, it was the only plausible explanation they could think of right now. I'm going in, Yang Kai announced. Take this. As Wu Kuang's voice rang out, an object suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, but before he could see what it was, he fell into the unknown land. All at once, Yang Kai froze in place. He saw a great river cutting through the void, with neither its beginning nor end in sight. The great river was longer and deeper than fathomable and waves full of Tao strengths which kept ebbing and flowing. However, the auras of the time Tao strength and space Tao strength were the strongest. A space-time river. Chapter 59-29 Mu's Space-Time River? A space-time river was hidden deep inside that mysterious unknown land within the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes and was on the verge of thinking he was hallucinating. However, after studying it carefully, he concluded it was indeed a space-time river. Amid his shock, a question popped into his mind. Whose space-time river is this? In a flash he got his answer. Since this place is part of the hidden hand Mu left behind, the space-time river has to be hers. Was Mu able to create a space-time river too? Does that mean she mastered the use of all 10,000 Grand Daos? Judging by the size of this space-time river, Mu's mastery of the 10,000 Grand Daos far exceeded his own. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Kai's heart filled with awe. Mu was indeed the strongest out of the 10 martial ancestors. Yang Kai did not think much of it when he saw the respect Song and Wu Kuang had for Mu, but after witnessing this space-time river, he finally realized just how incredible she was. Initially he thought that his space-time river was the only one of its kind, but now he knew that he was not the first in history to achieve this feat soon. Yang Kai grew puzzled again though. He was able to form his space-time river from 10,000 Tao strengths because he had been inspired by the infinite river inside the universe furnace. If Mu did likewise, did it mean she had once entered the universe furnace and saw the infinite river as well? Either way, Yang Kai felt a kind of joy at knowing that he walked the same path a martial ancestor once had despite being separated by millions of years. Ever since Yang Kai heard about the mysteries of the creation realm from Tsang, he had been pondering about it. There were 9 orders to the open heaven realm, but even if one became a 9th order master, what were they to do next? Mo came into existence alongside the universe, so it was powerful beyond imagination. Being a 9th order master was not enough to kill Mo and remove its threat for good. To do that, one had to break past the 9th order open heaven realm. But how? How was one supposed to break through the 9th order open heaven realm? No one could provide any insight into this task. It could be said that the humans were reaching the end of the martial Tao which the martial ancestors had left for them. If they wanted to go even further, they had to clear the obstacles themselves to carve a new path starting from the end of what their ancestors had paved before them. Yang Kai did not have any ideas on how to do that until he created his space-time river inside the universe furnace. He had a vague feeling that the mysterious river created from 10,000 Tao strengths was the key to the way forward. However, there was no other human he could discuss this with right now. The discovery of another space-time river inside this mysterious unknown land changed everything. This was the space-time river that Mu left behind. She was the strongest of the martial ancestors, and despite having died millions of years ago, the mere hidden hand she left behind was able to make Mo fall into a deep slumber. Her presence thus lingered on in this manner. When she lived, Mu would have been trying to discover the mysteries of the realm above the 9th order open heaven realm. If Yang Kai was only 10% certain that the space-time river was the key to breaking past the 9th order open heaven realm, then he was about 30% certain now. He had inadvertently trod down the same path Mu had. That being said, before arriving at his intended destination, Yang Kai did not know whether this path would take him to an even higher pinnacle of martial Tao or turn out to be a dead end instead. Many thoughts raced through Yang Kai's mind, but he soon had his attention focused as he sensed that this space-time river differed from his not just in size, but in other ways too. Strange images flickered each time the waves crashed. The images flew by at rapid speeds in such a bizarre fashion that even Yang Kai had a hard time picking them out. He was about to use his divine sense to take a closer look when a huge wave burst out of the space-time river and came crashing down on him. Yang Kai's instinctive reaction was to back off, but a thought suddenly occurred to him and he stood his ground. The wave swallowed Yang Kai up, and once it calmed down again, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai felt everything turning upside down. He felt both weightless and as if he was falling off a cliff. He quickly used his power to steady himself. Immediately his expression changed. In a flash he had suddenly become impossibly weak. Although his small universe was still there, he seemed to have lost contact with it and could not use his world force. There was also only a bit of chi left in him. Yang Kai had to scramble around before he could somewhat slow down the rate of his fall, but he could not steady himself at all. He looked down and saw a lush, verdant forest below him, one that was quickly getting closer. A melancholic thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Am I going to be the first Ninth Order Master to die by falling to his death? He had been too careless. Initially he thought that Mu's spacetime river had to possess some kind of secret, so he did not try to dodge the wave that came at him. He wanted to enter the river and scout it out from the inside. However, he never thought he would end up in such a strange place after being swallowed up by the wave. Soon he fell into the forest. Numerous branches cushioned his fall and slowed him down a little, but they could not break his fall entirely. Moments later, there was a loud thud as Yang Kai dropped to the ground, creating a small crater in the process. The commotion scared off the birds and the critters, and soon, everything fell silent. A little while later, Yang Kai was finally able to straighten himself up. He sat on the ground and shook his head. There was nothing much wrong with him. He did feel a little dizzy, but it was most likely because he had been plunged into this unknown space rather than because of the fall. He belatedly realized that he was still a divine dragon. Even though he could not use his dragon veins power right now, his thick skin and strong flesh meant that he would not die from such a fall, even if it had been from an even greater height. Still, he was under a lot of pressure from the sudden turn of events and was a little dazed. What is this place? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked around, narrowing his eyes a moment later. He was only certain that he was inside Mu's spacetime river right now, and he was astonished to find that such a world existed inside the spacetime river. His spacetime river did not contain anything as profound as this. From the looks of it now, the images I saw in Mu's spacetime river when I was standing outside it earlier weren't images at all, but reflections of this world, the infinite river, a universe world. Yang Kai was beginning to get some ideas. He sorely wished he could enter retreat to digest the new information. However, now was not the time for that. The place he was in did not seem to be all that peaceful. His cultivation was being suppressed and his divine sense was suppressed to remain inside his knowledge sea, so it meant that he only possessed the barest hint of his powers right now. What's more, after all his years of travels and experiences, Yang Kai could keenly sense that he was not alone in the forest right now. A strange murderous intent hung thick in the air as unseen pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Yang Kai lowered his gaze as he silently checked what strength he still had. One day a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness. He will defeat the ultimate enemy. Somewhere in the forest, a man was staring dazedly at Yang Kai. He muttered those words under his breath, and as he did so, an indescribable look of feverish passion filled his expression. Two others beside him looked just as ecstatic when they heard what he said and saw the disheveled Yang Kai. You two get him out of here. I'll bring up the rear. The person who spoke first quickly came to a decision, and after giving this order, he gripped his sword and charged out of his hiding spot. The other two people quickly followed close behind. As the three of them started moving, the murderous intent that circled the forest grew even stronger as silhouettes fluttered in the shadows. Yang Kai looked up and his brow rose slightly when he saw the man rushing over to him with a sword in hand. After a quick check, Yang Kai confirmed what cultivation he had right now. He, a Ninth Order Master, was only able to use true element boundary strength. What outrageous suppression! The journey of cultivation began with the tempered body stage before continuing to the initial element, chi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension. Even back in the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai's cultivation had surpassed the true element boundary. However, he was being suppressed to that exact realm by an independent world now. That explains why I couldn't use my divine sense. I'm not even in the immortal ascension realm right now. Only cultivators who reached the immortal ascension realm could use divine sense. The young man who came charging over at Yang Kai with a sword in hand appeared to be less than 30 years old. He had a determined look on his scarred face and seemed like someone who had wrestled with death before. His cultivation was also somewhere in the true element boundary, but his murderous aura was strong and he had a mysterious movement skill that allowed him to rush over to Yang Kai in just a few steps. Yang Kai eyed him without moving. He could sense that the young man's murderous intent was not directed at him. Although he looked fierce when he came storming over, there was also a look of worry as well. Why is this guy worried about me when we don't know each other? Two younger men followed close behind the first one, seemingly part of the same group. All at once, the scar-faced young man thrust his sword towards Yang Kai. The sword cry was followed by a clang as it flicked away an arrow that was aimed at Yang Kai's back. The scar-faced man leapt past Yang Kai and protected him from behind, his sword dancing through the air. A series of clangs rang out as the young man blocked more arrows that were all directed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no idea what was going on. I've only just arrived in this damned place. How did I get caught up in a fight? One party is trying to protect me while the other one is trying to kill me. Just how did I provoke them? What is going on inside Mu's space-time river? Yang Kai was bewildered in every way possible. Hurry up and leave. I can't hold them back for long. The growl from the scar-faced man interrupted Yang Kai's thoughts. Just then, the two men who rushed over with the first one hoisted Yang Kai up from the ground, and the one on his left quickly said, "Please come with us, Holy Son." Chapter 59:30 Prophecy. Saying so, they lifted Yang Kai and ran away without caring about whether he was willing or not. Holy Son. Yang Kai's confusion grew. Although the cultivation of these two people was not as good as the scar-faced man, their strength and movement skills were still impressive for their realm. As arrows rained down from behind, the two of them cooperated seamlessly, blocking attacks while carrying Yang Kai as they fled into the distance. Soon, a furious roar came from behind them. "Zuowu, you court death. You all came for me, didn't you? Well then, let's fight to the death here. I'll hold him off, you guys run. No one is leaving." The scar-faced youth Zuowu roared. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out behind them. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, looking at the situation with confusion. He wanted to inquire about it, but this was clearly not a good time. The title of Holy Son also caught his attention. He had only come to this mysterious and unknowable place to investigate the hidden hand left by Mu, but he never expected to be swept into Mu's space-time river and end up in this independent world, where his strength was greatly suppressed. As a ninth-order master, he was not easily suppressed by the laws of any unfamiliar world. However, in this place, he could only exert the strength of a cultivator in the true element boundary. This meant that a stronger force was acting in this place, surpassing his ninth-order power. This must be Mu's doing. Swift as the wind, Yang Kai was dragged along by the two young men as they moved forward quickly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he checked the item in his palm that Wu Kuang had given him before entering this mysterious place. He hadn't had a chance to look at it before, but now he noticed that it was a jade pendant, carved in the shape of a person that vaguely resembled Wu Kuang and carried a wisp of his aura. Yang Kai had a rough idea of what this item was for. Then he suddenly spoke up, "You two can put me down. I can walk on my own." Although he didn't know where they were or what had happened, being chased was definitely not a pleasant experience. The two young men should be on his side as they were carrying him and running as fast as they could from the pursuers. Though their speed was somewhat affected, running faster would certainly help them shake off their pursuers. As he spoke, Yang Kai shook lightly and broke free from their grasp. The two youths were clearly surprised and pleased to see that Yang Kai had such strength. Then the youth on the left apologized. "We acted hastily and didn't handle things appropriately. Please forgive us, Holy Son." "Ah." Yang Kai waved his hand nonchalantly, "It's fine." Later, the young man on the right said, "I didn't expect Holy Son to be so powerful. It seems we can get away from them now." As they spoke, they continued to rush forward. "What about the guy Zuowu? Should we not worry about him?" Yang Kai remembered the scar-faced young man who remained behind. Big Brother Zua is very strong, and he has a divine sword bestowed by the Saintess. Without an immortal Ascension Realm Master, those wastes can't do anything to him. Saintess. Yang Kai wondered what her role in all of this was. But with just a few words, he confirmed that the martial Tao of this world was not much different from what he knew, even the names were the same. Moreover, this world had immortal Ascension Realm Masters. The only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. As they fled for their lives, it was not convenient to say much. The two young men were initially worried that Yang Kai could not keep up with their speed, so they did not use their full strength at first. However, as time passed and they tested him, they found that no matter how profound their movement skills were, this Holy Son who had descended from the sky could keep up with them effortlessly. So they let loose and ran at full speed. After about an hour, they reached a mountain wall, where one of them took out a jade ornament and pressed it against the wall, which opened a kind of portal. It seemed that this was their hiding place. The 3 of them entered one after another, and the portal closed again. There was a space that was just the right size inside the mountain, and the space had clearly been lived in before. After everything was settled, the two young men who led Yang Kai here breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to worry about anything now that they were here. Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the two young men fell to one knee and bowed. "Greetings, Holy Sun." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help the two young men up. "I still haven't figured out what's going on here, and I have no idea who this Holy Sun is that you speak of. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" The thin youth replied, "We have not made a mistake. You are indeed the Holy Son of the Spirit religion. Of course, the final determination will be made by the Saintess herself." Yang Kai was confused, "But we've never met before today. How can you be so sure?" The two exchanged a glance before the thin one explained, "It is said that one day a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy. And that person will be the one who leads the spirit religion into the light. That person is the Holy Son of the Spirit religion. Descend from the sky?" Yang Kai realized that they were probably talking about him. After all, he had indeed fallen from a crack in the sky in a rather undignified manner. It was surprising to find that their prophecy matched up with his own experience. To not only descend from the sky but also do so while the sky is split open. "Who made this prophecy?" he asked. The other young man replied solemnly, "It is the guidance of the Saintess herself, passed down since the founding of the spirit religion." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows intrigued. "Oh? Can I meet this Saintess of yours?" "Of course," the thin youth said. "We'll wait here for a while until Big Brother's returns, and then we'll take you to see the Saintess." "Good." Then they rested in silence for a while. The two youths had been running non-stop, which had taken a toll on them, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still full of energy. Despite being suppressed to the true element boundary, he still had the heritage of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, so running didn't tire him out. Taking advantage of the moment, he gripped the jade pendant in his hand, intending to activate his divine sense, but he quickly remembered that he couldn't do that right now. As a last resort, he could only call out softly, "Wu Kuang." The jade pendant had been given to him by Wu Kuang before he entered this place, and it was even carved in Wu Kuang's image and carried his aura. Obviously, it was meant for communication. Yang Kai also sensed that Wu Kuang had left a thread of his consciousness in this jade pendant. Wu Kuang seemed extremely curious about this mysterious and unknowable land, but because he was guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction and had no energy to spare, he could only send a thread of consciousness to see what was going on. The jade pendant shook slightly in response. Yang Kai became speechless. Even Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness seemed to be heavily suppressed here. He had originally wanted to communicate with him and see if he could find any useful clues, but now he had to give up. Moreover, just this shake caused the spirituality of the jade pendant to dim a bit. "I'll have to nourish Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness, otherwise it will soon dissipate." Yang Kai reached out, only to remember another unfortunate truth. His small universe was currently sealed, causing him to not be able to take anything out. Now he was practically empty-handed except for the clothes he was wearing. It was quite an awkward situation. "Do either of you have some thread?" Yang Kai asked, looking at them. "Yes," one of them responded quickly and handed him a carefully braided thread. Then Yang Kai tied Wu Kuang's jade pendant into a kind of necklace, so he could nurture it with his own spiritual energy and communicate with Wu Kuang at any time. After that, he began to familiarize himself with his current powers. True element boundary, how weak. His great power had been stripped away, making him somewhat uncomfortable. But in the end, he had experienced this realm before, so he just needed to familiarize himself with it a little bit. About an hour later, there was a sudden commotion. The three of them were alerted, and when Yang Kai looked, he saw one of the two youths using a jade to investigate and then exclaimed with joy, "Big Brother Zwar is back." Saying so, he activated his power of the jade, and a light flashed by, opening the sealed portal. In the next moment, Zhuo Wuyu, covered in blood, hurried in. He had clearly experienced a fierce battle, with many wounds on his body and a somewhat weakened aura, but his murderous intent remained extremely strong. The figure that entered this place was like an ancient ominous beast entering a cave, chilling the atmosphere to the bone. "Big Brother Zhuo." The two youths exclaimed and greeted him. As Zhuo Wuyu glanced over and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he wave his hand to his two companions, and went straight to Yang Kai, kneeling on one knee. "Zhuo Wuyu pays his respects to the Holy Sun." "Here we go again. Yang Kai, a majestic ninth-order master with the body of a divine dragon, didn't mind being bowed to by a mere true element boundary cultivator. However, this holy sun identity was somewhat strange to him. He had only come to investigate what Mu's hidden hand was, never expecting to get involved in the petty disputes of this inexplicable world. Reaching out to help him up, Yang Kai spoke, "Let me greet your saintess before we discuss this matter of the holy sun." Upon hearing this, Zuo Wuyu knew that the person before him had already heard of the saintess prophecy, so he immediately spoke up, "The saintess has never made a mistake. When the holy sun appears, it is no doubt per her guidance. Therefore you must be the holy son of spirit religion." Yang Kai didn't bother to argue and simply said, "You're injured. You should focus on healing first. This time I owe you a debt of gratitude." Even without Zuo Wuyu and his companions, nothing would have happened to Yang Kai in the face of that group of attackers that hadn't even reached the immortal ascension boundary. However, they had still protected him and provided cover, so he should show his gratitude. Zuo Wuyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "This matter was aimed at me, but I have dragged the holy sun into it. I am ashamed." Sylvan, the only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. I added this to make it fit what the author wrote later. Chapter 59:31, Pursue? In the midst of the jungle ambush that was aimed at Zuo Wuyu himself, Yang Kai just so happened to be at the right place at the right time. No one could have predicted that at that critical moment, the arrival of the spirit religion Holy Sun, guided by fate, would cause all the undercurrents to erupt in an instant. Upon reflection, Yang Kai realized that Zuo Wuyu had indeed shouted to the attackers, "Aren't you here for me?" "Regardless, I still have to thank you," Yang Kai said. Zuo Wuyu shook his head, "Holy Sun, it's nothing. However, we shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible." Although he had killed quite a number of enemies, he was ultimately alone and unable to completely wipe them out. Before the news of the appearance of the Holy Sun was spread, they had already taken Zuo Wuyu seriously, but it was not to the point where they had to eliminate him at all costs. However, if news of the Holy Sun's appearance got out, it would surely lead to an all-out attack. "But Brother Zuo, your injury?" The thin young man looked at Zuo Wuyu with concern. "It's nothing serious. Escort the Holy Sun." Before Zuo Wuyu could even finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura wilting to the extreme, and his face turning an ashen white. "Big Brother Zuo!" The 2 young men exclaimed, rushing to support Zuo Wuyu, who was now swaying on his feet. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "It looks like we'll have to hide here for a while." Zuo Wuyu's face was filled with bitterness as he nodded, "Please wait half a day for me, Holy Sun." Yang Kai did not respond. Zuo Wuyu needed urgent treatment. The battle just now had taken a huge toll on him, but he forcibly suppressed his injuries out of concern for the Holy Sun's safety and the future of the spirit religion. Now that the backlash had acted up though, he was unable to move for a while. Zuo Wuyu quickly settled down and closed his eyes to meditate and heal. The 2 young men who had brought Yang Kai here stood guard by his side, while Yang Kai himself seemed to have nothing to do. Currently he still had very little information at his disposal, but one thing was certain, this independent world was still inside Mu's spacetime river. When the waves of the spacetime river crashed down on him, Yang Kai did not dodge, resulting in him being dragged into this place and fulfilling an unknown prophecy of some spirit religion saintess who lived in this place. The current situation required Yang Kai to see the saintess if he wanted to know more. Although he had some guesses in mind, he couldn't confirm them until he met her. However, there were still some minor troubles to solve before that. The hideout fell silent after that. About 4 hours later, a commotion suddenly broke out. Zuo Wuyu, who was meditating to heal, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible!" As soon as the words fell, a tremor shook the ground, as if someone outside was using powerful means to attack the mountain wall where the secret chamber was located. "Big Brother Zuo!" cried the thin young man, "Our location has been exposed and those guys have come after us." Upon hearing that, Zuo Wuyu's expression darkened. This secret chamber was one of the spirit religion's footholds outside, and when he returned earlier, he had carefully investigated the surroundings to ensure that he wasn't being followed. So how did the enemy find them? If he hadn't been certain that this foothold was safe enough, he wouldn't have stayed here to heal his injuries. But in fact, the enemy had already found them. "Hurry, activate the array," Zuo Wuyu shouted. Another young man immediately took out a control jade, infused it with power and shielded the hideout. The attacks became more ferocious and the commotion grew much louder. "Zuo Wuyu, this king knows you're in there. Hand over your holy sun, and this king will spare your life." Zuo Wuyu paled upon hearing the voice. Yan Peng. That old dog really came here in person. He who remained calm when he was being besieged in the jungle previously, panicked now, clearly facing a formidable foe at the moment. It was obvious that this Yan Peng was not someone to be trifled with. After waiting for half a moment without a response, Yan Peng outside coldly snorted, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame this king for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, the violent attacks resumed, causing the entire secret chamber to shake violently. The young man holding the control jade and stimulating the protective array stumbled as well, nervously saying, "Big brother Zhua, the array can't hold on for much longer." With that, Zuo Wuyu immediately stood up and drew his sword before taking a deep breath and declaring, "Zhenghai Luji, I'll clear a path for you. Bring the holy sun and run." "Big brother Zhua, we can't escape," said the thin youth Zhenghai, full of sorrow and indignation. "We should fight together." Zuo Wuyu's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. He knew very well that they couldn't escape, but after so many years of persistence, how could he give up now that he had finally seen a glimmer of hope? He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, you two. No matter what happens, you must protect the holy sun and bring him back safely. Don't give up until the very end." Hong hong hong. As rocks crumbled and fell, it was clear that this secret chamber couldn't hold much longer. Zuo Wuyu held his sword up, his expression was resolute and determined. Lu Ji continued to wield the power of the jade while Zheng Hai stood ready with all his strength, preparing to unleash his strongest move. Suddenly, Zheng Hai punched Lu Ji in the back and at the same time, the hidden dagger in his other hand struck at Yang Kai's vital point. What? What? Two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. The situation in the secret chamber became confusing and chaotic. Lu Ji, who was hit by the punch, spat out fresh blood and fell to the side. Zuo Wuyu couldn't help but turn his head in disbelief. He never expected to have a traitor on his side, especially one who would turn on them at such a critical moment. Finally, he understood why their position had been exposed. The enemy had hidden Zheng Hai, a traitor, deep within the spirit religion for years without ever using him. Now that it involved the existence of the Holy Sun though, it was time to activate this agent. What surprised Zuo Wuyu even more was what happened when Zheng Hai attacked Yang Kai. He timed his attack perfectly, just as the spirit array was about to collapse and when everyone was highly focused due to the tension. Lu Ji was already injured by him and Yang Kai, standing not far from him without any defenses, should have been directly killed by him. However, when his dagger was about to reach Yang Kai, it was caught between two fingers that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Sun didn't even turn his head, yet he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. With no one to maintain the array, it collapsed, and the secret chamber hidden in the mountain was completely exposed. Figures outside could be seen, and one of them, a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, stood with his hands behind his back while raising a gust of wind to clear away the dust to make the confusing situation clearer. After scanning the scene, the white-haired old man snorted coldly. Zuo Wuyu's roar resounded, "Zheng Hai." With a flick of the sword in his hand, he turned and thrust towards Zheng Hai, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and anger and his face twisted in a grimace of disappointment for his former comrade. Silence. Yan Peng, the white-haired old man, waved his sleeves and sent Zuo Wuyu flying through the air, smashing into the ground several paces away. Already heavily injured and weakened, the impact of the throw left him nearly unconscious, with no strength left even to move a finger. Desperately looking towards Yang Kai, he expected to see the Holy Sun's tragic state, but what he saw left him stunned instead. Zheng Hai held a dagger close to the Holy Sun's waist, with a posture of attempting a sneak attack, but the Holy Sun quickly countered by catching the dagger with two fingers and holding it in place. Right now, Zheng Hai was struggling to pull the dagger out, but those two fingers were as steady as a rock, making his efforts futile. What is happening? Zuo Wuyu couldn't make sense of it. From the looks of it, the Holy Sun seemed to have anticipated this sneak attack. While he was wondering how the Holy Sun could have been prepared for this, the latter spoke up, "There really was an issue with you." Saying so, he turned to look at Zheng Hai behind him. Perhaps feeling guilty or perhaps intimidated by Yang Kai's strength, Zheng Hai tried to put on a tough act and asked, "How did you figure it out? During our escape, you were clearly leaving some things behind in secret. I thought they were meant to guide Zuo Wuyu, but then I thought if Zuo Wuyu already knew about these places, who else could you be guiding?" The Holy Sun replied, "How is that possible? You noticed what I did on the way here?" Zheng Hai couldn't believe it. He had been very careful, and even Lu Ji hadn't noticed anything. Yang Kai chuckled lightly without answering. Instead, he looked down at Zheng Hai's hand and said, "You're still a bit weak compared to me." This whole time, Zheng Hai had been trying to retrieve his dagger, but he couldn't overpower Holy Sun's grip. Upon hearing this, he immediately released the dagger and stepped back. However, as soon as he regained his footing, his face became filled with horror as the Holy Sun appeared to use some mysterious movement skill, clinging to him like maggots on rotting bones. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his strength rapidly drained from his body. Yang Kai turned his head towards Zuo Wuyu, who lay helpless on the ground, and asked, "It doesn't matter if we kill this traitor, does it?" Zuo Wuyu was dumbfounded by the series of events, but upon hearing this he laughed heartily. "He's just a beast. His death isn't worth pitying." Amidst the hearty laughter, he was suddenly seized with a coughing fit that aggravated his injury. Yang Kai nodded slightly and reached out to lightly tap Zheng Hai's forehead, who then stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, gazing down at his chest. A dagger was somehow thrust into his heart, the very same one he had used to ambush the Holy Sun from before. "Impossible," Zheng Hai's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself, "How is that possible that I'm dying here?" His head tilted and he lost his aura. Only then did Yang Kai turn to look at Yen Peng, who was observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, looking somewhat surprised. Yang Kai said, "Old man, aren't you angry?" "Angry about what?" he asked in confusion. "I just killed one of your subordinates." Yang Kai pointed to Zheng Hai, who lay dead next to them. Yen Peng burst into laughter. "I have thousands of subordinates. If I were to get mad every time one dies, I'd have died from anger by now." Chapter 59-32 Missed? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense." Yen Peng scrutinized Yang Kai and asked, "Are you the legendary Holy Sun?" "I'm not sure," Yang Kai replied as he agilely maneuvered through the rubble, quickly arriving before Zuo Wuyu and looking down at him. Zuo Wuyu's lips moved, and he appeared to be mouthing the word "run." Flashing a smile, Yang Kai reached out to grab the long sword in his hand. "Let me borrow this." Yen Peng didn't stop him but curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai paid him no attention as he examined the sword in his hand. On their escape route, Zheng Hai mentioned that this sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon the Saintess, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it was an ordinary weapon that didn't even qualify to be called a proper artifact. This wasn't surprising though, as this was a world with a relatively low martial Dao, so there were no truly powerful artifacts. "I just asked what you were doing." Yen Peng was starting to get annoyed by Yang Kai's dismissive attitude. Yang Kai flicked the sword with his finger to hear its clear and melodious cry. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yen Peng and smiled, "I'm getting ready to fight. With so many of you, I obviously need to find a suitable weapon." They were already surrounded by enemies in all directions. It was evident that Yen Peng took this matter seriously since he had brought over 30 people with him. Yen Peng narrowed his eyes. "We don't necessarily have to fight." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrow. "Are you willing to let us go?" "You can't go, but they can." "Because I'm the Holy Sun?" "Yes." The prophecy of the light spirit religion has been circulating for many years. Everyone thinks it's an unrealistic fantasy. Whether you are the real Holy Sun or not, you still have to come with me. Rest assured, our master may not necessarily take your life. Who knows, you might even benefit from this misfortune. Yang Kai looked at him curiously and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the immortal ascension boundary, right? An elite like you actually has a master?" Upon hearing that, Yen Peng's eyes were suddenly filled with fanaticism. "Of course, the divine might of our master is not something that you ordinary mortals can imagine. I'm not even 1/10 of his greatness." Watching the fervent expression on Yen Peng's face, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Yang Kai still wanted to say more, but Yen Peng had already lost his patience. The fanaticism in his eyes subsided, replaced by coldness and cruelty. "Boy, you better come with me obediently to avoid suffering." "That's not going to happen." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm curious about that prophecy, so I intend to meet their saintess and ask about it." Yen Peng coldly snorted, "Foolish obstinance." With a wave of his hand he shouted, "Take him down." Yang Kai lifted the sword up as he muttered, "It's a pity it's not a spear, but oh well, it's all the same." With those words, he flicked his wrist, and blood spurted forth as one of the masters who charged towards him was inexplicably pierced, clutching his throat while he stumbled backwards. Yang Kai thrust his sword again and another person was killed with one swift blow. Masters came from all directions, but Yang Kai moved like a graceful butterfly amid their dense attacks. Within just a few breaths, the ground was covered with corpses, and more than half of Yen Peng's men were dead. The remaining people were filled with horror and no longer dared to approach. Zuo Wuyu, who had collapsed on a pile of rubble, stared straight ahead, momentarily forgetting to breathe. On the other side, Lu Ji also widened his eyes and almost thought that he was dreaming. Yen Peng was equally astonished and asked, "What kind of sword secret technique is this?" Under his observation, this holy son of the light spirit religion did not even use any kind of great force. The sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, piercing with precision every time and always hitting its target. After just a dozen or so strikes, half of his men were already dead. However, the sword remained unsullied by blood. Sword secret technique? Yang Kai shook his sword and said, No, 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 this is not a secret technique. Not a secret technique? Then what is it? It's just an application of the sword Tao. Although Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space, time, and spear, he had delved into the sword Tao before. In his earlier years, when he wasn't powerful enough, he roamed around with only a sword. However, since the war in the Star Boundary, after receiving the Azure Dragon Spear from Ada, he had switched to Spear Tao. Now, with the gains he had obtained from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and Infinite River, compared to ordinary masters, Yang Kai was still much stronger, despite his mastery over the sword Tao being lower than the 3 grand Taos he primarily cultivated. In Yang Kai's small universe, many people benefited from his unusual accumulation and embarked on the sword Tao, making it among the most popular grand Taos in the entire void world. Although his power was severely suppressed in this independent world, which made it difficult to use his Tao strengths, his mastery of the sword Tao remained. With just a flick of his wrist, he could perform an extremely exquisite move with any kind of sword. Yen Peng and Zuo Wuyu found this all hard to comprehend. Now, who wants to die next? Yang Kai looked around at the masters who were now at a loss. No one dared to step forward. A mere true element boundary junior dares to act insolent in front of this old master? Even if your sword secret techniques are exquisite, you are not my match. Yen Peng bellowed with rage as his divine sense surged, sending his spiritual energy charging towards Yang Kai. Zuo Wuyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Holy Sun, be careful. While the Holy Sun's sword secret techniques were truly transcendent, his cultivation realm was still a fatal weakness. There was an insurmountable gap between the true element boundary and the immortal ascension boundary, one's divine sense and knowledge sea. The latter had given birth to a divine sense and opened their knowledge sea, but the former had not. Therefore, an immortal ascension masters who wanted to make a move against a true element cultivator were basically unstoppable, unless they wore some artifact that protected their soul. After Yen Peng witnessed Yang Kai's skills and realized he could not understand his sword secret techniques, he understood that if he wanted to take him down, he could only use soul secret techniques. In an instant, Yen Peng's spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and manifested as a soul avatar. He stood proudly above the ocean, his arrogance and disdain quickly turning to shock and doubt. This is a knowledge sea. How could a true element boundary cultivator have a knowledge sea? Moreover, the vast power hidden within this knowledge sea was beyond his ability to comprehend. The soul of the immortal ascension master was like a firefly under the bright moonlight in front of such power. What was going on? The prophecy predicting the Holy Sun's existence did not seem to be unfounded. Putting aside his bizarre sword secret techniques, this vast and boundless knowledge sea was even more astonishing. Yen Peng quickly discovered a 7-color island, which stood out among the vast and misty multicolored lights of the knowledge sea. Yen Peng could feel his soul avatar trembling just from looking at it. He instinctively knew that the 7-colored island was an incredible treasure. Just being bathed by the 7-colored glow gave his soul avatar an extremely pleasant feeling. I must obtain this 7-colored island. With greed in his heart, Yen Peng flew towards the island and landed on it easily as there was no hindrance on the way. In an instant, Yen Peng felt an indescribable surge of power nourishing his soul, giving him a feeling of returning to the womb. He wished he could stay here forever. Suddenly, a voice rang out, It's been a long time since I've seen someone so weak. Yen Peng was startled. Someone's here? He spun around to see a young man standing beside a leopard that had lightning dancing around it. Was it the leopard who spoke earlier? The young man commented, We all start weak and work our way up through cultivation. The leopard just sneered, This old man's aptitude is so poor that even if he were placed in the wider world, he would only be able to reach the first order at best. Fair enough. In any case, let's get this over with. What do you think, second brother? Instead of just killing him, we should probably try to gather some more information. Good, then you do it. I'm not good at delicate work, so I'm afraid I might kill him by accident. The young man nodded and turned to Yen Peng, smiling. Old man, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better tell us everything you know. The heavens reward those who are kind, so I might spare you if you cooperate. Yen Peng's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Zhuo Wuyu yelled out in worry, but in the next instant, the Holy Sun's sword flickered again as he began killing all the enemies who surrounded them. Blood splattered and screams filled the air. No one expected that after Yen Peng attacked, Yang Kai could still fight. Normally at this point, Yang Kai's soul should have been crushed by Yen Peng, leaving him either dead or severely limited. But in reality, Yang Kai remained unfazed. A moment of carelessness resulted in even greater casualties. It wasn't until only a few people were left alive that they realized what was happening. Kill him. Kill him now. The few people exclaimed in shock as a layer of faint mist suddenly filled their bodies. As the mist spread, their strength noticeably improved. Yang Kai, who was in the midst of wielding his sword and killing, suddenly raised his brow, revealing a look of astonishment. The sword in his hand continued to deliver death, and within moments, only the last master remained gasping for breath while the rest lay dead on the ground. By the time Yang Kai cut the tendons in the last master's shoulders with his sword and captured him with one hand, the several dozen people brought by Yen Peng were already all dead. Be careful, Holy Sun, don't touch that mist. Zhuo Wuyu's worried voice rang out once again. Yang Kai, however, seemed not to have heard him. He continued to pressure the master he had captured, forcing him to activate the power of the mist. After a while, Yang Kai finally stopped, and the captive master's aura extinguished at the same time. Standing in place, Yang Kai showed a pensive expression. That mist was Black Ink's strength. Though incredibly faint and weak, unlike those outside, it was still undoubtedly Black Ink's strength. Recalling Yen Peng's previously fanatical expression, Yang Kai suddenly realized why it seemed familiar. Do all of these people possess this power? Yang Kai turned to Zhuo Wuyu and asked. Zhuo Wuyu replied, those in the Black Ink cult all possess it. It's called Black Ink strength. Yang Kai nodded, finally obtaining a few answers after experiencing this series of inexplicable events. Chapter 59-33 Information. In this world, Black Ink strength existed, as did the Black Ink cult, an opposing force to the Light Spirit religion. Holy Sun, Black Ink strength is highly corruptive and can warp a human's nature. Please check whether you have been affected. Zhuo Wuyu anxiously warned. Yang Kai merely shrugged. Even Black Ink strength wielded by a royal lord couldn't harm him, let alone the extremely diluted power possessed by someone from the Black Ink cult. Although his small universe was currently suppressed and sealed, making it impossible for him to use his world force, the World Tree clone was still there. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was essentially immune to the effects of Black Ink strength. Still, it was a thoughtful warning, so Yang Kai went through the motions of checking himself before saying, it's fine. This Black Ink strength seems to have no effect on me. Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention then turned to Yen Peng, who stood motionless to the side. Ever since this immortal Ascension Boundary Master had used his soul avatar earlier, he became frozen in place, and even the death of a large number of his subordinates aroused no reaction from him, as if he had lost his soul. It made Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji puzzled. Holy Sun, what's happening to Yen Peng? Zhuo Wuyu asked, uncertain but with a suspicion forming in his mind. His soul has been shattered. He's basically a living corpse now, Yang Kai explained. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. Holy Sun, do you possess one of those special constitutions that are immune to all evil? The fact that Yen Peng's soul shattered as a result of his using his soul avatar against Yang Kai, coupled with his resistance to Black Ink strength, left Zhuo Wuyu at a loss for words with no explanation of what just happened. Something like that. As Yang Kai was thinking about how to explain it, Zhuo Wuyu was thoughtful enough to come up with an explanation for him. Seeing him admit to it, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji exchanged a glance, both thrilled beyond measure. The Holy Sun was impervious to all evil, born to counteract the means of the Black Ink cult. He was truly the future hope of the spirit religion. The saintess prophecy was right on the mark. Furthermore, his strength was unfathomable. He didn't even need to use much power in his previous killing spree, only employing the most basic sword secret techniques. Yet, the Black Ink cult masters were unable to block even a single strike. At this moment, the gloom in their hearts was illuminated by the dawn's light. We shouldn't stay here for long, Zhuo Wuyu said, struggling to stand up before falling back down. His injuries were still severe. It was the same for Lu Ji. He was caught off guard by Jianghu and took a direct punch to the back. If Jianghu hadn't reserved some strength to attack Yang Kai, that punch would have ended Lu Ji's life. "You should both rest and recover for a while," said Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu looked bitter. Although he wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, he was strong in will but weak in strength. After exchanging a glance with Lu Ji, he decided to heal his injuries on the spot and try to restore some strength for now. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea on the seven-colored island, Yan Peng's soul avatar became respectful and forthcoming before the young man and the thunder leopard. He would answer any questions they had without holding anything back. This couldn't be helped. Yan Peng initially thought this seven-colored island was his great opportunity, never expecting to find two masters here whose strengths were both beyond his imagination. Yan Peng did not doubt that either of these two could extinguish his soul with a single thought. How could people under the eaves not lower their heads? Fortunately, the young man was kind enough not to harm him, only asking for some basic information. So Yan Peng cooperated obediently. After a brief exchange, Feng Tianxi uncovered some secrets of this world, which he naturally shared with the others. In the primordial world, two great forces, the light spirit religion and the black ink cult, had vied for dominance since ancient times, each claiming half of this independent world. Even after years of unending conflict, neither side could gain the upper hand. Within the black ink cult, there was a black ink master who could bestow black ink strength upon all living beings, corrupting their hearts and minds, making them obedient servants of the cult. Meanwhile, the light spirit religion was the only force that could stand against the black ink cult. They had been battling them for countless years. Without them, the entire world would have fallen into the hands of the cult long ago. The first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion left behind a prophecy, which was the same one that Yang Kai heard from Lu Ji. Over the years, the followers of the light spirit religion had been searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun while fighting against the black ink cult, because according to the guidance of the first-generation saintess, the only way to completely defeat the black ink cult was for the Holy Sun to appear. Likewise, the black ink cult was also searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun of the light spirit religion. Unfortunately, neither side had made any progress. Until today, during the black ink cult's hunt for Zhuo Wuyu, Yang Kai suddenly descended from the sky. When the news reached Yan Peng, he personally led his men to capture Yang Kai, but things took an unexpected turn as they were all slaughtered and Yan Peng found himself trapped. On the small island, Feng Tianxi continued to question Yan Peng for more information. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The information he had was not extensive, but he now had a general understanding of the situation. However, there were two things that were different from what he had initially thought. The first was the impact of black ink strength on living creatures. In the outside world, black ink strength was extremely potent. Any master who was contaminated by it and failed to deal with it in time would inevitably become a black ink disciple. These beings had long since abandoned their humanity and identities and became loyal only to Mo. It could be said that any black ink disciple would willingly sacrifice everything they had for Mo. However, Yan Peng was different. Though his soul avatar was trapped on the seven-color island, he had a strong will to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Feng Tianxi and provided so much information about the black ink cult. In other words, he wasn't a true black ink disciple. Is it because of how weak the black ink strength is here? When Yang Kai killed those black ink cult members before, the last few activated their black ink strength to enhance their abilities. However, their black ink strength was extremely thin and clearly abnormal. It seemed that black ink strength in the primordial world could distort someone's nature to a certain extent, but it wasn't potent enough to transform them into true black ink disciples. The second point of curiosity was the saintess of the light spirit religion. Yang Kai had a suspicion about the saintess before, but after learning some information about her from Yan Peng, he began thinking he might have been wrong. The prophecy was left behind by the first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Since then, the light spirit religion had gone through many generations of saintesses. Among the past saintesses, some were assassinated by the black ink cult, some experienced cultivation dissonance, and some naturally died when their predestined time arrived. If that was the case, then this light spirit religion's current saintess was not the person he wanted to meet. Another thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the name of this world, primordial world. The name of this world seemed to imply something. Yang Kai felt helpless. Although Mu had left a hidden hand in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was still elusive. He had to clear the fog in front of him before he could glimpse the truth. "It's time to go," he said after half a day. Since Yan Peng personally took action, The Black Ink cult would certainly send more masters to investigate the situation once there was no news from him for long enough. In fact, according to the information revealed by Yan Peng, he was able to arrive so quickly only because he happened to be nearby. The other Black Ink cult masters should also have set out and were on their way. The appearance of the Holy Son of the Light Spirit religion, even if it was only a possibility, was a matter that the Black Ink cult would not take lightly. Together, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji opened their eyes. Half a day of rest was not enough to completely heal, but they had gained enough strength to move at the very least. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the long sword back to Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu caught the sword and spoke, "Only in the hands of the Holy Sun can this sword unleash its true power." Yang Kai's swift and efficient movements were all observed by him, which left him in awe and realized that if he could enter retreat and comprehend these secret techniques, he would surely bring his sword techniques to the next level. Yang Kai shook his head casually, "No need, I'll use this." With a flick of his foot, a long spear lying on the ground flew into his hand. He wasn't sure which dead Black Ink cultist it belonged to, but after giving it a quick shake, he was satisfied with how it felt in his hand, despite it being not the best of quality. Without saying anything more, Zhuo Wuyu approached Yan Peng and swiftly beheaded him with his sword. Then the three of them set off in a certain direction under Zhuo Wuyu's guidance. When they left, all that remained were dead bodies and destruction. An hour later, a group of beasts attracted by the scent of blood arrived, but soon became alert and fled after a brief hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red line shot through the air and pierced one of the beasts, causing it to cry out in agony and turn into a lifeless husk. The blood-red line transformed into a blood-red light, from which a figure strolled out. The figure was a woman in tight red robes, her stunning physique accentuated by the vivid color of her clothes. Her nails were long and sharp as blades, and she licked her lips with satisfaction after the recent kill, her eyes curved with pleasure. Dozens of people had already gathered around, examining the remnants of the battle. After a while, the woman spoke up casually, still filing her nails as if sharpening a blade for herself. "Anything noteworthy?" Someone quickly knelt down and respectfully replied, "Chapter Master, all of them died from sword injuries, killed by a single strike. Even Yan Peng seemed to have put up no resistance before he died." "Oh." The woman showed a hint of surprise, "So Yan Peng didn't even try to fight back? Looks like there were some extremely powerful swordsmen among them. Was it Zhuo Wuyu?" "It couldn't have been Zhuo Wuyu. He's only in the true element boundary, while Yan Peng is in the immortal ascension boundary. With a difference of a major realm, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't have been responsible," the Black Ink cult disciple explained. "So it must have been their newfound holy son," the woman raised an eyebrow. "I don't know, Chapter Master. Which way did they go?" "It should be that way," the man pointed in a direction. Immediately, the woman's body flickered, turning into a blood beam, which shot towards that direction. Her voice echoed in the distance, "I'll go on ahead. You guys catch up as soon as possible." Chapter 59-34, Why Did You Try to Kill Me? As the three of them passed through a small town, Zhuo Wuyu and Yang Kai waited outside in concealment while Lu Ji entered and drove out in a carriage moments later. All three of them were in the true element boundary and were technically capable of flying. However, doing so would consume too much energy and be unsustainable for long periods. Besides, with Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji still recovering from their injuries, the natural choice was to use a carriage as transportation. Once they regrouped, Lu Ji nodded lightly to Zhuo Wuyu, "It's arranged, big brother Zhuo." Zhuo Wuyu nodded in response before turning to Yang Kai, "Please get on, holy son." Yang Kai went along with them and got on the carriage with Zhuo Wuyu while Lu Ji continued to drive, the carriage rattling away from the small town. Inside the carriage, Yang Kai asked, "Where are we going now?" "Dawn City," Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai understood why they were going there. According to Yan Peng's information, Dawn City was the foundation of the Light Spirit religion, with countless masters and high-ranking officials of the Light Spirit religion gathered there. Now that the Holy Sun had appeared, it was imperative to send him to Dawn City as soon as possible. However, the name of the city brought a sense of familiarity to Yang Kai, reminding him of the days when he fought side by side with his squad members on the Black Ink battlefield. Today, many of those familiar names and figures had vanished into the river of history. They were still quite far away from Dawn City, and judging by their current pace, it would take them 5 or 6 days to arrive even if they traveled day and night without rest. What's more, this long journey was highly unlikely to be peaceful. Zhuo Wuyu clearly knew this, so he quickly focused on healing his injuries. Shortly after the three of them left the small town, a blood light arrived. Moments later, the blood light rushed out and turned into the figure of the red-robed woman. She stood in the void, gazing in the direction of the departing carriage as she coldly snorted, "I wonder what the legendary Holy Sun tastes like?" With those murmured words, she turned into a bloody beam of light again and chased after Yang Kai and the others. Behind them, the small town lay eerily silent. Half a day later, Yang Kai in the carriage suddenly heard a commotion. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating, was also alarmed and quickly opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to ask, "What's going on?" When he looked out, he clearly saw that someone was being assaulted by a strong man on the side of the road ahead. A burly man was pressing a woman underneath him, emitting a lewd laugh as he tore the woman's clothes. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed, causing the woman to scream and shout in distress, which only further fueled the man's savagery. Big brother Zhuo, Lu Ji, who was driving the carriage, couldn't bear to watch. Due to his naturally kind personality, coupled with the light spirit religion's teachings to help the weak, he couldn't just ignore such a wicked act. However, Zhuo Wuyu's face flashed a look of vigilance as he said in a low tone, "Carry on." Upon hearing the command, Lu Ji gritted his teeth and quickly drove the carriage past them. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would not sit idly by in the face of such an incident, but now there was only one priority, which was to escort the Holy Sun to Dawn City. Everything else was unimportant. When the carriage approached, the burly man had already stopped his actions and looked warily at Lu Ji. It was only after the carriage passed that he breathed a sigh of relief. The woman who was pinned down by him screamed, "Help! Help me!" Aggravated, the burly man slapped her and sneered, "No one will come to save you. Give up." But just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook, and he looked down to see a spear piercing through his chest. The burly man's eyes widened as his strength quickly ebbed away. Yang Kai flicked his spear and tossed the burly man to the side. He then smiled and reached out to the beautiful but pale-faced woman, "Miss, you're safe now." The woman clearly hadn't fully realized what had happened until she saw the corpse of the burly man next to her, which caused her to completely break down and throw herself into Yang Kai's arms, crying bitterly. A little while later, Yang Kai sat in the carriage holding a warm and soft woman in his arms. She seemed to be so frightened that she held onto his neck with all her might, like an octopus clinging to him. On the other hand, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know where to look, mainly because the woman's clothes were torn and her snow-white skin was a little too dazzling. "Sir, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know what to say. He never expected that the Holy Sun would suddenly jump off the carriage and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. But he had to admit that the woman was quite attractive. Even with her hair disheveled and her face covered in dirt, it couldn't conceal her charm. On the contrary, it accentuated her pitiful appearance, causing people to sympathize with her at a glance. Such looks easily attracted unwanted attention in these troubled times. With outsiders present, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't address Yang Kai as Holy Sun, so he simply referred to him as Sir. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. If we ignore something that we can easily help with just because it is inconvenient, then why bother cultivating at all? Besides, this carriage has plenty of space. Having one more person won't make a difference." Zhuo Wuyu could only nod and say, "As Sir says." Yang Kai ignored Zhuo Wuyu and instead lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, speaking in a gentle and soothing voice, "Little beauty, what's your name? Where are you from? Are you married?" Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but feel speechless at what he was witnessing. He never imagined that the Holy Sun had such an interest in beauties. Of course, it was natural for men to appreciate beautiful women, but there was a time and place for everything. Originally, Zhuo Wuyu admired the Holy Sun's ability to dispatch Yan Peng and his dozens of followers with a single sword, and he believed that the spirit religion had a bright future. But now, those expectations had taken a hit. Could such a Holy Sun really achieve great things? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but worry about the future of the spirit religion. As the woman in Yang Kai's arms slowly calmed down and seemed to realize that their position was not appropriate, she blushed, burying her head in Yang Kai's chest instead of answering his questions. Yang Kai laughed heartily at her response, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the woman suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yang Kai hugged her tightly and looked down at her. "What's wrong? Why did you try and kill me?" The woman's coquettishness and shyness disappeared out of nowhere, replaced by an expression of disbelief. You're not dead?" The woman cursed loudly. "Are you even human?" Their conversation made no sense, leaving not only the driver Lu Ji puzzled but also Zhuo Wuyu, who was in the same carriage. However, the odd atmosphere made him feel a great sense of danger, and he quickly tightened his grip on his long sword, only to find that it was gone. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. He didn't even know when he had lost his sword. Next, the carriage became filled with a strong, metallic smell. The woman in Yang Kai's arms started bleeding fresh blood, whereas Zhuo Wuyu's lost sword was pierced through her, the hilt gripped in Yang Kai's hand. With a loud bang, violent waves of energy swept through the carriage, lifting the roof off. The woman, who had been in Yang Kai's embrace, suddenly turned into a blood mist, breaking free from his grasp. The sudden turn of events frightened the horses pulling the carriage, resulting in them neighing in panic. Lu Ji had to quickly calm them down or they would have bolted. Zhuo Wuyu was also thrown off balance by the shockwave, almost being blown away, but luckily was grabbed by Yang Kai just in time. The carriage continued forward, and in the shabby compartment Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu looked behind together. In the half-empty air, a twisting, writhing mass of blood gradually transformed into the alluring figure of a red-robed woman. She clutched her chest, her face twisted with hatred and resentment, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yang Kai, overflowing with intense malice, as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood right then. Night Chapter Master Xueji. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked and terrified. Though they knew that the Black Ink cult would soon have pursuers on their heels, he never expected it to be her. They were in trouble now. Yang Kai's brow raised slightly as he thought to himself, as I suspected. Thanks to the information he had gleaned from Yen Peng, Yang Kai was no longer completely ignorant about the primordial world. The Black Ink cult, under the command of Mo, was divided into the 8 chapters, each with their own structure and hierarchy. The Night Chapter, though the smallest in number, was made up entirely of elite assassins. Everyone in the Night Chapter of the Black Ink cult was a master of their craft, especially Night Chapter Master Xueji, who was said to possess the ability to transform into thousands of different forms, making her an almost invincible opponent. Throughout the history of the Light Spirit religion, countless high-ranking members had died under the Night Chapter's assassinations, including several saintesses. Among the Black Ink cult's 8 chapters, the Light Spirit religion was most wary of the Night Chapter, as nobody knew where they hid or when they would strike a deadly blow. Zhuo Wuyu shivered at the thought of facing the Night Chapter Master himself, realizing that he and his companions were in grave danger. But this only made him admire the Holy Sun even more. Though he had been cautious before, Zhuo Wuyu had failed to notice any flaws. Little did he know, the seemingly lustful and carefree Holy Sun was already aware and prepared to strike, displaying a level of cunning and decisiveness that left others in awe. You shouldn't be alive. Yang Kai looked at Xueji in confusion. He could sense that Xueji was an immortal Ascension boundary master, but even so, there was no way she should have survived being stabbed through the heart with his sword. However, she only seemed to have suffered some damage to her foundation, with no threat to her life. All his actions really accomplished was making her angry. Her mastery over blood was unlike any he had seen before. How dare you wound me? I'll devour. Xueji's face twisted with rage, but before she could finish her sentence, another figure appeared before her. It was none other than Yang Kai, who should have been standing in the carriage. He wielded a long spear without hesitation and used his formidable supreme limitless secret art on Xueji. His spear strikes rained down on her without mercy, creating countless holes in her body. Zhuo Wuyu wasted no time too and joined the attack, brandishing his sword with skill and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Xueji. With their combined efforts, Xueji was quickly reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 5935, The Earth Chapter appears. As the bloody mist condensed and converged, it surged towards the two of them. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he grabbed Zhuo Wuyu and jumped back onto the carriage. In the sky, the blood mist seemed to possess a sense of spirituality, quickly fleeing into the distance as Xueji's voice echoed, I will rip your corpse into 10,000 sooner or later. The infamous Night Chapter Master escaped in such a pathetic state just like that. Watching her depart, Yang Kai wore a troubled expression as he muttered, so difficult to deal with. Ordinary people would have died from such a surprise attack, or from the follow-up assault, but Xueji was able to keep her life intact. Her skills were truly remarkable, making Yang Kai feel a sense of admiration for her talent. Through their brief exchange just now, Yang Kai noticed something. Xueji's mastery over the blood Dao was indeed extremely high, leaving her with no fatal weakness. Even if her heart was pierced through, she would still be alive, only suffering some damage to her foundation. But since she was severely injured just now, it would surely cause serious damage to her foundation and she probably would not dare to come again in a short time. No wonder so many experts from the spirit religion can't deal with her. It turns out that her methods are so insidious. Zhuo Wuyu's face was filled with fear as he recalled what happened earlier. If the Holy Sun hadn't noticed anything, they might have already died without even realizing how. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Zhuo Wuyu became even more respectful of this Holy Sun. On the other hand, Lu Ji was still driving the carriage without its roof while desperately fleeing forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. "I'm afraid this journey won't be peaceful," Yang Kai muttered casually. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Rest assured, Holy Sun, I have already sent out a coded message. The spirit religion will soon send experts to assist us." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded. Zhuo Wuyu was also a thorough person, and it seemed that he had made arrangements when they picked up the carriage at that small town earlier. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded, and the horses pulling the carriage fell down. The carriage, hurtling forward at full speed, crashed into the horses and flew into the air. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, Yang Kai, Zhuo Wuyu, and Lu Ji jumped off the carriage. The three of them stood in midair and looked closely. The horses were surrounded by a red light, and in a mournful fit, they turned into a pool of blood, leaving only white skeletons behind. "Ah!" Zhuo Wuyu paled slightly as he had no idea at all when Xueji attacked the horse. Even Yang Kai had not noticed it this time. Looking back now, it was likely that it happened when Xueji was stabbed by himself and turned into a blood mist while breaking free from him. "Big brother Zhua." Lu Ji suddenly panicked. Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu turned their heads to look, and the both of them paled in shock upon the sight. Lu Ji was now emitting a bloody red light, and within that light, his power became chaotic to the extreme, his physique melting away like a candle in high heat. "Lu Ji!" Zhuo Wuyu cried out. Lu Ji clearly knew what was about to happen too, so after a brief moment of panic, his expression suddenly became resolute as he shouted, "Brother Zhuo, you must send Holy Sun back." As soon as he finished the sentence, he flew away, with pieces of his body dissolving into blood, leaving behind only scattered bones that fell from the sky in a matter of moments. Staring blankly at the scene, Zhuo Wuyu went silent for a long time, his anger and grief beyond words. Yang Kai's expression turned grave too. Xueji's methods were truly insidious and unpredictable. When he noticed something wrong with Lu Ji earlier, he had wanted to help, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, Lu Ji had been killed. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Wuyu, confirming that he was unharmed and that he himself had not fallen prey to Xueji's attack without him realizing. If he had, it would have been impossible to remain oblivious. It seemed that Xueji did not intend to kill him. Otherwise she would have used such means from the start. Finally, Zhuo Wuyu regained his composure, despite his red eyes and throbbing veins on his forehead. He longed to fight Xueji, but his priority was to escort the Holy Sun back to Dawn City. "Holy Sun, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu called out, leading the way. Since the carriage was gone, the two of them could only fly. However, not having a means of transportation was inconvenient, especially since Zhuo Wuyu was still injured and had to push himself to keep going. When night fell, they found a place to rest in the wilderness. Zhuo Wuyu meditated and adjusted his breathing while Yang Kai stood guard beside him. The cold moonlight poured down, and Yang Kai looked up at the full moon with many thoughts flooding his mind. From the information he had gathered, he determined that the primitive world was a real world, where all living beings, including the three members of the Light Spirit religion and the Black Ink cult members they encountered, were truly alive. This was quite different from what Yang Kai had originally thought. He initially believed that everything here was an illusion in Mu's spacetime river, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated her. The Black Ink cult and Light Spirit religion were opposed to each other. The Black Ink cult members could use Black Ink strength, while the first saintess of Light Spirit religion left a prophecy. Everything was still vague and unclear, so Yang Kai could not fathom what the hidden hand Mu left in this world was. It would only be after he greeted the saintess that he would be able to know everything. The journey ahead was slow, difficult, and obstructed. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai saw a shadow twist and writhe slightly. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai sent out a crescent-shaped black strike, hitting the shadow. Then blood started flowing from the shadow, filling the air with a metallic tinge. Despite being suppressed by this independent world, his foundation was still intact, and he could still invoke some of his space secret techniques. Moreover, Yang Kai could sense that the suppression of his strength in this world was not absolute. His strength could still be improved, and given time, he could at least restore his cultivation to the immortal ascension boundary. However, this was probably the limit that this world could accommodate. Although Yang Kai could only increase his cultivation by a major realm, the power he could exert by then would increase by a lot. As dawn broke over the horizon, Zuo Wuyu finally awoke from his meditative state, having spent the night adjusting his breathing and restoring his energy. But what he saw upon opening his eyes left him startled: a field of corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, their blood painting the earth a deep shade of red. These bodies showed no signs of resistance, having been cleanly sliced in two by some incredibly sharp weapon. Zuo Wuyu couldn't even begin to guess when these people had come or how they died, but one thing was clear: they were all assassins from the Black Ink Cult's night chapter. Feeling ashamed, he rose to his feet and addressed his companion. "Holy Sun." Yang Kai merely glanced at him and nodded in response. "Prepare for a breakout." Oh. Zuo Wuyu was taken aback by this sudden directive, but he soon understood what Yang Kai meant. Though he was only in the true element boundary and lacked a divine sense, his regular senses were sharp enough to detect the danger around them. This realization left him pale, but Yang Kai remained unperturbed, dusting himself off and pointing in the direction they had been traveling. "Yesterday we were heading towards Dawn City in that direction, right?" "Yes." Zuo Wuyu nodded. "Then let's go," Yang Kai declared, lifting his long spear. "We're just going off like this?" Zuo Wuyu was taken aback once again. The Black Ink Cult surely knew that they were heading towards Dawn City, and the interception in this direction would definitely be the strongest. The safest course of action would be to test the enemy's strength and choose a weaker defensive position to break through. But Yang Kai replied confidently, "We're going to Dawn City and it's closest in this direction. We'll go this way." Saying so, he strode forward. Zuo Wuyu had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, a loud clanging sound echoed in all directions as a barrage of arrows flew towards them. Zuo Wuyu quickly raised his sword to deflect them, all the while shouting a warning to Yang Kai, "Holy Sun, be careful." But when he turned his head, he only saw Yang Kai strolling leisurely through the rain of arrows, with no effort to dodge or resist them, yet the dense barrage of arrows couldn't even touch his clothes. How is that possible? Zuo Wuyu couldn't wrap his head around it. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he witnessed Yang Kai flicking his fingers and launching a barrage of black moon blades in all directions. These blades seemed to cut through space itself, effortlessly breaking through the blockade. In the next instant, screams echoed throughout the area. Zuo Wuyu couldn't help but remember the gruesome scene of the corpses from before, realizing how Yang Kai had managed to defeat the enemies last night. The two figures continued to fly forward, killing their opponents without mercy. It was only a moment later when the rain of arrows from the shadows became sparse, eventually stopping completely. Perhaps the enemy had realized that this tactic was futile against Yang Kai, though the temporary pause didn't mean they had given up their siege, but rather prepared for an even stronger attack. After flying forward for a while longer, several figures suddenly flew towards them from the front. Each of these people was a peak true element boundary master, radiating a strong aura. They also seemed to maintain a unique battle formation as they moved forward. They all carried long swords exuding a chilling sword intent. Zuo Wuyu's expression turned grave. "They're from the Earth chapter of the Black Ink Cult. They usually handle small-scale battles. I didn't expect them to show up this time." What worried Zuo Wuyu more was the possibility that the Earth chapter master might also be among them. If that were the case, it would be a bigger problem. That person wasn't as sneaky as Xueji, and although he had an impulsive character, his strength was second to none among the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink Cult. "Be careful, Holy Sun. They have the North Star Sword formation, which can combine the strength of 7 people to unleash a power far beyond their individual cultivation realm," Zuo Wuyu warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy had already made their move. Their battle formation was impressive, converging the strength of 7 people into one. The leader of the group waved their long sword and a massive sword wave came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly splitting him in half. Zuo Wuyu's previous boiling blood ran cold all of a sudden. Chapter 5936. What kind of monster are you? The 7 swordsmen in the formation had no idea their target would be so weak, easily slain with just one sword strike. However, the severed body that lay before them didn't spill fresh blood and instead quickly faded into nothingness. It was merely an afterimage. The 7 of them were shocked and were about to launch another sword attack when they heard a voice in their ears. "A good sword, but it still lacks a certain substance." In the next instant, a single spear shadow filled their vision before blood burst forth. The sword formation was instantly broken, and the 7 swordsmen who comprised it either died or became seriously wounded. Zuo Wuyu flew over, using his secret techniques to kill any survivors. He then turned to Yang Kai. "Holy Sun." He was filled with disbelief. For a moment he thought the Holy Sun had been killed, but it turned out to be just an afterimage. He hadn't even seen how the Holy Sun moved, which meant his movement skill was beyond his comprehension. "Quick, let's go," Zuowu said in a low voice. He had a sense of unease in his heart as if a great danger was approaching. Before he could do anything though, a strange voice sounded, "Do you think you can kill so many of us and just walk away?" "He's here." Zuowu's face changed drastically, apparently realizing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became serious as he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. He looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly running towards them like lightning. He immediately pushed Zuowu aside and lifted his spear and thrust it out. The figure quickly approached, revealing a towering man with a fierce and evil expression, giving off a genuine Immortal Ascension boundary aura. Not only was this man a master from the Black Ink Cult's Earth chapter, but he was also one of the strongest among the 8 chapter masters. Facing Yang Kai's spear strike, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he smirked and met the strike with a punch. The long spear shattered as the punch's force swept forward, causing Yang Kai to grunt and retreat a dozen steps before stabilizing his footing. Suddenly, his clothes burst apart at the back, pierced by the force of the punch. The long spear was now turned to dust because it was only a common item that couldn't withstand a full-force attack from an Immortal Ascension Realm master. Oh! The Earth chapter master threw only one punch and didn't pursue further, looking surprised when he saw Yang Kai's state. "You're not dead yet?" He could sense that the young man before him was only in the true element boundary, yet he could withstand his punch without dying, which was quite strange. "Forget it, it's your misfortune that I didn't kill you with one punch. The next one will do the job." Saying so, the Earth chapter master strode towards Yang Kai till he was close enough, and then he struck again. With a loud boom, a violent shockwave swept out as the ground cracked open. The Earth chapter master's eyes narrowed with amazement, for his surefire punch had been blocked by the other party's fist. To the side, Zuowu had just regained his footing and witnessed a scene he would never forget. He saw the Holy Sun slightly hunched over, raising his fist to meet the Earth chapter master's punch. Under the intense collision, the scene froze. Looking up at the Earth chapter master, Yang Kai snickered, "With such a soft punch, who are you trying to kill?" Both Zuowu and Earth chapter master were taken aback. Of the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink Cult, each of them had their own unique skills, except for the Earth chapter master who wasn't specialized in secret techniques or used any kind of weapon. Despite having no defining trait, the Earth chapter master was still ranked among the top 3 strongest chapter masters for his physical strength alone, having refined his body to the point of being as strong as an artifact, with fists that could destroy anything in the world. In terms of physical strength and power alone, the Earth chapter master was undoubtedly the best in the entire primordial world. Even masters in the same realm as him couldn't withstand his punches. Once, a master of the spirit religion who was also in the Immortal Ascension boundary fought him in close combat relying on a protective artifact, but he was killed with a single punch, and even the protective artifact was shattered by that punch. Zuowu could not conceive of anyone who could directly withstand such a terrifying master and his fists alone, not until he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Despite the Holy Sun's physique not being as robust as the Earth chapter masters, with his build being at best half as bulky, the difference between them only highlighted the incredible nature of this frozen moment. The Earth chapter master was clearly angered by Yang Kai's words and let out a low growl. "I haven't seen such a bold person in a long time. I hope your fists will be as strong as your mouth." He swung his fist and attacked again. Yang Kai faced the incoming fist with casual indifference and replied, "I was just about to say the same thing." Hong hong hong. The violent impact of their fists created deafening noise, and the visible shockwaves rippled outwards from where their fists met. The disdain on Earth chapter master's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of seriousness and confusion. He couldn't fathom how such a frail body could contain such immense power. He even had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai wasn't even using his full strength yet. This thought frightened him, which he dared not dwell on any further. As for Yang Kai, he was also equally frustrated. The suppression from this independent world was too great. Not only had his strength fallen from the 9th order open heaven realm to the true element boundary, but even his dragon vein couldn't be fully accessed. To paint a clearer picture, if the power from his dragon vein were to be described as a lake, the amount of power he could currently access would only be equivalent to a mere drop of water. If not for this, he could easily crush an Immortal Ascension master with just one finger. At present, his strength was slightly greater than Earth chapter masters, but not by much. Their fists collided again and again, gradually covering them in bloody wounds with fresh blood splattering every time they clashed. Suddenly Yang Kai taunted the Earth Chapter Master by tilting his chin up. You and your black ink cult's endless pursuit. I wonder if I kill you, will the rest of our path become peaceful? The Earth Chapter Master felt insulted and roared, if you can kill me, then you'll get what you want. His expression then turned ferocious. But are you capable? As he spoke, a pitch-black mist enveloped him and his body swelled up, his muscles bulging as an even greater power erupted from within. Following this, he unleashed a punch that was far more powerful than his previous ones. This punch was almost equal to Yang Kai's current limit. However, facing this attack, Yang Kai remained calm as he used his fist to meet the punch head-on. A loud explosion resounded. Yang Kai's body shook slightly while the Earth Chapter Master stumbled. His previously determined expression became uncertain. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, Yang Kai's attacks suddenly became even more intense. The Earth Chapter Master also roared continuously, shifting from offense to defense as he tried to fend off Yang Kai's relentless assault. After a moment, his eyes trembled violently as he shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" He had always been the one to overwhelm others with his physique and strength, dominating the entire primordial world without anyone in this domain surpassing him. Yet today, even with the help of his black ink strength, he found himself falling behind. It was simply unbearable. What made it worse was the strange power of his opponent's punches, each strike penetrating through his physical defense and hammering his body from the inside out, causing damage to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Amidst his roar of anger, a sharp divine sense suddenly erupted towards Yang Kai's mind, followed by the voice of a woman saying, "I told you this guy was not easy to deal with, but you had to be careless. Now you're in trouble." Shueji. She had also arrived and she had been concealing herself nearby. A crimson blood mist suddenly manifested and rushed straight at Yang Kai, wrapping him up completely. Shueji's insidious voice rang out from within the blood mist, "Bastard, it's your honor to die under the combined efforts of us 2 mighty chapter masters. Now offer up your physical essence. With a vigorous man like you, the taste would certainly be heavenly." As she spoke, fresh blood gushed out of the wounds on Yang Kai's fists, seemingly drawn out by some unknown force, and merged into the blood mist. When Yang Kai saw this, he just smirked mockingly and said, "You want to eat me? Be careful not to burst your stomach." A faint dragon roar was then heard. The blood mist surrounding Yang Kai writhed and twisted as if struck by lightning. "What is this?" Shueji's voice became frantic as she seemed to encounter something she couldn't understand. During her speech, Shueji screamed again and hurriedly withdrew from Yang Kai's body, transforming back into her own body in midair. However, it was difficult for her to maintain her body's stability, like a storm was rampaging inside her, causing her flesh to suddenly expand like a ball and then twist like a rope. Shueji let out a mournful cry, her entire body bursting into a ball of blood mist. Even though Yang Kai's dragon vein had been suppressed, it was still fundamentally powered by a divine dragon. Shueji, unaware of the truth, had swallowed and tried to refine the blood of the divine dragon. Even if it was just a tiny drop, it was not something that a cultivator of her caliber could endure. The burst blood mist once again gathered into Shueji's figure, only to burst again in her agonizing screams. This endless cycle of torment seemed as if it would carry on forever. On the other hand, the Earth Chapter Master who was fighting Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder with fear. Yang Kai was already beyond him in terms of physicality and strength, a fact that he struggled to accept. But now, Shueji's mere act of devouring a bit of his blood had left her in such agony that he couldn't fathom what trick Yang Kai had played on her. At that moment, he finally understood the fear and unease that his enemies must have felt before they died at his hand. And to make matters worse, the holy son of the light spirit religion before him seemed to be immune to spiritual energy attacks. Moments ago, Shueji had used her divine sense to strike him, yet her opponent seemed completely unfazed as if nothing had happened. He wasn't even wearing any soul-type artifacts, so how could he withstand soul attacks? Gotcha. With a loud cracking sound, the Earth Chapter Master was horrified to discover that his arm had been broken. After exchanging so many punches, it seemed his physical body had exceeded its limits. Yang Kai landed another blow and mocked, "So much for your strength." The Earth Chapter Master desperately blocked the incoming punch and retreated backwards, but quickly changed direction and fled as fast as he could. Along the way he took several more punches from Yang Kai, spewing fresh blood from his mouth and looking pathetic. Chapter 59-37, Spirit Religion's Reinforcements. Yang Kai dashed forward relentlessly, determined to capture the Earth Chapter Master. However, he was intercepted by a group of Black Ink cult members midway, forcing him to deal with them first. And by the time he was done, the Earth Chapter Master had already vanished into thin air, leaving him with no choice but to backtrack. Zuo Wuyu was still there, having fought against some Earth Chapter members during Yang Kai's battle with the Earth Chapter Master. He now appeared worn out, his body slumped against a pile of rubble, his breath ragged and his body covered in blood. "Where's Xueji?" Yang Kai glanced around but saw no trace of the seductive woman. "She escaped when you went after the Earth Chapter Master," Zuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Never mind, she won't live much longer anyway." To think that the Night Chapter Master dared to covet a divine dragon's blood, she was bound to die by her own hand, so Yang Kai had no interest in tracking her down either. "Can you still move?" Yang Kai asked Zuo Wuyu. Zuo Wuyu replied, "Please, Holy Sun, go ahead first." Then he pointed in a certain direction and continued, "When you see a large city with tall walls, that would be Dawn City." Although Yang Kai had demonstrated formidable sword secret techniques and great physical strength, he was still true element boundary. Zuo Wuyu had not expected him to turn the tables against the joint attack of two of the Black Ink cult's top combatants. It was a victory across realms, a miracle that had never been achieved before. With a holy son of such strength, it was best for him to travel to Dawn City alone, as Zuo Wuyu didn't want to be a burden to him. Yang Kai understood his intention with just a moment's thought. He walked over to help Zuo Wuyu up and said, "My sense of direction has always been poor. I will need your guidance along the way." Zuo Wuyu was about to say something more when Yang Kai interrupted. "The Night Chapter and Earth Chapter have failed consecutively. The Black Ink cult won't be able to spare any more forces to pursue us in the short term. Therefore, the road ahead should not be too dangerous." Zuo Wuyu thought for a moment before feeling it was reasonable. Although the Black Ink cult was a mighty army with the finest weapons and the 8 chapters' heritage was magnificent, the sudden emergence of a holy son who was not previously known made it difficult for Black Ink cult to prepare appropriately. The fact that they could mobilize so many Night Chapter and Earth Chapter cultists, even having the personal presence of the 2 chapter masters, was already the limit of what Black Ink cult could do in the short term. Now that the 2 chapter masters had been defeated, and many of their troops were either killed or injured, they were unlikely to have the strength to cause any more trouble. Finally gaining a sense of relief, Zuo Wuyu said, "Then I will travel with you, Holy Sun." "Good." Yang Kai nodded and enveloped him with his power before flying off. In the depths of a damp and dark underground cavern, within a natural cave, the sound of agonizing screams echoed through a cluster of crimson mist, as if someone was enduring unbearable torture. The mist contorted and expanded randomly, desperately trying to take on a humanoid shape, but each time it did, it would explode uncontrollably, the screams growing louder with each cycle. This scene repeated itself again and again, the mist becoming thinner and the screams gradually becoming less audible. Finally, at a certain moment, the thinning mist condensed once more into a graceful figure who curled up on the damp ground like a wounded rabbit. Her fair body was covered in dried-up blood, motionless, like she was devoid of vitality. However, after a while, the owner of that body suddenly took in a deep breath as if her soul had returned. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with a look of horror. "Such power," she whispered softly, almost inaudible. Madness then overtook her as she murmured it several times, her voice gradually becoming more resounding, "Brings me such joy." Trembling with excitement, her eyes became filled with anticipation and glee. She forced herself to stand up despite her weakened body and retrieved a blood-red robe from her space ring. After putting it on and restoring herself for a moment, she turned into a bloody mist and vanished into the dark underground. Moments later, she reappeared on the previous battlefield, searching earnestly among the pieces of broken limbs and flesh. Finally, she made a discovery which caused her to turn ecstatic. Then she activated her blood secret technique, sending a burst of scarlet mist deep into the ground. Later, when she retrieved it again, the mist glimmered with a golden light. She merged it into her body and immediately felt the terrifying power expanding within her body, causing her expression to contort and a mournful cry to erupt, frightening countless beasts and birds in the nearby wilderness. "Zuo Wuyu, is this the holy sun you spoke of?" Outside a small town, a group of people blocked the way of Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu. The leader, an immortal ascension boundary master, looked at Yang Kai from top to bottom and asked. Zuo Wuyu cupped his fists, replying, "Senior Chu, when the holy sun descended, he fulfilled the prophecy passed down by the spirit religion, there is no mistake." The cultivator's surname Chu nodded. "The spirit religion's prophecy has been circulating for countless years. In the past, there have been several instances of suspected holy sons, but they were all proven to be misunderstandings or the schemes of people with ulterior motives. Zuo Wuyu was suddenly confused by his words as he asked, "Sir, there have been several holy sons in the past." Though he possessed quite a high status in the spirit religion, he was only in the true element boundary, so he wasn't qualified enough to know about some top secrets. The master surnamed Chu nodded. "As I said, the prophecy of the spirit religion has been passed down for countless years, and the Black Ink cult is also aware of it. They had previously attempted to use this method to infiltrate us." Upon hearing that, Zuo Wuyu became anxious. "Sir, this Holy Sun is definitely not a member of the Black Ink cult." He had seen how the Holy Sun had fought with the Black Ink cult's 2 chapter masters and how he had killed those Black Ink cultists along the way. How could such a person be a spy sent by the Black Ink cult? The master surnamed Chu raised his hand to stop him. "Your loyalty to the spirit religion is clear to me, but the matter of the Holy Sun still needs to be decided by the many order lords. We only need to do our part, understand?" Zuo Wuyu pursed his lips. "I understand." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator finally looked at Yang Kai and introduced himself. "Old Master Chu and he, how should we address this young friend?" Yang Kai smiled and bowed respectfully. Yang Kai. He couldn't help but find the old man interesting. By saying all of those to Zuo Wuyu in front of him, Chu and he was clearly warning Yang Kai, but he understood that it was a necessary action, so he held no grudges. Besides, Yang Kai was never really concerned about his status as the Holy Sun. It was only Zuo Wuyu and his comrades who persistently addressed him as so throughout their journey. All he wanted was to go to Dawn City and meet the saintess of the light spirit religion to verify his suspicions. Only one thing puzzled him. After his identity as the Holy Sun was exposed, the Black Ink cult swiftly organized 3 high-level attacks, but there had been no response from the light spirit religion. Zuo Wuyu had sent a message ahead when they were getting the carriage at a small town a while back, so logically, whether or not his identity as the Holy Sun was real, the light spirit religion should have given him enough attention and quickly arranged for people to assist them. But in fact, it had already been 4 days since Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu began their trek. After another 1 or 2 days, the two would have arrived at Dawn City on their own. It wasn't until now that the light spirit religion finally dispatched a group of people to meet them. In terms of efficiency, the light spirit religion was far worse than the Black Ink cult. Their attitude towards Yang Kai as the Holy Sun were also completely different. "I shall address you as such then." Chu and he showed a warm smile. After Zuo Wuyu's message was received, the spirit religion made the corresponding arrangements and deployment. "There are enough people ahead to receive you. Follow me. The Saintess and the Order Lords are already waiting in the Holy City." The Black Ink cult had 8 chapters: the Heaven, Earth, Profound, Dawn, Night, Space, Flood and Barren chapters. Likewise, the Light Spirit religion also had 8 orders: Heaven, Earth, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Mountain and Lake Valley orders. The 8 chapter masters and 8 order lords were the most powerful masters in the world. "Good," Yang Kai nodded. "Follow me this way." Chu and he beckoned, walking with Yang Kai towards the small town ahead. "You must have encountered many hardships on your way here, little friend," Chu and he said with a smile. "Seeing how dusty and tired you look, you must have been attacked by the Black Ink cult?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. But it was just a bunch of small fry that Brother Zhua and I easily took care of." Behind them, Zuo Wuyu couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "So that's how it is." Chu and he also smiled. "The Black Ink cult has always been vile and treacherous. If you encounter them again in the future, don't underestimate them." "Of course," Yang Kai replied casually. As they walked and chatted, the group soon entered the small town and Yang Kai looked around and asked in curiosity, "Why is this place so desolate? I don't see anyone around." "It's a matter about the Holy Sun. Well, though it hasn't been confirmed, it's better to be cautious. So before your arrival, this old master cleared out all the people in the town, lest they give Black Ink cultists an opportunity." Yang Kai praised. "Sir Chu's actions are quite thorough." Saying so, he suddenly stopped and turned around, reaching out to grab Zuo Wuyu's shoulder while smiling. "Brother Zhua, you must learn from Sir Chu." Zuo Wuyu was in a daze at the sudden instruction. Though he felt something was off during their journey, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When Yang Kai pulled him over, he instinctively nodded and said, "As the Holy Sun instructs." Chu and he, on the other hand, stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. The group passed a corner of the small town. Suddenly, Zuo Wuyu froze in place and looked around. "Senior Chu?" Yang Kai stood beside him with a smile. "Be careful, Holy Sun." Zuowu was suddenly as nervous as a startled rabbit, pulling out his sword to guard Yang Kai in front of him. Because at the moment they turned the corner, Chu and he and the others who had been traveling with them disappeared without a trace, leaving only the two of them. There were obvious traces of a spirit array being activated all around them. In other words, they had fallen into a trap. No one knew when it was set up or what kind of mystery it held. But entering such an array recklessly would surely bring about great danger. Chapter 59:38, A Trap? Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhua, does your spirit religion often root out lurking members of the Black Ink cult? What? Zuowu instinctively responded but quickly realized, Holy Sun you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu and He's voice sounded in their ears, hidden by the spirit array. No one knew where he was, but his previous gentle and warm demeanor was now replaced by brutality and ferocity. Zuowu, after all these years of nurture and trust from spirit religion, you dare to collude with the Black Ink cult and bring disaster to the foundation of our spirit religion? Do you know your crime? Zuowu shouted in response, Senior Chu, I was born and raised in the spirit religion. The spirit religion has given me everything I have, and without its protection over the years, how could I have achieved my current glory? I am loyal to the spirit religion with all my heart and soul. Sir, how can you accuse me of colluding with the Black Ink cult? Chu and he coldly snorted, You still dare to argue? That person by your side, isn't he a member of the Black Ink cult? Zuowu frowned and quickly retorted, Senior Chu, are you referring to the Holy Sun? Tisk. Chu and he burst out, He is a spy of the Black Ink cult. How dare you call him Holy Sun? Zuowu immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai. Brother Yang and I have been traveling together, killing many members of the Black Ink cult. We even defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master. Without Brother Yang's protection, I would have been a dead man long ago. Brother Yang cannot possibly be a member of the Black Ink cult. Chu and he became silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. You said he defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, replied Zuowu. Ha ha ha. Chu and he burst into laughter. Why are you laughing, Senior Chu? Zuowu asked in a deep voice. Chu and he roared, You fools! This person by your side is only a trivial true element cultivator while the Night Chapter Master and Earth Chapter Master are both masters renowned throughout the world. Even this king at the immortal ascension boundary can only admit defeat before them, so how could he possibly defeat them? Zuowu, how can you not see through such a simple trick? Zuowu suddenly became suspicious and couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Yang Kai. Zuowu was in a daze, reminiscing on the events that had transpired. He was once amazed by Yang Kai's impressive strength, being able to fight beyond his realm and even take down 2 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult. But what if all of this was just a part of the enemy's plan to gain his trust? As he thought back on it now, the timing and location of the appearance of the supposed Holy Sun seemed questionable. He was now momentarily lost in thought. Yang Kai simply smiled faintly in response to his gaze and said, Old sir, to be honest, I'm not very interested in being your Holy Sun. Brother Zhua seems to have misunderstood something all this time, hence calling me by that title. Whether or not you call me that doesn't really matter. The reason why I have come this far is simply to meet your saintess. Could you facilitate that for me, old sir? Chu and he coldly snorted, Even at death's door you dare to speak such honeyed words? The saintess is a noble figure, not someone a Black Ink cult spy can simply meet. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became displeased. You keep calling me a Black Ink cult spy, but how can you be so sure that I am one? After a moment of silence, Chu and he finally spoke, It doesn't matter now that things have come to this. I'll tell you the truth. Spirit religion's true Holy Sun was found 10 years ago. If you're not part of the Black Ink cult, why pretend to be the Holy Sun? What? Zuowu was shocked at the news. This was originally top secret, only known by the Saintess, the 8 Order Lords and a few select others. But the spirit religion has already decided to have the Holy Sun appear to stabilize the people's hearts, so it's no longer a secret. Zuowu stood rooted to the spot, the impact of this news weighing heavily on him. So, the Holy Sun of the spirit religion was already found 10 years ago. If that were the case, who was this person standing beside him? When he appeared, he did fit the prophecy left behind by the first-generation Saintess. It was no wonder why the spirit religion had not sent anyone to assist him on his journey. While the Black Ink cult had already dispatched 2 chapter masters, the spirit religion had been slow to react, sending only a single elder in the end. At that moment, Zuowu understood many things. It wasn't that the spirit religion didn't value their Holy Sun, but it was because the true Holy Sun had been found 10 years ago already. Zhuowu. Chu Enhe's voice softened. No one doubts your loyalty to the spirit religion, but you're the one who has caused all this trouble, so it's up to you to solve it. Zhuowu cupped his fist and said, Please give me your orders, sir. It's simple. Kill this impostor who dares to impersonate the Holy Sun. Cut off his head and show it to everyone. Zhuowu was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai again, struggling with conflicting emotions in his eyes. Yang Kai paid no attention to Chu Enhe's words, not even glancing over at Zhuowu. Instead, a golden vertical cross appeared in his left eye, displaying a strange expression as he kept gazing into the air. Beside him, Zhuowu struggled for a while before pointing his long sword at Yang Kai, slowly gathering murderous intent. Only then did Yang Kai give him a glance and asked, Brother Zhua, are you going to make a move? Zhuowu nodded and then slowly shook his head as he asked, Brother Yang, I only have one question for you. Are you a spy for the Black Ink cult? I've said I'm not, do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled at him. Although I may not be the strongest, I have a keen eye for judging people, Zhuowu replied. If Brother Yang says he's not a spy, then I believe it. However, what? There's another thing I would like Brother Yang to explain. Say it. During the siege of the cave you were contaminated with black ink strength, so why were you unscathed? Do you know anything about the World Tree clone? Or the 4 universe pillars? Yang Kai thought to himself. He couldn't explain it to Zhuowu, so he could only say, If I tell you I have a natural resistance to black ink strength due to my innate talent, would you believe me? That thing can't affect me at all. Zhuowu slowly lowered his sword and gave a bitter smile. I've encountered too many unbelievable things on this journey. Brother Yang, what you said will be verified by me in the future. Oh. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. At this point, shouldn't you trust the people of the spirit religion, rather than someone you only met a few days ago? Zhuowu shook his head bitterly. Are you not going to make a move? Have you been contaminated with black ink strength that twisted your nature and become a member of the black ink cult? Chu Enhe couldn't help but shout when he saw Zhuowu still hadn't attacked. Zhuowu suddenly raised his head. Sir, whether or not I have been contaminated with black ink strength, I only need to meet with the Saintess and have her use the purifying heart secret technique on me to know for sure. However, there is one thing that I don't understand at the moment. Please enlighten me. What is it? Chu Enhe asked impatiently. Sir thinks that Brother Yang is a spy of the black ink cult, and this operation is aimed at him. I can understand that. However, why was I also included in this array then? Sir, this array is very dangerous. Although I only have some faint knowledge of spirit arrays, I can still see some of this one's mysteries. Are you trying to kill both me and Brother Yang with this array? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but pat Zhuowu's shoulder. You have a sharp eye indeed. He had used the demon eye of annihilation to penetrate the illusion and could see all the mysteries of this array. It was a killing array, and once fully activated, anyone inside would undoubtedly die without burial unless they had the ability to break out on their own. Zhuowu had keenly perceived this, which was why he couldn't fully trust Chu Enhe. Of course, since the matter involved the Holy Son of the Spirit religion, it was impossible for him to easily believe in Yang Kai either. Ignorant fool. Chu Enhe didn't explain anything. It seems you have been twisted by black ink strength. It's a pity that my spirit religion will now lose another good man. Kill them. As soon as the words fell, both Yang Kai and Zhuowu sensed a change in the atmosphere. A fierce murderous intent emerged out of nowhere, surging in all directions. Zhuowu shouted, Chu Enhe, I want to see the Saintess. You will never see her. Zhuowu suddenly realized, so you guys are the spies of the Black Ink cult. The Black Ink cult is nothing. Are they worthy enough for this old master to serve them? Zhuowu, nothing in this world is as simple as black and white. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to see it anymore. Chu Enhe coldly snorted. You old fart. Zhuowu muttered under his breath and then reminded Yang Kai, Brother Yang, be careful. This array is powerful and not easy to deal with. We may both die here. The Tao of spirit arrays was not something any ordinary person could study. Although Zhuowu had seen Yang Kai's strength, he feared that it would be difficult to display that strength once he fell into this trap. However, Yang Kai simply smiled lightly and sat down on a nearby stone pillar as calm as ever. Rest assured, we will not die here today. Zhuowu was stunned and could not understand how this man could be so calm at a time like this. While he was still puzzled, a sharp and miserable scream came from outside, one that was abruptly cut off. Zhuowu was no stranger to such screams. That was the cry of a person just before their death. The screams continued one after another until finally Chu and He's voice rang out in utter panic. "It's you! No, please spare me. I am willing to serve the Black Ink cult. Please spare my life." Zhuo Wuyu was horrified when he heard those words. After all, Chu and He was also an elite in the Immortal Ascension boundary. He did not know what he had encountered at this moment to be begging for mercy so desperately. But obviously it was in vain. The next moment, his screams echoed once again. After a while, everything fell silent. The people from the spirit religion outside were probably all dead. With the absence of their control over the spirit array, the illusion that had enveloped Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu disappeared along with the breaking of the array. A graceful figure, carrying a shriveled-up body, then lightly floated down in front of Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an unusual light as she stared at him without moving, her crimson tongue licking her lips, as if the man before her was some kind of delicious delicacy. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified as he lifted his sword. Shui Ji. Chapter 5939 Greetings, Chapter Master. The intruder was none other than the Knight Chapter Master of the Black Ink Cult, Shui Ji, who had crossed paths with them twice before. Zhuo Wuyu's eyes scanned back and forth between Shui Ji and Yang Kai. His mind was in disarray, feeling as though the situation had taken a sudden turn and the truth was shrouded in a fog that made it impossible to see clearly. He couldn't decide whether Yang Kai, the person sitting beside him, was a member of the Black Ink Cult or not. If he wasn't, then why did Shui Ji suddenly appear in the middle of a life-or-death crisis and break the array to save them? But if he was, then many things couldn't be explained. At this point, Zhuo Wuyu had completely lost his ability to think and felt that there was no one trustworthy in this world. While he was on high alert, Yang Kai and Shui Ji ignored him completely. The two of them locked eyes, one full of interest and the other filled with longing. "You dare to show up in front of me?" Yang Kai sat casually on the stone pillar, arms folded, not at all flustered by the peak Immortal Ascension boundary master standing in front of him. He didn't even show any signs of guarding himself as he spoke, leaning forward with an oppressive aura. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Shui Ji giggled. "Are you willing to?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "I've already done it before, I just didn't finish the job." Shui Ji's expression froze for a moment before she huffed. "What a boring man." She then tossed the shriveled body in her hand to the ground and continued, "This person wanted to kill you, but I left him with a thread of vitality. It's up to you how to deal with him." Laying on the ground was Chu and He, who was gasping for air, his blood essence having already disappeared. He looked like a dried-up corpse, not dead but not much different from being dead. When he heard Shui Ji's words, his dry eyes turned to Yang Kai, filled with pleading. However, Yang Kai ignored him and chuckled lightly. "You suddenly show up to save me and flatter me so much. What do you want?" "I want you." Shui Ji's seductive eyes gleamed as a burst of blood mist suddenly enveloped Zhuo Wuyu. Despite Zhuo Wuyu's constant vigilance since Shui Ji's appearance, he was unable to dodge the mist. The huge gap in their strength made his vigilance seem like a joke. At the same time, Shui Ji's eyes turned icy, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst forth, transforming into a sharp attack that surged into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's expression turned extremely strange in an instant. He suddenly realized how wonderful a trap appearing to be in the true element boundary was. These Immortal Ascension boundary masters would come to suppress him with their divine sense at the slightest provocation, even using their soul avatars to determine victory or defeat. He then turned to Zhuo Wuyu, only to see him stiff as a board and covered in a thin layer of blood mist that flowed around him like water. "Don't move," Yang Kai told him. Shui Ji's secret technique clearly did not intend to take Zhuo Wuyu's life, but if he made any unusual movements he would surely be devoured by that blood mist. Zhuo Wuyu's forehead began dripping with sweat as he spoke hoarsely. "Brother Yang, what's going on?" When Shui Ji appeared to rescue them, he almost believed that Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink Cult, but then Shui Ji clearly used her soul secret technique on Yang Kai, sending her soul avatar to enter his knowledge sea. This meant that Yang Kai could not possibly be on the same side as Shui Ji. Zhuo Wuyu was now completely confused. "It's probably because she has taken a liking to me and wants to capture me. As you know, her blood secret technique requires her to devour blood essence from others, so my body is a great supplement for her." "But what about her now? What happened to Yen Peng will happen to her." Zhuo Wuyu suddenly felt relieved. Before this, Yen Peng had also used his soul avatar on Yang Kai, but he died without a word. He never thought that Shui Ji would be so foolish to do the same. No, to be exact, it was not foolish. Rather, it was because there had never been such a being like Yang Kai in this world. In the battle with the Earth Chapter Master, Xueji had hidden nearby and used soul attacks on Yang Kai, but they had no effect. Xueji probably thought that Yang Kai had some special method of resisting those soul attacks, so this time she decided to use her soul avatar to go all out. She achieved her goal of rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and swiftly landed on the seven-colored island. Immediately afterwards, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget. "Greetings, Chapter Master Xueji." A figure stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xueji looked at the figure in surprise, confirming that it was also a soul avatar and one that she knew. She couldn't help but ask, "Yanpeng? What are you doing here? Aren't you dead?" "Am I already dead?" Yanpeng asked with a heavy heart. "You were beheaded by a sword," Xueji responded with a dazed look. "So, I am already dead." Yanpeng's face was now filled with sorrow and grief. Although he had anticipated that he wouldn't end up well, it was still hard to accept the truth. He had been a brilliant leader, cultivating hard to reach the immortal ascension boundary, and subsequently held a high status in the Black Ink cult. Yet he died in such an unclear and meaningless way. What is this place? Who are these divine beings? Xueji looked at the young man and the panther next to him. Yanpeng sighed, "It's a long story." "Enough nonsense." The panther suddenly spoke. "Big brother said you aren't being obedient and asked me to educate you on how to show proper respect." Saying so, the leopard's body flickered with lightning as it pounced toward Xueji. "Wait." Xueji hurriedly stepped back, but the lightning came so fast that it immediately wrapped her up. On the small, seven-colored island, her screams echoed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sat on the stone pillar, while Zuowuyu remained motionless in a stiff posture, with beads of sweat dripping down his face. Opposite Yang Kai, Xueji also stood like a statue. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. At the same time, Zuowuyu also sensed a burst of spiritual energy emerge. The next moment, Xueji gasped for breath and fell to the ground, her body drenched in sweat. Yang Kai propped up his cheeks and looked down at her. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, Xueji struggled and crawled on the ground, her tender body trembling while she begged. This servant was overconfident and offended Master's dignity. "I beg Master to spare my life." She, who was once one of the greatest masters in this world, now looked like a whipped dog begging for mercy. Zuowuyu glanced at this scene from the corner of his eye, feeling like the world had gone crazy. Yang Kai replied calmly, "First, retract your secret technique to avoid accidentally injuring Brother Zuo." "Yes." Xueji quickly responded and gestured at the direction of Zuowuyu. Then, the blood mist surrounding him immediately flew back into her body like it had a life of its own. Once she was done, she prostrated herself on the ground again. Zuowuyu was finally free, but the bizarre events of the day had left him dazed, so he didn't know what to do next. Yang Kai spoke in a calm tone, "It seems that you understand your situation now." Xueji hurriedly responded, "Master, your words are the heaven's command which this servant will never disobey." "Good." Yang Kai jumped off the stone stool and walked leisurely toward Xueji as he commanded, "Stand up." Xueji slowly rose to her feet, with her head down and hands clasped at her side. She looked like a noble lady, not at all like the arrogant and wanton woman he had met twice before. "You're quite lucky to be alive. I thought you were doomed to die." Yang Kai suddenly said something that Zuowuyu couldn't understand. Xueji responded with her head still down, "This servant indeed had a close brush with death. It was pure coincidence that I survived." "And afterwards, you came to me to try and control me?" Yang Kai joked. Xueji's expression froze and she almost fell to her knees again. This servant wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. This servant understands your greatness and will not dare to overstep her bounds. Yang Kai snorted lightly in response. Having been dealt with by Thunder Shadow naturally caused a huge change in Xueji's mentality. After all, the power possessed by him and Fang Tianci was far beyond that of this world. "Well, relax for now." Yang Kai patted Xueji's shoulder lightly. "I am not a vicious person, nor do I like to kill the innocent, but when you came looking for trouble, I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Just think of it as having bad luck today." "Yes, Master," Xueji replied. "I now understand that the world is so much bigger than I thought." Yang Kai felt a connection to Chu in his last words and said, "This world isn't as simple as you think." Xueji didn't understand. "You are the chapter master of the Black Ink Cult's night chapter, aren't you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Yes, Master. Do you need me to do something?" Xueji looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need to do anything special. Just do what you need to do." He had never intended to subdue this woman, but when she suddenly used her soul's secret technique on him, he casually accepted it as a move in his game. As they traveled along the way here, he had a sense that their journey to the spirit religion would not be smooth sailing. No matter what the future held, the Black Ink Cult's chapter masters could still play a role. Xueji was taken aback but quickly responded, "Understood, this servant will comply." "Then go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss her. However, Xueji remained motionless, looking hesitant. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai asked. Xueji suddenly knelt down again, pleading, "This servant asks for a little bit of blood from master." Worried that Yang Kai might refuse, she added, "Just a little bit, please." "Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" Yang Kai asked. Xueji lifted her head, a charming smile on her face. "As a woman who has made it this far in life, I don't know how many times I have passed through the gates of hell." Yang Kai looked at her momentarily, until her expression became anxious before he snorted lightly, "As you wish, but don't blame me if you die." With a flick of his finger, he drew a small wound on his own hand. "You can't handle too much of my blood, so this should be enough for you." "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked as the woman in front of him suddenly pounced on him and sucked hard on his finger. Zuo Wuyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but frown at the sight, not sure where to look. Chapter 59-40, Doubts? Xueji left in the form of a twisting blood mist that quickly vanished into the distance, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Zuo Wuyu watched the scene unfold, and while he didn't know the exact details, he had a hunch about it. Yang Kai's blood seemed to harbor a terrifying power that even an elite like Xueji, incredibly proficient in the blood Dao, couldn't withstand. That was why Xueji had such a peculiar reaction after devouring Yang Kai's fresh blood. "Is it alright to let her go like that?" Zuo Wuyu looked at Yang Kai. "All the members of the Black Ink Cult are cunning and deceitful. Brother Yang, don't let her fool you." "It doesn't matter. She can't deceive me even if she wanted to." Even if Xueji could break the soul imprint planted on her by Fang Tianci, which was frankly impossible, she was now obsessed and addicted to Yang Kai's blood, so she would never betray him no matter what. Seeing Yang Kai's confident expression, Zuo Wuyu stopped talking and looked down at the withered corpse on the ground. After being attacked by Xueji, Chu and he had only been barely breathing. With so much time passing without anyone attending to him, it was only natural that he died. Zuo Wuyu's expression was somewhat desolate, and his tone conveyed a sense of confusion. What exactly is going on? Chu and he had set up an array in this small town ahead of time, and after drawing him and Yang Kai into it, his murderous intent was revealed. Despite constantly accusing Yang Kai of being a spy for the Black Ink Cult, Zuo Wuyu was not stupid and could naturally sense something wrong with the situation. Whether or not Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink Cult, Chu and he clearly intended to kill him and Yang Kai together. But why? If Chu and he was a member of the Black Ink Cult, that didn't make sense, especially since he was killed by Xueji. "Brother Yang, I suspect that the message I sent earlier was intercepted by someone with ulterior motives." Zuo Wuyu suddenly spoke up. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "In the message I sent back, I explicitly stated that the Holy Sun had emerged, and I was heading to Dawn City with him while being pursued by Black Ink Cult elites. I requested that the reinforcements from our side come to meet us. If this message had truly been delivered, the spirit religion would have taken it seriously and sent people to help us. In addition to that, they wouldn't have just sent someone at Chu and he's level. There would undoubtedly be Order Lords as well." Yang Kai spoke, "But according to Chu and he, your Holy Sun emerged 10 years ago and was kept secret for some reason. Perhaps, due to this, the message you brought back was not taken seriously? Even so, we should not have been targeted here. We should have been brought back to spirit religion for investigation." Zuo Wuyu said with his head lowered, his thoughts gradually becoming clear, but in reality Chu and he had already set up a killing array here, waiting for us to enter. If it weren't for Xueji's sudden appearance and the subsequent destruction of the array, we would have been doomed here today. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. The array was indeed enough to deal with ordinary masters, but not him. When Yang Kai opened the demon eye of annihilation, he had already seen through the flaws in the array. The reason he didn't just break it then and there was because he saw Xueji's figure and wanted to see how things played out. He never expected that Xueji would kill Chu and he and others so decisively, saving him the trouble. Zuo Wuyu spoke again. "Although Chu and he is a high-ranking member of the religion with his identity, he is not qualified to act so boldly. There must be someone else instructing him. Chu and he was an immortal ascension master and already highly regarded within your spirit religion. There are probably not many people who can command him," Yang Kai said. Zuo Wuyu's forehead was sweating at this point as he said, "He belongs to the Earth Order and is under the direct command of the Order Lord of the Earth Order." Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Chu and he said that the Holy Sun of the Spirit Religion was already found 10 years ago and kept hidden ever since. "If that's true, then Brother Yang, you can't be the Holy Sun," Zuo Wuyu said. "I never said I was your Holy Sun." Yang Kai was not interested in the identity of the Holy Sun. All he wanted was to meet the Light Spirit Religion's saintess. If Brother Yang is not the Holy Sun, then why do they have to kill so ruthlessly? What are you trying to say? Zuo Wuyu clenched his fists. Although Chu and he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't lie about the Holy Sun. So, the Holy Sun of the Spirit Religion should have really been found 10 years ago and kept secret. But I only believe what I've seen with my own eyes. I witnessed Brother Yang descend from the sky out of nowhere, fulfilling the prophecy that has been circulating in the Spirit Religion for many years. I also witnessed Brother Yang defeating many members of the Black Ink cult. Even Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were no match for you. I don't know what the true Holy Sun of the Spirit Religion looks like, but I think that the Holy Sun who can lead Spirit Religion to defeat the Black Ink cult must be someone like Brother Yang. With that, he solemnly bowed to Yang Kai. "So Brother Yang, please forgive my boldness. I want to invite you to come with me to Dawn City." Yang Kai smiled. "I intended to go there in the first place." Zuo Wuyu suddenly realized, "Of course you want to see the saintess. But Brother Yang, let me remind you that the road ahead will not be peaceful." Yang Kai replied, "Since when has our journey been peaceful?" Zuo Wuyu took a deep breath. "I also have to ask Brother Yang to confront the Holy Sun who has secretly emerged. That is not a simple matter. If someone is truly obstructing us in secret, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Do you have a plan?" Yang Kai asked. Zuo Wuyu froze for a moment before slowly shaking his head. In the end, he was just filled with hot blood and wanted to get to the bottom of things, but he had no actual strategy to accomplish that. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of Dawn City. "It's more than a day's journey from here to Dawn City. News of what happened here won't reach there for a while. If we hurry, we might be able to enter the city before the person behind the scenes reacts." Zuo Wuyu replied, "After we enter the city, we'll act in secret. Brother Yang, I am under the Thunder Order. When the time comes, I will seek an opportunity to meet the Order Lords." Yang Kai looked at him and shook his head. "No, I have a better idea." Zuo Wuyu immediately became interested. "Brother Yang, please say it." Yang Kai immediately explained his idea in detail, and Zuo Wuyu nodded repeatedly after listening to it. "Brother Yang, you really have thought it through. Let's do it that way." "Then let's go." The two set off right after. There were no more twists and turns along the way, probably because the person behind Chu and he didn't expect their thorough arrangements to fail to have any effect at all. One day later, the two arrived at a mansion 30 kilometers outside of Dawn City. The mansion should be the residence of a wealthy family, with a vast expanse of land and a small bridge over running water, nestled amidst lush greenery. In a hidden chamber, people began to secretly arrive in small groups, until nearly 100 had gathered there. Although not particularly strong, every single one was a member of the Light Spirit Religion and were also all subordinates of Zuo Wuyu. Despite Zuo Wuyu reaching only the peak true element boundary, he held some degree of status within the Spirit Religion and thus had access to a pool of useful subordinates. He and Yang Kai appeared together, briefly explaining the situation and assigning various tasks to the gathered members. As Zuo Wuyu spoke, the others couldn't help but stare in surprise at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with wonder. The prophecy of the Holy Sun had circulated throughout the Spirit Religion for many years, and they had been searching for the legendary Holy Sun without any results all that time. Now, Zuo Wuyu suddenly told them that the Holy Sun was before their very eyes, and would be entering the city the next day, leaving everyone curious and eager for more information. Fortunately, these people were well trained, so they refrained from asking too many questions even though Zuo Wuyu didn't provide any specific details. In the end, the others dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu alone. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai appeared calm and composed, while Zuo Wuyu struggled with his emotions. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, beckoning him. Zuo Wuyu asked, "Brother Yang, are you sure that one of the people I brought here is that person's hidden pawn? I know every one of them and they are all loyal to the Spirit Religion. There shouldn't be any problems. I don't know if there are any hidden pawns among them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if there aren't any, we will be waiting for death if we stay here. Besides, loyalty to the Spirit Religion doesn't mean they don't have their own motives. You knew Chuan He well, correct? Was he loyal to the Spirit Religion?" Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Then that settles it, Yang Kai said, patting his shoulder. You can never be too cautious. Let's go. With that, he activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, and in an instant, the two of them vanished without a trace. Although the suppression in this independent world was significant for both his physical body and soul, Thunder Shadow's concealment technique was innate, and it could still be activated despite being affected to a certain extent. Even the senses of the strongest immortal ascension boundary master in this independent world had no way to uncover his whereabouts. Under the dim night sky, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu hid on a small hill near the mansion, concealing their auras as they quietly observed from above. They stopped using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for the moment, primarily because activating it consumed a lot of energy. At present, Yang Kai was only in the true element boundary, making it difficult to maintain his power for an extended period. This was something he hadn't foreseen. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and cultivated. Since this world had immortal ascension boundary masters, it didn't make sense for his cultivation to be suppressed to the true element boundary. So, he wanted to test whether he could elevate his strength to the next realm. Although he wasn't afraid of any immortal ascension masters with his current power, more strength was always beneficial. Yang Kai initially thought that breaking through wouldn't be a difficult task, but once he started cultivating, he discovered an invisible shackle in his body that restricted his cultivation and made it difficult to progress. There's no way to break through this. Yang Kai felt disheartened upon reaching this conclusion. Brother Yang. Suddenly Zhuo Wuyu's anxious cry echoed in his ear, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the estate at the foot of the mountain, where he saw a dark figure silently hovering in mid-air. Chapter 59-41 Night Assault? Almost at the moment when Zhuo Wuyu shouted out those words, the dark figure hovering above the mansion seemed to sense something as he abruptly turned his head towards their direction. In an instant, the figure darted towards them, his figure flickering soundlessly like a ghost until he landed directly in front of Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu, a mere 30 meters away. The newcomer stared fixedly at the spot where Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu stood, his dark eyes scrutinizing them with a hint of suspicion in the shadows. Under the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu too stared at the newcomer. Unfortunately, his face was obscured by a black robe and hood, shrouding him in mystery. After a moment of gazing, the man found nothing and vanished again, returning to the skies above the mansion. Without hesitation, he threw a punch towards the ground, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows that, along with his immortal ascension boundary power, turned the entire mansion into dust instantly. However, he soon noticed something was amiss because, according to his perception, the entire manor was completely lifeless, devoid of any vitality. He withdrew his fist and landed to investigate but found nothing. Moments later, he disappeared once again with a cold snort. An hour later, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu appeared in a forest 50 kilometers away from the mansion, feeling that this location was safe enough. Maintaining Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for a long time had taken a toll on Yang Kai, whose face had turned slightly pale. Zhuo Wuyu, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes going blank. The situation was unfolding exactly as Yang Kai had feared, heading towards the worst possible outcome. After restoring himself for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did you recognize who it was?" Zhuo Wuyu turned to look at him, shaking his head slowly. "I couldn't see his face clearly, but with that kind of power, he must be an Order Lord." He was cautious, though never activating his divine sense. Divine sense was an extremely unique power, and each person's divine sense fluctuations were unique. If that person had activated his divine sense just now, Zhuo Wuyu would have been able to recognize him. Unfortunately, their attacker had not done so throughout the entire process. One's facial features can be concealed by divine sense, but not their physique. Among the 8 orders, which Order Lord do you think resembles our target the most? Yang Kai asked again. Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment and said, "The Order Lords of the Fire and Lake Valley Orders are the only women among the 8. The Mountain Order Lord is obese and Wind Order Lord is old and hunched. It shouldn't be any of them. As for the remaining 4 Order Lords, they are similar in build. If the person we are looking for intends to conceal their tracks, their physique will also be disguised." Yang Kai nodded, "Very good. Our target is now reduced by half." Zhuo Wuyu said hesitantly, "But it is still difficult to determine which one of them it is. Everything happens for a reason. When you sent the message that the Holy Sun had been found, we were then plotted against. From a different perspective, what was the purpose of their actions? What benefits do they gain?" Yang Kai questioned. Purpose? Benefits? Zhuo Wuyu followed Yang Kai's train of thought and fell into deep contemplation. Yang Kai asked Chu, and he did not appear to have already joined the Black Ink cult. Before Xueji killed him, he shouted that he was willing to join. If he was already a member of the Black Ink cult, he would not have reacted that way. Could it be that one of the Order Lords has already been tainted by Black Ink strength and secretly joined the Black Ink cult? That's impossible. Zhuo Wuyu firmly rejected the idea. Brother Yang, you are not aware that the first-generation saintess of the spirit religion not only passed down the prophecy of the Holy Sun, but also left behind a secret technique. This secret technique has no other purpose but to identify whether someone has been contaminated by Black Ink strength and to dispel it from them. Every time an upper echelon member of the religion at the immortal ascension boundary returns from outside, the current saintess will use that secret technique to check them. Over the years, there have indeed been some spies from the Black Ink cult trying to infiltrate Dawn City, but no problems have ever arisen among the upper echelons, who are in the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai suddenly realized, you mean the purifying heart secret technique you mentioned before? When Chu and he was slandering them as spies from the Black Ink cult, Zhuo Wuyu claimed that he could face their saintess directly and prove his innocence by having her perform the purifying heart secret technique on him. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed that the purifying heart secret technique passed down by the first-generation saintess of spirit religion was indeed profound and mysterious. If this secret technique could only identify whether someone had been contaminated by Black Ink strength, it wouldn't be that surprising. However, the fact that it could also dispel Black Ink strength was truly astonishing. After all, the human race of this era only had one way to dispel Black Ink strength, which was with purifying light. Purifying Black Ink pills could only prevent corruption when still effective, but they could not dispel Black Ink strength once it had taken hold. Indeed, Zhuo Wuyu nodded, it is the highest secret of our religion, and only the saintesses of past generations have the ability to perform it. If they did not join the Black Ink cult, then there must be some other reason, Yang Kai pondered. Although I don't know the specific reason, my appearance must have affected the interests of some people. But how could I, an unknown nobody, affect the interests of those people? Only being the Holy Sun could explain it. Zhuo Wuyu understood and asked, but Brother Yang, the Holy Sun of our spirit religion emerged in secret 10 years ago, which is apparently a known fact among the high-ranking members. Even if I informed them about you, they would only think that someone is impersonating the Holy Sun and at most send someone to bring you back to investigate. Why would they intercept the message and try to kill you in secret? Yang Kai looked at him with deep meaning. What do you think? Zhuo Wuyu met his gaze and suddenly a horrifying thought surged in his heart, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. Brother Yang, are you saying that the Holy Sun is fake? I didn't say that, Yang Kai replied sarcastically. Zhuo Wuyu seemed to not have heard him, his face suddenly showing a look of enlightenment. So that's how it is. If that's really the case, then everything makes sense. Someone arranged a fake Holy Sun 10 years ago, keeping it secret and hidden from all the higher-ups of the spirit religion, obtaining their approval and making everyone believe that he was the real Holy Sun. But only the mastermind knew he was a fake. So, when I reported your news back to spirit religion, it aroused their murderous intent, and they even went so far as to personally take action to kill you. At this point, Zhuo Wuyu was quite excited. Brother Yang, does that mean you are the real Holy Sun? Yang Kai sighed. I just want to meet your saintess. As for anything else, I have no other thoughts. No, you are the Holy Sun, the one prophesied by the first-generation saintess. There's no doubt about it. Zhuo Wuyu insisted, and then added eagerly, but someone has planted a fake Holy Sun in the spirit religion, even deceiving all the higher-ups. This matter concerns the foundation of spirit religion and must be exposed. Do you have any evidence? Yang Kai asked him. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head. If there's no evidence, no one would believe you even if you had the opportunity to meet the saintess and those order lords to inform them about this, he said. But someone has to make them aware of this whether they believe it or not. The order lords are all shrewd strategists. Once they become suspicious, the truth will eventually come to light. I'm just worried about our current situation. We've already caught the attention of the person behind the scenes. It's probably wishful thinking to try to enter the city. Entering the city won't be a problem, Yang Kai said calmly. Have you forgotten what you arranged before? Zhuo Wuyu was stunned, only then remembering the orders he had given to his subordinates earlier. He suddenly realized, so Brother Yang planned this all along. At this moment he understood why Yang Kai instructed him to give those orders. It seemed that he had anticipated the current situation from the start. We'll enter the city at dawn. Let's rest for a while first, Yang Kai said. And Dawn City was still bustling under the cover of the night. It was the headquarters of the Light Spirit religion and the most prosperous city in this independent world. Even at midnight, pedestrians were still streaming through the streets. Beneath the glamour and bustle though, a message spread like a wildfire throughout the city. The Holy Sun had appeared and would enter the city tomorrow. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been circulating for countless years. All the members of the Light Spirit religion were looking forward to the arrival of the Holy Sun who could save the world and end the war. But, for countless years, the Holy Sun had not appeared, and no one knew when or if he would ever reveal himself. Until tonight, when the news began to spread from tea-houses and taverns, quickly spreading in all directions at an uncontrollable speed. Within half a night, everyone in Dawn City had heard the news. Countless followers were filled with joy and excitement. At the center of the city, the bright holy temple, the foundation of the spirit religion, was the largest and tallest building. After midnight, countless immortal ascension boundary masters were summoned, and many high-ranking members of the Light Spirit religion gathered together. In the center of the main hall, a veiled woman with a stunning figure sat upon a throne, holding a white jade scepter. This woman was none other than the saintess of the Light Spirit religion. Below the saintess, the 8 Order Lords were arranged on both sides, while beneath them were the various protectors and elders. More than 100 people had been gathered, all of them immortal ascension masters. Despite the large number of people, the hall was silent. After a long while, the saintess finally spoke. "You have all heard about the news, haven't you?" Everyone responded in agreement. "We have heard. We have gathered here tonight to discuss how to handle this situation." The saintess continued. A protector stepped forward immediately and exclaimed in excitement, "The Holy Sun has appeared, fulfilling the prophecy passed down by the first-generation saintess. This is a blessing for our spirit religion. I believe that we should immediately arrange for people to receive him and prevent the Black Ink cult from taking advantage of the situation." A large group of people immediately echoed their agreement, saying that this was the correct course of action. The saintess raised her hand, and the noisy hall immediately became quiet. She then gently spoke. "Unfortunately, some things have been kept secret for many years that must now come to light. Only the 8 Order Lords present here know about this secret, which is related to the Holy Sun. Listen first before making any plans." She then turned to the oldest of the 8 Order Lords saying, "Lord Si Kong, please inform everyone." Chapter 59-42 Resolution. The saintess called upon someone, and from among the 8 Order Lords, an old man with a hunched back stepped forward. He turned and looked down, coughed into his fist and spoke, "Let it be known to all that Spirit Religion's Holy Sun has secretly emerged 10 years ago. He has been cultivating and honing himself in the Holy Temple ever since." The entire hall fell into silence, followed by a huge uproar. Everyone gazed at the Wind Order Lord in disbelief. Many were trying to digest this sudden revelation, while others raised their voices in inquiry. "Order Lord Si Kong, how could we not have known that the Holy Sun had already been born? Holy Saintess, is it true that the Holy Sun appeared 10 years ago? Who is the Holy Sun? What is his cultivation now?" Among those present in the Grand Hall at this moment were the high-ranking members of the Spirit Religion, all of whom were elites in the Immortal Ascension boundary with qualifications to know many of the religion's secrets. Yet, it was only now that they were learning there were things within the Spirit Religion that they were completely unaware of. Si Kong Nan raised his hand slightly to quiet down the clamor, and then continued, 10 years ago this old master went out on a mission and was besieged by the masters of the Black Ink cult. I had no choice but to hide under a cliff to heal my injuries. During that time, a young man fell from the sky and landed in front of me. The young man's cultivation was still shallow at that time, but he survived the fall from the cliff. So, after I healed, I brought him back to the Spirit Religion." Then Si Kong Nan paused briefly, allowing the crowd to digest what he had just said. Someone murmured softly, "There will come a day when the sky cracks open, and a person descends from above, igniting the brilliance of light and tearing through the darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy." He looked around and raised his voice, filled with excitement. "Isn't this fulfilling the prophecy left by the first saintess? Indeed, indeed. Surviving a fall from a towering cliff must mean this child has great blessings. He must be the Holy Sun. No, wait. The falling of the young man from the sky does align with the prophecy, but the prophecy also mentions the sky cracking open. How do we interpret that?" Si Kong Nan seemed to have anticipated this question and explained slowly, "You all may not know this, but I was hiding in a location known as Heaven's Border at that time. The person who asked the question suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If one were to look up while standing in the depths of heaven's border, the gap formed by the cliffs on both sides did indeed resemble a crack in the sky. All had fallen into place. The scene of the young man descending from the sky matched the prophecy left behind by the first-generation saintess. It was truly the sign of the Holy Son's birth. Si Kong Nan continued, as you all suspected, when I saved that young man and brought him back to spirit religion, Saintess gathered a few order lords and opened the sealed land. What happened next? Someone asked. Though they already knew the outcome would surely be good, they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Si Kong Nan replied, he passed the test left by the first-generation saintess. He is undoubtedly the Holy Son. Haha, so the Holy Son has already emerged 10 years ago. After waiting for so many years, we finally have him. Now those bastards from the Black Ink cult shall suffer. Allowing the crowd to express their excitement for a moment, Si Kong Nan continued, after 10 years of cultivation, the Holy Son has shown unparalleled talent and potential. When I saved him, he had just begun his cultivation not long ago. However, now his strength surpasses any of the Order Lords. Upon hearing this, the people in the Grand Hall were all shocked. The 8 Order Lords of Spirit Religion, as well as the 8 Chapter Masters of the Black Ink Cult, were all the most outstanding elites in this world. However, they had been cultivating for many years, ranging from dozens to over 100 years to reach their current height. Yet, the Holy Son achieved this in just 10 years. He truly was the legendary savior. Such a person might be able to break the limits of the martial Tao in this independent world and sweep away the demons of the Black Ink cult with his great strength. The Holy Son's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, though. Originally, we planned to announce the matter of the Holy Son and officially introduce him to the world after some time, but we didn't expect such an incident to happen at this critical moment. Si Kong Nan furrowed his brow. Immediately, someone indignantly shouted, since the Holy Son has already emerged and passed the test left by the first-generation saintess, his identity is undoubtedly confirmed. Therefore, the one who claims to be the Holy Son and has not yet entered the city must be a fake. The Black Ink cult's methods are as despicable as ever. Over the years, they have repeatedly tried to infiltrate our spirit religion using signs of the prophecy, but they have never succeeded. It seems like they haven't learned their lesson. Someone stepped forward and cupped his fist. Holy Saintess, Order Lords, please allow me to lead my men out of the city to slay the impostor who dares to insult our spirit religion. Let his death serve as a warning. Not only did multiple people speak in that manner, but several others also stepped forward, demanding to lead troops out of the city and intercept the impostor pretending to be the Holy Son. The Fire Order Lord, however, snorted disdainfully, if the news hadn't leaked, we could have just killed him, but now that it has spread throughout the entire city, all the followers are eagerly anticipating his arrival. How do we explain it to the followers if you murder him now? A protector immediately objected, but that Holy Son is a fake. The Fire Order Lord replied, those present may know that he is a fake, but what about the ordinary followers? They know nothing. All they know is the legendary savior is supposed to arrive in the city tomorrow. The Mountain Order Lord patted his plump belly and chuckled, indeed, we can't kill him just like that or will have a huge negative impact. He paused for a moment and squinted his eyes slightly. Have any of you ever thought about how this news was leaked? He turned his head to look at a woman among the 8 Order Lords. Lake Order's Sister Guan, you are in charge of intelligence inside and outside the spirit religion. Have you investigated this matter? The Lake Order Lord, Guan Miaozhu, nodded. As soon as the news spread, I sent people to investigate. The source of this news came from Zhuo Wuyu, a deacon from the Thunder Order. It seems that he discovered the Holy Son while performing a mission outside and brought him back. He then gathered a group of people outside the city and had them spread the news, which caused the whole city to know about it. Thunder Order's Zhuo Wuyu. The Mountain Order Lord pondered for a moment. I vaguely recall hearing that name before. He turned to the Thunder Order Lord and continued, if I'm not mistaken, Zhuo Wuyu has a good aptitude and was likely to ascend to the immortal ascension boundary sooner or later. The Thunder Order Lord replied indifferently, why do you care so much about the people under my command, Fatty? The Mountain Order Lord chuckled, we are all adherents of the spirit religion. As the Order Lord of one of the orders, shouldn't I show some concern about budding talents? Enough, haven't you poached enough elite disciples from my order in recent years? I warn you, don't even think about laying a hand on my disciples. The Mountain Order Lord wore a distressed expression. I have no choice. Mountain Order is responsible for charging into the fray, and we always suffer losses whenever we clash with the Black Ink cult. We need to find a way to constantly replenish our manpower." Thunder Order Lord snorted. "Zhuo Wuyu is indeed under my Thunder Order. He is an orphan who grew up in the spirit religion and has always been loyal to it. Plus, he is a straightforward and bold person. I was planning to promote him to the rank of Protector after he broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. He shouldn't have any problems unless he's been tainted by Black Ink strength and had his nature twisted." The Fire Order Lord added, "I also have some impression of Zhuo Wuyu. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would engage in schemes and tricks. So, it must be the fake Holy Sun who had Zhuo Wuyu gather those people and spread the news. Why would he do that?" Everyone looked puzzled. If he was a fake, why would he have the audacity to make this matter widely known? Wasn't he afraid of being confronted? Suddenly, a man rushed in from outside, greeting the Saintess and the various Order Lords before approaching the Fire Order Lord's side and whispering a few words in her ear. The Fire Order Lord's face turned cold as she asked, "Are you sure?" The man cupped his fists and replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." The Fire Order Lord then nodded lightly in response and waved her hand, dismissing the man. "What's going on?" asked the Mountain Order Lord. The Fire Order Lord turned around to bow to the Saintess who was seated above and said, "Saintess, upon receiving the news, I sent someone to the mansion outside the city where Zhuo Wuyu was rumored to be staying to capture him and the fake Holy Sun before they could escape. However, it seems that someone has beaten us to it, and the mansion has already been destroyed." The Mountain Order Lord raised his brow, greatly surprised. "Someone attacked them in secret?" Above, the Saintess asked, "What about Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun?" "That estate is now a ruin, but there was no blood or signs of a struggle. It seems that Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun moved to a different location in advance," the Fire Order Lord replied. "Oh." The Earth Order Lord, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his eyes and a playful smile appeared on his face. "This is interesting. A fake Holy Sun not only spread the news of his arrival in the city tomorrow but also anticipated danger and moved to a new hiding place. This fellow is not simple." "But who tried to kill him?" someone asked. "Regardless of who it was, it seems that the fake Holy Suns understood his current circumstances are not safe. That's why he spread the news and made his situation known to everyone, so that those who wanted to act against him had to do so cautiously to avoid harming the innocent. Since that's the case, he will definitely enter the city tomorrow. No matter who he is or why he is impersonating the Holy Sun, as long as he enters the city, we can capture him and interrogate him." The Order Lords discussed back and forth and quickly came to a conclusion. However, it was puzzling why Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun had aroused the inexplicable murderous intent of an unknown master outside the city. It was unclear who they had offended. "How much time is left until dawn?" the Saintess asked from her throne. "Less than an hour, Lady Saintess," someone replied. The Saintess nodded and said, "In that case, Order Lord Li, Order Lord Ma." Fire Order Lord Li Feiyu and Mountain Order Lord Ma Chengzhe immediately stepped forward and said in unison, reporting. The Saintess then commanded, "You two go to the city gate and wait for Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun to show up. Then bring them to me." "Yes." The two of them responded simultaneously and quickly left the Grand Hall. Chapter 5943 The situation is getting out of control. In the vast Dawn City there were 16 city gates. Although there were rumors that the Holy Sun would enter the city tomorrow, nobody knew which gate he would come through. Before dawn, countless disciples gathered outside the 16 city gates, eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Holy Sun. The Fire and Mountain Orders dispatched their top masters and laid out an inescapable net within a radius of 50 kilometers centered on Dawn City, so any slight disturbance would be detected immediately. Inside a tea house, Ma Chengzhe and Li Feiyu sat across from each other, sipping fragrant tea. Ma Chengzhe was a plump man with a rotund belly, always smiling and appearing amiable. Even strangers found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him, but those who knew him well were aware that his friendly exterior was just a front. Among the 8 orders of the Light Spirit religion, the Mountain Order was responsible for leading the charge in battle, always at the forefront when attacking the Black Ink cult strongholds. It could be said that the Mountain Order was made up of a group of fearless warriors, willing to give their lives for the cause. So how would it be possible that their Order Lord was a simple and amiable person? Ma Chengzhe held a teacup in his hand, squinting his eyes as he watched the pretty women strolling down the street. Sometimes he even whistled at them, drawing angry glares from the women. Li Feiyu sat calmly across from him, her icy expression resembling a statue and her eyes closed in meditation. "Junior Sister Yu," Ma Chengzhe suddenly said, "Where do you think this fake holy sun will enter the city from?" Li Feiyu kept her eyes closed as she replied calmly, "It doesn't matter which direction he enters from. As long as he shows himself, he won't be able to leave." Ma Chengzhe questioned, "With such thorough arrangements he certainly won't be able to do so, but why would a fake holy sun dare to act so boldly? Who has he offended to attract an assassination attempt from an order lord?" Suddenly, Li Feiyu snapped her eyes open, sharply staring at him. Ma Chengzhe shrugged, "Did I say something wrong? Where did you get this information?" Li Feiyu asked coldly. She had never mentioned anything about an order lord making a move in the Grand Hall. Ma Chengzhe replied with a chuckle, "I can't tell you that. I have my own ways." Upon hearing that, Li Feiyu coldly snorted, "Damn fatty, all you need to do is charge ahead. How dare you plant your people in my fire order?" The information about the mansion outside the city was obtained by the fire order, all of which had been blocked off. Everyone now only knew what Li Feiyu said in the Grand Hall, but Ma Chengzhe knew some of the hidden details. Obviously these were leaked to him by someone else. Ma Chengzhe immediately clarified, "I didn't do that. Don't make unfounded claims. I, old Ma, always recruit people openly from various orders, I never act in the shadows." Li Feiyu only stared at him for a while before saying, "I hope so." Ma Chengzhe continued to ask, "There are only 8 order lords. Who do you think it could be?" Li Feiyu turned her head and looked out the window, casually changing the subject. "I think he will enter the city from one of the 3 gates in the east." "Oh." Ma Chengzhe raised an eyebrow, "Just because the mansion is in the east? If that fake holy sun chose to spread the news throughout the city to avoid potential risks, it means that he is wary of the high-ranking members of the religion. How is it possible for such a cautious person like him to enter the city from the gates in the east? He must have already moved in another direction." Li Feiyu couldn't be bothered to explain her thinking. Ma Chengzhe talked to himself for a while, then continued to whistle at the pretty girls passing by outside the window. Li Feiyu's expression abruptly changed and she took out a communication bead. At the same time, Ma Chengzhe also took out his own communication bead. The two of them checked the message that was transmitted, followed by Ma Chengzhe's expression darkening. He really came from the east. How bold is this person? Li Feiyu stood up and said calmly, "If he wasn't bold, he wouldn't have chosen to enter the city at all." Ma Chengzhe was slightly startled, but nodded after he gave it some thought. "You're right. Let's go." The two of them flew out of the tea house, heading towards the east of the city. The holy sun had already appeared in the direction of the second gate in the east, escorted by immortal Ascension Realm masters from the mountain and fire orders. He was about to enter the city. This news quickly spread. The disciples gathered at the east gate were extremely excited, and after receiving the news, those gathered at the other gates began rushing over as fast as they could, wanting to catch a glimpse of the holy sun's glory. For a while, all of Dawn City was like a giant beast awakening from its slumber, causing great commotion. The number of disciples gathering at the eastern gates continued to grow, and even with the help of the 2 orders, it was difficult to control the situation. It wasn't until the arrival of the 2 order lords, Ma Chengzhe and Li Feiyu, that the commotion barely calmed down. Fatty Ma wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Li Feiyu, "Junior sister Yu, this situation is getting out of control." He had led his people into battle countless times without so much as a frown, even when faced with mountains of swords and seas of fire. Killing or being killed was all there was to it. However, they were not facing an enemy now, but the disciples of their own spirit religion, which made things much trickier. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been passed down for countless years and was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every disciple. Everyone knew that the day the Holy Sun was born would signal the end of all suffering. The lower disciples and common folk all wanted to catch a glimpse of this savior, and now with the current situation, everyone was rushing over. The eastern gate was already overcrowded and was only becoming more congested. The spirit religion could certainly take some tough measures to disperse the crowds, but with so many onlookers, doing so might just cause more chaos. This would not be good for the foundation of the spirit religion. Ma Chengzhe had a headache and felt that he had been given a difficult task. He said through clenched teeth, "If only we could spread the news that the real Holy Sun had already emerged and let the people know this one is a fake." Li Feiyu also looked serious as she murmured, "No one thought the situation would develop like this." There were 2 reasons why the news of the true Holy Sun's appearance was not revealed. Firstly, by entering the city, the fake Holy Sun had effectively handed over the initiative to the spirit religion. Once he was in the city, they could decide whether to kill him or keep him with a single thought, so there was no need to leak such important information in advance. Secondly, keeping the true Holy Sun a secret for so many years made it difficult to persuade the disciples at this critical moment. In addition, the authorities were also deeply concerned about the events that had befallen the impostor, who would show murderous intent towards a fake and secretly take action against him. They had originally intended to let nature take its course, but they never expected the disciples to be this enthusiastic about it. Do you think he planned this all along? Ma Chingze suddenly asked. Li Feiyu seemed to not hear him as she remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "We can only find a way to resolve the situation now. Otherwise, if all of the disciples gathered here and someone took advantage of them, there will surely be chaos. Just look at these people. Each and every one of them is devout to the extreme. If you drive them away now, not allowing them to see the Holy Sun's appearance, they will probably fight you to the death." "Who said we won't let them see him?" Li Feiyu scoffed. "Since they want to see him so badly, let them. He's just a fake anyway. Letting the disciples gather to observe him won't damage the reputation of our spirit religion. Do you have a plan?" Ma Chingze's eyes lit up. Li Feiyu didn't respond but instead waved to a cultivator from the lake order who came over immediately. She gave him some instructions and he nodded repeatedly before leaving quickly. Ma Chingze listened to the instructions and gave Li Feiyu a big thumbs up. "What a great plan. I admire you, junior sister Li. The ones in charge of gathering information sure are quick-witted." 30 kilometers outside the eastern second gate, Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu flew straight towards Dawn City's direction. Surrounding them were numerous elites from the light spirit religion that were protecting them from all sides, not leaving their side at all. These people were part of the search team sent out to look for these two, so after finding them they stuck with them all the way. More and more people joined the group as they went. When he saw this, Zuo Wuyu became completely relieved and had nothing but admiration for Yang Kai. With the protection of so many spirit religion elites, the person behind the scenes could no longer act recklessly, and all it took was the release of some information, which could almost be said to have been effortless. They quickly arrived at the city. From afar, Zuo Wuyu and Yang Kai could see the crowded people outside the city. Why are there so many people? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Zuo Wuyu pondered for a moment before sighing. The people of the world have suffered for a long time under the threat of black ink strength. With the emergence of the Holy Sun, hope has arrived. They probably all came to witness the glory of the Holy Sun. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After a moment, under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu landed outside the city gate. A cold-looking woman and a friendly-faced fatty walked towards them. Zuo Wuyu's expression changed slightly when he saw them and quickly transmitted their identities to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly in response. As they approached, the fatty smiled and said, "Little friend, you've been through a lot on the way." Yang Kai smiled and responded, "Thanks to brothers was care, it has been a smooth journey." Ma Chingze raised an eyebrow slightly and praised, "Zuo Wuyu is indeed remarkable." Meanwhile, Zuo Wuyu stepped forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, Order Lord Ma, Order Lord Li." Ma Chingze patted him on the shoulder. "You've done a great job this time. The appearance of the Holy Sun is a great joy for my spirit religion. After the matter is settled, it will ultimately be your credit." Zuo Wuyu bowed his head low. "It is my duty and I dare not take credit." "Good," Ma Chingze nodded. "Go with Order Lord Li, she has something to ask you." Zuo Wuyu looked up at Yang Kai and replied after seeing him nod, "Yes." Then Li Feiyu led Zuo Wuyu to one side. Ma Chingze waved his hand and immediately someone brought two spirited horses forward. He gestured, "Little friend, please. There is still a journey to the Holy Temple." Although Yang Kai was a little puzzled, he went along with it and mounted the horse. Ma Chingze rode on the other horse, leading him towards the city. On the way, the bustling crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Chapter 59-44, Popular Support? Dawn City was the holy city of the light spirit religion, and every street was wide and spacious. However, these thoroughfares, which could normally allow 4 to 5 carriages to pass by simultaneously, were filled with people today. 2 horses entered the city through one of the eastern gates, followed by many masters from the spirit religion, but all eyes were on a particular young man on horseback. Their gazes were filled with sincerity and admiration. Meanwhile, Ma Chingze and Yang Kai chatted while riding side by side. "Whose idea was it?" asked Yang Kai all of a sudden. "What do you mean?" Ma Chingze didn't understand the other man. Yang Kai pointed at the people on both sides. Only then did Ma Chingze realize what Yang Kai meant. He looked around and leaned close to him before whispering, "They're the Order Lord's disciples from the Fire Order. Please be patient, little friend. They just want to know what you look like. Everything will be fine after this. All right, Yang Kai nodded. He could feel that these people were looking expectantly at him. Although it had been several days since he arrived in this world, he had only been wandering around the wilderness with Zhuo Wuyu. He had heard about the current affairs, but he hadn't had a chance to see much for himself. It wasn't until he looked at these gazes that he realized what Zhuo Wuyu meant by the people in this world having suffered a long time because of the Black Ink cult. After the news of the Holy Sun entering the city spread, all the disciples in Dawn City came over to take a look at him. To prevent any turmoil, Li Feiyu had planned a route so that Ma Chengzhe could lead Yang Kai to head straight to the Holy Temple. The disciples who wanted to have a look at the Holy Sun could wait patiently on both sides of the road. That way not only could they prevent any potential danger, but they could also fulfill the disciples' wishes. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Ma Chengzhe stayed by Yang Kai's side so that he could escort the man to the Holy Temple and find out more about his background. However, he didn't want to ask any questions at that moment. Regardless of whether the Holy Sun beside him was fake, the fervent gazes around him were real. "Please save us, Holy Sun," someone all of a sudden said. It was nothing more than a murmur at first, but the words spread like wildfire among the crowd. In just several breaths of time all of them started shouting, "Please save us, Holy Sun." Wherever Yang Kai went, all the disciples fell to their knees and pressed their heads against the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sorrowful, for the sight before his eyes reminded him of the situation the human race was facing. The first-generation saints had left behind a prophecy that a Holy Sun would save all of them one day, but who knows how long they would have to wait. After all, none of the humans from the 3,000 worlds was able to save them. Ma Chengzhe turned to look at Yang Kai. For some reason, he seemed to detect a form of invisible power descending upon this young man. As he recalled some ancient rumors, his expression changed. Li Feiyu let the Holy Sun enter the city on horseback so that the disciples could take a look at him, but it seemed to have caused some unexpected consequences. At the thought of this, Ma Chengzhe quickly fished out a communication bead and sent a message to the Holy Temple. Meanwhile, the Order Lords of the Spirit Religion were waiting in the Holy Temple. The Order Lord of the Heaven Order fished out his communication bead and had a look, his expression soon turning solemn. "What happened?" asked the Saintess upon noticing his anomaly. The Heaven Order Lord stepped forward and narrated to her about Li Feiyu's arrangements and the disciples gathering around the Eastern Ward. Upon hearing this, the Saintess nodded. "Order Lord Li has done a good job. Is there anything wrong?" The Heaven Order Lord then explained, "We seem to have underestimated the influence of the first Saintess prophecy on the disciples. Now, the fake Holy Sun has gathered popular support among the people, and he seems to have acquired the blessing of the world's will." Upon hearing that, everyone in the room was shocked. "Are you sure about that? Where did you get the news from? Does it even need explaining? Since Fatima is by his side, he's certainly the one who sent me the message. What should we do then?" All of them descended into chaos, not knowing how to proceed. The Order Lords were naturally not sincere about welcoming the fake Holy Sun to the city. They planned to find out the purpose of his visit and look into his background after they secured him in the Grand Hall. They didn't need to make a fuss just because someone pretended to be the Holy Sun. However, none of them had expected that they were lifting a rock only to drop it on their foot. If the fake Holy Sun gained popular support and the blessing of the world's will, that would be problematic, for that honor belonged to the real Holy Sun. Some of them didn't believe the Heaven Order Lord, so they released their divine senses and looked into the matter. Upon closer inspection though, they realized it was indeed the case. For some reason, the fake Holy Sun was shrouded in a layer of invisible and mysterious power, which seemed to be a manifestation of the world itself. Many of them started sweating, thinking that the incident was preposterous. "Our plan isn't working," announced the Heaven Order Lord with a solemn expression. Since this person had obtained the blessing of the world's will, regardless of whether he was a fake Holy Sun, those from the Spirit Religion could no longer handle him as they pleased. "We can only play it by ear and find out his background first," suggested an Order Lord. "The real Holy Sun has already appeared. Other than the authority figures, the rest are not aware of it. In that case, we'd better not expose him first. That's the only thing we can do." After a quick discussion, the Order Lord soon came up with a solution and turned to look at the Saintess, who nodded. "It's agreed on then." Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Ma Chengzhe were moving forward on horseback through the holy city. All of a sudden, a petite figure dashed out from the crowd. An agile Ma Chengzhe tightened the reins and stopped the person with his other hand. Upon closer look, he realized the person was a young kid, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. Although the person was a young kid, he was quite bold. He ignored Ma Chengzhe and stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he asked in a clear voice, "Are you the Holy Son?" Seeing that the young kid was adorable, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I don't know if I'm the Holy Son. We will only find out after the Order Lords and the Saintess examine me." Ma Chengzhe was initially worried that Yang Kai would claim to be the Holy Son, so upon hearing these words he was relieved. "You must not be the Holy Son then," said the young kid. "Oh, what?" Yang Kai was puzzled. The young kid pulled a face and said, "Because I hated you the moment I saw you." Upon finishing his words, he dashed back into the crowd. In that direction, a woman snapped, "Smelly brat, stop causing trouble. What nonsense did you just say?" The young kid snorted and replied, "I just hate him." Yang Kai traced the voice and saw a woman running after the naughty child. Beside him, Ma Chengzhe guffawed, "Young kids like him can be mischievous. Please don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and looked in that direction again, but the woman and the young kid were nowhere to be seen. As they moved along the 30-kilometer street, the disciples on both sides knelt and offered their prayers. All of them in the holy city were hoping for the Holy Son to save them from their suffering. The loud voices were the will of many thousands of people. Although the holy temple was protected by a spirit array, the Order Lords of the spirit religion could still hear the people clearly. The procession soon arrived at the holy temple, and after they were given permission to enter, Ma Chengzhe led Yang Kai to head to the grand hall that represented the light spirit religion's foundation. Many people had gathered on both sides of the hall as they studied Yang Kai. Without sparing them a glance, Yang Kai stepped forward and stared fixedly at the woman in front of him. He had come to this place to meet this woman, after all. Since the woman was veiled, he was unable to see her face, so he secretly activated the demon eye of annihilation to see through all the pretense, but his attempt was actually futile. The veil was just an ordinary accessory without any mysterious power, so the demon eye of annihilation proved useless in this situation. "I've brought him here, Holy Saintess." Ma Chengzhe saluted the woman before proceeding to his spot. The Saintess nodded, then frowned at Yang Kai. She could feel that since the young man entered the hall, he had been staring fixedly at her, as though he was examining her, which made her displeased. Since she became the Saintess, no one had ever dared to look at her like this. Just as she parted her lips to say something, the young man spoke all of a sudden, "I have a request to ask of you, Holy Saintess. Please agree to it." Yang Kai stood there confidently and said those words nonchalantly, as though he had come all the way to this place for that request. Many people in the hall furrowed their brows, thinking that even though the fake Holy Son was weak, he was quite arrogant. Not only did he not salute the Saintess, but he even had the guts to come up with a demand. Fortunately, the Saintess was a mild-tempered person. Although she was displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and actions, she still nodded and asked gently, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai replied, "Please take off your veil." Upon hearing that, the hall broke into a commotion. Someone roared, "How dare you be so rude to the Saintess?" Not just anyone could see the Saintess' face. Only a small number of the spirit religion's Order Lords had seen the Saintess' face before, so it was inconceivable that a nobody like Yang Kai even had the audacity to make such a request. "Are you here to humiliate us, you brat?" All of them started criticizing Yang Kai as they activated their divine senses and mounted pressure on him. No true element boundary master could ever bear such pressure. However, they were soon shocked by what was going on. The young man who was supposed to be taught a lesson by them, just stood there in silence. The pressure of the divine senses didn't seem to affect him one bit, as though it was merely a breeze that had been whisked by him. He only stared fixedly at the Saintess. On the other hand, the Saintess felt slightly at ease, for she didn't see any malicious intent or promiscuity behind the young man's gaze. She raised her hand to appease the angry crowd and asked puzzledly, "Why do you want me to take off my veil?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "I'd like to verify a speculation I have." "Is the speculation very important?" "It will affect the happiness of the people and the safety of the world." While the Saintess was speechless, everyone in the hall broke into laughter. "Although you're young, you're pretty arrogant. We've been trying to save the world, but there hasn't been much progress over the years. How dare a true element boundary brat like you boast shamelessly?" "Let him speak. I haven't heard a joke that is funnier than this for a long time." Chapter 59-45, Guidance? Yang Kai ignored the commotion in the grand hall and looked at the Saintess, awaiting her reply in silence. After a long time, the veiled woman said, "I don't mind taking off my veil, but..." The commotion stopped abruptly as all of their necks seemed to have been grabbed by invisible hands as they looked dazedly at the woman. None of them expected the Saintess to agree to this kind of ridiculous request. Yang Kai said with a smile, "It seems that there's a condition." "Indeed," the Saintess nodded matter-of-factly, "since you've brought forward a demand, I naturally have to come up with one as well." Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Please tell me." The Saintess went on to say softly, "Zuowu has reported that you are the Holy Son, and the timing and circumstances of your appearance matches the prophecy. However, it is hard to tell whether you are indeed the Holy Son. When the first Saintess made her prophecy, she also left behind a test for the Holy Son." Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized the woman's intentions. "Do you want me to go through the test?" "Yes." His expression turned awkward at that instant. According to Chu and he, the true Holy Son had actually appeared 10 years ago. All the spirit religion's higher-ups had acknowledged the incident. In other words, the Holy Son must have passed the test, and his identity had been verified. Therefore, from the spirit religion's perspective, Yang Kai must be a fake for claiming to be the Holy Son. Despite that, the Saintess still wanted him to go through the test, which was a perplexing idea. Yang Kai swept a glance over the Order Lords in the front row and realized that they appeared shocked. Apparently, they didn't expect the Saintess to come up with such a demand. How interesting. They obviously didn't discuss it before. The Saintess must have improvised. In that case, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Saintess must be certain that he couldn't pass the test, and when that happened, she naturally wouldn't have to fulfill his request as well. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai said, "No problem. Do we start now?" The Saintess shook her head. "The test is in a sealed land and it takes some time to open it. You can go and get some rest. When we are ready, we will inform you about it." Following that, she said to Ma Chengzhe, "Order Lord Ma, please help settle him down." Ma Chengzhe stepped forward and replied, "Yes." Then he beckoned to Yang Kai, "Please come with me, little friend." Yang Kai took another look at the Saintess and cupped his fist before leaving the place. After he was gone, an Order Lord asked, "Holy Saintess, why did you ask him to head to the sealed land and go through the test?" The Saintess explained, "Since he has the people's support and the blessing of the world's will, we can't handle him as we please, nor can we expose him. In that case, I've decided to let him go to the sealed land where the first Saintess had left behind the test. Only the real Holy Son can pass the test." Someone finally realized the Saintess' intentions as he said, "Since he's a sham, there's no way he can pass the test. By then we'll have a reason for dealing with him." The Saintess nodded, "That's indeed my plan. Holy Saintess is wise." While moving forward alongside Ma Chengzhe in the Holy Temple, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old Ma, since I'm a person who appeared out of nowhere, shouldn't you all be looking into my background first? Why did the Saintess ask me to head to the sealed land?" "What did you just call me?" Ma Chengzhe stopped in his tracks and looked at him in shock. "Old Ma, what's wrong with that?" Ma Chengzhe was so exasperated that he laughed. "What's wrong with that? This king is an Order Lord as well as a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Even if you don't want to call me senior, you're supposed to call me Order Lord Ma at the very least." "I'll call you Order Lord Ma then," Yang Kai decided to oblige. Since he was significantly more powerful, he couldn't bring himself to call the other man senior, but calling him by his title wasn't an issue. Ma Chengzhe shot him a glare and continued walking forward. "I'm not supposed to tell you anything, but for some reason this king is fond of you, so I'll let you know a few things. We don't have to look into your background. If you can pass the test, you'll be the Holy Son. However, if you fail the test, you'll die. In that case, your background no longer matters." After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "You have a point." Then he changed the topic all of a sudden. "Have you seen the Saintess' face before?" Ma Chengzhe shook his head. "Brat, you don't look like a licentious man, so why are you curious about the Saintess' appearance?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "I already explained back in the Grand Hall earlier. Your speculation that has something to do with the people's happiness and the world's safety?" asked Ma Chengzhe while turning to look at him. In response, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ma Chengzhe decided to ignore him as he stopped in his tracks and pointed at the building in front of him. "You'll stay here. When we're ready, we'll summon you to the sealed land. Call out to the servants if you need anything, otherwise just stay in your room." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. After the man was gone, Yang Kai stepped into the courtyard and saw that some servants were already waiting. After making a few arrangements, he entered his room and got some rest. Although those from the spirit religion believed that he was a fake, they didn't mistreat him. The place he stayed had a terrific environment, and there were more than 10 servants to serve him. However, Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to enjoy anything. In his room, he sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. After he acquired the people's support and the blessing of the world's will while moving along the 30-kilometer street, he felt that he had a vague connection with this independent world. His suppressed power began to stir as well. There were immortal ascension masters in this world, but for some reason after his arrival he was reduced to the true element boundary. He wanted to try whether he could break through the suppression. Even if he couldn't fully restore his power, it would be wonderful if he could make it to the immortal ascension boundary. After some hard work though, his attempt still failed. He felt that there was a layer of invisible shackles that stopped him from fully activating his power. "Where is this place?" asked a voice all of a sudden. "You finally connected?" An elated Yang Kai grabbed the jade pendant around his neck. This thing was given to him by Wu Kuang when he entered the spacetime river. The jade pendant contained a wisp of Wu Kuang's soul. However, it fell silent after entering this place. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been nurturing the jade pendant with his spiritual energy and finally, he was able to connect with Wu Kuang. "This place is strange," Wu Kuang said. "Yeah," Yang Kai replied, "I still haven't figured out the mystery behind this world. Why is there such a place in Mu's spacetime river? Do you know anything?" "Nope. Mu left behind something in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but I never managed to figure out what that is. I doubt even Song and the others have any idea." Just like what Wu Kuang said, if not for the fact that black ink strength in the primordial heaven source grand restriction surged all of a sudden, he wouldn't have noticed the trump card that Mu had left behind. Despite that, he had no idea what it was. Therefore, he left a thread of his consciousness by Yang Kai's side to explore the mystery. "That will be troublesome then," Yang Kai knitted his brows together. "Wait a bit," Wu Kuang sounded surprised as though he had discovered something. "Something's happening." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai appeared excited. "I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's like a faint guidance," Wu Kuang replied. Yang Kai realized something at that moment. Wu Kuang was in charge of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Supposedly, he was able to detect everything inside the restriction. It was thanks to this advantage that he was able to protect the suppressing Black Ink army. Presently, he had detected something. However, with the spacetime river getting in the way, it was difficult to interpret it clearly. "Where's the direction pointing at?" Yang Kai asked. "Somewhere in the city, but not this place. Let's go and have a look." Saying so, Yang Kai activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal his figure and aura. In the deepest part of the holy temple, a beautiful woman was waiting in a grand hall. Just then, someone was heard saying from outside, "Order Lordly would like to see you, Holy Saintess." The woman lifted her head and said, "Let her in." "Yes." A while later, the Order Lord of the Fire Order entered the place and saluted the woman. "Greetings, Holy Saintess." The Saintess raised her hand with a smile. "Please drop the formalities, Order Lordly. Have you found anything?" "Yes, Holy Saintess." Just as Li Feiyu was ready to report, the Saintess stopped her by saying, "Wait a moment." She fished out a piece of jade and infused her energy into it. In an instant, the grand hall was covered in a spirit array, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. After the grand array was activated, the Saintess stopped pretending to be serious as she took Li Feiyu's hands and sat down. Then she said with a smile, "You've worked hard, big sister Li. What have you found?" Li Feiyu put on a helpless smile. Although the Saintess was a mild-tempered person, she had to appear authoritative in front of others. Only she knew what the Saintess was like in private. "I've discovered many things." As Li Feiyu recalled the information she had gathered, she fell into a dazed state. After they entered the city, Ma Chengzhe stayed by Yang Kai's side while she left with Zuo Wuyu. As the Fire Order Lord, she was responsible for gathering information. Therefore, she had many things to ask Zuo Wuyu. That was the reason she didn't show up in the Grand Hall earlier. "I'm all ears." The Saintess seemed interested. Li Feiyu replied. According to Zuo Wuyu, he came across Yang Kai by chance. At that time, their whereabouts had been exposed as they were hunted down by the Black Ink cult. She related to the Saintess the information she had learned from Zuo Wuyu. When the Saintess heard that despite being a true element boundary master, Yang Kai was able to kill Yen Peng, injure Xueji, and even repel the Earth Chapter Master, a myriad of expressions came over her. "Are you sure about that, big sister Li? How is he so powerful when he's only a true element boundary cultivator?" asked the Saintess. "There's no problem with Zuo Wuyu, so everything he has said must be true. All of those things happened." Li Feiyu let out a sigh. When she heard about those incidents at that time, she couldn't believe her ears either. Chapter 5946, Lady Sixth. There's another thing that's worth our attention, Li Feiyu said. What is it? Several days ago, Zhuo Wuyu sent a message back to the spirit religion to ask for some masters to assist him, but someone managed to intercept it. As such, we were not aware of the incident until recently. When they reached a town where it would take a person 1 day to reach the holy city, they were besieged by Chu and He and some others. Chu and He. The saintess squinted her eyes. If my memory serves me right, he's under the Earth Order. Yes. No ordinary person could intercept Zhuo Wuyu's message that was meant to ask for emergency assistance. I can do that, as can the other Order Lords. Has that person finally revealed their true colors? The saintess snorted. That would explain why Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu were forced to announce that the Holy Sun would be entering the city the next day. They wanted to protect themselves by making everything public. Indeed. If we look at the outcome, they succeeded. Zhuo Wuyu isn't that clever, so it must be Yang Kai's idea, the saintess speculated. I heard that he acquired the people's support and the blessing of the worlds while heading to the Holy Temple, said Li Feiyu suddenly. As the Fire Order Lord, she had a natural advantage when it came to gathering information. Although she wasn't there to witness Yang Kai entering the city, her subordinates constantly updated her about what was going on. And, the saintess nodded, that's what I find most inconceivable. Holy Saintess, is he? Without answering her question, the saintess rose from her chair and said, Big Sister Li, I have to leave the temple. Hearing that, Li Feiyu put on a helpless expression. The saintess took her hands. I'm not going out to have fun. There's a serious matter I have to attend to. That's the excuse you use every time. Li Feiyu shot her a glare, but she still agreed to it. You have to come back before the break of dawn. Don't worry, the saintess nodded. Saying so, she fished out something from her space ring. It was a mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Li Feiyu took the mask and carefully placed it over the saintess' face. Her movements were skillful, so it was obviously not her first time doing this. A moment later, 2 identical faces exchanged glances. Even the moles on the corners of their mouths were in the exact same spot. It was as though one of them was the other's reflection in the mirror. Following that, they traded their clothes. Li Feiyu took the saintess' white jade scepter and let out a sigh before having a seat. Across from her, the saintess sported the same face as hers and smiled cheekily. Li Feiyu then activated the scepter and dispelled the grand array. After that, the saintess said, Holy Saintess, I'll take my leave. Her voice sounded just like Li Feiyu's too. Then she went on to say in her own voice, Good work, Order Lord Li. Since it's late now, you'd best get some rest. Following that, she turned around and stepped out of the grand hall before leaving the holy temple. Dawn City was even lovelier tonight than it was during the daytime. All the people in the restaurants were talking about the Holy Sun entering the city that day and the prophecy that the first saintess had left behind. They all looked joyful, as though they were in the midst of a huge festival. Yang Kai moved around the city following Wu Kuang's directions. As he walked along the crowded streets, he soon arrived somewhere quieter. Even in a holy city like Dawn City, there was inequality. The rich lived in luxurious houses in the city center with servants at their beck and call and bottles of wine to drink all day, while the poor were forced to live in the periphery of the city. With that said, it was still the spirit religion's holy city. Even though there was inequality, the poor wouldn't be starving or have no clothes to wear. With the spirit religion's help, they were able to put food on the table despite their hardship. Presently, Yang Kai sported a different face. He had many artifacts in his space ring that he could use to disguise himself. He had collected such items when he was weak in the past. Many people had seen his face in the morning, so if he showed up with his real face, everyone in the city would be aware of his presence. At that moment, he looked like an innocent young man. It was the kind of face commonly seen in the city. As he looked around, he realized many low-rise houses were neatly built in the holy city's periphery where many people lived. Some kids were seen having fun. Someone was praying to a statue in front of his house. The statue was made from wood and it was roughly 25 centimeters tall. However, the face wasn't carved. Yang Kai listened to the person and heard him praying for the Holy Sun to save them. The Holy Sun statues were in front of many houses, with incense sticks traces showing that they were frequently prayed to. Are you sure it's here? Yang Kai frowned as he whispered to Wu Kuang. I think so, Wu Kuang replied. You think so? Yang Kai arched his brow. Wu Kuang explained, my connection with my main body is fuzzy thanks to the space-time river, so the guidance I'm feeling isn't clear. Let's look around. A helpless Yang Kai could only walk around the place. He had no idea what Wu Kuang had detected, but since it was from his main body, it must be very important. However, his actions soon alerted others. This wasn't a prosperous place, so there were rarely new faces. The neighbors were familiar with each other, so a stranger's arrival would naturally catch many people's attention, especially when this person kept looking around. As such, Yang Kai had to stay away from the crowd. Under a banyan tree in a certain corner, many people gathered together to unwind. When Yang Kai walked past them, he suddenly detected something and looked at them. A figure emerged from the crowd and beckoned to him, "You're finally here." When Yang Kai made out the person's face, he was rooted to the spot. Wu Kuang also called out in surprise as he said, "I didn't expect to see her here." "Do you know this guy, Lady Sixth?" asked an old man curiously. The woman called Lady Sixth nodded with a smile. "He's an old acquaintance." Saying so, she moved away from the crowd and walked up to Yang Kai before dipping her head. "Please come with me. It must have been tiring for you." Although she looked like an ordinary person, her clear gaze seemed able to see through all illusions and make out Yang Kai's real face. Yang Kai bowed his head. "Good." Lady Sixth then led him to head in a particular direction. After they were gone, the people under the banyan tree started talking among themselves. A person sighed, "It must have been difficult for Lady Sixth. Although she's pretty mature, she still isn't married." Another person said, "It can't be helped. There's someone she has to take care of, so it's hard for her to get married." "She just can't leave little 11th behind," said someone who knew a thing or two. 2 years ago, a matchmaker introduced her to a man. That guy was rich and handsome, moreover he was from the spirit religion. He said that as long as she was willing to give little 11th to another family, he would marry her. However, Lady Sixth refused. Little 11th is truly pitiful. His parents perished after he was born. After Lady Sixth discovered him, she brought him back and raised him. Although they call each other sister and brother, they're more like mother and son. No mother in the world would have the heart to dump her child. They sighed at the same time, feeling sorry for what Lady Sixth had gone through. It's all the Black Ink cult's fault. They're the reason that many families are destroyed. If not for them, little 11th wouldn't have been an orphan, and Lady Sixth would have gotten married. Since we've found the Holy Sun, he'll bring an end to our suffering sooner or later. All of them then started praying with sincere expressions. Yang Kai followed Lady Sixth to somewhere remote while feeling astonished deep within. He didn't expect that the guidance Wu Kuang felt from his body would lead to this. "Lady Sixth," Wu Kuang's voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. "Oh, she's the 6th oldest among the 10. No wonder she calls herself Lady Sixth." "What about you?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Wu Kuang explained, "Sure and I are different. In Shure's case he's ranked 8th. Then what's going on with this little 11th? "I have no idea," Wu Kuang replied. "The soul Shure left behind wasn't complete when it reached the 3,000 worlds, so I didn't inherit everything." Yang Kai nodded and fell silent. Soon they arrived at a simple-looking house. Despite that, there was still a yard surrounded by fences. In the yard, clothes that belonged to a woman and a child were hung there to dry. Lady Sixth pushed the door open and entered the house, followed by Yang Kai as he looked around. The decorations inside the house were simple. The place looked just like any house that a poor family would live in. Lady Sixth lit up the oil lamp and told Yang Kai to have a seat. As the lamplight swayed, she poured a cup of tea for him. "I only have some tea in the house. Please don't mind it." Yang Kai rose from the chair and took the cup before saluting the woman. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Mu." The Lady Sixth before his eyes was none other than Mu. Yang Kai had seen Mu before. It was when the human army first crusade to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. They were in a perilous situation and Mo was about to break free, but at the last moment, the hidden hand that Mu had left behind was activated. At that time, a burst of energy was released and transformed into a sacred figure that embraced the Black Ink Ocean and eventually made Mo fall asleep. At that time, all the humans on the battlefield bore witness to the legendary woman. She was so stunning that no one would forget about her after setting their eyes on her once. Therefore, when the woman called out to Yang Kai after he arrived at this place, he instantly recognized her. She was Mu, one of the 10 martial ancestors, the strongest among them. It was thanks to her that the humans were still safe for now. The hidden hand she had activated back then hadn't been used up yet. It was a gargantuan spacetime river hovering in the void that was hidden in the deepest part of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Anyone would be awestruck when they saw that spacetime river. The guidance that Wu Kuang's body was indicating must have come from Mu. Due to the spacetime river, the message wasn't clear. Therefore, the thread of consciousness by Yang Kai's side had no idea what was going on as well. Wu Kuang could only lead Yang Kai to this place, and he finally realized everything upon seeing Mu. Sullivan, just so that you guys aren't confused, Mu is using her ranking in terms of seniority. So she is the 6th ancestor. In other contexts she would be Old 6th or Little 6th. Here they just use 6th woman, which I think Lady 6th is better. Chapter 59-47 Shadow? No need for formalities. Mu raised her hand as she looked at Yang Kai's chest and smiled. We haven't met for ages, Little 8th. It seemed that not only could she see through Yang Kai's disguise, but she could also detect Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness in the jade pendant. Wu Kuang's voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind just then. Tell her I'm not sure. Before Yang Kai could even say anything, Mu nodded. I know. I already expected this kind of outcome the moment you made that decision back then. If I was present, I would have dissuaded you from doing that. But now, it seems that the outcome isn't too terrible. In the past, to break through the open heaven realm and explore a higher martial Tao, Shi was willing to sacrifice himself to strengthen the primordial heaven source grand restriction. He only left behind a trace of his soul so that he could escape from the restriction and be reborn. After so many years, Yang Kai brought him back to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to protect the place. Fortunately, his reincarnation was successful. He was now Wu Kuang, but sadly he still hadn't achieved the goal that he had set in his previous life. Can you hear my voice? Wu Kuang was astounded. Now he was just a thread of consciousness that stayed in the jade pendant. Apart from talking to Yang Kai, he couldn't do much of anything else. Therefore it surprised him that Mu could hear his voice. Yes, Mu replied with a smile. By the way, I'm Mu, but I'm also not Mu. A puzzled Yang Kai said, I don't understand, senior. Mu took a seat and motioned for Yang Kai to sit down as well. After giving it some thought, she said, I know you have many questions. Let me think where I should begin. Yang Kai suggested, Senior, why don't you start with this world and yourself? Mu glanced at him and said with a smile, It seems like you've noticed something. Hey, what have you found? Wu Kuang asked. Yang Kai shook his head. It's just some unfounded speculation. Hearing that, Wu Kuang fell silent. After a moment of silence, Mu said, Since you're able to enter this place, it shows that you've condensed your space-time river. I call it the space-time river, but I'm not sure about you. Yang Kai replied, Just like you, I call it the space-time river too. It seems that you've also been inspired by the infinite river in the universe furnace, senior. Mu nodded. The infinite river in the universe furnace has many secrets. I had the chance to explore it back then. Fortunately, I managed to condense all the necessary Tao strengths and nurture my own space-time river. Before arriving at this place, I was stopped by an invisible barrier, but I was allowed to pass very soon. Was it a test you had left behind? Yes. Only when a person who has condensed their space-time river appears will they have the right to enter this place. Otherwise it'll be pointless. Only now did Yang Kai realize what happened. Previously he was stopped by the invisible barrier, but he was soon allowed to pass. He initially thought that the barrier had acknowledged his identity as a human, but now it seemed that it had nothing to do with his race. Instead, it was because of his space-time river. After all, even though he was born to be a human, he was now a pure-blood dragon. When heaven and earth split apart, chaos was divided into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave rise to 10,000 grand Taos. Eventually, everything returns to chaos. That is the grand Tao's greatest truth, but also its biggest secret. It is where everything belongs. Chaos is eternal, Mu explained gently. Several kids ran past the house just then, and someone was heard bawling his eyes out. It seemed that he had been bullied. I used all my cultivation and left behind my space-time river in the deepest part of the grand restriction to protect the universe worlds here, so that they could live their lives peacefully. Many years have passed since then. Yang Kai's expression changed. Senior, do you mean that the primordial world and all the living creatures in here are real? Of course, Mu nodded. This world was born when heaven and earth split apart. It took many years for this world to become what it is today. However, due to the weak world principles, the cultivators here are not very powerful. Why is this world inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction? Moreover, there seems to be a deeper meaning behind this world's name, Yang Kai asked, perplexedly. Mu looked at him and smiled. It's called the primordial world because it was the first universe world to appear when heaven and earth split apart. This is also where Mo was born. Hearing that, Yang Kai was astonished. Just then Wu Kuang said, Oh, I finally recall it now. The reason they set up the primordial heaven source grand restriction in this place back then was because the primordial world was here. The core of the primordial heaven source grand restriction is the primordial world. Because a powerful existence like Mo was born here, all the resources were used up. As a result, the martial Tao in this world became very weak, Mu explained. In fact, when heaven and earth split apart, Mo wasn't the only one who was born here. Yang Kai said, both the primordial darkness and light appeared together. Did Little Eighth tell you this? Mu glanced at him. Yang Kai replied, I met Senior Tsang before. When your trump card was activated back then, you must have seen him as well. Mu shook her head. Like I said, Mu and I are different. She repeated what she had said before, but Yang Kai still didn't understand her. The primordial world gave birth to the primordial light as well as the primordial darkness. The primordial light was the very first light as well as the congregation of all things wonderful, but it left this universe world as soon as it was born and no one knows where it went. Nevertheless, the darkness remained in this place and bore the loneliness and coldness over the years. Eventually Mo was born. Therefore we had thought about looking for the primordial light to destroy its dark power. Unfortunately, by all accounts, it is simply a light, so how are we supposed to find it? Left with no choice, we decided to build the primordial heaven source grand restriction here to suppress Mo. In truth, the original primordial light no longer existed. After it left the primordial world, it split off the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Then it crashed into a primitive universe world and turned into countless divine spirits. That was how the divine spirit ancestral land was born. As for the essence of the primordial light's true body, it transformed into a human woman, and her bloodline was then passed down over the generations. Regardless of how powerful these descendants became though, they could never truly restore the primordial light. Mu went on to say, however, the primordial heaven source grand restriction can't resolve the problem. Mo's black ink strength is growing stronger by the breath. There will come a day when the restriction will no longer be able to suppress it. Therefore Mu left behind some trump cards in the restriction and I am one of them. After a pause, she continued, the fact that I've awakened shows that Mu's hidden hand has been activated, and things have reached the most critical point. As such, I founded light spirit religion in this universe world and left behind a prophecy. Yang Kai realized something. I see you're the first generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Previously he speculated that light spirit religion must have something to do with Mu's trump card. Therefore he followed Zhuo Wuyu to Dawn City, and when he saw the saintess he requested to see her face. Although he knew that it was unlikely to be the case, he had to verify it. Much to his surprise, instead of agreeing to his request, the saintess asked him to go through a test. As such, the whole thing had been put off. In the end, Yang Kai came across Mu in the outskirts of the city. Since the martial Tao in this world was weak, the cultivators didn't enjoy a long life. Therefore it was impossible for Mu to remain the saintess forever. She had to step down from her position and disappear. Countless years had passed, and there were many saintesses before the current one. Yang Kai said, Senior, you keep saying that you're not Mu. Or you then? There's nothing wrong with your aura, vitality, or sentience, nor do you look like a soul avatar or a soul clone. You appear to be a real human. Mu replied with a smile, I'm certainly a human, but I'm just a shadow of a part of Mu's life. A shadow? Yang Kai asked puzzledly. Mu looked seriously at him and nodded. It seems that even though you've condensed your space-time river, you haven't discovered the river's true secrets. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, Please enlighten me, Senior. The person before his eyes had condensed her space-time river much earlier than Yang Kai did, and her mastery over the Grand Daos was also significantly better. Moreover, her space-time river was colossal. If their space-time rivers were put together, it was like the difference between a strand of grass and a tree. Mu continued, although the space-time river is condensed from Tao strengths, it's mainly composed of the time and space Tao strengths. Time and space are the biggest secrets of the universe and govern over everything. Everyone has their own space-time river, but rarely can anyone condense it. Following a pause, she continued, the moment a person is born, their space-time river begins to flow and continues to do so until the end of their life. In the end, the river returns to chaos. Their strength and duration of their life is determined by their space-time river, and therefore, everyone's space-time river is different. This is Mu's space-time river. Saying so, she gently waved her hand. Even though she didn't have any cultivation, a mini version of Mu's space-time river appeared following her movements, swirling around in the air like a water snake. Then, she lifted her hand and grabbed something from the river, after which she spread her palm and said, This is a particular part of her life. There was a vague figure that resembled Mu standing on her palm. A flabbergasted Yang Kai looked at Mu in disbelief. Is this what you meant when you said you are a shadow of Mu? Mu nodded. It seems that you understand now. She waved her hand as the figure and the space-time river disappeared at the same time. Therefore I am not Mu. I am just the shadow of a part of her life. At that moment Yang Kai was too stunned to speak. What he had just witnessed was beyond his imagination, and he wasn't able to come to his senses for a long time. If Mu had not demonstrated it before his eyes, Yang Kai would never have expected this to be the space-time river's real secret. Although he was astounded, his gaze was filled with excitement as he asked, "Senior, are space and time the river's biggest secrets?" Mu nodded with a smile. Given your aptitude, you'd have figured it out sooner or later. However, since Mu's hidden hand has been activated, there's no time for you to sit and contemplate it. Chapter 59-48, Its existence is a sin. The person before Yang Kai's eyes was just the shadow of a part of Mu's long life, hence why she repeatedly said that she was Mu, but also not her. Yang Kai had never expected that someone in the universe could pull off such an amazing feat. He was still trying to make sense of everything. He felt that Mu indeed lived up to her name as the strongest martial ancestor. Her cultivation and mastery over the Grand Daos were probably significantly better than the rest. At this point, Mu's identity was clear, and the primordial world's secret was right before Yang Kai's eyes. This was where Mo was born as well as the core of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Therefore it was critically important. Yang Kai suppressed the undulating emotions in his heart and asked, "Given your power, were you not able to destroy Mo in the past?" Although Mu was powerful, she could only suppress and seal Mo in this place using the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was why Yang Kai was astounded. In other words, Mo was tremendously powerful. Without answering his question, Mu said, "In truth, Mo isn't fundamentally evil." Yang Kai responded, "Yes, I know." Mu seemed to be walking down memory lane as she continued, "Since you've met Tsang before, you must have heard him talking about Mo. Senior Tsang did tell me some things back then. I know that the 10 of you and Mo were friends, but you fell out at a later time." Mu replied with a smile, "That's not entirely true. It's just that we're on opposing sides. When the primordial light was born, darkness was as well, which gradually nurtured some sentience and gave birth to Mo. Although it had gone through years of loneliness, it wasn't bitter after it was born. Its understanding was blank, just like a newborn baby. At that time, the other 9 and I had long comprehended the open heaven realm method under the World Tree's enlightenment. Following the rise of the human race, we defeated the monster race and earned our glory in that era. However, Mo's appearance made that glory short-lived. She then explained, "Living beings are inherently curious. After Mo gained sentience, it had the desire to explore the unknown. When it arrived at any universe world, the originally peaceful world would fall under its rule. After all, black ink strength was irresistibly corruptive for weaker living beings, and Mo was unable to restrain its power. It didn't even realize that it was supposed to restrain itself. When all the living creatures in any universe world submitted to it, it no longer felt lonely and helpless. That was already a horrendous start for a child. It started spreading its power to more universe worlds, just like a naughty kid trying to show off its talent to gain attention and acknowledgement." Following a long pause, seemingly a little hesitant, she continued, "Then, it came across us one day. With the 10 of us being so powerful, we were naturally immune to black ink strength. That made Mo even more curious about us, and we started coming into contact with each other. Although we knew it wasn't fundamentally malicious, its power was a disaster to the universe. Eventually we decided to make a move. However, at that time, Mo was already significantly more powerful than when it had just been born. Even if the 10 of us had joined forces, we would still be unable to destroy it. As such, we could only build the primordial heaven source grand restriction to suppress and seal it. Mo realized our intentions, so it summoned all of its followers to counterattack at the end. That is the origin of the war that has lasted for millions of years, continuing to this day." Upon hearing Mu's narration, Yang Kai was left sighing. After all, the feud between the human race and the Black Ink clan that had been ongoing since the late ancient era was nothing more than a farce caused by a naughty child. Unfortunately, that farce had lasted for millions of years when everything was accounted for, and countless humans had lost their lives fighting it. A long time later, Yang Kai sighed again, "Its very existence is a sin." Although it's cruel to say that it's true, Mu agreed with him. "You said that Mo's black ink strength increases as time passes. Does it know how to cultivate?" Yang Kai asked. Mu shook her head. "It was born when heaven and earth split apart, so it doesn't need to cultivate. The darkness of all living beings is its source of energy. Therefore, after it acquired sentience and left the primordial world, it was able to occupy many universe worlds and increase its power. Yang Kai was shocked. The darkness of living beings? Craftiness, betrayal, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, malevolence, resentment, slaughter. All forms of negativity strengthen its power. How does that work? Yang Kai asked perplexedly. No one can explain it, Mu replied grimly. The primordial light left immediately after it was born, leaving the darkness to bear the loneliness and coldness on its own. People love the light and loathe the dark. However, darkness is born because there is light. Therefore, the darkness can derive energy from the people's dark side and grow. All this was giving Yang Kai a headache. Just as he was ready to say something, he suddenly realized a problem. Since the primordial world is the core of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the people's dark side in this independent world. Mu nodded. Just like what you think, even though MO has been suppressed and sealed, it is still growing by the breath. As such, there will come a day when the primordial heaven source grand restriction will shatter. In truth, if not for the fact that Mu's trump card has been activated, the restriction would have been destroyed by now. Yang Kai took a deep breath. So, we mustn't delay any further. If we want to settle MO, we have to deal with it quickly. Wu Kuang's voice sounded just then, but it's an extremely difficult thing to do. Even when the 10 martial ancestors were still alive, they were unable to destroy MO. Could the humans in present times achieve that goal? The humans had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years and had finally regained control of the 3,000 worlds before mounting a second crusade to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If they failed again this time though, they would be doomed. Yang Kai glanced at Mu and asked seriously, "What's the hidden hand you've left behind? Please make it clear to me, senior." The trump card wasn't just about making Mo fall asleep. Otherwise, Mu wouldn't have left behind her space-time river and the shadow of herself to lead Wu Kuang and him to this place. Perhaps Mu still had other arrangements, which were the hope for the human race. She had just said that by the time she awakened in this world, Mu's trump card must have been activated, and things had reached the most critical moment. As expected, Mu went on to explain, back then the 10 built the primordial heaven source grand restriction and suppressed and sealed Mo in this place. Only Mu then entered the deepest part of the restriction to look at what was going on before leaving behind some arrangements. This is one of them. There's no doubt it's hard to destroy Mo, but the existence of the primordial heaven source grand restriction shows that it can be sealed. Therefore, when the hidden hand was activated, putting Mo to sleep, Mu cut apart its source into 3,000 pieces and sealed them up inside her space-time river. After a moment of silence, she continued, "This world is where the suppression started. You must head to the profound source gate, which is where Mo's source piece is sealed. It is also the place where Mo was born. You just have to refine the gate and suppress the source piece sealed there. That way the crisis in this world will be solved and Mo will be weakened." This world. Yang Kai sensitively detected something. Just like what I said, when Mo was put to sleep, Mu cut up its source into 3,000 pieces and sealed them up in her space-time river. She did so by separating them among 3,000 universe worlds in her space-time river. As long as you can suppress and seal all the pieces, Mo will fall into a state of deep sleep for all eternity. Such an amazing method. Yang Kai exclaimed, "But there are too many universe worlds." Mu let out a sigh. It can't be helped, for no single universe world is powerful enough to suppress Mo. Additionally, Mo has hidden the profound source gates in secret locations. When the 10 of us were still alive, we were not aware of it. It wasn't until Mu looked into the grand restriction at the most critical moment that she realized it. With that as the foundation, she left behind some arrangements in a hurry. She then instructed, "Once you begin, you must act quickly. That's because every time you suppress and seal a piece of its source, you'll be alerting Mo. The more times you do it, the greater the chances are of Mo waking up. Once it awakens, it will immediately retrieve all the available pieces, and Mu's arrangements won't be able to stop it. When that happens, you'll have to directly deal with Mo." Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, "In other words, as long as I'm swift enough to seal as many pieces as possible, it will have less power to retrieve." "That's right. But it will awaken eventually, so it's impossible for me to make use of the profound source gates to suppress and seal Mo completely. You can do that by defeating it." Mu gave him some encouragement. Yang Kai responded with a helpless smile. Even if he was able to seal many source pieces and significantly weaken Mo, the latter was still a powerful being, not to mention that Mo had countless Black Ink clan soldiers. As such, how was he supposed to defeat Mo? All the same, he now had a clear direction at the very least. It was a good start. After all, even when the humans went on their second crusade, they had no idea how to defeat Mo. If I'm not mistaken, the profound source gate in this world must be in the Black Ink cult's control, Yang Kai said. Mu nodded. There are countless people in this world, and their darkness has led Black Ink's strength to stream out from the profound source gate. That's how the Black Ink cult was born. The Black Ink cult is indeed in control of the profound source gate, and it is their most important restricted area. Yang Kai said meditatively, in other words, if I want to refine the gate, I have to deal with the Black Ink cult first. He looked at Mu with a frustrated expression. Senior, since you made such impeccable arrangements, why didn't you take control of the profound source gate instead of letting other people have it? Mu shook her head. Due to some reasons, I'm unable to go near the gate. You could have asked those from Light Spirit Religion to protect the gate. Mu explained, whoever is sent to protect the gate will be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Therefore, the birth of the Black Ink cult was inevitable. Apart from the primordial world, all the universe worlds you're going to visit will have Mo's lackeys. If you want to suppress and seal the source pieces, you have to deal with those lackeys first. Chapter 59-49, Dark Side of Human Nature. Every universe world has different principles, so the obstacles you face will be different too. With acquiring the world's will as the prerequisite, you have to defeat the enemies present and suppress Mo's source pieces. Mu has left behind her shadows in all the universe worlds where Mo's source pieces have been sealed, so you won't be completely on your own. That's indeed some good news, Yang Kai said joyfully. All the same, I have to settle the source piece in the primordial world first. However, since I'm only a true element boundary master now, I don't have sufficient power to deal with this. Mu nodded. Yes, you need an increase in your power. Also, you need a helper. Oh, she's here. Saying so, Mu turned to look at the door. Yang Kai noticed someone approaching them under the moonlight. A moment later, a slender figure stepped into the house. As they exchanged glances, the person was shocked, clearly not expecting a stranger to be there. What was more, the stranger was a man. She was rooted to the spot. Yang Kai was surprised as well, for the person was the Fire Order Lord from Light Spirit Religion, Li Feiyu. Although he had some speculations, he turned to look inquisitively at Mu. Come on in, Mu beckoned to the woman. Li Feiyu stepped forward and saluted Mu. Greetings, madam. Then she glanced at Yang Kai. Who is this? Mu said with a smile. No disguises are needed here. Let's show each other your real faces. Yang Kai and Li Feiyu were astounded, clearly not expecting that both of them had put on some disguise. Since Mu had said so though, they had to oblige. Yang Kai ran his hand across his face and revealed himself. Across from him, Li Feiyu also took off the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings. As they exchanged glances, Yang Kai appeared doubtful, for he had never met this woman before. Although he had no idea who she was, he found her image somewhat familiar. It's you. On the other hand, the woman appeared excited. I didn't expect this. Realizing something, she turned to look at Mu with a pleasantly surprised expression. Madam, is he the real Holy Son? She spoke in her real voice this time. Mu nodded. Yes, he's the real Holy Son. At that instant, Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. Although he had never seen the woman's face before, he had heard her voice some time ago. Therefore, he could immediately recognize her. He cupped his fist and said, Greetings, Holy Saintess. It surprised him that the person pretending to be Li Feiyu was the Light Spirit Religion Saintess whom he had met in the morning. He didn't expect the woman to disguise herself as Li Feiyu and come to this place in secret, which was interesting in and of itself. The Saintess explained, I formed some speculations when I heard that he had the people's support and the blessing of the world's will. Therefore, I wanted to verify it with you, madam. Now there's no need for that. If anyone else had said Yang Kai was the Holy Son, she would have looked into the matter. However, since the woman before her eyes had said so, she wouldn't doubt her. That was because this woman had founded the Light Spirit Religion and left behind the prophecy. She was the first-generation Saintess. Does the Saintess work for you, Senior? Yang Kai asked while looking at Mu. Hearing that, Mu nodded. I've been secretly nurturing and supporting every Saintess over the generations. After all, this position is very important, so I can't let outsiders take over it. Since the martial Tao in this world was weak, the cultivators generally didn't enjoy a long life. Therefore, Mu had to feign her death and step down from her position as the first Saintess. Otherwise, she could have been the Saintess until now. What about the 8 Order Lords? Yang Kai asked. The Saintess explained, Big Sister Li is one of us. Both of us were candidates to be the next Saintess back then. In the end, Madam let me become the Saintess while Big Sister Li took over the Fire Order. No one interferes in the process of selecting the other order lords. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, "In that case, are you aware that the Holy Sun you are currently nurturing is a sham? With Mu behind the Saintess, the existence of the Holy Sun shouldn't be a mystery." However, before Yang Kai's arrival, there was already a Holy Sun that the spirit religion had been hiding from the public. Although the so-called Holy Sun had passed the test, his identity was still up in the air. As expected, the Saintess nodded, "Yes, but the matter is slightly complicated. Moreover, that person might not be aware that he's a fake Holy Sun. He's most likely being used." "What do you mean?" The Saintess explained, "Madame left behind a prophecy and a test back then. When the Chosen One was discovered, the circumstances really did match the prophecy, and he also passed the test. Therefore the others believed that he was the true Holy Sun. Although I knew he wasn't, I couldn't expose it at that time." "Is someone behind all of this?" Yang Kai realized the crux of the matter. In response, the Saintess nodded. "Do you know who the person is?" Yang Kai asked. The Saintess shook her head. "Big Sister Li and I have been looking into the matter for years. Although we have some clues, we're not certain who the mastermind is." Yang Kai said, "This person is quite good at concealing himself. It's no wonder that when Zhuo Wuyu and I were on our way to the Holy City, we were besieged by those from the spirit religion. An order lord even tried killing us back at the manor. The person who plotted against the two of you is undoubtedly the hidden mastermind," remarked the Saintess. "Has that person sided with Black Ink Cult?" "I don't think so," replied the Saintess. "Every time an order lord comes back from the outside, I inspect them with the purifying heart secret technique to ensure that they haven't been corrupted by Black Ink strength. Therefore the person is probably not part of the Black Ink Cult." "Why has this person done such a thing then?" Yang Kai was perplexed. "It's because the person craves greater power," the Saintess smiled helplessly. "He must be an important figure, but ultimately I am the leader. As such, he probably wants more influence. After all, in the spirit religion's doctrine, the Holy Sun is the true savior. As long as he can control the Holy Sun, he'll effectively be in charge of the spirit religion." After hearing her explanation, Yang Kai recalled what Mu had said earlier and muttered under his breath, "Craftedness, malevolence, greed, the dark side of human nature. The darkness in living beings could help increase Black Ink strength and strengthen Mo's power. As long as humans were humans, things wouldn't always be positive. Where light existed, so did darkness." The Saintess continued, "In the past, I didn't expose the lie to prevent the spirit religion from splintering. However, since the real Holy Sun is here, the phony no longer has to exist." "What do you plan on doing?" The Saintess replied, "That person is still cultivating, and such a matter cannot be rushed. It's common for an impatient person to suffer from cultivation dissonance and pass away." Despite her soft voice, her words were merciless. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a second look at her. Certainly, a person who could be the Saintess wouldn't be a naive pushover. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai shook his head. "You just said that the person might not be aware that he's a fake Holy Sun and has probably been fooled. Since he's innocent, there's no reason for us to kill him. The mastermind is at fault." The Saintess nodded. "In that case, we should get to the mastermind. Big Sister Li and I have some suspects on our list. The fake Holy Sun was brought back by Si Kong Nan from the Wind Order in the past, but the person who tried to kill you, Chu and he, worked for Luo Yingong of the Earth Order. On the other hand, the Lake Order Lord, Guan Miaozhu, is also a suspect. These are just our suspicions and we don't have any evidence." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "To me, the mastermind behind all this isn't important either. It is inevitable for humans to harbor a dark side. As long as the mastermind hasn't been corrupted by Black Ink strength or sided with the Black Ink Cult, everything he's been doing is simply to gain more power and influence, not to assist the enemy. Even if he is in control of the Holy Sun and the spirit religion, he'll still oppose the Black Ink Cult." "You have a point," the Saintess nodded in agreement. "No Order Lord would ever be willing to side with Black Ink Cult and become their slave." "That's right. Therefore we don't have to find out who the mastermind is. Just let them be. We also don't have to expose the fake Holy Sun." The Saintess appeared surprised. "You mean?" Yang Kai explained with a smile. "A while back, the reason I claimed to be the Holy Sun and tried to enter the city was to verify some suspicions I had. Now that I've seen the person I need to see and found out everything I need to know, the Holy Sun's identity no longer matters to me. It can even be said that it will be easier for me to take action by hiding in the dark." The Saintess realized his intentions. "Do you want to remain in the shadows to monitor both the spirit religion and the Black Ink Cult?" Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. Time is running out, Holy Saintess. The fight against black ink isn't just about the survival of this world, it will affect the wider universe as well. As such, we have to destroy the black ink cult as soon as we can. Hearing that, the Saintess put on a helpless smile. The spirit religion and black ink cult have been fighting each other for countless years, however we're equally matched. Although I'm the current Saintess, I can't initiate a full-scale war against the black ink cult on my own. I have to discuss it with the 8 Order Lords, and I need a reason to persuade them. A reason? Yang Kai muttered. As an idea sprang to mind, he clapped his hands. Maybe we can make use of this incident. The Saintess' interest was piqued. What is it? Yang Kai said, didn't you tell me to go through the test when we were in the Grand Hall? Yes, the Saintess nodded. At that time she was doubtful, so she asked Yang Kai to take part in the test. After all, he had gained the people's support and the blessing of the world's will, so they couldn't deal with him as they pleased. However, if he couldn't pass the test, he naturally wasn't the real Holy Son. By then they could do whatever they wanted. To those who were not aware of the truth, since the real Holy Son had been discovered, there was no doubt Yang Kai was a phony. As such, he couldn't possibly pass the test. In truth, the Saintess wanted to know if Yang Kai could pass the test as well. After all, she knew that the Holy Son that the spirit religion had been hiding from the public was fake. Nevertheless, she was puzzled as to why Yang Kai brought up the test all of a sudden.